Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 106, Chapter 106, The Fusion of Chakra and Zanpakuto. Chapter 106, The Fusion of Chakra and Zanpakuto. At this moment, Yuichi gradually recovered. He stood up slowly, sensing the changes within himself. The three powers, Tailed Beast Chakra, Ryatsu, and Haki, maintained a delicate balance within his body. What Yuichi found most difficult to comprehend was that Shikaku was actually staying inside him now. Closing his eyes, he could feel Shikaku's presence. Even though the beast's strength had been deprived by him, Yuichi could control Shikaku's power at will. At the same time, Yuichi's Senbonzakura seemed to have evolved due to the fusion with Shikaku's chakra. What Yuichi felt most clearly was the wind. Yuichi seemed to be able to control the power of the wind with ease. The changes in the surrounding airflow were particularly obvious. Because Shikaku can use wind style, does it make me more sensitive to the wind? A small vortex appeared in the palm of his raised hand. It seemed he could release wind blades, air compression guns, and similar attacks effortlessly. Yuichi had a hunch that this power was also in his Zanpakuto. The slash he drew now would be even more terrifying. Even the blade fragments after releasing the Zanpakuto could burst out with the power of wind style, giving Senbonzakura's cutting ability a terrifying boost. At the same time, the Tailed Beast Chakra combined with Ryatsu and Haki formed a defensive triad. The defensive effect would be monstrous. Yuichi felt he could now easily catch Garp's full-strength iron fist with his bare hands. The changes brought about by Shikaku's power were nothing short of amazing. However, this fusion was very strange, and Yuichi felt that it was not directly caused by the influence of Shikaku's power alone. Rather, the hollow power given to him by the template system had devoured the power of the tailed beast to produce such a change. Originally, Yuichi should have been able to easily grasp the awakened hollow power. But now, the hollow that had devoured the tailed beast seemed to have produced its own consciousness. It was hidden in Yuichi's body. He tried to mobilize this power, but there was no response. Perhaps, like Ichigo in Bleach, he would have to fight against the hollow in his body and defeat it before he could use its power. Yuichi, are you okay? Yuichi-kun, are you alright? Akiji and Hancock approached Yuichi, inquiring about his condition. Yuichi looked up at the two of them and nodded. Don't worry. I'm fine, but it feels weird right now. Akiji frowned. Is it because you swallowed the tailed beast? Swallow. Not swallowed, but absorbed. Yuichi explained. I seem to have absorbed that guy into my body. Absorbed into the body. If the tailed beast was an object of powerful energy, then by absorbing this thing, Yuichi might not be able to use this power at will. Looking at the tailed beast chakra coat covering Yuichi's body, the depth of its color was not on the same level as theirs. At the same time, the appearance was different, and this force was obviously stronger than theirs at a glance. Waiting for Yuichi to suppress Shikaku's power, Akiji watched the tailed beast chakra coat disappear and asked, surprised, have you been able to control this power freely? Hearing this, Yuichi was a little puzzled. You can't control it? Being asked such a rhetorical question, Akiji smiled embarrassedly. It is very difficult to control it so freely. Although it is not completely impossible, I still need a long time to fully adapt to this power. Is that so? Seeing Yuichi's confused look, Akiji was speechless. This guy seemed to be saying, does such a simple thing take a long time? Suddenly, Akiji had the urge to punch Yuichi. Since when was it so easy to control an unfamiliar power? How could it be possible to control it easily and freely even though he had only just come into contact with it? If he didn't know Yuichi, and know that this guy didn't bother to show off on purpose, Akiji would have already thrown a punch. I think it's very simple. If you practice more, you should be able to adapt quickly. Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned cold. Was this the difference between geniuses and ordinary people? Very simple. Is it really that simple to control that weird power? Each of them found it incredibly difficult. It took a lot of effort just to mobilize a tiny bit of chakra from within. Yet this guy kept calling it simple. Sengoku heard the conversation between Yuichi and Akiji. Although he didn't understand why Yuichi absorbed the thing into his body, the power didn't disappear, it was passed on to Yuichi. This put Sengoku at ease. As long as the tailed beast didn't vanish, it was a good situation. Otherwise, the beast would probably be missed by those old government officials after they returned. It was absolutely impossible for the Marines to hold it in their own hands if the world government intervened. The current situation was best. The specifics could wait until after the end, when they returned to naval headquarters to study it slowly. Sengoku suddenly raised his head and looked at Anoki on the opposite side. Feeling Sengoku's gaze, Anoki raised his head and looked at him strangely. From their respective positions, they could tell that the other was at the apex of strength in their world. It was a status of equality. In this situation, the other party suddenly looked at him. He must have something to say. But Anoki felt it was a pity that they couldn't talk, and the person on the opposite side couldn't hear what he said. But in the next second, Sengoku lowered his head and operated something on the panel in front of him. Immediately afterward, a barrage appeared on the light curtain. Sengoku, information exchange. Want to talk? Seeing the message floating out, Anoki was stunned for a moment. There was actually such a way of communication. But people from both sides of the world would see it. The other party said they wanted to exchange information, and he could agree to that. Anoki, yes. What an exchange method. As for whether the two sides exchanged real information or not, they both tacitly did not ask. Whether a person of this level was lying could only be known by looking into their eyes, but one shouldn't expect the other party to reveal everything truthfully. Who could get more information depended on their respective schemes. Sengoku, one question per person. Anoki, yes, then. Sengoku, then let me ask the question first. The two were chatting via the barrage, and people in both worlds were a little confused. How did these two reach a consensus so easily? Aren't they afraid that the other party will lie to them? They wouldn't worry about such a transaction. Neither of them was obviously concerned about that kind of thing. Anoki was speechless seeing the other party's impatient look. Seems like a cunning guy, too. Sengoku, just now, people in your world said that Yuichi became the perfect Jinchuriki. What is it? Seeing this question, Anoki hadn't expected it. It didn't matter if he explained what Jinchuriki meant, Yuichi probably felt it himself anyway. Anoki, Jinchuriki is the name of the human host that contains a tailed beast. A perfect Jinchuriki means that the human completely controls the power of the tailed beast inside them. There are very few such people. Even in our world, there are very few who can be called a perfect Jinchuriki. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Power Plunder, Second Offensive and Defensive Transformation. Chapter 107, Power Plunder, Second Offensive and Defensive Transformation. A Jinchuriki is just the host body of the tailed beast, but whether the Jinchuriki can control the power of the beast depends on the individual. Garp smiled and looked at Yuichi. Our Yuichi boy is indeed a monster. He can easily control the power of the tailed beast. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded. Anoki, it's my turn. I only have one question. Is that kid the strongest existence in your world? Sengoku was taken aback by the question. He didn't expect the other party to ask this. When proposing the information exchange, he thought Anoki would ask very tricky questions, likely about their world's power structure, devil fruits, or perhaps weaknesses. But the question Anoki raised far exceeded Sengoku's expectations. Both Whitebeard and Kaido were a little surprised. The little old man on the opposite side didn't look simple either. It was such a difficult question to answer. Yuichi's strength was already amazing. But what kind of existence was Yuichi in the pirate world? Of course, it was impossible for him to be invincible. It was impossible for Whitebeard and Kaido, sitting in the audience, to be weaker than Yuichi. Especially Whitebeard, the world's strongest man. Now there was no pain in his body, and although he had not fully recovered his peak strength, a Whitebeard without illness was absolutely terrifying. Whitebeard looked at Sengoku. I didn't expect the other party would ask such a tricky question. How about it, Sengoku? Do you want to lie to deceive them deliberately? Hearing Whitebeard's words, Sengoku's expression immediately became strange. This old guy gave him an excellent opportunity to lie, but most lies now would be spotted by the other party. Sengoku stared at Whitebeard fiercely, but Whitebeard, who saw through him, was not angry at all. Instead, he looked at Sengoku expectantly, wanting to see how he would respond. Sengoku hesitated for a moment, then sent his answer. Sengoku, of course not. Yuichi is worthy of being an Admiral Candidate. Although his personal strength is strong, there are many people who are stronger than him in other aspects. This ambiguous answer made Anoki secretly scold Sengoku for being an old fox. What kind of answer was this? On the one hand, it emphasized that Yuichi was very strong, on the other hand, it said that someone was better than Yuichi in other aspects. Other aspects? What did that mean? Was there anyone better than Yuichi in terms of eating, drinking, or other irrelevant skills? So what if there were? Did it have anything to do with the question Anoki wanted to know? Hateful. The people in the opposite world are not going to abide by the rules of information exchange at all. Whitebeard, yes. There are not many. Although the kid is very strong, there are many people in this world who are stronger than him. Suddenly, Whitebeard's message appeared on the light curtain. Seeing this barrage, Anoki turned his head to look at Whitebeard. This man had been highlighted in the audience twice in a row. Anoki had already noticed him. At the same time, Whitebeard's presence was simply impossible to ignore. A smile appeared on Anoki's face. It seemed that there were still people in the other world who were willing to abide by the rules. Not bad. Although Whitebeard told the real answer to the ninja world, his words made many people there disbelieve it. Impossible. Such a powerful guy, how could anyone be stronger than him? The opponent can even defeat the Sannin. Can anyone among the Five Kages easily defeat the Sannin? No. Doesn't that mean that the strong in the opponent's world are far more terrifying than the people in our world? The thought of this created a strong sense of dread in the people of the ninja world. This fear made them start to deny Whitebeard's words. For such a powerful person, how could anyone be stronger than him? At most, they are evenly matched. This guy is deliberately making trouble. He's bluffing. This man called Whitebeard is trying to scare us. It's absolutely impossible. The ninjas cursed at Whitebeard. But Sarutobi and the others felt extremely heavy. This man named Whitebeard. I am afraid that what he said was not a lie but the truth. But such a truth was hard even for them to accept. If there really was someone stronger than Yuichi in the opponent's world, then the situation was dire. The three disciples Konoha was so proud of, although part of the reason for their defeat was that they did not understand the enemy's ability, failure was failure. The opponent's strength was obviously superior. If the man who could defeat the Sannin with his own strength had someone even stronger behind him, the future of the ninja world seemed a bit bleak. At this time, the light curtain changed. Power Plunder, the second battle is about to begin. Defender, Pirate World. Plunderer, Ninja World. Participants who win the battle can get individual rewards, a random devil fruit. Random devil fruit. At this moment, all the ninjas in the entire ninja world began to get excited. If they hadn't watched the Shichibukai's battle before, they might not have been very interested in devil fruits. But now, after seeing the battle, they understood the devil fruit abilities. These abilities existed just like special bloodline limit. For ninjas, the power of a bloodline limit was quite attractive. Participating in the war could actually grant this kind of thing, even ordinary genin had ideas. The ninjas of Konoha village looked to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. They didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very excited, but he couldn't show it. This was an important chance. Getting a devil fruit to strengthen his own power would let him sit more firmly in the position of Hokage, restore the face he lost before, and strengthen his voice. The two worlds were at war, and the entire ninja world would likely unite in the near future. At that time, who would be the general leader was very important. Defender faction, Marines. 10 people, S-Class Combat Power Akiji, S-Class Combat Power Yuichi. A-Class Combat Power, 7 Warlords of the Sea, Marine Rear Admiral Smoker. Sengoku frowned. Don't we need to reselect candidates this time? Where is the battlefield? None of this information seemed to be displayed. Was it missing? Probably not. That being said, the way of fighting this time is Offender, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village. Please select the offender. This plunder battle is a one-on-one battle, and S-Class combat personnel can only challenge S-Class defenders. The total number of players who can participate in the plundering party, 2. All members of the plundering party must win the battle to win the plunder battle. Rewards for winning, random awakening of Haki for the participating parties. The complete rules appeared. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was excited, suddenly froze. The ninjas in Konoha village were also dumbfounded. The participating forces didn't include Konoha. Why? Konoha is the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, how could none of their renowned shinobi be selected? But the people of Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi village started to celebrate. Finally, it was their turn. In the Cloud Shinobi village, the 4th Raikage, I, stood up excitedly. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Anoki the Fence-Sitter. Chapter 108, Anoki the Fence-Sitter. Konoha village. Damn. Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi village were chosen. As far as the strength of the ninjas in the village is concerned, Konoha now has the Sannin and Hokage-sama. Why did they choose those two villages? Konoha shinobi felt sorry for themselves. But the Jonin seemed to understand a little bit. This was no random pick. Konoha had lost 2 world wars in a row, so Konoha was not qualified to represent their own world to fight again immediately. Naturally, it was necessary to rotate to other villages. On the other hand, why hasn't the defending faction been changed? Because they have been winning, so if they want to continue to represent their own world, they must continue to win. At the same time, as the first force to be selected, the Marines were the most powerful force in the pirate world. The strongest force in the ninja world was Konoha, but it was a pity that Konoha lost consecutive battles, so it was replaced. Although this rule had not been announced, it implied that if a force was defeated twice, it would rotate to the next force. Watching the ninjas in the village complain about bad luck, Kakashi sighed and looked at Might Guy, who had the same gloomy face beside him. The two looked at each other with understanding. Obviously, everyone understood that this was not a question of luck at all. This was caused by Konoha's successive failures. Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be said aloud. If ordinary ninjas knew, would they blame the ninjas who participated before? Blame Lord Hokage? Blame the Sannin? Kakashi and Might Guy didn't care much about fame, but they blamed themselves because they had participated in the battle but did not win for Konoha. However, the prestige of the Hokage and Sannin could not be damaged like this. Clenching his fist tightly, Kakashi opened his mouth and said to Guy, "It seems that we have to practice hard." Hearing this, Guy was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "Yes. Can we just let it go like this? Next time we have to beat those people properly, or we will be ashamed. This is the power of youth. Let's start the special training." The pair of good friends smiled at the same time. In the light curtain, the looters of the ninja world had been confirmed. Offender, 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki the fence-sitter. Looking at the displayed name, Kakashi froze for a moment. 3rd Tsuchikage. Is he going to do it himself? Might Guy asked, although the 3rd Tsuchikage is the only ninja who possesses bloodline selection in the ninja world, can he still deal with those terrifying guys at his age? Bloodline selection. What is that? Rock Lee, who was following Guy, asked. Just when Guy was about to explain, a battle scene about the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, appeared on the light curtain. White light pierced through the void. A cube of white light that erupted from the palms of Anoki's hands suddenly turned into a beam of light and charged into the distance. A terrifying explosion suddenly formed. This amazing destructive power surprised everyone in the pirate world. They didn't expect this old man, whose hair was about to fall out, to be so strong. The weird light emitted was so powerful. "I didn't expect that little old man to be so powerful," Sengoku said, looking at the arena where Yuichi and others were surrounded by light. At the front edge of the duel field, a small platform appeared with 10 seats. Yuichi and the others were transported to sit in these positions. After everyone except Yuichi saw Anoki's power, they were all a little surprised. This person's attack power was huge, but the special thing was this white ray, which was somewhat similar to Marine Admiral Kizaru. What ability is this? No need to ask, the answer had already been given on the light curtain. 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki of the Great Fence-sitter. The only extant ninja in the ninja world who possesses Kekkei Toda, bloodline selection. Chakra that combines 3 attributes to form a superpower, dust release, particle style. Battle evaluation, S rank. The data card was displayed, letting people know the name of Anoki's ability. But now, after reading this material, Sengoku suddenly had many questions. The chakra that fuses 3 attributes, the power formed. Dust release. With just such a brief introduction, Sengoku had somewhat understood the power system of the opponent's world. Chakra. The power called chakra had 5 attributes, which he had learned before. He originally thought that ninjas only had 5 different forms of energy to fight with, but now there was a new variable, chakra with different attributes could be fused. Combined with the previous titles involving fire style and lightning style, Sengoku determined that there were more styles than just the 5 basic ones. And these advanced styles were probably a fusion of more than 2 kinds of chakra. Like devil fruits, paramecia, zoan, logia, there were 3 categories but different abilities, and the ever-changing abilities were not so easy to deal with. Ninjas seemed to have similar qualities. Chakra, the power is not simple at all. Sengoku sighed inwardly. At this time, other words were displayed on the light curtain again. Plunderer, 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki of the Great Fence-sitter, has decided to challenge his opponent. Challenge opponent, S-class combat power, Marine Admiral Akiji. Confirmed. Both parties will be sent into the arena soon. Akiji, sitting on the special seat at the edge of the arena, froze for a second. Did you choose me? Akiji looked at Yuichi next to him. That's right. That old man probably doesn't want to fight a monster like you. As Anoki had S-class combat power, the opponents he could choose must also be S-class. Of course, if it wasn't Yuichi, it could only be Akiji. Although Akiji admitted that Yuichi was better than himself, he was also very upset that he was selected. It felt like he was being singled out as the weakling. Yuichi smiled. Be careful. That old man's dust release is not easy. It's better not to get hit. Hearing this, Akiji nodded. White light flashed and Anoki appeared on the duel field. At the same time, Akiji was also teleported in. The countdown was 10 seconds, the battle was about to begin. At this time, Whitebeard, Kaido, Sengoku, Garp, and others in the auditorium all began to cheer up. The old man on the other side obviously looked very difficult opponent. The ability of dust release was a terrifying force formed by the fusion of 3 attributes of chakra. What was this dust release like? They would have to see it for themselves. At the same time, the ninjas in the ninja world were also very curious about the legendary bloodline selection. It was rumored to surpass the bloodline limit. What kind of power did it have? Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, The Power of Bloodline Selection. Chapter 109, The Power of Bloodline Selection. Boy, looking at you, it seems that you are very dissatisfied with the old man's choice. Anoki noticed the resentment in Akiji's eyes. Akiji smiled. What's there to be dissatisfied about? I just didn't expect you to fight at your age. What? Is there no one left in your world? Being ridiculed, Anoki just shook his head. It's useless to use your tongue, you brat. Let me show you the power of my world, how about that? Countdown over. The light binding the two disappeared. The battle began. Almost at the end of the countdown, the cold air on Akiji's body spread instantly, rushing towards the surroundings extremely quickly. A thick layer of ice instantly condensed on the ground. Soon, everything within tens of meters was frozen. An extremely biting cold wind blew toward Anoki. Akiji's body was filled with astonishing cold air, and the white mist emerged for a moment. Suddenly, Akiji rushed out at high speed. Although not as fast as Yuichi's Shuinpa, Akiji was in a bad mood right now. Anoki chose to challenge him, obviously thinking that he could beat him. In this case, Akiji was naturally annoyed. Suddenly, Akiji rushed in front of Anoki. A palm with an extremely cold air shrouded toward Anoki, intending to freeze him instantly and end this battle as quickly as possible. After the previous fights, Akiji didn't pay much attention to these Kages. Because when Yuichi faced the Hokage, he dominated. It felt like they were strong in reputation but nothing more in reality. But when Akiji's cold air covered Anoki, suddenly Anoki's body soared into the air, floating into the sky. When the blow missed, the cold air surged and raged forward, creating a frost storm that blew towards the edge of the duel field at extreme speed. Akiji froze, looking up at the sky. This old man, unexpectedly, can fly. Anoki, who was floating in midair, still kept a faint smile on his face, looking down at Akiji. The astonished gaze made Anoki feel amused. What? Is it possible that only people in your world are allowed to have the ability to float, and people in our world are not? Of course not. No wonder you chose me as your opponent. Do you want to use the advantage of air movement to defeat me? Little devil, I think you have misunderstood. The old man has never thought of using any advantage to defeat you. Even if it is a real head-to-head confrontation, the old man is confident in defeating you. Akiji gritted his teeth and looked a little displeased. Really? Then let's see how you beat me with a head-on collision. Anoki slowly floated down from the sky, as if he really planned to have a head-on collision with Akiji. Sizzle. The cold air flowed on Akiji's body, and white smoke wrapped around his arms like ribbons. Are you really going to collide with me head-on? Old man, can your body still withstand a fierce battle? Anoki hammered his shoulder. Don't worry. Brat, this old man isn't too old to fight yet, so you should worry more about yourself. Akiji was a little annoyed that he couldn't take advantage in the verbal exchange. Since the old man wouldn't listen to persuasion and look down on him so much, he would make him suffer. Ice block, pheasant beak. In an instant, the cold air condensed into a huge ice bird, which spread its wings and rushed towards Anoki crazily. Everything it passed was frozen. The cold wind was blowing, but Anoki didn't panic at all. Earth-style, mobile core. He formed hand seals to release ninjutsu. In an instant, the entire duel field began to shake crazily, and bedrock burst out from the floor. It formed a strange terrain with uneven elevations, smashing Akiji's ice bird at this moment. The change of terrain made Akiji's eyes widen. At the same time, the people in the pirate world were also dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the duel field had changed into another appearance. Is this ninjutsu? Can it be used like this? Anoki's earth style surprised the ninjas even more. Ninja World, Cloud Ninja, excellent earth style ninjutsu. Although the third Tsuchikage is very old, I am afraid that no one in the entire ninja world can surpass him in earth style. Ninja World, Mist Ninja, it's normal to have this level. After all, this is a living fossil of the ninja world. Ninja World, Konoha Ninja, the Tsuchikage is still the only Kage who has mastered bloodline selection. If he uses dust release against a man who uses ice, I'm afraid it's over. Earth style, rock clone. While Akiji was surprised, Anoki created 5 rock clones. After the clones appeared, they quickly crossed the high rock wall and rushed towards Akiji. Although these were clones, they were extremely fast. That flexible movement did not look like a short old man at all. When Akiji sensed an enemy approaching as a clone sprang out from behind the rock, he raised his hands to condense the cold air. Ice time capsule. Swish. The wave of cold air skimmed through the ground, leaving a straight frozen line. It accurately hit the clone and froze it instantly. But when the second avatar appeared in the next second, Akiji was taken aback for a moment. Another one. This is a clone. The clones jumped out from behind the rock and soil one after another, surrounding Akiji. They pumped their fists, ready to collide head-on. Akiji's face was extremely ugly. This old thing actually wanted to collide head-on with him. I must be underestimated. Armament Haki covered his fist. Akiji didn't intend to use the fruit ability for this. Since he was coming, he wasn't afraid. It was just an old man. If he couldn't even deal with an old man in melee, it would be shameful. Bang bang bang. Several punches, and several rock clones were dealt with by Akiji at the same time. The clones turned into broken stones and flew around. Akiji had a smile on his face. What a weak fist. This easy. Suddenly, a white light lit up behind him. The moment the ear-piercing sound of breaking wind sounded, Akiji turned his head abruptly. At this moment, everyone in the auditorium opened their eyes wide. An incomparably astonishing burst of energy fluctuations. The force even changed Whitebeard's expression. Kaido also put down the jug in his hand, staring at Anoki below. Sengoku and Garp stared at Anoki the whole time, not letting go of any frame. Boy, if you are judged by emotions, it's a big taboo in battle. Next time, don't be provoked so easily. Anoki was smiling. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. In an instant, the white cube in Anoki's hands instantly spread to cover the entire dueling field. Akiji, who was covered by the white cube, turned pale. Boom. Explosions appeared within the white cube. The blinding white light made it impossible for anyone to see Akiji's situation clearly. After the roar. Battle ends. Winner, Ninja World, Anoki of the Great Fence-Sitter. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 110, The Emperor Who Rules the Sea. Chapter 110, The Emperor Who Rules the Sea. End. It's over. It's over. The people in the auditorium were still a little at a loss. Everyone had not recovered from the scene just now. There was an empty space in front of their eyes, the previous dual field had completely disappeared. Such terrifying destructive power. The entire arena vanished. Was that little old man's ability so powerful? That dual field is probably not so easy to destroy. Before, even Admiral Yuichi of the Marines didn't slash the dual field apart, but that person actually wiped out the entire arena. Exclamations continued to sound. Sengoku was also dumbfounded. From the moment Anoki showed his ability to float, he had a premonition that Akiji was going to lose. But he didn't expect such a situation to happen. The dual field disappeared in an instant. That power called dust release, how could it be so powerful? No matter how strong it was, there should be some debris and gravel left behind. This was nothing. In front of the empty space, one could already see the substructure of the dual field, and there was a black wormhole at an unknown distance below, as if to swallow everyone completely. It seemed that as long as you fell and got swallowed by the wormhole, you would lose. In other words, as long as you didn't fall, the space here was considered a battleground. While everyone was still in a daze, Akiji reappeared in his seat, looking down. Yuichi looked at Akiji with blank eyes. He looked like he had lost his soul. Some sighed, being broken down into atoms by dust release in an instant, it was probably not so easy to shake off that feeling. Now Yuichi didn't want to bother Akiji either. He turned his head to look at Anoki of the Great Fence-Sitter, floating in midair with his hands behind his back, looking deceptively weak. The third Tsuchikage. He was indeed strong. If it was Yuichi himself facing the old guy just now, perhaps it would only be possible to use Shuinpa or even Utsusimi at the fastest speed to escape from the range of dust release in an instant. Otherwise, facing the disintegrating power of dust release, his fate would be the same as Akiji. When Yuichi looked at Anoki, the other party looked back at Yuichi. Anoki smiled. Boy, I am also looking forward to fighting with you. Yuichi's image appeared on the light curtain. People from two worlds looked at Yuichi in the picture. People in the pirate world had just seen Marine Admiral Akiji being killed in seconds. Yuichi seemed to be their only source of peace of mind in this situation. They were eager for Yuichi to say a pep talk or two and destroy their confidence. At least in terms of momentum, they must not lose. Yuichi smiled. I'm not considered the strongest in my world. Don't you want to fight against people who are stronger than me? Saying that, Yuichi pursed his lips and pointed in the direction of Whitebeard and Kaido in the auditorium. See? The two sitting there. Hearing that, Anoki looked in the direction Yuichi was pointing. These two old men. I noticed them a long time ago. They are strong. Stronger than you. Of course. Yuichi replied without hesitation. The Yonko. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, he has the title of the strongest man in the world. Boom. The people of the ninja world froze. This huge old man, stronger than Yuichi. He admitted it himself, he was definitely not joking. Whitebeard shook his head helplessly. Yuichi was obviously trying to shift the hatred to him and wanted people in the other world not to pay too much attention to himself. Brat, as devious as that old fossil Sengoku. And the man sitting next to him, gulping down a drink, is one of the Yonko, Kaido of the beasts. He is a powerhouse not weaker than Whitebeard. Known as the strongest creature in land, sea, and air, an invincible existence in a one-on-one fight. Anoki, who was staring at Whitebeard, suddenly turned his gaze to Kaido. He saw Kaido drinking constantly and only felt that although this person might be strong, he should be far inferior to Whitebeard. Unexpectedly, Yuichi gave such an evaluation. Land, sea, and air, the strongest creature, invincible in one-on-one battles. It seems that this man deserves more attention. One-on-one invincibility is worth noting in itself. And he's younger than Whitebeard. Wait. They are called the Four Emperors, Yonko, so there are two more, right? Anoki noticed the title. Of course. If there weren't four people, how could they be called the Four Emperors? Anoki also felt that there was something wrong with his question. But who knew whether Four Emperors represented four people or just a code name? I still remember the fat woman who sat next to Whitebeard before. Many people in the ninja world began to recall that there was indeed a scary old woman sitting beside Whitebeard in the auditorium on the light curtain. Could it be that old woman is? That's also one of the Yonko, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. And the last emperor, whom you haven't seen yet. Red-haired Shanks. Yuichi said with a smug smile on his face. People in the pirate world, especially pirates, didn't know why Yuichi was praising them. It seemed that these four people were his backstage support. It was obvious that the Marines and pirates were enemies, yet at this time, Yuichi acted as if these four people were his elders or his bosses. The expressions of the people in the ninja world began to turn terrified. These four people are called the Yonko. They are the emperors who rule the sea. The strength of each of the four emperors far exceeds mine. At this moment in the auditorium, Sengoku was smiling all over his face, and Garp beside him had squinted his eyes, almost bursting into tears of laughter. Yuichi distracted them with this hand, directing the enemy's attention to the Yonko. Maybe not too good for the pirates, but good for the Marines. These four people were obviously not Marines, but Yuichi made it feel like, they're my boss. Seeing that Yuichi didn't seem to be joking, his eyes didn't flicker, Anoki's face became extremely dignified. It is true. In other words, above an admiral, there are the Yonko. And the Yonko are the strongest combat power in the opponent's world. Their ninja world had already dispatched Kage-level combat power, but the opponent had not yet used their strongest forces. The gap between the two worlds was becoming unacceptable to Anoki. The second battle is about to begin. At this time, the light curtain continued to flicker. Anoki's figure was teleported back to the auditorium. But now, although the ninja world had won, there were not many smiles on the faces of everyone in the audience, or even in the entire ninja world. Because the opponent's world still had stronger combat power that hadn't been dispatched, while their world had already sent Kage-level ninjas to fight. Wait until the opponent dispatches the Yonko. Then how could their world resist? At this moment, in the Akatsuki organization base in the Hidden Rain village, Nagato looked at Whitebeard on the light curtain. The Yonko. I really look forward to fighting this man. Second battle. Plunderer, personnel confirmation. Cloud Shinobi Village. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Kizaru from Another World. Chapter 111, Kizaru from Another World. Plunderer, personnel confirmation. Cloud Shinobi Village. Jonin, Darui. The fourth Raikage should be the one fighting. After all, if it wasn't for the Kage, victory would be uncertain. The audience was thrown into confusion. Jonin. Cloud Shinobi Village sent only a single Jonin. What are they doing? Sending a mere Jonin. Do they really think they can deal with the monsters from the other world? Is the Raikage scared? Does he think he can't win even if he fights personally, so he sent a subordinate to take the fall? Hey, watch your mouth. Our Lord Raikage is the ninja known as Blue Lightning. He would never be afraid. Keep talking like that or I would beat you. Although the Cloud Ninja in the auditorium defended their leader, they inwardly didn't understand why the Raikage had made such a decision. But surely, it couldn't be out of fear. The angry retorts from the Cloud Ninja made ninjas from other villages curl their lips and fall silent, though the suspicion lingered throughout the ninja world. How could the Raikage win without stepping onto the field himself? If they only won a single game, their world's plunder of power would be considered a failure. At his advanced age, the third Tsuchikage had gone into battle personally and secured a victory for the ninja world. Yet now, the Raikage seemed to be flinching. If they lost, Cloud Shinobi Village would likely be overwhelmed by the fury of their own civilians. Hiruzen looked at the name displayed on the light curtain. Darui. Is that the ninja who inherited the third Raikage's black lightning? Behind him, Shikaku Nara nodded. Yes. That should be him. Why send a jonin instead of doing it himself? Tsunade asked, frowning. She couldn't believe the fourth Raikage was afraid. There had to be another strategic purpose. Orochimaru laughed hoarsely. Don't you understand, Tsunade? Tsunade shot him a glare, displeased by his condescending tone. Orochimaru quickly suppressed his smile and explained seriously, it's simple. The fourth Raikage is likely judged as an S-level combatant by the system. Since the third Tsuchikage challenged the S-level Marine Admiral Akiji, there is a high probability that we cannot challenge the same tier of opponent consecutively. Therefore, Orochimaru continued, the only candidate for the fourth Raikage to fight would be Yuichi. I don't know if Cloud Shinobi's lightning-style chakra mode can defeat that guy, but if it were me, now is not the time to gamble. The priority is to ensure victory and seize the power of the opponent's world. Tsunade's eyes widened in realization. I see. By choosing Darui, a jonin, he will be evaluated as an A-level combatant. Referring to Kakashi and Might Guy, jonin are A-level, meaning his opponents will be those warlords or that Marine Rear Admiral. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen had arrived at the same conclusion. Sending a jonin was indeed the correct strategic choice. Yuichi. That man was already difficult to deal with. Now that he had become the one-tailed Jinchuriki, his threat level had skyrocketed. They couldn't easily risk their strongest leaders against him. But there is still a question, Hiruzen mused. Will sending Darui guarantee victory? Hiruzen smiled disdainfully. Those Shichibukai and that Marine Rear Admiral were not people to be trifled with. A single jonin might not be enough to guarantee a 100% win rate. The challenge opponent is A-level combat power, Shichibukai Gekko Moria. Confirmed. Both parties will be sent into the arena shortly. Moria, having been selected, possessed none of Akiji's patience. He screamed loudly at the screen, choosing me. Damn it. If you think I'm easy to deal with, you are sorely mistaken, kid. I'll make you my zombie. You will live in darkness forever and feel endless pain. Kishishishi. The light flickered, and the two combatants appeared on the dueling field simultaneously. The arena, which had previously disappeared, rematerialized instantly. This time, it seemed wider, and the floor glossier and more solid. Darui didn't look like anything special. In fact, he appeared lazy and listless, standing with a slump that screamed a lack of motivation. This appearance caused the Marines watching the battle to suddenly turn their heads toward Kizaru. Even Akainu squinted at his colleague. Kizaru calmly watched Darui on the light curtain. This little brother looks very strong. That weird, drawn-out tone left the surrounding vice admirals and soldiers speechless. Did Admiral Kizaru not realize that the man on screen was practically his mirror image? The resemblance in demeanor was overwhelming. Suddenly, Kizaru looked down at the people around him. Eh? Why are you guys staring at me? Apparently, Kizaru hadn't realized the key issue. Seeing they had been caught staring, everyone quickly turned their heads away. At that moment, Gekko Moria's voice boomed from the light curtain. You make me sick. Seeing you makes me feel like I'm looking at that unmotivated Marine Admiral Kizaru. It makes people angry just looking at you. Kizaru, having been named directly, was speechless. Is that guy really like me? Akainu grunted. You can remove the question mark. Kizaru. Gekko Moria, a towering small titan compared to Darui, glared down at the nonchalant ninja. As the countdown ended, Moria spread his arms. Facing me, Master Gekko Moria, and you still dare to show such an attitude? Since you have no energy, hurry up and die. Strange shadow bats formed behind him, flying out toward Darui at high speed. Darui yawned and spoke lazily, that is indeed a weird ability. Sorry it makes you angry. I don't want to be unmotivated, but it's just my personality, nothing I can do about it. As he spoke, Darui's hands moved. The moment the swarm of bats was about to strike, he formed hand seals with blinding speed. His action instantly silenced the mocking ninjas. The speed at which Darui wove signs put many to shame. The seal was completed in a split second, and thunder materialized almost instantly. Lightning style, Black Panther. Zizizi. Black lightning erupted, taking the form of a massive cheetah that rushed forward. As the thunder flashed, the swarm of bats was scattered instantly. The black lightning tore through the shadows and slammed directly into Moriya's body. Gah. Zizizi. The lightning paralyzed Moriya's massive frame. While the warlord was stunned, a figure flickered. Swish. Using the body flicker technique, Darui appeared directly in front of Moriya. He drew the sword on his back and looked at the warlord coldly. Boring. It looks like the battle is coming to an end. The blade fell. Darui appeared behind Moriya, slowly sheathing his sword. Puff. Blood burst from Moriya's neck. His eyes bulged, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his massive body slowly collapsed. Boom. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Rewarded Devil Fruit. Chapter 112, Rewarded Devil Fruit. The battle was resolved in an instant. When Gecko Moria hit the ground, the people of the pirate world hadn't even reacted yet. The enemy had released a bolt of lightning and then struck with a blade in a split second. A total of 2 moves to finish the opponent. Is this really one of the 7 warlords of the sea? There's nothing to say, it's too embarrassing to lose so quickly. This guy is probably the weakest existence in the Shichibukai. No wonder the enemy chose him. Is such a guy worthy of the title? Gecko Moria reappeared in his seat in the auditorium. Seeing him return, the audience immediately erupted into angry reprimands. Get out of the Shichibukai. Moria, you aren't fit for the title. You're too weak. Such trash isn't qualified to be a warlord. How could the world government take a fancy to this garbage? Faced with the scolding from behind, Moriya's already gloomy face turned a terrifying shade of black. He glared at the screen, directing all his fury at Darui. Darui stood in the arena, yawning with tears in his eyes. Hey. I'm so tired. The people of the ninja world felt a strange mix of emotions hearing Darui's complaint. This was a jonin from Cloud Shinobi. He was so powerful that he easily defeated a strongman from the other world, an undisputed instant kill. It had only taken a few seconds from start to finish. When Konoha's Sannin and Kage faced enemies from that world, they had fought bitterly. Why did it feel like Cloud Shinobi's ninjas were stronger? Wasn't Konoha supposed to be the strongest village? End of the second battle. Successful plunder of power. Participants, 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, Cloud Shinobi Jonin Darui. Special reward, a random devil fruit. Suddenly, the figure of the 3rd Tsuchikage flashed from the auditorium and appeared in the duel arena, standing side by side with Darui. Before Anoki could react, a beam of light descended in front of him. Inside the light, a fruit slowly floated down. Everyone stared at the fruit. At first glance, strange swirling patterns were visible on its skin. The moment the devil fruit appeared, every ninja felt an inexplicable sensation, a desire pouring out from it. They couldn't help but want to reach out and seize it. Eventually, the fruit fell firmly into the hands of Anoki and Darui. Darui looked at the fruit in his hand, noted the lightning-shaped patterns. He felt an extremely violent force emanating from it. Pineapple-shaped. This is a Logia devil fruit. This guy actually got a Logia. How could he have such good luck? At this very moment, in the pirate world, on Sky Island. Enel, who had been lying on his side watching the light curtain in his shrine, suddenly stood up. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the fruit in Darui's hand. That is mine. The rumble fruit, exactly the same. Darui inspected the fruit doubtfully. Can I really get strange powers by eating this thing? Under everyone's nervous gaze, Darui brought the thunder fruit to his mouth and took a bite. Crunch. Darui frowned. His face instantly twisted into an ugly expression. Puff. It's unpalatable, tastes like sh*t. Watching the devil fruit being spat out, the 4th Raikage in Cloud Shinobi village looked ready to explode. That idiot, he actually vomited. This is the source of power from the opposite world. That bastard wasted such a precious treasure. It wasn't just the Raikage, ninjas everywhere felt sorry for Darui's foolish behavior. No matter how bad it tasted, it granted power. What was a bad taste compared to strength? Could he not bear it for a second? Crackling. Suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted from Darui's body. Roaring electricity instantly resounded throughout the arena. The audience quickly covered their ears. Yuichi squinted at the screen. It really is the rumble fruit. The rumble fruit. Akiji, finally recovering from his defeat by Anoki, looked at Darui who was constantly discharging electricity. What's wrong with him? Doflamingo exclaimed, I didn't expect this guy to get the power of the rumble fruit. I'm dizzy just thinking about it. Thunder is an extremely powerful existence, even among Logia. Zizizi. Lightning flashed, and Darui's body was gradually engulfed by the element. He stood frozen in place, at a loss. What happened to him? Lightning style. Rampage. Seeing Darui engulfed by his own lightning, the ninjas were confused. Did he die? Suddenly, a thunderbolt fell from the sky, and Darui's body reformed from the electricity. Seeing this, the ninjas recalled that the Marine Admirals had used similar abilities before, transforming directly into an element. The fourth Raikage was surprised. Lightning. Darui got a lightning Logia ability. Just like the Marine Admirals, he can transform into the element. It should be Lord Raikage. You can't be wrong, Darui's situation is very similar to the enemy's. Mabui, the Raikage's assistant, was excited. Thunder. Regardless of whether this ability was strong or weak in general, it was the most suitable ability for Cloud Shinobi Village. As the lightning burst, Darui was directly teleported away from the arena, leaving Anoki staring at the empty space, stunned. It seems that if you don't eat this thing, there is no way to leave here. Anoki had wanted to take the devil fruit back to study, but the space wouldn't allow such a loophole. Reluctantly, Anoki let out a long breath and brought the fruit to his mouth. The fruit in his hand was not pineapple-shaped, so it obviously wasn't a Logia. It appeared to be a Paramecia type. He didn't know what ability he would gain, but Anoki swallowed the fruit whole, nearly choking himself. With Darui's lesson in mind, he didn't chew. As the fruit slid down his throat, Anoki's eyes lit up. He felt a wonderful connection forming with the entire dual field. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, The Awakening of Haki, The Two Great Ninja Villages. Chapter 113, The Awakening of Haki, The Two Great Ninja Villages. This strange sensation made Anoki's expression turn extremely peculiar. Watching his reaction, the Raikage, Mizukage, Sarutobi, and others were burning with curiosity. What kind of ability did the third Tsuchikage receive? Unlike Darui, there was no physical change in Anoki's body. Instead, the dual field began to shift. The ground rippled turbulently like waves on the water. Seeing such a strange change, the people of the ninja world were confused. What kind of ability was this? However, Doflamingo's eyes revealed a strange glint. This ability seems somewhat similar to Pika's, though it shouldn't be exactly the same. The ability of the stone fruit. Thinking of this, Doflamingo felt a twinge of fear. The ability displayed by the third Tsuchikage was related to stone manipulation. He could change the terrain of the entire arena instantly. He was already called the Tsuchikage, adding the ability of the stone fruit would make him even more formidable. The opponent would become an extremely difficult enemy in the future. Even in the eyes of the pirate world, the specifics of the ability were unclear. The only ones who truly understood Anoki's new power were members of the Don Quixote family and Yuichi. The third Tsuchikage plus the ability of the stone fruit, is this really random? Yuichi was speechless. This fruit was too perfect for Anoki. The synergy between his earth-style, light and boulder jutsu, and the fruit was terrifying. Cloud Shinobi Village, Hidden Stone Village, Random Awakening Haki begins. Boom. Suddenly, new words flashed on the light curtain. At that moment, Anoki was teleported back to the auditorium. Simultaneously, in the ninja world, within the villages of Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud, ninjas watching the screen suddenly felt a strange power surging within them. Haki. It was awakening. The first to awaken was none other than the third Tsuchikage, Anoki of the Great Fence-Sitter. The moment he appeared in the auditorium, a strong wave of Haki erupted from his body, instantly covering the area. Kaido, Whitebeard, Garp, and others turned to look at him. Conqueror's Haki. Boom. The astonishing fluctuation spread extremely quickly, and the people around felt a terrifying spiritual impact. If the audience hadn't been protected by a mysterious power, the civilians would have been knocked unconscious instantly. Whitebeard tapped his armrest lightly. It is normal for such a character to awaken Conqueror's Haki. However, while Conqueror's Haki was strong upon awakening, armament and observation Haki required training. Anoki felt the surging will. He was surprised. Is this the unique power of the other world? The feeling of Conqueror's Haki was impressive, but the armament and observation Haki shocked him more. Armament Haki covers the body, bringing power far beyond chakra. And observation Haki, an incomparably wonderful ability to perceive enemy attacks. Now Anoki understood why the people of the other world had such strong melee capabilities. The combination of armament and observation Haki allowed their physical level to surpass ninjas significantly. While Anoki was analyzing his new power, the ninjas of Cloud and Stone began to change. One after another, talented ninjas awakened the power of Haki. Not everyone awakened all three types, some only gained armament or observation. In the hidden stone village, only Akatsuki and Anoki awakened conquerors Haki. The situation was similar in Cloud Shinobi. The fourth Raikage undoubtedly awakened conquerors Haki, his office instantly destroyed by the explosive pressure. Darui also awakened it. All ninjas with good talent in the villages awakened Haki, and Cloud Shinobi seemingly had more dual Haki users than the stone, likely due to their martial culture. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki base, Deidara stared at his hands in surprise. Boom. He punched the rock wall casually, and the ordinary strike blew a massive hole in the stone, its power rivaling Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength. Sasori was stunned. Hey. When did your physical strength become so terrifying? Deidara shook his head, perplexed. I don't know, I just suddenly felt this power in my body. And it's very smooth to use. Just as he was getting excited, Tendo Pain appeared behind him. Deidara. The power you used just now, use it again in front of me. Pain's sudden appearance stunned Deidara for a second, but in the Akatsuki base, nothing escaped Nagato's perception. Deidara nodded. He used armament Haki to coat his fist again and punched fiercely. Feeling the fluctuation of Haki, Nagato's expression turned grave. He could clearly sense the force, but he couldn't understand how Deidara generated it. He tried to pry into the secret of this power with his Rinnegan but found that he couldn't decipher it. Tendo Pain turned and left without a word, leaving an excited Deidara behind. Ninjas obtaining Haki. Yuichi had a weird look on his face. He was now a person with 3 power systems, chakra, Haki, and Ryatsu. He knew how amazing the fusion of chakra and Haki could be. However, ordinary ninjas couldn't compare to him because Yuichi possessed tailed beast chakra. For a normal ninja, the collision between chakra and Haki only enhanced attack or defense. But if it was tailed beast chakra, senju chakra, or other special types, the synergy was exponential. Still, for the ninja world, this was a massive buff. Haki would greatly compensate for their physical disadvantage against the pirate world. The situation in the subsequent war would not be so one-sided. At this time, the picture on the light curtain disappeared, and text appeared. Fourth World War. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 114, The Fourth World War, Fighting for Privileges. Chapter 114, The Fourth World War, Fighting for Privileges. The Fourth World War will start in 7 days. This world war is a battle for privilege. The winner's world can get the time selection privilege for the 5th to 7th World Wars. The winner's world is enhanced by 2%. The loser's world is weakened by 1%. Reading the information on the light curtain, everyone was a bit confused. The concept of world power and weakness was known, but why was the range of enhancement and weakening so small this time? As the war progressed, the stakes should logically increase. Yet, the winner would only gain 2%, and the loser would drop by 1%. This was less than the shift in the Second World War. What was the point? However, many ignored the percentages and focused on the privilege displayed on the screen. Time selection privilege. Looking at those words, Yuichi's eyes narrowed. Could it be, does this mean that when choosing combatants, you can cross the constraints of time and space? You can choose not only people who exist in the present but also the strong from the past or future. Yuichi thought back to the First World War. That battle was a test, and the 4th Hokage had appeared. At that time, Yuichi didn't know the exact timeline of the ninja world, but since he fought Hiruzen later, Minato was likely already dead. This meant the system had granted the ninja world a time selection privilege during the test phase. If the 4th Hokage could play, there was no reason for the old Sarutobi to fight. Later, during the Plunder battle, Tsunagakure sent the 3rd Kazekage, another dead man. The system likely allowed this to balance the power scales. But this privilege wasn't automatic. If they won it now, they could use it for 3 consecutive wars. That would drastically increase the probability of winning. If the Marine gained this privilege, they could send Garp at his prime. Who in the current opposing world could beat Prime Garp? The fist is no joke. They could send 5 admirals, or even future admirals like Fujitora and Green Bull. Yuichi wondered. Can I choose my future self? If he could, what kind of power would his future self possess? Yuichi looked forward to it. Victory in the next war was mandatory. First, the privilege was a game changer. Second, if the ninja world got it, the consequences would be terrible. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Madara, Indra, Azura, the Sage of 6 Paths. Even peak Naruto and Sasuke. Any of them could destroy the world. At this stage, Yuichi didn't have absolute confidence in fighting those monsters. Even Kawaki or Boruto from the future, those Otsutsuki vessels, were more terrifying than current tailed beasts. To defeat them, Yuichi's character template awakening would need to be at least 70% to 80%. However, regarding the immediate future, the Marines' win rate was high. Unless something terrible happened, defeat was unlikely. As the time was confirmed, the light curtain disappeared. Immediately afterward, the people in the auditorium vanished one by one. Yuichi, Akiji, and the Warlords were all teleported back to their own world. Both worlds breathed a sigh of relief. If the fighting continued without a break, the stress would be unbearable. Although the winning world was sublimated and people became healthier, the price of failure was too high. Sometimes, people didn't desire to win, they just hoped not to lose. It was good just to be alive. Ninja World. Current ninjas felt disappointed. It would be 7 days until the next war. Seeing the Cloud Ninja gain the power of the other world made them envious. Even Kakashi yearned for the power of lightning obtained by Darui. If he had that ability, his lightning blade would become even more potent. Unfortunately, due to the first 2 losses, Konoha had temporarily lost the right to fight. If they wanted to qualify again, they would have to wait until Cloud, Stone, and Mist were defeated. But by then, the ninja world would be weakened further. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled deeply. Matters had become complicated. When the next war started, he, the third Hokage, would be questioned by more and more Konoha ninja. He had led Konoha and failed, losing their qualification to participate. Now that Cloud and Stone had obtained power, the gap between the villages would close, fueling doubts about his leadership. Lord Third. I implore you to hold the Five Kages summit. Suddenly, Shikaku's voice came from behind. Hiruzen turned around. A Five Kages summit. For what purpose? Shikaku looked serious. To establish the allied shinobi forces. We must gather the power of the 5 major villages to fight against the other world together. Shikaku continued with some uncertainty. If the allied shinobi forces are established as a single faction, then the next world war might recognize the alliance rather than individual villages. That way, ninjas from all 5 villages would have the opportunity to be selected. Hiruzen froze. Could it work like that? Could they regain qualification this way? Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Return a Brief Tranquility. Chapter 115, Return a Brief Tranquility. Pirate World. Back at Naval Headquarters, Yuichi was immediately surrounded by Vice Admirals. Mr. Yuichi, has that one tail become your power? What does it feel like to have the power of a tailed beast? Can you demonstrate it? Mr. Yuichi. Mr. Yuichi. The officers were obviously curious, and perhaps many were coveting the power for themselves. Yuichi used Flash Step to disappear from the crowd, exiting the square. However, they seemed intent on chasing him. Sengoku suddenly spoke up. Go back to work. Don't you have anything to do? Hearing the fleet admiral's command, the officers stopped and dispersed. The 7 warlords also prepared to leave Marineford. The next war wouldn't start for 7 days, and it seemed they didn't need to be physically present at HQ to participate. As long as they were under Marine command, they could be selected. Yuichi walked through the back streets of Marineford. Now he understood why Jinchuriki were treated as they were in the ninja world. Having great power was one thing, but when that power could be transferred to others, it caused endless trouble. Before long, a soldier notified Yuichi to report to Sengoku's office. Upon entering, Yuichi saw Sengoku just hanging up a transponder snail. The fleet admiral's face looked wrong. Who would call Sengoku immediately after the war ended? Yuichi. Sengoku looked up with a serious expression. Your swordsmanship, what exactly is it? Is it the power of a devil fruit? Yuichi had expected this. Fortunately, Senbon Sakura's shurikai wasn't too exaggerated, but Bankai was different, it didn't look like swordsmanship at all. I knew Mr. Sengoku would ask this eventually. Yuichi smiled and sat across from him. It's been a while since the worlds merged. I feel like something is different. A power even I don't understand allows me to change the blade. Sengoku was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. I see. Then what happened to the white flames you released during the duel? White flame. He meant Heido. Yuichi explained flatly, it's the same. An indescribable feeling. It seems similar to the chakra they use, but slightly different. Sengoku stared at Yuichi, but the young marine's eyes never wavered. Judging from his performance, Yuichi might be telling the truth. The worlds were merging, perhaps the power of the other world was manifesting in Yuichi ahead of time. Given Yuichi's talent, it wasn't impossible. Did Mr. Sengoku ask me here just for this? No. Sengoku shook his head hastily, his expression shifting. Yuichi, that. Can you give the one tail to the Marines? One tail. So they were targeting Shikaku. Shikaku was currently suppressed by the power of void, hollowification, inside Yuichi, allowing him to mobilize the tailed beast's chakra unscrupulously. However, releasing Shikaku was impossible. Yuichi didn't know how to control the hollow power fully yet. Sorry, Mr. Sengoku, I'm afraid I can't do that. Although I can use the beast's power, I can't release it at all. Hearing this, Sengoku's expression didn't change much, perhaps he had expected the refusal. He nodded. Okay, I understand. Don't leave Marineford anytime soon. Get acquainted with the power of the beast. I will. Yuichi watched as Sengoku waved him out. Seeing the hidden conflict in Sengoku's eyes, Yuichi felt strange. The fleet admiral seemed to have more to say but stopped himself. After Yuichi closed the door and left the building, Sengoku suddenly smashed the desk in front of him to pieces. Those people, do they want power that much? The ones fighting desperately to win are us Marines. Is sitting in the back not enough? Do they still want to control all the power in their hands? Sengoku was furious. The person on the phone had been none other than the Five Elders, the highest authority in the world. They had been blunt. Shikaku. The tailed beast. It must be handed over to the world government for management. No matter how powerful that kid's talent is, or how important his combat power is to the Marines, that tailed beast must be handed over. It was an order. They didn't give Sengoku a chance to speak. Sengoku hadn't expected them to be so greedy. No matter how strong the beast was, the power was better placed with Yuichi than anyone else. He could secure victories for the pirate world and prevent destruction. But the Five Elders disregarded the safety of the world for the sake of their greed and control. A bunch of idiots blinded by power. Sengoku let out a long breath. The door opened, and Garp stood there, holding a donut. I think those people are making you angry again, Sengoku. Bwahaha. I told you not to become fleet admiral, but you didn't listen. Now you know the trouble it brings. Mocked by Garp, Sengoku wasn't in the mood to retort. He remained silent for a second, then his gaze hardened as he looked directly at his old friend. Do you dare to accompany me to the Holy Land, Garp? Garp, mid-bite, paused. He looked at Sengoku. Was the old guy going to put all his eggs in one basket? He. Garp dropped the donut. The Marines are not alone. There is nothing I, Garp, dare not do. The two looked at each other and smiled. Soon, a warship set sail from Marineford, heading toward the Holy Land. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 116, Senbin Sakura Ability Enhancement. Chapter 116, Senbin Sakura Ability Enhancement. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. This particular training ground had been abandoned for some time. It was once the domain of the Marine recruits, specifically under the tutelage of Black Arm Zephyr. Since Zephyr left the Marines, the facility had fallen into disuse. Sengoku had no time for recruit training, Garp had no interest in such structured discipline, and the three admirals were far too busy with their own duties. Now, however, the deserted grounds were occupied by Yuichi. Scarlet chakra, the ominous energy of the One Tail, flowed from his body. Yuichi needed to acclimate to the tailed beast's power and determine if it could be synchronized with his Zanpakuto to enhance his combat capabilities. The crimson chakra surged, coating the blade of his Zanpakuto. The snow-white steel turned a scorching red, resembling iron heated in a forge. Swish. With a casual wave of the sword, Yuichi sliced through the air. The chakra-infused blade was terrifyingly sharp, cutting through solid rock felt as effortless as slicing through tofu. The sword energy released by the slash manifested as a streak of crimson light. It feels different from Haki, but the effect is similar, Yuichi muttered. He slashed again. This time, the red light deepened to a dark crimson hue. Boom. A fissure, significantly longer than the previous one, tore through the earth. He had used the same amount of physical force, yet the destructive power had doubled. The combination of Haki and chakra makes the slash more potent. Yuichi prepared for a third strike. Boom. A piercing roar echoed across the training ground. This time, the power more than doubled again. With the exact same swing and angle, he left a 20-meter-long gouge in the ground. When the three powers, Ryatsu, Haki, and chakra, are combined, the explosive output is exponentially higher. Yuichi looked down at the Zanpakuto in his hand, analyzing the synergy. While the combination created a devastating slash, each force retained its unique characteristics. Ryatsu behaved like a gas, it covered a wide area and spread easily over great distances. Chakra was more akin to a liquid, flowing with a medium viscosity. Haki, however, was distinct. To Yuichi, it felt the most solid and flowed the slowest, making it the hardest to control. Yet, Haki provided the most significant boost to raw attack and defense. Chakra came second, and Ryatsu provided the least physical reinforcement. However, because Yuichi's Ryatsu density had been enhanced 20-fold by the system, his defensive capability using Ryatsu alone was still astonishing. He concluded that while he would use all three, Ryatsu would serve as his foundation, with chakra and haki acting as force multipliers depending on the situation. Having tested the offensive enhancement, Yuichi moved on to his next experiment, wind style. As the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, he theoretically possessed the ability to manipulate wind. Swish. When Yuichi attempted to summon the wind, a whirlwind abruptly entangled his Zanpakuto, forming a sheath of turbulent air around the blade. Yuichi narrowed his eyes and tried to project a wind blade from his palm, but nothing happened. It seems impossible to control the wind directly without the sword. If he knew ninjutsu, he could likely release wind-style techniques with ease. The problem was, he wasn't a ninja. He had the fuel, chakra, and the affinity, but not the engine, hand sign/jutsu. I can't manipulate the wind directly, which means magnet style is also out of the question for direct casting. He gripped his hilt. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. The blade dissolved into 1,000 tiny fragments, scattering like cherry blossoms in the wind. Immediately after activating his Shirkai, Yuichi felt a shift. He began to understand the application of the One-Tail's magnet style. The flying speed of the Senbon Sakura fragments increased drastically, as if the blades were magnetically attracting and repelling each other to accelerate. In his perception, the falling petals formed an invisible, interconnected net. He could feel the precise location of every single shard. This was surprising. Typically, with Shirkai, one controlled the flow of the blades as a mass. It was impossible to micromanage the angle and trajectory of every single fragment among the thousands. But now, with the blessing of magnet style, the petals were not only faster but individually controllable. He could adjust the attack angle of specific fragments, creating a multidirectional assault that was impossible to dodge. Furthermore, the fragments themselves seemed capable of generating small wind blades. By clustering the petals, the micro-wind blades coalesced into a massive, invisible cutting force. Because this wind contained chakra, it possessed the potential to harm Logia users. While the density might not be enough to be fatal immediately, it would absolutely bypass their elemental intangibility to cause damage. This enhances Senbon Sakura's combat power several times over, Yuichi noted. If an enemy stepped into his domain now, he could launch long-distance wind cuts or shred them with precision-guided blades from any blind spot. Return. Yuichi sheathed Senbon Sakura. If the Shirkai was this strong, he could only imagine the terror of his Bankai. The tailed beast chakra had brought more surprises than expected. Now, time to try one last thing. Tailed beast bomb. Yuichi raised his hand, intending to condense the chakra into a sphere. However, his Zanpakuto began to vibrate violently. Frowning, he drew the sword again. The moment the blade was unsheathed, the dense chakra naturally gathered along the edge. Even the tailed beast bomb can only be released through the Zanpakuto. As the energy condensed, Yuichi realized something was off. The composition of the energy was changing. This isn't a tailed beast bomb. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 117, Akiji who visited late at night. Chapter 117, Akiji who visited late at night. Yuichi returned to his residence, his mind still lingering on the phenomenon at the training ground. The attack he had unleashed through the Zanpakuto was fundamentally different from a tailed beast bomb. It had incorporated a massive amount of Ryatsu, altering its nature entirely. The resulting blast was strikingly similar to Kurosaki Ichigo's signature technique, the Getsuga Tensho. It possessed ultimate, pure destructive power. However, the downside was the charge time. Gathering that amount of chakra and Ryatsu took too long to be practical in a high-speed melee. Timing would be critical. Yuichi sat cross-legged on his bed, entering a state of sword zen, a meditation practice of Shinigami. Although he had awakened both Shirkai and Bankai, the habit of communicating with his sword remained. With so many new powers coursing through him, meditation was essential to maintain fine control. While Yuichi cultivated, a warship was battling high waves on the ocean, heading toward the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Sengoku and Garp had not yet arrived, but the five elders had already received news of their approach. The five elders were not fools. They knew Sengoku wasn't coming alone, and bringing Garp signaled that the fleet admiral was not in a mood to compromise. The recent string of victories in the world wars had elevated Sengoku's reputation to unprecedented heights. The title of the resourceful general and the glory of the victories had solidified his prestige. The five elders could see a future where the Marines might slip from their control. Sengoku was loyal to the organization, but his definition of justice was deviating from the world government's interests. When he gets to Marigiois, I'm afraid we'll be forced to make concessions, one of the elders muttered, his head bowed in the dim room. Sengoku has accumulated too much political capital. If we try to remove him from the position of Fleet Admiral now, the world government will be condemned by the entire populace. His purpose is to protect the tailed beast inside that kid. He won't hand it over. Knowing Sengoku, he believes the power is safer under Marine supervision than ours. Then we cannot let them dictate the terms, another elder stated sharply. We can't stop Sengoku and Garp from arriving, doing so would cause an open rift between the Marines and the government. But we can secure the asset before they return. Who can stop Yuichi? Garp is recovered, and Sengoku is formidable. But Yuichi? It will take another day for them to return to Marineford. That window is all we need to decide the ownership of the tailed beast. The elders exchanged dark smiles. With Sengoku away, their influence over Marineford was absolute. Who will carry it out? Ordinary soldiers are no match for that kid. Even the Admiral Candidates might not be enough. His current strength is volatile. We need at least 2 admirals. Issue the order. Tell them we only want the tailed beast extracted. The kid's life is secondary, but try to keep him alive if possible. One of the elders picked up the transponder snail. Night fell over the pirate world. Despite the late hour, few were sleeping. The euphoria of the recent victory and the sublimation of the world left everyone energized. In taverns and barracks alike, people discussed the battle. Yuichi's suppression of the One Tail, Akiji's freezing of the desert, and Hawkeye's swordsmanship were hot topics. Of course, Gecko Moria's humiliating defeat was also a popular subject of ridicule. Yuichi had become a symbol of security. A marine monster who tamed the beast of the other world. In the residential area of Marineford, the lights were mostly out, save for the patrols. Knock, knock. There was a rap on Yuichi's door. He opened it to find Admiral Akiji standing there. What's the matter so late, Akiji? Yuichi asked, puzzled. Akiji knew his training schedule and rarely visited at this hour. Akiji's expression was uncharacteristically grave. Yuichi. I want to ask you something. What would you do if you left the Marines? The sudden question made Yuichi realize something was wrong. Akiji's eyes were intense, eager for an honest answer. Yuichi didn't ask why. He simply replied, if I left the Marines, I would join Teacher Zephyr's Neo Marines. I failed his expectations back then by not leaving with him. It's a regret of mine. Akiji nodded slowly, the answer was exactly what he had expected. Although the organization created by Mr. Zephyr is called the Neo Marines, they are defined as terrorists and pirates by the government. Their justice is considered extreme. Yuichi smiled. I know. Sensei's justice may not be politically correct, but it would be the best place for me if I were forced out of here. After all, if I'm leaving the Marines, there must be a significant reason for it. Akiji paused, a look of sorrow crossing his face. When you see the teacher, say hello for me. Crackle. Instant, bone-chilling cold flooded the room. In a split second, ice crystals exploded outward, freezing the air, the furniture, the walls, and Yuichi himself into a solid block of ice. Ice Time Capsule. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, The Beginning of the Marine Civil Unrest. Check out my new project. Danmaki, is it wrong for a mafia boss to go to the dungeon? Chapter 118, The Beginning of the Marine Civil Unrest. The room was a frozen tomb. Yuichi had been transformed into a perfectly preserved ice sculpture. Akiji stood before him, staring into Yuichi's frozen eyes through the translucent layers. He let out a helpless sigh, whispering, I'm sorry, Yuichi. This is an order from the highest authority. I am still a Marine, after all. As soon as the sentence left his lips, the right side of the ice sculpture flickered. Crack. A spiderweb fracture appeared on the surface. Then, a deafening boom rang out. An invisible shockwave of Haki and Ryatsu erupted from within, shattering the ice into fine powder instantly. Akiji didn't move, staring at the cloud of freezing mist where Yuichi had been. Zing! The sharp resonance of a blade slicing through air screamed out. A terrifying beam of sword light erupted from the smoke, sweeping toward the Admiral. Akiji dodged sideways, dematerializing into ice shards. Boom. The slash tore through the building and the street beyond, resulting in a deafening roar that shook the residential district of Marineford. Smoke and fire billowed into the night sky. Every Marine soldier on the island turned their heads toward the disturbance. Akiji reformed his body on the ruined street outside Yuichi's quarters. Marine soldiers, who had evidently been lying in wait, surrounded the area. Did Mr. Akiji fail to catch him? A soldier whispered. Akiji smiled coldly. Who do you think Yuichi is? Even if he is defenseless, he is strong enough to deal with any attack. If you think I can subdue a monster like that with a sneak attack, you think too highly of me. The soldiers fell silent. It was true, Yuichi's performance in the World Wars had proven he was in a league of his own. The dust began to settle. Yuichi's room was gone, the walls obliterated, revealing a path carved by the sword slash. From the thick smoke, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed. Yuichi walked out slowly, Zanpakuto in hand. His cold eyes scanned the perimeter, taking in the soldiers and Akiji. No wonder I felt the area was unusually lively tonight, Yuichi remarked, his voice calm. Someone in the Marines is making a move on me. He didn't need to ask who authorized this. It wasn't Sengoku, he would never. Since Sengoku was away, only one authority could mobilize an admiral and troops within headquarters. The five elders. Mr. Yuichi, a voice called out. A Marine Vice Admiral, Tion Masao, stepped forward. You'd better give up resistance and hand over the power of the tailed beast to the world government. This power belongs to the world, not to you as private property. I hope you won't be blinded by greed. Yuichi felt both annoyed and amused. Belongs to the world? Yuichi scoffed. If I hadn't captured it, it wouldn't even be here. And handing it to the world government isn't giving it to the world, it's giving it to the five elders as their private weapon. Do you really believe that nonsense? Stop making excuses. Tion Masao shouted, his face hardening. Since you won't listen to reason, don't blame us for being ruthless. Attack. Instantly, several rear admirals rushed out from the crowd, brandishing swords and hockey-coated fists. They attacked from multiple angles, their intent lethal. They had been thoroughly indoctrinated by the world government's orders. Yuichi narrowed his eyes. These were minor officers he didn't even recognize. Sending fodder to deal with him. Where were the elite vice admirals like Doberman or Enigmo? They had likely found excuses to avoid this dirty work. But these fools, they were seeking death. Since they're looking for it, I'll give it to them. As they closed within striking distance, Yuichi raised his hand slowly. Slash. The Zanpakuto moved faster than the eye could follow. The first rear admiral found his blade severed, followed immediately by his torso. The sound of tearing flesh sickened the air. Blood sprayed across the pavement. Simultaneously, the other attackers froze as cut lines appeared on their bodies, shoulders, necks, waists. Thud. 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 Several bloody corpses hit the ground. Yuichi lowered his sword casually, flicking the blood off the blade. The pungent smell of iron filled the air. The faces of the surrounding soldiers turned pale. The gap in power was insurmountable. Rear admirals were slaughtered like flies. You bastard. Tion Masao roared, trembling with rage. You actually killed them. No matter what you say, you are a Marine. How could you kill your own comrades? Yuichi's expression darkened. So, I should have just stood there and let them kill me. Is that your logic? Kill him. He's a traitor. He's no longer a Marine. Base. A blade pierced the air. Akiji's pupils contracted. Yuichi, wait. The next second, a gust of wind blew past Tion Masao's neck. The Vice Admiral froze, his eyes wide, staring at the tip of a sword hovering millimeters from his throat. The blade exuded a bone-deep chill. He swallowed hard. So fast. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 119, 3 Admiral vs. Yuichi. Chapter 119, 3 Admiral vs. Yuichi. The Zanpakuto held at the Vice Admiral's throat glinted coldly in the moonlight. Yuichi looked down at the man, who was now sweating profusely. The officer's previous bravado had vanished, replaced by sheer terror. 1 inch forward, and his life would have ended. Yuichi turned his head slightly to look at Akiji. Why ask me to stop? Akiji frowned deeply. Kill a Marine Vice Admiral, Yuichi, and you know the consequences. In the pirate world, killing a Vice Admiral was a line that could not be uncrossed. Even powerful pirates rarely did it because it triggered an automatic, relentless retaliation from Marine headquarters to protect their prestige. It would mark Yuichi not just as a rogue, but as a priority target for extermination. Yuichi understood. If he left now without killing a high-ranking officer, he might just be a wanted man. But killing a Vice Admiral made him an enemy of the institution itself. Yuichi. You raise your sword against Marines. There is truly no justice in your heart. A stern, gravelly voice cut through the tension. Yuichi sneered and turned to look in the other direction. Admiral Akainu stood there, arms folded, glaring at Yuichi with contempt. Do you also think I should have stood still and let them execute me? Yuichi asked. With your Haki, their attacks couldn't have hurt you, Akainu retorted. Yuichi laughed. Interesting. So I must be forced to defend passively and never fight back. Is that your absolute justice? Akainu didn't argue the philosophy. He stepped forward, magma dripping from his fist. Hand over the tailed beast and leave the Marines. This is my last warning. Or what? Yuichi squinted at him. Do you think you can beat me? Akainu's eyes bulged with rage. We'll find out. He glanced at the hostage. Let him go. And if I don't? Yuichi said coldly. You can try. Puff. The blade thrust forward, piercing the throat. Blood burst along the edge of the steel. Akiji opened his mouth to shout but fell silent. He watched as Yuichi slowly withdrew the Zanpakuto and swung it casually to clean the blood. The corner of Akainu's mouth twitched violently. Plop. The Vice Admiral's body collapsed to the ground. The surrounding soldiers took several steps back in horror. He actually did it. Without hesitation, right in front of Admiral Akainu. Yuichi had completely disregarded the threat. Yuichi's gaze remained fixed on Akainu, his eyes piercingly cold. Akainu gritted his teeth so hard they might crack. Yuichi. If you hadn't killed him, I might have let you live. But now, you are unforgivable. Boom. Hot magma erupted from Akainu's body. A scorching heatwave swept across the street, forcing the soldiers to retreat further. Yuichi remained calm in the face of the magma storm. Are you going to fight me? Are you really ready for that, Akainu? I should be asking you that. Akainu roared. Shwa. A rapid breaking sound echoed. In an instant, less than a blink, the tip of the Zanpakuto appeared right between Akainu's eyebrows. Yuichi's slender fingers gripped the hilt, the snow-white blade emitting a freezing aura. Yuichi smiled coldly. Are you sure? Akainu felt the cold steel against his skin and shivered involuntarily. Despite his power growth from the world evolution, compared to Yuichi, the gap was terrifying. He had only seen a blur before the blade was at his skull. Akainu swallowed silently. He's fast. That's scary. Mr. Yuichi's current strength is truly monstrous. A strange, drawn-out voice drifted from behind. No one needed to look to know who it was. Kizaru, Yuichi said without turning around. You want to block me too? Standing behind Yuichi, Kizaru had his hands in his pockets, but his right leg was raised, glowing with blinding light. I don't intend to block you, but if you kill an admiral, I'll be in trouble too. Put down the sword, and I won't shoot. The tension was suffocating. First Akainu, now Kizaru. Yuichi glanced back sideways. Really? Let's try then. Let's see who is faster. The moment he spoke, Kizaru's leg snapped forward. Light speed kick. Simultaneously, Yuichi's Zanpakuto thrust forward. Akainu desperately leaped backward, barely escaping death, knowing his speed didn't match Yuichi's. However, just as Yuichi moved, the air froze. Akiji flashed beside him, grabbing his arm. Yuichi, you can't kill Akainu. Bump. Kizaru's kick slammed into Yuichi's waist. Boom. Yuichi was launched like a cannonball. He smashed through several houses, demolishing them one by one until he finally skid to a halt in the rubble. Dust billowed into the air. Kizaru retracted his leg, frowning as he looked at his colleagues. Oops. I really hit him hard. I might have overdone it. Rustle. Yuichi stood up from the debris, patting the dust off his shoulder. He walked out of the ruins, back into everyone's sight. The spot where Kizaru had kicked him didn't even have a wrinkle on the clothes. Akiji sighed. Akainu's face was grim. Kizaru looked genuinely surprised. Are you all right? That defense is too amazing. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, The Unbreakable Defense. Chapter 120, The Unbreakable Defense. He had taken a solid light speed kick, yet Yuichi had taken 0 damage. Even his clothes remained intact. This situation was unbelievable. Kizaru wasn't just being sarcastic this time, he genuinely felt that Yuichi was far stronger than their intelligence suggested. Facing him in person was a completely different concept from watching him on a screen. Kizaru was certain he hadn't held back. He had been genuinely worried Yuichi would kill Akainu, so he had exploded with full force. Yet, it was like kicking a mountain. Yuichi walked toward the 3 admirals, his face expressionless but his eyes burning with a terrifying chill. While not flying into a rage, he was certainly not in a good mood. Kizaru felt the pressure of that gaze. Let's do it together, Akainu growled. Kizaru was surprised. The proud Akainu was actually suggesting a team-up. It was an admission of inferiority. The 3 admirals spread out, surrounding Yuichi from 3 directions. Yuichi stopped, raising his Zanpakuto slightly. The atmosphere was heavy enough to crush a normal man. 3 admirals attacking Yuichi together, it shouldn't be a problem, right? A rear admiral whispered, his voice trembling. In the distance, Vice Admirals Flying Squirrel, Momonga, Doberman, and Ghost Spider, Onigimo, watched from a rooftop. Unknowingly, Mr. Yuichi has become so powerful. Doberman muttered. Ghost Spider shook his head. I fought him earlier. I felt it then, he is stronger than any admiral. Now, after 3 world wars and receiving power from the other world, I fear that even if the 3 join forces, they might not be his match. The battle began. Kizaru moved first. Transforming into a flash of light, he rushed Yuichi in the blink of an eye. He refused to believe his attacks were useless. Light speed kick. The night sky over Marine Ford was lit up by the flash. A violent roar followed, sending shockwaves through the plaza. Suddenly, Kizaru stopped, his legs still extended in the kicking motion. In front of him, Yuichi had simply raised his left hand, blocking the kick with the back of his hand. Kizaru's face changed instantly. My kick, blocked. And his body didn't even move. Akiji and Akainu, preparing to follow up, froze in their tracks. Shock was written all over their faces. The jaws of the surrounding soldiers practically hit the ground. Admiral Kizaru, the fastest man in the world, had his strongest attack blocked by a casual backhand. And Yuichi hadn't budged an inch. Has my Ryatsu become this strong? Yuichi thought. He had merely used Ryatsu reinforced with a little Haki and the passive-tailed beast chakra. He hadn't even actively mobilized the heavy artillery yet. Satisfied, Yuichi grabbed Kizaru's leg with one hand, preventing him from elementalizing away. Try my kick too. Tempest kick. A cyan light burst out, infused with Ryatsu and Haki. Kizaru's eyes widened. He crossed his arms, coating them in armament Haki, just as Yuichi's leg connected. Bang. Kizaru was blasted away, sliding rapidly into the distance. Seeing Kizaru repelled, Akiji and Akainu recovered and attacked simultaneously. Hot magma swept from the front. Biting cold surged from behind. Boom. Both attacks hit Yuichi at the same time. The colliding forces of magma and ice created a massive explosion of steam and debris, engulfing Yuichi completely. The marine soldiers let out a breath of relief. Surely that did it. Base. A circle of sword light emerged from the center of the explosion, expanding outward at high speed. The air itself was torn apart. Both Akiji and Akainu were knocked flying, flipping in the air before skidding to a halt. The lava and ice evaporated instantly. Yuichi stood there, resting his Zanpakuto on his shoulder, a faint smile on his lips. You. Akainu stared, shocked. You blocked both attacks, with Haki. Yuichi was unharmed. Neither the magma nor the absolute zero cold had affected him. With your previous speed, you shouldn't have been able to dodge that counterslash, Yuichi noted. It seems the world evolution didn't just increase your strength, but your reflexes as well. As he spoke, a series of golden beams shot out from behind Akainu. Kizaru had returned. Pew. 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 Yuichi swayed slightly, his movements minimal but perfect, dodging the laser beams with ease. The lasers exploded in the background, collapsing rows of houses. Kizaru stepped out from behind Akainu. He wasn't injured, but the sleeves of his suit had been completely shredded by Yuichi's earlier kick. 1 against 3. And the 3 admirals seemed completely helpless against Yuichi. He was suppressing the highest powers of the Marine headquarters all by himself. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Contempt from the King. Chapter 121, Contempt from the King. For the current Yuichi, suppressing Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru was nothing out of the ordinary. He hadn't even utilized the tailed beast chakra yet. He hadn't unleashed his Zanpakuto S Shirkai, let alone his Bankai. It wasn't that the combat power of the 3 admirals was weak. However, because all 3 were Logia users, a significant portion of their strength relied heavily on the powers granted by their devil fruits. For Yuichi, who possessed a layer of Ryatsu armor, the damage capabilities of devil fruit abilities were extremely limited. If they were to attack with Haki, it would be a different story. Ryatsu could not completely block Haki attacks, it could only be combined with Yuichi's own Haki to mitigate damage. Against those with weaker Haki, Yuichi would remain unharmed. If it were Garp, the situation would be different. In terms of Haki, Garp was superior to Yuichi. Even if Yuichi utilized 3 different energy sources simultaneously, he might not be able to perfectly block Garp's Iron Fist. It was a pity that the Haki of these 3 admirals was not exceptional, while advanced, it lacked the dominance of true masters. This was the downside of Logia fruits. Sometimes, relying too much on the fruit's ability led to a weakening of one's fundamental strength. Ice Time Capsule. Swish. Akiji suddenly shot forward, releasing a wave of freezing air that swept toward Yuichi. Yuichi simply raised his hand gently, unleashing a fusion of Haki and Ryatsu from his core. An invisible wave exploded outward, instantly annihilating the encroaching cold air. Akiji's expression turned grim. He wasn't upset that his attack was blocked, but rather confused as to why Yuichi was still lingering. Was he really planning to defeat all three admirals before leaving? That would make things infinitely more complicated. If Yuichi truly did that, he would become a thorn in the world government's side the moment he left the Marines. Seeing the worry in Akiji's eyes, Yuichi sighed. He knew exactly what the other man was thinking. Originally, he just wanted to teach Akainu a lesson before departing. Since Akiji was so concerned, Yuichi didn't plan to continue the fight. He would leave. Relying on the power of a Soul Reaper, Yuichi could leave naval headquarters anytime, anywhere. He took the Zanpakuto off his shoulder. Yuichi prepared to sheath his blade. Watching this movement, Akainu and Kizaru were obviously confused. Was Yuichi planning to stop fighting? However, just as he aligned the Zanpakuto with the scabbard and was about to slide it home, the system chimed. Task announcement. King's Contempt. Defeat the 3 Marine Admirals, destroy the Naval Headquarters building, and leave Marine Ford. Task reward, the second character template is opened, Asakura How. The action of sheathing the blade froze the moment the character name appeared. The second character template. Suddenly, Yuichi couldn't contain the look of surprise on his usually calm face. Although he had long suspected that the system wouldn't be limited to just Byakuya Kuchiki, the fact that there had been only one template for so long led him to believe he needed to fully awaken Byakuya's abilities before unlocking another. But now, with Byakuya's template not yet fully awakened, the second character template had appeared. Akiji frowned, looking at Yuichi, who had stopped moving. The heart he had just allowed to relax suspended itself in his throat once more. Yuichi looked up at the 3 of them and cast an apologetic glance at Akiji. I'm sorry, Akiji. I'm afraid I'm going to have to betray your kindness. There's no way I can ignore this kind of mission at a time like this. It was impossible to give up the second character template. His gaze hardened. Yuichi suddenly flicked his wrist, unleashing an extremely cold slash. Turbulent sword energy burst toward the 3 admirals in an instant. The 3 dodged in different directions. Yuichi's eyes twinkled slightly. Shuinpa erupted. A figure suddenly appeared behind Akainu, who had just landed. Holding the hilt with both hands, the blade dragged along the ground, leaving a long streak of sparks. Akainu heard the sound behind him, and magma erupted, sweeping out to cover his rear. But in the next second, the soul-cutting blade sliced through the lava. The gloomy gleam of the blade fell upon Akainu's chest. Slash. A long wound appeared. Akainu had defended with Haki at the last moment, but Yuichi's slash was too fast. The Haki was struck before it could completely cover him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured so severely. Kizaru and Akiji were stunned by Akainu's injury. Yuichi had actually hurt Akainu. The situation had changed. Did he really intend to use the Marine Admirals to vent his anger against the world government? Akiji hesitated, but Kizaru took action. In terms of speed, Kizaru was not to be underestimated. It just took a little time to charge the Glint Fruit's power. Ama no Mirakumo. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru took over for Akainu and engaged Yuichi. The lightsaber slashed down. Bang. Buzz. The Zanpakuto and the lightsaber collided, detonating an astonishing fluctuation of airflow instantly. Competing in swordsmanship with me? Yuichi sneered. He immediately exerted force to knock Kizaru back, and then the light of his blade crashed against Kizaru like a tide. The Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand turned into an afterimage, flickering wildly. A fierce collision erupted. Kizaru waved his lightsaber, responding awkwardly. It only took a few seconds. Shwa. 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 There were several sounds of tearing flesh and blood. Streaks of scarlet blood splattered into the air. Boom. Following a crash, Kizaru was slashed and sent flying by Yuichi. Although he neutralized the force in the air after successive rotations, he landed heavily. After landing, Kizaru's face was grim. There were eye-catching cuts on his shoulders, thighs, and forearms. Blood was flowing freely. Ice block, partisan. Whiz. Whiz. Spears of ice pierced from behind, hitting Yuichi with precision. Yuichi turned and stepped back. The ice spears collided with Yuichi's Zanpakuto, but they were not crushed immediately. Because these ice spear wounds were covered with a layer of tailed beast chakra. The blue ice was flashing with a red streamer. Yuichi narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you been able to release the tailed beast chakra? The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and the Ryatsu on Yuichi's Zanpakuto also erupted, bouncing the ice spears away. Akainu and Kizaru, who had gotten up by this time, noticed the situation simultaneously. Akiji, will create an opportunity for you. You hit him. As Akainu spoke, he attacked without hesitation. Hellhound. At the same time, Kizaru raised his hands and crossed them. Yasukani no Magatama. Akiji felt helpless, it seemed impossible to stay out of it now. He took a breath. An ice saber condensed in his hand, and then the tailed beast chakra in his body exploded, covering the blade. Lava and laser beams bombarded Yuichi. Yuichi waved his Zanpakuto with his right hand. A whirlwind-like sword light swept toward the lava. At the same time, he raised his left hand with his back facing Kizaru. Bakuto number 8. Seiki. The laser beam stopped within 10 centimeters of the back of Yuichi's hand. Immediately after, they reflected back toward Kizaru himself. The moment the laser beams exploded beside Kizaru, under the cover of the light, Akiji wielding his ice saber and Yuichi holding his Zanpakuto clashed. Bursts of sparks erupted. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, The world is evolving, but you are stagnating. Chapter 122, The world is evolving, but you are stagnating. This easy. Sparks flew continuously. Akiji looked at Yuichi in front of him, holding his ice saber tightly to block Yuichi's Zanpakuto. Go. Akiji whispered to Yuichi at this close distance. But hearing Akiji's words, Yuichi shook his head helplessly. Sorry, I can't go yet. Why? There are some things I can't tell you. So I want to defeat all three of you. To be honest with you three, I have long been looking forward to doing this. Hearing this, Akiji froze. He didn't expect this to be the reason. But if it was Yuichi, it wasn't impossible. This guy always did things according to his own preferences. Staying just to fight against them simply because he wanted to, that was plausible. But this guy didn't even look at what time it was. Great eruption. Suddenly, Akainu's voice came from the right. Yuichi smiled and looked at Akiji. I won't show mercy. So, Akiji, if you don't want to be seriously injured or die, take it seriously. Clang. Akiji was knocked back by the blade. Retreating, he looked at Yuichi. The look in this guy's eyes was serious. Did he really choose to defeat the three admirals head-on at this time before leaving? The madman. Akiji smiled helplessly. But it was precisely because of this character that he considered Yuichi a very good friend. Ha! A blade sliced through Akainu's lava again, and Yuichi shot out like a rocket. The Zanpakuto in his hand pointed straight at Akainu's neck. In the next second, Akainu swung his fist at Yuichi. This time, Akainu's fist didn't burst with lava but instead used armament Haki. Yuichi's eyes flickered, and he swung the side of his Zanpakuto to block Akainu's fist. Clang. There was a crisp sound of metal colliding. Yuichi took a step back. Akainu took 3 steps back. The two stopped, and strong wind waves spread outward. In the twilight, the soldiers stared at Akainu with wide eyes. Forced to retreat. Admiral Akainu forced Yuichi back. Why? The previous attack was obviously useless, how can he force Yuichi back now? Akainu had already explained the doubts of these people. Really? Akainu's voice rang out. Everyone looked at him. He looked down at his fists. For you, the attack of the fruit ability is not as powerful as the attack of Haki. So, the ability attacks of the three of us, you can easily defeat them all, or block them unscathed. Hearing this, Kizaru also suddenly appeared not far from Yuichi. Looking at the men in front of him. It seems that compared to the attack of the fruit ability, Haki can deal a more effective blow to you, right? Kizaru's face became a little weird as he spoke. Akiji, holding his ice saber, adjusted his stance and walked toward Yuichi. After several world wars, Haki's power itself has been strengthened. On the contrary, the fruit ability does not seem to be enhanced. What Akiji said wasn't entirely right. Strictly speaking, fruit abilities had also been strengthened. However, unlike Haki, which directly increased in raw power, fruit abilities were enhanced in terms of development potential. If one concentrated on developing the fruit, they would find it became stronger. There might even a chance to awakening it. However, in the successive world wars, the three admirals obviously did not focus on developing their devil fruit abilities any further. The power of Haki exploded from the three of them simultaneously. The power of tailed beast chakra surged from Akiji's body. Looking at their appearance, it seemed they intended to use Haki to fight. Yuichi smiled. Giving up the fruit ability you are good at, and using your weaker Haki to fight me instead. Although your fruit abilities do not have much effect on me, is it really wise to give up your advantages and choose your own weaknesses to fight against me? The faces of the three admirals became ugly. Although their Haki was not weak, compared to Yuichi, even before the World Wars started, they were inferior. Let alone now. Now Yuichi's Haki was stronger than theirs, plus he possessed Ryatsu and Tailed Beast Chakra. Choosing to use Haki against Yuichi was logically correct, but it couldn't change the outcome. We'll know once we try. Akainu said, unconvinced. Hearing this, Yuichi smiled coldly. Then let's try it. Instant action. Undulating explosions of Haki accompanied a powerful impact from Yuichi's body. The three admirals, together with the marines present, all felt a strong sense of oppression at that moment. Immediately afterward, Yuichi rushed at them, slashing with a mixture of Haki and Ryatsu. He violently repulsed the oncoming Akiji. Then Kizaru and Akainu attacked from left and right. Their Haki attacks were met by Yuichi, who raised his fist without suspense and sent both of them flying, fighting 1 against 2. As admirals, your Haki is too weak. Your focus on fruit abilities makes your Haki lacking. Yuichi continued to attack. One person easily suppressed 3 marine admirals. Yuichi rampaged like a god of war. Neither Kizaru, nor Akainu, nor Akiji could stop him. The absolute power displayed by Yuichi stunned the surrounding marine soldiers and officers. Can pure swordsmanship plus Haki really suppress 3 admirals? It turns out that one can be so strong without a fruit ability. How could this be? The 3 admirals are Logia users with strong destructive power, yet they are helpless against a grandmaster of swordsmanship and Haki. Strong destructive power and strong combat effectiveness were 2 different things. Facing the 3, the one who was slightly qualified to fight Yuichi was Akiji, because he had the blessing of the Tailed Beast Chakra. Chakra plus Haki made Akiji's power very strong. But it was not equal to Yuichi's Ryatsu plus Haki. What's more, Yuichi had not used the power of his Tailed Beast Chakra yet. Boom. The 3 were repelled again. The ice blade in Akiji's hand suddenly shattered. Even the protection of the Tailed Beast Chakra was completely useless. Akainu and Kizaru were even more embarrassed. They didn't have Tailed Beast Chakra armor and were completely unable to withstand Yuichi's attack. The 3 stood up, panting heavily, suffering from numerous injuries. But at this time, Yuichi stopped suddenly. I said it all, your energy reserves are too weak. The fruit ability is too weak. The world is evolving, but you guys are still idle. Yuichi smiled. All 3 seemed to understand something. But at this time, Yuichi had no time to care about what they thought. Senseless fighting. Let's end it. Buzz. Red chakra exploded. Everyone stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. Akiji was stunned. Yuichi possessed chakra as thick as scarlet blood. It was completely different from the Tailed Beast Chakra Akiji released. Feeling the strong chakra waves emanating from Yuichi, Akiji realized. Is this the power of that Tailed Beast? Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Collapsed Headquarters Building. Chapter 123, The Collapsed Headquarters Building. The Tailed Beast Chakra surged out. Ryatsu and Haki were also released by Yuichi without reservation. 3 different forces merged together. The momentum of the explosion was completely different. Ryatsu converged into a blue light that surrounded the outermost periphery. This was the first time Yuichi had compressed Ryatsu to such an extent, manifesting the physical light of spiritual pressure. Then came the red-tailed beast chakra. Thick as blood, it gathered toward the Zanpakuto. Finally, on the inside, was the black Haki wave. Black armament Haki laced with golden light turned into black and golden lightning bolts, dancing crazily on the Zanpakuto. In an instant, countless ripples distorted the air all around. A series of shockwaves shook the airflow, spreading rapidly like water ripples. Whoosh! Thick smoke was blown away by the howling wind. Akiji and the others swallowed simultaneously, feeling the terrifying wave in the air. Their faces began to slowly turn pale. Yuichi squinted at them, looking past the gap between the 3 to the naval headquarters building in the distance. This location was probably hundreds of meters away from the building. Yet, Yuichi looked as if he intended to attack naval headquarters from this very spot. It seemed Akiji and the others weren't in Yuichi's eyes at all. If they knew Yuichi was aiming for the naval headquarters and not them, they would likely be furious. There had to be a limit to underestimating people. Yuichi ignored them completely. 3 energy converged, frantically compressing onto the Zanpakuto. In the blink of an eye, they fused on the blade. But the power gathered on the blade slowly settled. Yuichi held the trembling Zanpakuto. He raised his head, his pupils dilating slightly, locking onto the figures of the 3 admirals and the naval headquarters building behind them. Be careful. Don't die. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sensation suddenly washed over them. Akiji and the others immediately burst out with all their strength. Escape. It was impossible to escape. Yuichi had locked onto their signatures completely. If they couldn't dodge, the only option was for the three to join forces to resist the attack. Freeze. Flash. Lava. The three forces erupted at the same time. Frost saturated the ground, light burst wildly in the center, and lava constantly erupted into the sky. The three marine admirals were firing on all cylinders. Although they didn't use any special named techniques, simply releasing their raw fruit abilities created an amazing scene when combined. Blue, gold, red. Three different colors converged into a beam of light, galloping toward the distance. Yuichi lowered his eyes. He looked at the three with disdain. This level can't stop my attack. Clang. The blade cut across the sky. For an instant, the space in front of Yuichi seemed to distort. Invisible ripples spread out like waves in a pond. The light was swallowed in an instant, and Yuichi's surroundings seemed to be cut off from reality. Within 10 meters, everything turned black and white. Everyone was shocked. They felt the sensation of space. Immediately afterward, in the weird black and white space beside Yuichi, a black light emerged. Breaking through the wind at extreme speed, the sword light was like flames and thunder. Shwa. Whoosh. With a terrifying roar, it flocked to the three admirals. The blade trembled slightly, making a crisp and loud sound. Clang. Under Yuichi's sword light, the three admirals' joint attack was broken instantly. Cold air, laser beams, magma, these supposedly powerful forces seemed insignificant under this blade. Before the three could react, the sword light had already appeared in front of them. They raised their hands to release Haki in an attempt to block. But in the next second, the light engulfed them completely. At the moment of being swallowed by the slash, Akiji saw Yuichi through the light. He was already slowly sheathing his Zanpakuto. Is he that confident? Immediately withdrawing the blade after a single slash. He didn't even lift his head, as if he already knew the outcome. The gap is really, still too big. What Akiji didn't know was that the gap existed only because Yuichi had obtained the tailed beast. Or perhaps for other reasons. Akiji slowly lost consciousness under the terrifying light. The Marines who witnessed the three admirals being drowned by the slash felt petrified, standing still, unable to move. Then, a more terrifying picture appeared. The blade light continued to sweep into the distance without slowing down at all, directly hitting the naval headquarters building hundreds of meters away. The sonorous sound echoed over the entire island of Marineford. Buzz. Accompanied by the sound of colliding swords, it cut through the naval headquarters building. A rift appeared in front of Yuichi and spread all the way to the distant structure. Everyone took a deep breath. From a distance of hundreds of meters, the slash still reached the headquarters. The power was too terrifying. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the building started to roar. Everyone turned to look. A slanted slash mark appeared halfway up the structure. The upper half of the building began collapsing toward the plaza. The soldiers covered their mouths, watching helplessly as the symbol of marine justice crumbled. Until the sound of the complete collapse resounded throughout Marineford. Only when thick smoke rose did they slowly wake up from their shock. They turned their heads to look in Yuichi's direction. What they saw was Yuichi's back, striding away. This man didn't care about the enemies behind him at all. The three admirals had fallen into the ruins, and there was no movement from them for a long time. The smoke and flames from the collapsed marine building illuminated Yuichi's path. The marine soldiers surrounding him automatically dispersed. Facing Yuichi, no one dared to come within 10 meters. Mission completed. Enable the second character template. Yuichi saw the prompt from the system. A smile appeared on his face. He turned to look at the marine soldiers behind him. He took off the marine cloak from his shoulders, raised his hand, and threw it to the nearest soldier. From now on, I'm no longer a marine. Yuichi smiled. He turned his head, jumped up directly, and vaulted toward the sky. At this moment, Sengoku, who had almost reached the holy land of Mariewa, came onto the deck. He looked at the moon in the sky. He didn't know why, but he couldn't sleep tonight. Garp followed behind him. Why can't you sleep? Sengoku asked. Yeah, Garp replied. I always feel like something happened tonight. Sengoku froze for a moment and then sighed. I hope it's all my illusion. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Opening the Second Character Template. Chapter 124, Opening the Second Character Template. On the peaceful sea, upon a small reef. Yuichi sat looking at the dark waters around him. The reflected moon fell upon the waves. After leaving naval headquarters, Yuichi galloped for 2 hours until he stumbled upon this reef and stopped for a short rest. 2 hours ago, I was an Admiral Candidate at Naval Headquarters. With the approval of Mr. Sengoku, the next fleet admiral being cultivated with importance. Who would have thought that now I'm a defected Marine? Unexpectedly, he chose to join the Marines at the beginning but was forced to leave in the end. Although Yuichi didn't care deeply about the organization, he had been there for a long time. He clicked on his system. Yuichi looked at the interface that popped up. It still showed whether to start the second character template. Looking at the system interface, Yuichi felt a little strange. It's not like I didn't fight Akiji before. Why didn't I trigger any mission at that time? However, after that strange fusion of worlds started, the system was able to trigger tasks very easily. If his template system had nothing to do with the fusion of worlds, Yuichi wouldn't believe it even if it killed him. For 20 years, Yuichi had been working hard. He tried various methods, attempting to trigger missions or make changes in the system to break through the awakening progress of the template character. But it was all useless. On the contrary, once the fusion of all worlds began, the template system seemed to break through. The progress of awakening that had troubled him for many years surged. For a long time, Yuichi had been thinking about the reason. In the end, he settled on a possibility. Maybe it was because the power given to Yuichi by the template system did not belong to the pirate world. Before the fusion of worlds started, it couldn't steal much power from other worlds to give to Yuichi. After the fusion began, it was as if a closed door had been opened. Even if it was just a crack, the template system could pass through, steal the power of thousands of worlds, and make Yuichi stronger. This was Yuichi's conjecture, and the system would not answer for some reason. But so be it. Let's see now. The second character, Asakura how much change will it bring me? Open the second character template. Confirmed that the host agrees to open the second character template. Opening. Please wait. Suddenly, a spontaneous energy flowed out from Yuichi's heart, speeding through his body. Blood vessels, muscles, cells, and bones all felt endless tearing pain at the same time. Even his soul seemed to be torn apart, forcibly blending in a new soul. Boom. Suddenly, the power in Yuichi's body poured out crazily, completely uncontrollable. Ryatsu, Haki, chakra, and shamanic power, Furyoku, that kept coming. Furyoku, the power of the Shaman King world. The power brought by the second character template, Asakura. The original power poured out, and then the Furyoku took over Yuichi's body. Weird shamanic fluctuations, different from Ryatsu or chakra, rippled out. It seemed that on the other side of reality, a mirror dimension set off turbulent waves. All kinds of terrifying tsunamis erupted suddenly on the calm sea surface. However, the tsunami that should have swept over Yuichi avoided him on its own initiative. Natural disasters. Actively avoiding Yuichi. After tens of seconds, Yuichi's eyes turned red. He reached his limit. The increasingly severe pain was almost unbearable. Strength increased to the limit of host. Congratulations to host for successfully opening the second character template. Character awakening progress, 10%. When the terrible pain receded like the tide, Yuichi gasped for breath. He looked at the system interface. It turns out to be like this. Just like the first awakening of the Byakuya Kuchiki template, how much ability could be awakened initially depended on how far he could persist. When awakening for the first time, Yuichi remembered that he only awakened 3% of Byakuya Kuchiki's power. This time, he got 10% directly. If he could persevere, he might be able to unlock 100% of the power directly. Host, Yuichi. The first template character, Byakuya Kuchiki. Current awakening progress, 58.7%. Shurkai, enabled. Bankai, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, opened. Senkei, opened. Gokiai, not open. Shukiai, Hakutiken, not open. Zenjutsu, advanced. Hakuda, medium. Ho-ho, moderate. Kido, medium, freely use all Kido below number 50. Special skill, Utsasimi. Expand ability, void power. Looking at the profile of the first template, Yuichi noted the progress of the newly increased 0.7%. He just cultivated a little bit, but he had grown so much. It seemed that he should practice as much as possible when he had time in the future. It felt like instinct returning rather than learning something new. Then, next was the second character template. Second character template, Asakura. Current awakening progress, 10%. Individual ability, spirit vision, enabled. Seal, opened. Other abilities have not been activated yet, please continue to increase the awakening progress to unlock more abilities. Compared with the first template, the abilities displayed for the second character template were few. But this was the same as Byakuya Kuchiki's template initially. Yuichi wasn't surprised. But the two abilities of the second character template made Yuichi take notice. Spirit vision, Raisure, you can know the inner thoughts and abilities of others without looking or asking. The effect of this ability could be described as quite broken. In other words, Yuichi could know everything about the person standing in front of him without asking a single question. This ability was terrifying. Plus the observation Haki exclusive to the pirate world. If Yuichi could develop observation Haki special ability to predict the future, then with the help of spirit vision, he might be able to see through anyone's past and future at a glance. This was enough to be called the power of God. And Asakura How gave Yuichi a second ability. Seals, one named Zenki, and one named Goki. In other words, this ability allowed Yuichi to summon the front ghost and rear ghost to help fight. It was equivalent to 2 more summoned beasts. He didn't know how the fighting power of Zenki and Goki would behave in this world, whether they were strong or weak. And now, in addition to feeling the new power of Furioku, all the power in his body seemed to be strengthened. That's why Yuichi wasn't quite sure. Will the awakened character template enhance other powers? Or has the fusion of Asakura Hao's power brought about special changes? Unknowingly, dawn was approaching. On the other side of the horizon, a bright light was rising, piercing the Black Sea surface, reflecting blue light. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, 2 Worlds in Turmoil. Chapter 125, 2 Worlds in Turmoil. The Holy Land, Mariehua. They had 2 very special guests today, Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp. The former was very busy, and the latter always hated coming to Mariehua. But today, it was rare for the two to come here together. Even the ordinary guards in Mariehua were surprised. 1 second before Sengoku entered the palace where the 5 elders were, he received a message from Naval Headquarters. The news did not come through normal channels. It was a Marine Rear Admiral guarding Mariehua, and a Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters had forwarded the message to him. Mr. Sengoku, something big happened at Naval Headquarters last night. The Naval Headquarters building was destroyed. When the Rear Admiral said this, Sengoku was stunned for 10 seconds. This simple sentence paralyzed him. The Marine Headquarters building was destroyed. Are you kidding? Who? Who could do such a thing? Who could have done something like this at Naval Headquarters, to the symbol of marine power? That was Naval Headquarters. The 3 admirals were all there, and many powerful vice admirals had gathered. And Yuichi. Unless a pirate crew from the 4 emperors suddenly invaded from the New World with all their combat power, it was impossible to break through Marine's defense and destroy the building. But was it possible for the 4 emperors to leave the New World and go straight to Naval Headquarters? Absolutely impossible. For whatever reason, they didn't have the time even if they wanted to. So Sengoku felt something was wrong immediately, and he soon thought of the reason for this incident. Sengoku's eyes suddenly opened wide, bursting with an extremely strong killing intent. They, unexpectedly, did it. The Rear Admiral nodded gloomily. At the same time, Mr. Yuichi has defected from the Marines. As soon as the words fell, Garp's expression also changed. Are these bastards willing to give up everything just to snatch power? How important was Yuichi's fighting power to this world? He had defeated enemies from another world 3 times in a row. If such a person was forced to leave the Marines at this time, would they not care about the next world war? They cared, naturally. But those 5 didn't think they couldn't win without Yuichi. The reason for the Admiral's past struggles was not weakness, but a lack of understanding of the enemy. Now they had a general understanding of the enemy's capabilities and fighting styles. It was not a problem to defeat those so-called ninjas. The fighting power of the 7 warlords of the sea was enough. It was just that Gecko Moria was a little weak. Now the 5 elders were discussing capturing Moria to use him to study the power of chakra and the tailed beasts. They just needed to find another stronger person to take his place. Sengoku bypassed the Rear Admiral in 1 step and rushed straight to the palace where the 5 elders resided. He walked through the long corridor and kicked open the gates one after another. Garp stood at the door and sneered. He didn't plan to go in with Sengoku. Although Sengoku was very angry, he still hadn't given up on negotiating with those guys. If Sengoku went in and said too much, he might be removed from the position of Fleet Admiral entirely. Now, people from all over the world, just waking up from the victory banquets of the World War, saw today's newspaper before recovering from their hangovers. A piece of news that shocked everyone was published. Naval Headquarters collapsed. Impossible. What happened last night? The Marines gathered many powerful vice admirals, and even the admirals were at headquarters. Mr. Yuichi was also there. Facing such a fighting force, what kind of strength can destroy the Naval Headquarters building overnight? They looked at the latest photos urgently published in the newspaper. That photo was indeed Naval Headquarters. There was a corner with the Marine logo visible in the ruins. Although full of doubts, the news had now spread all over the world. Many people wondered why this happened. Obviously, naval headquarters housed so many terrifying combatants. Yet someone destroyed the building. It was unbelievable. However, many people realized something was wrong. Whitebeard, naval headquarters. The building was destroyed. It's really interesting. Even if this old man went in person, facing the 3 admirals and that kid named Yuichi, it wouldn't mean destroying the marine building. Marco, so what happened? Maybe something very interesting happened. Whitebeard looked toward the sky and suddenly laughed. Excluding the 4 emperors, who couldn't have done it, there was probably only one person with the strength to destroy naval headquarters under such circumstances. Not some pirate, but one of Marine's own people. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't stop laughing. Originally, Yuichi was a great threat to pirates. After such an accident happened overnight, the next events would be fun. Wano country. Kaido stared at the newspaper for a long time, looking confused. Then he sat on the ground and laughed out loud. They cut off their own arm. Marine. On Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin also smiled very strangely. The members of the Charlotte family watched their mother laugh inexplicably. Although there was indeed a conflict between them and the Marines, seeing the collapse of the naval headquarters building shouldn't make her laugh so happily. On the Red Hair Pirate's ship, Shanks stood at the bow, looking at the endless sea. The world government cannot accommodate such a man. The pirate world is his real destination. Beckman laughed behind him. Shanks, trying to recruit him. No. A man like that probably won't succumb to others. Just wait and see. Soon an unprecedented pirate will be born. But now Shanks cared about another thing besides emotion. There were still 5 days before the start of the next World War. As the person who contributed the most to the 3 world wars, something like this had happened to Yuichi now. How could they explain it to the whole world? Yuichi's heroic fighting posture had long been seen by everyone. That was an indelible feat. If the world government didn't give a reasonable explanation, its prestige would be greatly reduced. A storm was brewing in the pirate world. Yuichi was on his way to the new world, crossing the red line. And at the moment, in the ninja world. In the Land of Iron, a meeting that would affect the future of the entire ninja world was also being held. The Five Kages summit officially commenced. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Master and Apprentice meet again. Chapter 126, Master and Apprentice meet again. The New World. On an unnamed island, a group of pirates hid atop a mountain, peering down at the forces surrounding them from all directions. These people called themselves the Neo Marines. In reality, they were just a paramilitary organization unrecognized by naval headquarters. Asshole. That old guy, Zephyr, already quit the Marines. Why is he still making trouble for us? Captain, what should we do now? The burly pirate captain, gripping a massive longsword, turned to look at his subordinate with disdain. What do we do? What else is there to do but die? As he spoke, he grabbed the subordinate who asked the stupid question and threw him down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the Neo Marines were gathering, ready to charge the summit. Zephyr, sitting on a pile of corpses, glanced at Ein and Bins, his 2 most excellent students. I'll leave the rest to you. Zephyr removed his mechanical arm, the Battle Smasher, and flexed his right arm. Controlling the mechanical prosthetic felt unnecessary now. His body had reverted to the state of a 60-year-old. Though he was chronologically in his 70s, he was suddenly physically younger. This rejuvenation didn't just increase Zephyr's combat effectiveness by a small margin, it allowed him to fight without relying on medication. The chronic pain that had plagued him was gone. A smile spread across Zephyr's face. Thanks to that brat Yuichi winning several world wars in a row, otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have undergone such a change. Come to think of it, as a teacher, he really should thank his unprecedented student. Boom. Boom. Terrifying roars echoed from the mountain. Zephyr lit a cigarette and waited for the battle to end. 10 minutes passed quickly. Ein and Bins, covered in dust, returned to Zephyr. Teacher. It has been handled. Zephyr nodded, dropped his cigarette butt, and picked up his mechanical arm. Clean up the battlefield. We rest on this island tonight. Yes. Ein and Bins went down to make the arrangements. But at that moment. Splash. Suddenly, the sound of water breaking echoed from the shore. Something rushed out of the sea and landed heavily on the beach. Whoosh. Zephyr and his students looked toward the shore, the surrounding Neo Marine soldiers equally confused. What just jumped out of the sea? When the spray dissipated, a man stood on the shore, wringing the water out of his clothes. He had a slender, upright figure with angular muscles and almost perfect proportions. His black hair, neither long nor short, was wet and plastered against a handsome, flawless face. The soldiers froze. Who is this person? He jumped out of the sea. Is he a shipwreck victim from nearby waters? The man wrung out his clothes and put them back on. Then, he turned his head and looked at the stunned Zephyr. The corners of the man's mouth rose slightly, revealing a warm smile. Teacher, long time no see. The soldiers stared blankly at him. This guy was addressing their leader. He called Black Arm Zephyr teacher. Was this person also a disciple of the leader? However, someone suddenly realized something. Isn't he, that Admiral Candidate? Yuichi. A Marine. Why is he here? How did he get here? He jumped out of the sea. He swam here. The soldiers murmured in surprise before falling silent one by one. Zephyr also came back to his senses. You brat, how? How did you get here? How did I get here? Yuichi smiled and said lightly, oh. The weather on the previous island was too bad, and it was too troublesome to travel through the sky, so I just dove and swam here. Swam here? Bins was confused. This was the new world. Snorkeling through this perilous sea. Ein looked at Yuichi. Wait, where was the last island you mentioned? I don't know the name. That island was very strange, lightning struck constantly. Lightning. Ein recalled something, and her lips turned pale immediately. Are you saying, could it be Raijin Island? Yuichi shrugged. I don't know the name of that island. If it really is Raijin Island, that's nearly a day's flight from here. You swam all the way. Yuichi smiled. My swimming skills are very good. To be more precise, it was diving. Moving underwater is faster than on the surface. Bins. Ein. Soldiers. Everyone was collectively petrified. This man claimed he swam underwater from that far away to get here. Was this a joke? It wasn't a very funny one. Zephyr suddenly laughed without hesitation. See. The terrifying monsters of this world can never be judged by common sense. Only you, a monster of a brat, could swim your way here. Yuichi walked toward Zephyr and bowed lightly. Sensei looks much better. Thanks to you. I also gained a lot of benefits from the world evolution after you defeated that world. My body is stronger, and part of my strength has recovered. Zephyr glanced at Yuichi. Why are you here? Looking for me? Yes. This time, I came specifically to find you, teacher. Zephyr's face became gloomy, and a fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Seeing Zephyr like this, Yuichi waved his hand. Don't worry, sensei. I'm not here to fight you. Hearing this, Zephyr instantly regained his relaxed demeanor. Then what are you here for? Yuichi paused, smiled slightly, and spoke slowly. I have left the Marines. Boom. The soldiers, still trying to imagine who could swim such a distance, dropped their jaws again as they stared at the men in front of them. He said he left the Marines. How was that possible? This man was currently a vital combat force for the Marines. Why would he leave? Even Zephyr didn't quite believe it. Why? Yuichi smiled. The tailed beasts. Hearing this, Zephyr was stunned for half a second before quickly understanding. So, when this old man tried to persuade you to leave the Marines, you didn't listen. Now you know the consequences. Zephyr smiled and hooked his arm around Yuichi's shoulder. Exactly right. This old man has been short of monsters like you. Yuichi, if you join this old man, I can give you the position of leader. You are my best student. You can definitely do better than me. These words made the surrounding soldiers, Bins, and I nervous. Yuichi's strength had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people after 3 world wars. If such a monster-level existence joined the Neo Marines, they could even attempt to hunt down Yonko-level pirates. However, Yuichi did not respond immediately. He just turned his head to look at his former teacher. Through the new character template, Asakura How, Yuichi could feel the pain in Black Arm Zephyr's heart using the spirit vision ability. Although Zephyr's arm hadn't been chopped off by a warlord thanks to Yuichi's interventions in the timeline, his family had still died. That was why he left the Marines. Yuichi watched a strange light flash in Zephyr's dark eyes. Teacher. I'm here to get your support. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Combine the 4 Emperors to form the strongest force. Chapter 127, Combine the 4 Emperors to form the strongest force. Support. Zephyr looked at Yuichi, the phrasing made him feel there was a hidden meaning in Yuichi's words. The ability of spirit vision allowed Yuichi to vaguely sense the doubts in Zephyr's heart. Currently, the feeling spirit vision gave Yuichi was far less powerful than what Asakura Hao possessed. Perhaps it was because his character awakening progress was still too low. Spirit vision could only allow Yuichi to vaguely sense Zephyr's mood swings, emotions like happiness, sadness, doubt, or surprise. Right now, Zephyr was full of doubt and curiosity. Yuichi didn't continue playing charades. He directly said something that shocked Ein, Bins, and the surrounding soldiers. I want to join forces with the four emperors to form the most powerful force on the sea. As soon as the words left his mouth, the soldiers stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. They were all likely thinking, is this man crazy? Uniting the four emperors to form the most powerful force on the sea. Once the four emperors were united, they would indeed be the most terrifying force in existence. But how could the four emperors be united? None of the four emperors were the type to submit to others. It was simply a pipe dream to think those four could work together. Zephyr's complexion quickly turned extremely gloomy. Rage burned in his heart. Yuichi. After you left the Marines, did you lose the heart to uphold justice? If that is the case, leave this old man immediately, before I get angry. Zephyr's family had been killed by pirates, yet Yuichi asked him to support a pirate alliance. No matter what this alliance intended to do, it was impossible. Zephyr's hatred of pirates was well known to Yuichi. Naturally, it was impossible for Yuichi not to have considered this. He already had a reason that would completely convince Zephyr. Zephyr's sudden anger brought Ein, Bins, and the surrounding soldiers back to their senses. Only then did they remember their leader's deep hatred for pirates. Supporting an alliance with them. It was 1000% impossible. If Black Arm Zephyr succumbed so easily, he wouldn't be Black Arm. Yuichi looked at Zephyr. Is teacher not going to listen to my reasons? Hearing this, Zephyr laughed instead. He knew Yuichi, the boy wouldn't act without being absolutely sure. In other words, Yuichi was confident he could convince him. This made Zephyr suddenly feel interested. His hatred for pirates could not be eliminated no matter what. How was Yuichi going to convince him? Then tell this old man. Let's see what kind of reason my proudest disciple has to convince me. Zephyr crossed his arms, seemingly convinced that no matter what Yuichi said, he would remain indifferent. Yuichi opened his mouth. Uniting the pirates may provide a chance to revive your family. One sentence. The speed of speech was neither fast nor slow, the voice neither light nor heavy, but extremely flat. But with just that short sentence, Zephyr stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. What did you say? Uniting the pirates may provide a chance to revive teacher's family. Zephyr rushed toward Yuichi in an instant, grabbing Yuichi's collar with both hands, the muscles in his face twitching uncontrollably. Are you telling the truth? Yuichi nodded. Teacher has noticed it too. That strange fusion of all world system seems to be omnipotent. It teleported us to another world. It even opened up a weird space. It prevented the four emperors and others from moving freely. It can give us the power of another world. It can make everyone in the whole world younger and stronger. I think it should have the ability to revive the dead. When Yuichi finished speaking slowly, Zephyr loosened his hands. His gloomy face gradually calmed down, and then an indescribable joy crept up his brow. His expression relaxed, and a hopeful smile bloomed on his face. Hearing Yuichi's logic, Zephyr already believed it in his heart. That light curtain, that fusion of all world system, really seemed to be omnipotent. Perhaps resurrecting the dead was just a piece of cake for that thing. But Zephyr looked down at Yuichi again with cold eyes. Even if it can revive my family, why must I unite with pirates? Having said that, Yuichi casually sat down cross-legged. Zephyr hesitated for a second, then sat cross-legged in front of Yuichi. The two looked at each other as Yuichi explained slowly. Hasn't teacher figured it out yet? Why were the Marines chosen for World War I? The faction chosen by the opponent in World War I is called the Hidden Leaf Village. Is this just a coincidence? After the opponent was defeated, their combat forces changed. Didn't teacher think about why they would switch to other powers? Speaking of which, Yuichi picked up a stick and drew on the ground. World War I. I think it should have been just a simple test. A test of the power of both worlds. World War II. It should be called a formal war. It was the first time that the worlds of both sides formally fought each other, and the winning world had the chance to evolve. World War III. Plunder battle. Power plunder after world evolution. 3 world wars. The faction called Hidden Leaf fought twice. The third time, it rotated to another faction. Now Zephyr began to follow Yuichi's train of thought. He seemed to have anticipated the guess Yuichi was about to make. According to Yuichi, the faction representing one's own side would be replaced once it lost. Since there were replacements, the order of appearance shouldn't be random. There had to be some kind of restriction. If the first war was a test of strength, then the strongest forces from both sides should have come out to test each other. The strongest force naturally represented the apex power of their own world. Yuichi wanted to join forces with the four emperors to form the most powerful force in the pirate world because the Marines had been defeated in the narrative sense of the system's selection. The next rotation would be the strongest force formed by the four emperors. Yuichi wanted to continue, but Zephyr raised his hand to signal Yuichi to stop. The old man already understands what you want to do. Zephyr had a smile on his face. This smile made Yuichi smile too. Does this mean teacher agrees? Although Yuichi could try to unite with the four emperors by himself, if he ran to them alone without a power base, he would only play a supporting role and have no right to speak. In that scenario, even if the forces united by the four emperors fought on behalf of the pirate world, Yuichi would have no way to lead the fight. Not to mention the inability to obtain the rewards of the fusion of all worlds system. Even the mission of his template system wouldn't be triggered. Zephyr stood up and threw his cloak to bins. He looked down at Yuichi. Beat me. Hearing this, Yuichi froze for a moment. Why did he have to fight when Zephyr had already agreed? Task triggered. Compete with Black Arm Zephyr in Haki and physical art and defeat him. Task reward, the awakening progress of the second character template is increased by 5%, and the host's own hidden ability, Conqueror's Haki Awaken. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, The Sea Split in Two. Chapter 128, The Sea Split in Two. Increase the awakening degree of the template character by 5%. This was a very high reward, but it was a pity that it applied to the second character template, Asakura Hao, not the first character template, Byakuya Kuchiki. It wasn't that Asakura Hao was inferior to Byakuya, it was simply Yuichi's current situation. Enhancing the awakening progress of the first character template was definitely more impactful than the power brought by the second one at this stage. One was awakened to 58.7%, while the other was only at 10%. However, the task reward actually came with the awakening of Conqueror's Haki. This confused Yuichi a bit. But it seemed there wasn't much time for Yuichi to ponder this problem. In front of him, Zephyr took off his shirt, revealing muscles honed over decades, muscles as hard as iron. It looked terrifying. Come on. Yuichi, let me see if you haven't lost your taijutsu and Haki in favor of swordsmanship over the years. Zephyr glanced back at the stunned soldiers. Get out of the way. Hearing this, the soldiers suddenly came to their senses and hurriedly retreated to reveal a wider field for the two. Ain wanted to say something but was silenced by Zephyr's gaze. She and Bins had no choice but to back away silently. Yuichi stood up slowly, looking at Zephyr, who didn't intend to use his mechanical arm. Was this going to be a simple Haki contest? Yuichi grabbed the Zanpakuto at his waist. Ain opened her mouth to object when she saw Yuichi intending to use his weapon. But in the next second, boom. The Zanpakuto, spinning extremely fast in the air, was embedded obliquely into the ground, sheath and all. Zephyr smiled. Yuichi also took off his shirt. Compared to Zephyr, Yuichi's muscles didn't look as explosively powerful, but the lines were perfect. Ain stared at Yuichi's torso for a second, then turned her head to find Bins looking at her strangely. Although I haven't had teacher's guidance these years, I have never let go of my physical art and Haki practice. Really? Let me see what level you are at now. After speaking, Zephyr looked at Yuichi, who didn't plan to make the first move. Although he didn't say anything, he was very satisfied. Did this disciple see him getting old and want him to make the first move? Although a little gratified, it was also a little irritating. Zephyr never considered himself old. He stomped his leg. Explosive power transmitted into the ground, causing it to crack open immediately. Dust and smoke rose, and Zephyr's figure flashed directly toward Yuichi. Hovering 10 centimeters off the ground, he swept toward Yuichi like a gale at extreme speed. His fist drew back, and Haki instantly covered his hand. Black Arm Zephyr. Hence his nickname, his mighty armament Haki turned his arms completely black. That was why he was called Black Arm. Zephyr's mastery of Haki far exceeded the Admiral level. In addition, due to the evolution of the world, his physical condition had returned to that of 10 years ago. His Haki had become even more terrifying. A simple straight punch. An astonishing wave was set off instantly, ripples spreading through the air. Such a picture made the soldiers hold their breath. Teacher didn't hold back at all. Bins exclaimed. Ain was also worried. Is he trying to kill him? Facing Zephyr's terrifying punch, Yuichi stood still. Even as the Haki-infused fist was about to land, he spoke calmly. Amazing. As expected of Mr. Zephyr, your Haki is even stronger. Looking at Yuichi, who wasn't flustered at all, the people around him began to worry. This guy's swordsmanship was good, but he was fighting with his bare hands now. If he didn't use a sword, the soldiers believed their leader, Zephyr, definitely had the strength to beat him. In a moment, the black iron fist bombarded Yuichi's face with extreme speed. Yuichi squinted his eyes and raised his right arm with 5 fingers spread. Haki instantly covered his hand. Immediately afterward, the 5 fingers suddenly clamped down. Boom. Buzz. 2 waves of Haki erupted suddenly, producing terrifying black lightning that spread rapidly outward. The light generated by the Haki collision seemed to darken the sky. The aftermath spread, and the ground beneath their feet sank suddenly to a depth of 1 meter. The cracked earth and the extremely fast airwave swept wildly to both sides. After a few seconds, the Haki fluctuations gradually dissipated. The light faded. Yuichi had grabbed Zephyr's fist with one hand, his body still standing straight, firmly nailed to the ground. He hadn't taken half a step back. Zephyr stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. Hiss. The surrounding soldiers gasped. How is this possible? He stood where he was, and just caught Mr. Zephyr's fist. Ein, teacher's full power attack, this monster, just caught it so easily, with one hand. Bins, no wonder teacher calls him a monster. This power is indeed truly monstrous. Is that all, teacher? Yuichi squinted his eyes and asked softly. Zephyr, who was in shock, suddenly froze. Then, with a smile, he pulled his fist out of Yuichi's hand. He raised his fists. How is it possible, to end so easily? Come again. Boom. Bang. 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 Shadows of fists filled the sky, raining down toward Yuichi. This time Yuichi used his left hand, waving both hands simultaneously, blocking all of Zephyr's attacks. In a split second, the two exchanged countless blows. The roar of impact resounded continuously. Immediately afterward, Zephyr retreated suddenly, and the Haki fluctuations became more violent. His figure disappeared. There was only a cloud of dust that rushed straight into the sky. The next second. Boom boom boom. Zephyr, who had stepped back 5 or 6 paces, stabilized himself. He looked up. A huge fist was expanding in his vision. The black shadow of the fist completely covered his sight. But just as it was about to hit Zephyr, the fist stopped. A gust of wind raged past Zephyr at extreme speed. Zephyr's hair and trousers flapped violently in the wind. Silence. The storm died down. The fist hovered in front of Zephyr, the Haki fading away. Yuichi lowered his hands and looked at Zephyr. Are you all right, teacher? Zephyr swallowed silently and slowly turned his head to look behind him. The rift that split the sea to the horizon also disappeared. Whoosh. The sound of rushing water returned. The spray dissipated. The dividing line that stretched to the horizon also disappeared. The power of that punch, has it reached this point? He looked back at Yuichi. Zephyr sighed. I'm old. I really have to admit defeat. Yes, this old man, lost. As his voice fell, the surrounding soldiers all slumped to the ground, powerless. Zephyr. Black Arm Zephyr was cleanly defeated in a pure Haki collision. Mission completed. Congratulations to host for receiving the reward. Awakening degree of the second character template increased by 5%. Conqueror's Haki awakened. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Awakening of Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 129, Awakening of Conqueror's Haki. Second character template, Asakura How. Current awakening progress, 10%. 10.1%. 11.3%. 12.6%. Feeling the progress bar slowly rising, the power inside Yuichi surged like crazy. Furioku. The power from the world of Shaman King. This power was somewhat similar to Ryatsu, but distinct. Ryatsu was power derived from the soul, while Furioku, witch power, wasn't completely soul power, but acted upon the soul, increasing its strength. If Yuichi had to describe it, Furioku was more like spiritual willpower. At the same time as the awakening degree of the character template increased, and as the Furioku continued to surge, Zephyr, Ein, Bins, and the surrounding soldiers all felt an inexplicable weight on their hearts. It was like a stone was suddenly pressed against their chests. The weaker soldiers even started to break out in a cold sweat, their legs feeling extremely heavy. Awakening progress of the second character template, 15.3%. Open new ability. Attribute transformation, transform the state of the spirit control into any attribute among gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Individual ability, spirit vision, enabled. Seal, enabled. Attribute change, enabled. Looking at the new abilities, Yuichi was a little disappointed. This new ability didn't seem to do much for him. He had no spirit to control. Although he possessed Furioku now, could he find a soul in the pirate world to use as a spirit? It was impossible. Wait, it wasn't impossible to find a lingering soul. Brook seemed to be one. After developing the Revive fruit, he could leave his body. Yuichi could try to capture Brook as his own spirit. But what was the use of Brook as a spirit? It seemed that his combat effectiveness wouldn't enhance Yuichi much. It seemed a bit useless. Just when Yuichi felt that this new ability was a waste. Awakening Conqueror's Haki for host. Boom. Suddenly, for an instant, an invisible wave erupted from Yuichi's body. The rapidly spreading Haki wave swept across all directions, enveloping the entire battlefield instantly. Zephyr, wondering what the strange power in Yuichi was all about, suddenly widened his eyes. Conqueror's Haki. At a time like this, he awakened it. Zephyr felt the Conqueror's Haki erupting from Yuichi's body, an extremely strong wave. It felt incredible. Judging by Yuichi's appearance, this should be the first awakening of his Conqueror's Haki. But the power of this newly awakened Haki was terrifying. This kid is indeed a rare monster seen only once in 100 years. Zephyr had experienced the release of Conqueror's Haki by pirates at the Yonko level. Yuichi had only just awakened it, yet he seemed able to match them. And this was just the awakening. Being able to reach this point meant that Yuichi's Conqueror's Haki would become even more terrifying in the future. However, just as Yuichi's Conqueror's Haki awakened, the Furioku in his body began running at extreme speeds. It took the Haki, Ryatsu, and tailed beast chakra within Yuichi and fused them, transforming them to fuel the Conqueror's Haki erupting wildly. At this moment, Yuichi froze, feeling the consumption of other powers in his body as his Conqueror's Haki continued to strengthen. The power of the Haki had stabilized, but suddenly it surged again. The fluctuation of the outbreak was even more amazing than when the system initially triggered the awakening. Before, it was like a few waves breaking on the surface of the sea, but now it was as terrifying as a tsunami shaking the sky. Thud. A soldier suddenly lost consciousness and fell. Next. The second, the third. From near and far, soldiers slammed down one after another under the impact of Yuichi's Haki. Zephyr looked around, hardly any soldiers could stay awake. All were down. Even Ein and Bins lost the light in their eyes after a few seconds and instantly fell to the ground. In the end, only Yuichi and Zephyr were left standing on the entire island. The ground under Yuichi's feet fluctuated from the violent Haki, crushed into countless cracks spreading like a spider's web at high speed. When Yuichi came back to his senses, he controlled the Furioku to stop the reaction. The fluctuation of Conqueror's Haki slowly dissipated. At this moment, Zephyr couldn't keep his calm when he looked at Yuichi. Even if the man in front of him was the most outstanding disciple he had ever taught, Zephyr couldn't treat Yuichi with a normal logic right now. The first time awakening Conqueror's Haki, and a Haki fluctuation of this magnitude broke out. He looked up at the sky, watching the clouds churning and swirling under the influence of Yuichi's Conqueror's Haki. The corners of Zephyr's mouth twitched. Such Haki! Even compared to the current 4 emperors, it is not far behind. Swallowing gently, he looked down at Yuichi. When he was at naval headquarters, Yuichi's talent, whether it was armament or observation, was exceptional. At that time, I wondered if this kid would have the qualifications for Conqueror's Haki. Zephyr laughed silently at the thought. It seemed he was right. Yuichi had the qualifications of a king, and they were extremely scary. But while in the Marines, Yuichi's Conqueror's Haki had been unable to awaken. This was normal. How could a person who obeyed orders awaken the power of a king? It didn't awaken until Yuichi left the Marines. It seemed that even if Yuichi hadn't left now, he would have left sooner or later. A king could not be restricted. Zephyr felt very relieved that his disciple had awakened Conqueror's Haki. He was almost on par with the 4 emperors. As a teacher, Zephyr was very happy to have such a ferocious beast and a disciple with such monster aptitude. At this moment, Yuichi didn't pay attention to the surrounding situation. All he could do was feel the Furioku in his body. This new ability of Furioku made Yuichi feel incredibly powerful. Furioku could transform other powers. Ryatsu, Haki, Chakra. Among the 3 forces, Furioku could transform the other 2 into one unified force. This was different from Yuichi's previous fusion of multiple powers. The 3 forces had their own advantages and disadvantages, used in different situations. Although they seemed to overlap in many aspects, Haki was strongest for defense and melee, Ryatsu was fastest for gathering energy and control, and Tailed Beast Chakra was most amazing for explosive materialization. Now, adding the transformation ability of Furioku, Yuichi could not only use the most advantageous power according to the situation, but he could also transform all 3 forces into a specific type. The power that erupted could break through the original upper limit. He could explode with power several times or even dozens of times beyond his original limit. Asakura How, worthy of being an undefeated existence as a villain protagonist. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 130, Entering Whitebeard's Territory. Chapter 130, Entering Whitebeard's Territory. There were still 4 days until the start of the Fourth World War. Yuichi, having met and successfully convinced Zephyr, gained his support. After a short rest for a few days, the Neo Marines, gathered with Zephyr's subordinates, officially set sail from their base camp, heading somewhere in the New World. Inside the cabin, Yuichi was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed, facing the sea outside the window, performing Jinzen, sword meditation. Suddenly, Yuichi opened his eyes and looked at the system panel. Host, Yuichi. The first template character, Byakuya Kuchiki. Current awakening progress, 59.8%. After a few days of practice, I have successfully increased the progress by 1.1%. This growth rate is even faster than when the template was first opened. Yuichi didn't know if it was because of the fusion of all worlds or because he opened the second character template, Asakura How. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for the awakening progress to reach 60%. He looked at the system prompts. A random reward will be given if the character template awakening progress reaches 60%. Random rewards. This made Yuichi look forward to it. Unknown things always created expectations. Getting off the bed and standing up, Yuichi removed his previous suit and put on a wide white cloak. He wore a white suit before because, as a Marine officer, he had to show the majesty of the world government and the Marines. He had no choice then. To be honest, Yuichi didn't like the restrictive feeling of suits. This was freer. He stood up. The door opened. Ein stood at the door and looked at Yuichi. Teacher told you to come out. It seems that we are almost at our destination. Yuichi nodded and walked toward the door. Before Ein arrived, Yuichi had already sensed her presence and intentions. This was due to the enhancement effect of spirit vision after Asakura How's awakening progress improved. The combination of this ability and observation Haki seemed to give Yuichi a sign that he was about to awaken the ability to predict the future. Although Yuichi wasn't actively using observation Haki many times, there was always an inexplicable feeling reminding him to use it. At the same time, after releasing observation Haki combined with Asakura How's spirit vision, the range of perception was extremely amazing. If he focused on one person, the closer and weaker the opponent was, the more Yuichi could feel their emotions and thoughts. With people like Ein, he could only feel a rough idea. But if it was an ordinary soldier, Yuichi was already able to perceive the thoughts in their mind, though not all of them. As the character's awakening progress increased, the activated abilities would naturally become stronger. After 100% awakening, the ability would be enhanced to the point where it was exactly the same as the template character. He came onto the deck. Yuichi hadn't even stepped out of the cabin door yet, but the soldiers on deck already felt a strong sense of oppression. When Yuichi appeared, some people suddenly came to their senses only to find their foreheads covered in cold sweat. Yuichi glanced at a sweaty soldier. You have a strong sense of danger. If you practice well, your achievements may reach the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral level. Yuichi casually said something and continued walking forward. Zephyr was waiting for him at the bow. Arriving at the bow, Zephyr looked back at Yuichi. You kid really are a monster. Conqueror's Haki has only been awakened for a few days, yet the feeling of oppression is getting stronger and stronger. Hearing this, Yuichi smiled. I should have controlled it very well, I didn't leak Haki. Teacher's perception ability is amazing. It's not because I have good perception. Once you awaken Conqueror's Haki, this is an unavoidable phenomenon. As a king, it's normal to leak oppression. Saying that, Zephyr looked into the distance. Stop talking about this. We've already arrived. Yuichi also turned his head to look in that direction. On the endless sea, a huge ship was anchored in the distance. This huge ship was Yuichi's target. With Yuichi and the others approaching, the Neo Marine fleet's size was conspicuous. There were 5 or 6 large ships and a dozen small ships, fully loaded with soldiers, totaling about 5,000 personnel. It was too difficult for such a fleet to remain unnoticed on the sea. Someone on the giant ship in the distance had already seen the fleet that suddenly appeared. At the same time, near this huge ship, small boats were watching secretly from afar. If one looked carefully, they would find that although no flags were hoisted on these boats, making them look like ordinary merchant ships or fishing boats, the personnel on board were actually Marine soldiers. They were closely monitoring the giant ship. Although it was impossible to monitor every movement, it was enough to determine its approximate position. The Marines on board were monitoring the giant ship as usual. The sudden appearance of the Neo Marine fleet caught their attention. These are Neo Marines, the legion organized by the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. What are they going to do? So many people have gathered to come to Whitebeard's territory. Are they attempting to do something to Whitebeard? Crazy. Several Marine soldiers in charge of monitoring were stunned. Although Black Arm Zephyr was very strong as a former admiral, his current strength was supposedly far from what it used to be. To challenge Whitebeard was looking for death. A Marine soldier held up binoculars to check the situation on the ship. Sure enough. On the lead ship, Black Arm Zephyr was seen at the bow. It really is Black Arm Zephyr. But then, he noticed a figure beside Zephyr that made the Marine soldier doubt his eyes. Yuichi, who was not wearing the Marine Justice cloak, appeared in the lens. Is this Mr. Yuichi? How? How did Mr. Yuichi end up with Black Arm Zephyr? And why is Yuichi-san dressed like that? The matter of Yuichi leaving the Marines had been blocked by the world government. Although the newspapers had dug up some rumors, there was no definite evidence that Yuichi had indeed defected. So, this news had never been officially reported. And now Yuichi had appeared, taking Zephyr's ship to Whitebeard's territory. In the eyes of these Marine soldiers, Yuichi was still an Admiral Candidate. Such a person represented the highest combat power of the Marines. And the Marines' highest combat power was now heading for Whitebeard's ship, the Moby Dick. What was this for? Did they want to slay Whitebeard? But they hadn't received any orders or information about this situation at all. Aboard the Moby Dick, Marco held up binoculars and looked in the direction of the Neo Marine ship. Pops, someone's coming. It's Black Arm Zephyr, and there's a special guy on board. That kid you've been wanting to meet, Marine Admiral Candidate Yuichi, no. It should be said to be the pirate Yuichi now. He's here too. Hearing this, Whitebeard opened his eyes suddenly. Pirate. Yuichi. Gururara. It seems that he has really left the Marines. That means it is not the Marines who want to attack this old man, but a rising star who wants to take this old man's head. Let them approach. Marco. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, The World's Strongest Men. Chapter 131, The World's Strongest Men. Although Marco was slightly concerned about the other party's intentions, his father had given the order. Moreover, his father's physical condition had improved significantly. The previous medical equipment had been removed, and the old man had recovered the vitality he possessed 10 years ago. There was no need to fear, even facing the monster who had displayed such amazing combat power in the World War. However, the opponent possessed the strength of an admiral. Although not currently holding the rank, his power was indistinguishable from the real deal. Furthermore, Black Arm Zephyr was with him. Since his father's condition was restored, Zephyr, a Marine from the same era as Whitebeard, had likely recovered much of his physical condition as well. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates needed to be serious. They all assumed battle stances. When the Neo Marine fleet approached within 100 meters, the other ships dropped anchor and halted. Only the small boat carrying Zephyr and Yuichi continued forward. As they neared the Moby Dick, Yuichi prepared to board and meet the strongest men in the world. Do you want me to accompany you? Yuichi. Zephyr asked. No. I am enough alone. Hearing this, Zephyr remained worried. Are you sure you can really convince Whitebeard? Yuichi paused for a second before saying, I'm not sure. Zephyr was speechless. He hadn't expected such an answer. If they couldn't convince Whitebeard, leaving this place would be difficult. A tough battle would be inevitable. Yuichi smiled. But I will try my best. After all, that person is a living legend. It is impossible to persuade him easily. With that, Yuichi jumped directly toward the Moby Dick. He walked steadily along the wooden plank set up between the two ships, moving toward the deck step by step. Step. Boom. Invisible fluctuations spread outward. A wave of Conqueror's Haki burst forth. It wasn't intense at first, but as Yuichi took his second step, the Haki increased by another magnitude. Step. The Haki skyrocketed again. Step. 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 Yuichi maintained a steady rhythm, and the waves of Haki emanating from his body grew stronger and stronger. Seeing Yuichi's actions, Zephyr broke into a cold sweat. This kid actually releases his Haki so unscrupulously. On board, Marco felt the growing pressure and frowned at the crew on deck. If it's just this level, I can still bear it. Just as he thought this, Marco regretted it. Cold sweat broke out on his face. The increasingly intense Haki was almost close to his father's Conqueror's Haki. Who is this? Whose Conqueror's Haki is so scary? Boom. Crew members began to collapse. Marco slapped his forehead sharply. Oops. Thud. Thud. Some of the crew froze. What's wrong with them? Diamond Joseph spoke up. Don't worry, they just passed out. They'll be fine in a while. Did they faint? Why? Jozu snorted coldly. Apart from the 4 emperors in the New World, who else possesses this kind of haki? Just as he spoke, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out. Yuichi, wearing a white cloak, stepped onto the deck of the Moby Dick. The crazy catharsis of his haki split the ship's floorboards in an instant. Yuichi strode toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked down at Yuichi. Marine brat, he has such strong conqueror's haki. The Marines and world government couldn't keep him in like this. Marco and the others looked serious. It turned out that this Marine really possessed such terrifying conqueror's haki. This intensity was not inferior to their father's. To have haki comparable to Pops at this age, he was indeed a monster. When Yuichi was 10 meters away from Whitebeard, he stopped suddenly, and a final, violent wave broke out. Boom. The elite crew members who were barely holding on fell to the ground one after another. Yuichi stopped, and the haki dissipated. Most of the crew on the ship were unconscious. Whitebeard looked at Yuichi coldly. Marine, no. It should be pirate now. Yuichi smiled. You could say that. Since you are a pirate, what are you doing here? Do you want to take the old man's head? Whitebeard rumbled. You have a big appetite. Kid, you just became a pirate and you're already eyeing the throne of the 4 emperors. It appeared Whitebeard was completely mistaken. I'm not looking at the throne of the 4 emperors, and I'm not here to take your head. Hearing these words, Whitebeard smiled. A person who unscrupulously released haki says there is no hostility. Do you think the old men will believe that? Yuichi's face remained calm. I just want to let the strongest men in the world see my strength. The purpose is not to be underestimated. Gururara. Interesting guy. Your haki surprised me. It's rare to see a conqueror's haki awakened in a marine. My conqueror's haki didn't awaken in the Marines, but after I left. This sentence made Whitebeard, who was smiling, stop suddenly. What did you say? Whitebeard wasn't sure if he had heard correctly. This kid said his conquerors awakened after leaving the Marines. How many days had he been away? Awakening conqueror's haki was one thing, but that level of haki could completely compete with him. Did he say he just awakened it? Although conquerors cannot be cultivated and strengthened through training alone, one does not simply awaken top-tier haki immediately. Where Yuichi had walked, the ship's planks were cracked by the pressure of the air alone. This kind of haki, capable of causing physical damage, was not at all like the power a novice user could grasp. When did you say your haki awakened? Yuichi smiled. After leaving the Marines. That is, 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Awakened conquerors, and it reached this level. Whitebeard stared at Yuichi, but he sensed no lies in Yuichi's demeanor. This kid, is it really true? Impossible. A freshly awakened user can't control it to such an extent. A monster. Forget it. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter, Yuichi said. Whitebeard, I left the Marines, and I think you can guess the exact reason. Yuichi paused. Whitebeard looked at him, waiting. Yuichi's expression became extremely serious. I came to see you to form an alliance. Alliance. Whitebeard hadn't expected that. Unite with him. To do what? Deal with the Marines. Whitebeard laughed. He wanted to tell Yuichi that he didn't need Yuichi's help, nor anyone's help, to deal with the Marines. As long as the Marines dared to provoke Whitebeard, he would never make it easy for them. Whitebeard feared no one in this sea. Go back, boy. This old man is not interested in uniting with anyone. No matter the enemy, I, Whitebeard, can deal with it myself. It was expected that Whitebeard would give such an answer. None of the 4 emperors were without pride. Yuichi lowered his head, smiled lightly, and shook his head. Really? The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, does have the power to deal with all enemies. But, can you alone stand against the whole world? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Against a whole world. Boy. What do you mean? Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, Yuichi underestimated. Chapter 132, Yuichi underestimated. Marco jumped down from the higher platform, looking at Yuichi with gloomy eyes. Hey. Yuichi, what do you mean? Why does Pops have to face a whole world of enemies? Besides, even if the whole world unites to deal with Pops, our Whitebeard pirates will not be afraid. Yuichi replied calmly, I mean another world, not this one. Another world. The crew on board froze for a moment. The division commander soon understood. Yuichi was talking about the other world that was at war with their world, the ninja world. But why would the Whitebeard pirates face that world? The commanders paid no heed to Yuichi's words. Whitebeard, the Marines represented our world in the battle against the other world. Although the whole world has benefited, the Marines have gained the most. Yuichi declared. Once you win a world war, not only does your own world evolve, but those who participate in the battle also receive unique rewards. As he spoke, Yuichi looked at the people on the boat. The tailed beast chakra in his hand surged out. The chakra, thick as blood, emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. The appearance of this chakra immediately made everyone stare wide-eyed at the ball of energy in Yuichi's hand. Even Whitebeard leaned forward slightly to get a better look. Participating in a world war benefits the whole world upon victory, but the forces participating gain the most. Yuichi continued. The four emperors, the Marines, and the world government, these three forces maintain the balance of the sea. Now, this balance is already tilting. Yuichi looked up at Whitebeard. He believed Whitebeard must have felt it long ago. The balance is broken, so sooner or later, the era of great pirates will end. Hearing this, Whitebeard laughed. Even so, I don't need to unite with you, brat. The old man has also seen some patterns in the 3 world wars. The fighting party is not fixed. Sooner or later, it will be the Whitebeard pirates' turn to fight those ninjas. At that time, we can also gain great power. Whitebeard waved his hand, signaling Yuichi to leave without saying more. Yuichi sneered. Did you find that out too? Hee hee. But you didn't understand the whole story. Whitebeard grew impatient. Yuichi pretended not to see it and continued. There are 4 emperors, each very powerful. Whitebeard, how do you ensure that your Whitebeard pirates will be selected with a 1 in 4 probability? Know that sometimes, being 1 step slower means you will never catch up. Whitebeard paused. Oh. So you have a way to guarantee the Whitebeard pirates will be selected by that weird thing to fight in the other world? Certainly. Whitebeard originally thought Yuichi would be speechless, but unexpectedly, Yuichi answered immediately, his tone full of certainty. The smile on Whitebeard's face faded, replaced by a serious expression. He looked at Yuichi intensely. Boy, if you play tricks on this old man, the consequences are not something you can bear. Yuichi glanced at him. I don't have the time to juggle a Yonko. Then tell me. How do you get the Whitebeard pirates selected? Yuichi then told Whitebeard what he had told Zephyr. In the World War, the selection of fighting sides was not random, there were certain rules. If Yuichi hadn't known about it, considering both the Marines and Konoha village were the most powerful forces in their respective worlds, he might not have guessed the criteria. Yuichi's words made Whitebeard's expression dignified, his eyes flickering continuously. He seemed to be weighing the possibility. 3 seconds after Yuichi finished speaking, Whitebeard considered it carefully. It was indeed very possible that the rules were as Yuichi analyzed. Coupled with Yuichi's point regarding the 7 warlords not originally being on Sengoku's list, but becoming eligible once the world government handed command to the Marines, it made sense. The changes in the world's forces were read by the light curtain. If 2 forces combined to become the new strongest force in the pirate world, then the light curtain would approve it. But Whitebeard raised his head and looked at Yuichi. Boy, I want to thank you for this information. In return, are you interested in joining the crew under my command? The olive branch was thrown suddenly, but Yuichi's face darkened. This old man obviously recognized the validity of his words, yet still had no intention of forming an alliance. Because Whitebeard could use this method to make the Whitebeard pirates the most powerful force on his own, gaining the right to fight in the next war. Whitebeard's solicitation was just a casual question. Even if Yuichi agreed, Whitebeard would not dare to trust him fully. A person who just escaped from the Marines, what if he was an undercover agent? Whitebeard, do you want to compete for the right to participate in the World War according to the method I said? Hearing this, Whitebeard leaned back slightly and didn't answer, just smiling faintly. His demeanor obviously confirmed it. Yuichi sighed. Sure enough, the plan to unite with a Yonko would not be so easy. The reason Whitebeard rejected Yuichi was simple, much like why Zephyr proposed to fight before backing him. Zephyr wasn't sure Yuichi had enough strength to implement the plan, so he had to verify it. Whitebeard, on the other hand, didn't think joining forces with Yuichi would significantly increase his power. In his eyes, the only ones qualified to ally with him were the other emperors. So, Yuichi's request was rejected. Now, there was only one way to get Whitebeard to agree, show enough strength to get his approval. The 4 emperors were all extremely arrogant. As emperors of the sea, they looked down even on admirals. In Whitebeard's eyes, Yuichi was merely an admiral-level existence. Whitebeard, I don't know if you can do it. You're not so old that you can't even wield a blade, are you? Hearing these words, Whitebeard's gaze instantly became freezing cold, and the aura of the crew and captains on the ship changed suddenly. Boy. Are you looking for death, saying such things on the old man's boat? Yuichi stared hard at Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world. I have long wanted to see how strong he is. I'm here to challenge you. Boom. The captains and the crew were stunned. This guy was so arrogant. The man in front of him was a living legend. The people qualified to fight him in this sea could be counted on one hand. How dared he challenge Whitebeard? Marco stood up directly. If you want to challenge Pops, you are not qualified enough. I will deal with you. Marco. Whitebeard stopped him, then stood up slowly. The moment his huge body reached full height, a majestic aura like a mountain suddenly exploded, crushing toward Yuichi crazily. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Fighting Against the Strongest Man in the World. Chapter 133, Fighting Against the Strongest Man in the World. The towering Whitebeard looked down at Yuichi. The pressure in that gaze was immense. Interesting. Gururara. Is this kid trying to prove his strength to the old man? Unwavering eyes, no change in breathing. It seemed he really wanted to fight. Facing Yuichi's arrogant attitude, Whitebeard actually appreciated it. He even dispelled the thought that Yuichi might be a marine undercover agent. Now, he also wanted to see the real fighting power of this marine genius who was forced out of the organization. Seeing Yuichi fight in the light curtain was not the same as a personal experience. Very good. No one has dared to challenge this old man for many years. Pops, let me deal with this kind of guy. Whitebeard looked at Marco, slightly annoyed. What? When did the old man become someone who only hides behind his sons and accepts protection? If I don't even dare to accept a challenge from a brat, I can completely give up the position of the four emperors. Saying that, Whitebeard looked back at Yuichi. If you can last an hour against me, I will consider your proposal. Hold on for an hour. Whitebeard was underestimating him. Although Yuichi didn't have full confidence in defeating Whitebeard, in a life-or-death battle, he had a full 60% certainty that he could kill Whitebeard, though he would likely be seriously injured himself. Task triggered. Multiple template characters trigger tasks, please choose one to execute. First template character, Byakuya Kuchiki, Awakening Progress, 59.8%. Second template character, Sakura, Awakening Progress, 15.3%. After the number of template characters increases, will more tasks be triggered? However, it seems that although there are more trigger tasks, only one can be selected for execution at a time. Select the first template character, Byakuya Kuchiki. Selected character, Byakuya Kuchiki. Task announcement, stay unbeaten for an hour under Whitebeard, or directly defeat Whitebeard to obtain his approval. Task reward, template expansion ability, void power, holification, masked form. Masked form. With this ability, and his current strength, Yuichi really wouldn't fear the four emperors. Even if he couldn't completely suppress them, he would at least have equal power. In this way, the success rate of the alliance would be greatly increased. After all, in any world, strength is the most important factor in determining the right to speak. Start the boat and find a place for the old man to display his power to his heart's content. It just so happens that I want to see how much my body has recovered. Marco looked at Whitebeard with concern. Pops, why don't you leave it to me? Your health has just improved, and you haven't had a comprehensive checkup yet. Rashly fighting will have an impact on your health. What else is there to check? The old man knows his own body. There shouldn't be any problem now. Pops. The people on the boat ignored Yuichi now, gathering around Whitebeard. Whether ordinary crew members or division commanders, they were worried about Whitebeard's health from the bottom of their hearts. The family Whitebeard had created was indeed warm. 3 hours later, the Moby Dick arrived at a huge, deserted island. The commanders, who couldn't dissuade Whitebeard, stood anxiously on the shore. Two figures stood in the open space in the distance, Yuichi and Whitebeard. They stared at each other. The Neo Marine Fleet was also watching from the shore. Zephyr's expression was dignified. Although Yuichi was strong, he was facing Whitebeard, the strongest in the world, who had regained some of his health. Ein, Bins, and the Neo Marine soldiers were even more worried. Challenge Whitebeard, this is Whitebeard. It's impossible to beat him. Just stick to it for an hour, it shouldn't be a problem. 1 hour. Who do you think Whitebeard is? He is a great pirate who competed with Roger, the only living legend in the sea. To persist for an hour against such a monster is not something that can be done casually. Although they felt it was impossible to win, there was a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Yuichi and Whitebeard stood hundreds of meters away from the shore, the distance between them less than 10 meters. From a distance, Whitebeard's tall body looked like a hill, making Yuichi look like a child. Although Yuichi was 2 meters tall, he was nothing compared to Whitebeard. Boy. Let's do it. Whitebeard held Murakumajiri, a massive Naginata. Coupled with his aura, the sense of oppression was terrifying. There was no wavering in Yuichi's heart. Just hold on for an hour. Even if he wasn't serious, that was no problem. This was Yuichi's self-confidence. But Yuichi was not a person to settle. He was thinking about how to defeat the monster in front of him within that hour. To do this, he had to work hard. He took one step forward. Yuichi's knees bent slightly, gathering strength. His left hand held the sheath of his Zanpakuto at his waist. His right hand hovered over the handle. His breath became extremely weak, to the point where people could hardly feel it. With Yuichi posing like this, Whitebeard instantly felt a sense of crisis he hadn't experienced for a long time. What a boy. You can actually pose a threat to this old man. The potential is astonishing. While Whitebeard was sighing internally, suddenly, an incomparably thick aura fluctuated and spread from Yuichi's feet. A strong storm swept across, causing the surrounding ground to crack. At the same time, the Furyoku in Yuichi ran at full speed. All power converged into Ryatsu, exploding at Yuichi's feet. Flash step, Shuinpa. For a moment, Yuichi's figure began to distort, then disappeared like smoke. The next second, Yuichi appeared directly in front of Whitebeard. The Zanpakuto was pulled out in an instant, a slash aiming for Whitebeard's neck. The Furyoku transformed other powers in his body. In a sudden instant, all Ryatsu transformed into Haki, overlaid on Yuichi's Zanpakuto. The moment the sword was unsheathed, black thunder erupted from the blade. Extremely strong Haki fluctuations responded to the black thunder, spreading rapidly. Clang. Buzz. A series of astonishing ripples swept out. The dusty island shook violently in an instant. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Intense Haki Collision. Chapter 134, Intense Haki Collision. The terrifying shock came suddenly. Marco and the others, who hadn't paid much attention initially, frantically searched with their eyes, staring into the distance. The blade sliced through the void toward Whitebeard as if light itself had been distorted. The surrounding ground rippled violently under the shockwaves like water. It was unimaginable that such a situation was occurring on solid ground. The calm looks on the faces of the Whitebeard pirates completely disappeared, replaced by horrified eyes looking at Yuichi in shock. The Haki wave bursting from Yuichi's Zanpakuto was too strong. The erupting black thunder shot straight into the sky like real lightning. Whitebeard waved Murakumajiri and instantly released his superb Haki. Most of Yuichi's slashing power was removed, but even so, Whitebeard took a sharp step back, stomping his right leg heavily into the ground. Boom. Sparks erupted from the collision of the blades. The Haki of the two collided. Yuichi's Haki had a golden light, while Whitebeard's glowed faintly white. The volatility of the two forces was almost identical. For a while, the two were in a stalemate. As their Haki clashed, the surrounding ground continued to collapse, and huge rocks were impacted by the waves, soaring slowly into the sky. The roaring sound continued, and veins popped on the faces of both combatants. Marco, who had been sitting calmly, was now standing with his mouth wide open. The air waves generated by the collision became stronger and stronger until Marco was almost blown away. This guy's Haki is on par with Pop's. How is this possible? It wasn't just Marco, the other division commanders felt that Yuichi's pure Haki power shouldn't be able to reach their father's level. Whitebeard was a legend. His Haki had been honed over a lifetime of defeating countless enemies. Yuichi was just an Admiral Candidate. No matter how talented, Haki strength usually took years to hone. Is this a genius? Can Haki's power also transcend time and reach incredible levels? Flower Sword Vista's hands were trembling slightly. Clang. Suddenly, the two separated. The violent wind pressure erupted at the moment of separation, forcing the spectators to brace themselves. Before anyone could look up, another terrifying collision sound echoed. Boom. Yuichi held his Zanpakuto in both hands, all energy in his body transformed into Haki under the action of Furyoku. Why did Yuichi choose to fight Whitebeard with raw Haki? Because he wanted to force Whitebeard's approval through sheer dominance. However, Yuichi hadn't expected that after converting all his power, the violent Haki covering the blade would feel so good. There was no need to worry about technique, just slashing like crazy felt incredible. No wonder Kenpachi Zaraki in Bleach didn't care about moves. Strength was everything. Boom. 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 The figures of the two kept moving like terrifying tornadoes in the open space, frantically destroying everything around them. Black thunder continued to shine. Collision after collision. The roar rushed to the sky, echoing like thunderbolts. Whoosh. Above, the sky turned dark. Everyone looked up, eyes shrinking suddenly. The sky. The sky cracked. A crack split the heavens like an endless abyss, swallowing the clouds on both sides. Zephyr muttered, Yuichi, when this kid fought the old man before, hadn't he played his best yet? Ein gasped, what strong Haki. He can even compete with Whitebeard. Bins nodded. Even Sensei doesn't have such powerful Haki. Zephyr looked at Bins with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. The old man is old after all. I can't compare with you young people. Besides, it's nothing to be surpassed by one's own disciples. Boom. Suddenly, an astonishingly powerful slashing wave swept across the air toward a distant mountain. Swish. It penetrated the peak instantly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the hill began to slide. A crack emerged halfway up the mountain, spreading at a 45-degree angle, cutting off most of the peak in an instant. Countless people stared wide-eyed. One knife, cut off a mountain. Whose attack is this? Looking at the combatants, Whitebeard's blade was facing the spectators, while Yuichi's follow-through pointed at the mountain. That guy did it. Even mountains can be cut off at will. This guy's strength is comparable to Pop's. Idiot, that's because Pops didn't use his devil fruit ability. He has been using Haki since just now. But the other party is the same. People suddenly realized that neither of them had used their abilities yet. A smile broke across Whitebeard's stern face. Gururara. I haven't met such a strong opponent for a long time. Boy, you are very strong. But why don't you use your abilities? Yuichi replied, didn't you also not use your fruit ability? Whitebeard was stunned for a moment. Gururara. Well, let's use our abilities together, and let the old man see your full strength. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 135, Senbon Sakura vs Tremor Fruit. Chapter 135, Senbon Sakura vs Tremor Fruit. Do your best. Yuichi squinted at Whitebeard. The opponent's body seemed to be waking up from a deep sleep. Whitebeard's physique had returned to its state from 10 years ago, and the pain had disappeared, but the sudden change made it difficult for him to fully adapt. He was testing his relaxed body, unsure of exactly how hard to punch. As the fight continued, his strength would only grow as he adapted. A protracted battle was not good for Yuichi. Then let's decide the outcome with one move. Yuichi declared. Whitebeard's eyes flashed with pity. He had already recognized Yuichi, but he still wanted to use the fight to test the extent of his own recovered power. Playing against his sons risked accidental injury, but Yuichi's strength meant he could take a hit without dying. But since Yuichi was confident enough to propose a single deciding move, Whitebeard naturally couldn't disagree. Good. Whitebeard readily agreed. Yuichi held his Zanpakuto in both hands. His strongest move right now was Bankai, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Specifically, the Senkei, Annihilation Scape, form, which condensed the petals into swords, forming a special arena that enveloped himself and the enemy. In Senkei, the user abandons defense. Since the petals are formed into swords, they do not consume Ryatsu to float, allowing a large amount of Ryatsu to gather in Yuichi himself. Yuichi's slash would become even more terrifying. And now, the Furioku could also transform Haki and Chakra into Ryatsu. Yuichi didn't know how strong Senkei would be, but he was ready to try. Yuichi raised his hand, pointing the Zanpakuto to the ground. Everyone's expressions changed. Could it be, that guy is going to use his ability? Yuichi's voice rang out. Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. The blade fell from Yuichi's hand. The moment it pierced the ground, the earth seemed to turn into a cold, dead lake, swallowing the sword whole. Boom. Yuichi's terrifying Ryatsu exploded. It felt like the power of Conqueror's Haki mixed with frantic energy waves. Whitebeard stared at Yuichi. He felt that Yuichi's power was strange, it didn't seem to be just Haki. Swish. 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 Rows of huge blades rose from the ground behind Yuichi. Then, the wind blew, and thousands of blade fragments emerged. The entire island was suddenly covered with cherry blossom petals. The beautiful scene stunned the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing it on a light curtain was completely different from witnessing it in person. Zephyr's eyes flickered. What kind of ability is this? Yuichi is getting more and more incomprehensible. It's so beautiful. Ein whispered. Bins nodded. It's hard to imagine that these beautiful flowers will turn into terrifying weapons of death. Humph. I feel that this ability is slightly desolate, Ein added. Condense countless petals on the edge of the knife, Whitebeard mused. Boy, your ability is really eye-opening. This is not like swordsmanship, and it is even less like a devil fruit ability. Just as Whitebeard was about to ask more, a pink light burst from Yuichi's body. The dazzling light turned into spirit snakes, swirling in the air and sweeping away, gathering above their heads. In the blink of an eye, a strange space appeared. The blade fragments gathered into countless Zanpakuto, arranged neatly in the air, circling and overlapping. Senkei, Senbenzakura Kagyoshi. Yuichi raised his head slowly. This is my strongest move right now. Turn all the blade fragments into knives again, concentrate all the power on yourself, and give up all defenses in exchange for. A sword flew from behind toward Yuichi. He grabbed it. Suddenly, Ryatsu erupted within the space, and a blinding pink light engulfed Whitebeard almost instantly. Whitebeard felt heavier under Yuichi's Ryatsu. Yuichi looked at Whitebeard. In exchange for an unparalleled attack. Whitebeard. Are you ready? Outside this strange space, everyone saw a vague, black, translucent sphere covering the two combatants. Long swords exuding pink light floated around it. What is this? This thing has Pops and that guy inside. Marco and the others stopped. Although they couldn't see inside the Senkei space, they couldn't intervene now. Inside, Whitebeard glanced around. He could still feel the breath of Marco and the others but couldn't see them. Extraordinary ability. Whitebeard said. But boy. You gave up all your defenses in exchange for attack power. Do you want to bet everything on this one blow? Looking at Yuichi's determined gaze, Whitebeard waved Mirakumajiri. The Tremor fruit ability activated. A translucent ball appeared on the blade, constantly compressing. Yuichi saw all the Ryatsu inside rushing toward his blade. Although he hadn't awakened Shukiai, Hakatiken, White Emperor Sword, yet, he could still pour all his power into the blade and release it in one breath. A pink light enveloped the Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand. All the energy in his body was transformed into Ryatsu via Furioku. He confronted Whitebeard. Yuichi's concentration was high. Almost at the moment when Whitebeard finished gathering strength, Yuichi poured all his power into the Zanpakuto. Lightly waving the sword, Yuichi made a seemingly ordinary cut. At the same time, the power of the tremor fruit gathered by Whitebeard exploded. The air cracked. Even for a moment, the dimension created by Yuichi was shaken by the power of the tremor fruit as if it were about to shatter. Gorgeous pink light swept out. The invisible power of shock raged. The two forces collided in an instant. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Mission completed and the banquet begins. Chapter 136, Mission completed and the banquet begins. A terrible turmoil erupted. Yuichi's Senkei space cracked. And it wasn't just the space, the entire island was directly divided in two. Due to the spread of the shock force, a huge wave was set off on the sea surface. The Marines watching from a distance were nearly engulfed. Dust and smoke billowed where the two forces collided. Although the spreading fluctuations gradually dissipated, the ground remained unstable. Is this the power that erupts from a Yonko-level battle? It was the first time Ein and Benz had witnessed such a terrifying scene. Looking at the sky, the clouds had long since broken, exposing an abyss-like crack that devoured the mist. The huge waves on the sea churned, threatening to submerge the island completely. But in the next second, a shockwave exploded, breaking the waves instantly. The smoke dissipated. Pops. Marco wanted to rush up, but stopped. Whitebeard half-kneeled on the ground, holding Mirakumajiri in one hand, his face pale. There was a chasm in front of him, seawater pouring in. Across the chasm, Yuichi had a striking gash on his shoulder. The bleeding didn't stop. The white cloak on his body was torn apart, a large area stained red with blood. Whitebeard still seemed to have the upper hand. The destructive power of the tremor fruit was terrifying, exceeding Yuichi's expectations. Seeing this result, it seemed Yuichi was slightly inferior. However, Zephyr and the others smiled. Even the Neo Marines were beaming with uncontrollable joy. The opponent was a Yonko. The men holding the title of strongest men in the world. To fight to such an extent against such a man. Yuichi could be said to have combat power comparable to the four emperors. Although Whitebeard did not suffer any obvious injuries, he was clearly exhausted. If the blow hadn't been contained by the strange space, the island would have disappeared long ago. Yuichi was only injured, not down. It was impressive. But Yuichi himself didn't look pleased. Unexpectedly, even after transforming tailed beast chakra, Haki, and all his power into Ryatsu using Furioku, surpassing the power Kurosaki Ichigo had when he first fought Byakuya, he couldn't beat Whitebeard. This was not what Yuichi wanted. Although the task could be completed, his influence would not be as heavy. If he couldn't grasp significant authority, the alliance wouldn't be under his control. Yuichi gritted his teeth. It seemed more things had to be exposed. Whitebeard was sweating profusely. Before he could fully adapt to his youthful body, he had unleashed a full power blow. The hit made him feel hearty, but it felt like something was missing. He couldn't believe that his tremor fruit power seemed stronger. The world had evolved. All powers had been strengthened. Gururara. Kid, I didn't expect you to be able to catch the old man's full blow. Whitebeard looked at Yuichi. You should be like the old man, out of strength. This battle is over. Just as Whitebeard said this. Boom. Boom. Yuichi's body burst out with Furioku. It was true that his tailed beast chakra, Haki, and Ryatsu were exhausted. His physical strength was seriously overdrawn, but he still had one power left, Furioku. However, Furioku is useless without spirits. But Yuichi had Zenki and Goki. Bang. Bang. Zenki and Goki appeared in front of Yuichi, stepping out of the void. Yuichi looked up at Whitebeard. It's true that my stamina is almost exhausted, but that doesn't mean I can't continue fighting. Watching the spirits suddenly appear, Whitebeard was stunned. Everyone stared blankly. What was this ability? Whitebeard's eyes flickered. The combat power of these two things might not be too strong, but Whitebeard had no strength to resist now. Even if they were weak, he couldn't fight back. Whitebeard sighed helplessly. Okay, the old man lost. Yuichi smiled. However, boy, you have to tell the old man what is going on with these two things. Yuichi had already prepared an answer. Of course, he wouldn't tell the truth about the Shaman King system. In the first game of the World War, when those ninjas appeared, I felt a strange energy in my body. Maybe that power is chakra. My trick is formed by fusing the power of the two worlds. I don't know exactly what happened. The previous blade turned into fragments, and these two things appeared because of the fusion of power. This explanation caught Whitebeard by surprise. Merging the power of two worlds. No wonder Yuichi's knife turned into petals, it wasn't swordsmanship or a devil fruit. Yuichi's terrifying Haki and swordsmanship already showed his amazing talent. It wasn't impossible to integrate the power of the other world. I see. Whitebeard stood up slowly. Even if you win this time, I don't have the strength to continue fighting. He looked back at Marco and the others. My little ones, prepare a banquet. The old man is in a good mood, so we will hold a banquet on this island. He turned to Yuichi. A joint banquet with the Yuichi kid. Was this Whitebeard agreeing to his proposal? Sure enough, in the end, one had to rely on strength to speak. Congratulations to host for completing the task. Task reward, template expansion ability, void power, holification, masked form. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, The Sea Trembles on the Eve of War. Chapter 137, The Sea Trembles on the Eve of War. There were still 2 days left before the start of the Fourth World War. At this moment, people in the pirate world were suppressing their worries. The World War was about the existence or destruction of their world. Although they had won 3 times in a row, the ninjas were not easy to deal with. However, the people were not too anxious because the Marines had 3 admirals plus Yuichi, a monster-level existence. With such monsters, the Marines would surely win continuously. Now, under the guidance of newspapers, people all over the world called Yuichi the strongest admiral in the Marines, even though he wasn't officially an admiral. But early this morning, people following the news saw a report they didn't expect. Marine's strongest combatant Yuichi appeared in the New World. After a battle broke out with Whitebeard, the two held a banquet on an unnamed island. The first reaction was disbelief. Fake news. Yuichi was a Marine general. Even if he fought Whitebeard, holding a banquet together. A Marine holding a banquet with a Yonko. It was impossible. But then they read further. On the night the World War ended, Marine Ford erupted in chaos, and the headquarters building collapsed. Suspected internal battle within the Marines. Looking at the text and the spy photos of the Marine building being repaired, people were dumbfounded. On the day the World War ended, Marine Ford had gathered Marine Vice Admirals, 3 admirals, and Yuichi. If anyone attacked, it would be suicide. Major events like the collapse of the naval headquarters being reported only after repairs began made even ordinary people feel something was wrong. The Marines and world government were deliberately hiding something. A follow-up article explained why. The world government wanted to seize the tailed beast Yuichi obtained. They ordered the Marines and admirals to arrest him. The 3 admirals joined forces to besiege Yuichi, but failed to trap him, resulting in the destruction of the headquarters building. The hero of the World War, Yuichi, escaped from Marine Ford. Fleet Admiral Sengoku the Buddha, together with Marine hero Garp, went to the Holy Land Mariewa to negotiate with the 5 elders but failed. The current Fleet Admiral is being held in the Holy Land. The whole world was boiling. Yuichi then went to the New World to challenge Whitebeard. The news stated that Yuichi failed to defeat Whitebeard but was only slightly inferior. A Marine general with fighting strength comparable to the four emperors was forced to leave the Marines. Ordinary people couldn't figure it out. Was the world government crazy? Was a tailed beast really that important? Important enough to force away a key combat asset? In the New World, the four emperors received the newspaper and a message from Whitebeard simultaneously. Kaido, sure enough, exactly as I thought. Dispatching 3 admirals to deal with that kid, the world government is courageous. It's a pity they let him escape. Kaido looked at the letter sent by Whitebeard. He sneered. Alliance. Humph. In the past, Kaido wouldn't have given a second thought to a Yonko alliance. But now Whitebeard stated that Yuichi's strength was not weaker than his own and that he had decided to unite with Yuichi. In other words, the Whitebeard pirates effectively had 2 Yonko-level combatants. Even Kaido had to think carefully. There was a balance among the 4 emperors. Now that it was broken, it couldn't be ignored. Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, a boy who can be recognized by that old guy, can he reach this stage at this age? Unite. It is a good way to fight for the right to participate in the World War. I can consider it. Red-haired Shanks, after receiving Whitebeard's message, he looked at Beckman. Do you think we should go? Beckman frowned. This matter has to be carefully considered, but the sea has changed now. The threat from another world is closely related to everyone. No matter who represents our world, if one loses continuously, our world will become weaker and become nutrients for the other world. Give your destiny to others. Shanks, are you willing to accept that? Shanks froze for a moment. Of course not. I don't want my destiny to be controlled by others. Alliance. It seems we can agree, but how to combine remains to be studied. In the Holy Land Mariehua, the Yuichi incident was exposed, causing violent reactions from civilians. They questioned the world government. But the 5 elders were more concerned with what was happening between Yuichi and Whitebeard in the New World. There was also Blackarm Zephyr and his Neo Marines involved. This man who hated pirates was apparently willing to act with them to help his disciple. The 5 elders couldn't understand this, so they continued to investigate. And now, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was still tough, showing no intention of compromising. Seeing that the Fourth World War was about to begin, if Sengoku didn't compromise, the 5 elders would have to take drastic measures. Since Sengoku is unwilling to compromise, let him rest. It's time to change the position of Fleet Admiral. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 138, Obtaining Random Rewards. Chapter 138, Obtaining Random Rewards. There were less than 24 hours before the start of the Fourth World War. Somewhere in the New World, 3 huge pirate ships were anchored. All belonged to the Whitebeard pirates. Besides Whitebeard's crew, thousands of people from the Neo Marines were also on board. Although Zephyr agreed to support Yuichi joining the pirates, he didn't want to interact with them. Ein and Bins took the Neo Marine soldiers to the banquet, but Zephyr remained alone on his boat, watching Yuichi practicing on the sea. Since the fight with Whitebeard, Yuichi had started practicing early the next morning. This diligence made Zephyr emotional. After so many years, Yuichi was still working hard. But he couldn't understand what Yuichi was practicing. From time to time, a powerful wave erupted from Yuichi's body. It wasn't Haki, maybe it was the new power produced by the fusion of 2 worlds' powers, Ryatsu. Yuichi was adapting to the system reward, the masked state of void power. On the endless sea, Yuichi waved the Zanpakuto. A chopping wave capable of tearing apart the sea and setting off huge waves cut through the water instantly, reaching the horizon. Behind him, the pirates on Whitebeard's ship raised their wine glasses high. So strong. This time the power is stronger than before. As expected of our ally, Mr. Pirate Yuichi. So cool. Cheers to our Mr. Yuichi. The mask on Yuichi's face slowly dissipated. Ignoring the cheers, Yuichi checked the time. The duration of the masked state has increased by 1 second. Although the system allowed him to use void power, the duration was extremely short, initially less than a second. A few days had passed, and Yuichi had managed to stretch the time to over a minute. Still too short. However, when the mask was on, Yuichi's power increased several times, allowing him to be stronger than a Yonko in that state. A minute was enough to beat a Yonko, but not enough to kill them. Without the mask, Yuichi was slightly weaker than a Yonko. But the current strength was enough to give him an equal right to speak in the alliance. Yuichi felt it was time to secure his soft power. Now, the Neo Marines stood with him, but that wasn't enough. Fortunately, Yuichi had made friends over the past 20 years. After convincing Whitebeard, he sent messages to them. If those 2 joined, Yuichi would have a force comparable to a Yonko crew. Whitebeard had division commanders comparable to admirals, Kaido had the all-stars, Big Mom had the sweet commanders, Shanks had his executives. If Yuichi had those two join, he would also have 3 subordinates around Admiral level. He already had one, Black Arm Zephyr. Congratulations, host. Awakening progress of the first character template reached 60%. Get a random reward. Whether to open. Practicing the mask state unknowingly broke through to 60% progress. It was normal, practicing the mask exercised Ryatsu control. Turn it on. A huge wheel appeared before Yuichi, divided into 16 grids, spinning extremely fast. Yuichi saw options like 500 years of pure Ryatsu, top slash, and Zanpakuto ability strengthening. The turntable stopped suddenly. Congratulations to host for getting a random reward, Top Kido. Top Kido. Not bad. Yuichi's Kido level was previously only mid-level. Now, the same spell would be much stronger. Heido number 4, Byakuya. Bang. Thunder burst from Yuichi's finger, sweeping across the sea instantly. The sound echoed constantly. Looking at the lightning that disappeared in the blink of an eye, the corners of Yuichi's mouth turned up. Is this Top Kido? So strong. On Whitebeard's boat, the crew cheered. That's awesome. Lightning exploded from Mr. Yuichi's hand. Cheers. Are you idiots? What's the point of drinking to this kind of thing? Whitebeard laughed but took a sip of wine. He looked at Yuichi on the sea. The power of the other world. This kid is trying to master the power of another world. Yuichi opened his character panel. Host, Yuichi. First template character, Byakuya Kuchiki, progress, 60%. Shurikai, enabled. Bankai, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi, opened. Senkei, Annihilation Scape opened. Shukiai, Final Scene not opened, unlocks at 65%. Gokiai, Moscape not opened, unlocks at 70%. Zanjutsu, advanced. Hakuda, medium. Ho-Ho, moderate. Kido, top, freely use all Kido below number 88. Special skill, Utsasimi, empty cicada. Expansion ability, void power, mask status activated. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 139, Chapter 139 plus 140, past, present, future, time intertwined. Notice, the 2 chapters were too short, so I combined them instead. Chapter 139, past, present, future, time intertwined. Watching the new prompts appear, Yuichi mused, 65% and 70% can open the new scenes of Senbon Sakura. But this 10% progress might take a year of practice. To improve strength quickly, missions were best. But since Yuichi was no longer a Marine, he lost the chance to trigger the World War mission. He hoped the 4 Emperors Alliance would trigger something. Yuichi put away the Zanpakuto and headed toward Whitebeard's boat, using chakra to walk on the water. How is it? Did anyone else write back? Yuichi asked. Whitebeard shook his head. No. Seeing Whitebeard's unconcerned look, Yuichi froze. Come. Have a drink with the old man. You must know how to combine work and rest. Yuichi held the wine glass Whitebeard forced on him. Clang. Whitebeard clinked his glass vigorously. Cheers. To our 4 Emperors Alliance. Yuichi drank reluctantly. Without news from them, the alliance won't exist. Your name doesn't seem to work either, Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at Yuichi indifferently. Cheap provocation. Trying to goad this old man with such tricks. You are still too naive. Speaking of business, what can you do if they don't come? Who said they won't come? The old man just said there was no reply, not that they wouldn't come. I'm Whitebeard. They won't ignore my invitation casually. Whitebeard seemed confident. The 4 emperors wouldn't be willing to watch the Marines gain power from the other world while they sat on the sidelines. Boy. Your Conqueror's Haki talent is very strong. Although your strange energy is powerful, don't waste your Haki talent. Why not? I will teach you how to use Conqueror's Haki coding. Yuichi looked surprised. You want to teach me Conqueror's coding? Oh. You actually know about it. Didn't you just awaken Conqueror's Haki? Whitebeard was annoyed by Yuichi's attitude. Boy, the old man won't teach you with this attitude. Whatever. Whitebeard became anxious. Yuichi was a rough diamond. Forget it. I'll just reluctantly guide you personally. Tell me. What am I going to give? I just want you to owe me a favor, or become my disciple. Okay. I owe you a favor. Yuichi rejected the disciple relationship directly. Smart boy. And very ambitious. The banquet continued until the beginning of the World War. Noon of the second day. The Fourth World War officially began. The huge light curtain in the sky appeared again. Yuichi felt a pang of pity. The Marines would still represent the pirate world. The Fourth World War is about to begin. This world war is a battle for privilege. The winner will get the privilege, time selection privilege. Time selection privilege, the world with this privilege can freely choose all candidates who meet the conditions for participating in the battle from the past, present, and future of their own world. Seeing this, Yuichi's eyes flickered. It was exactly as he had thought. If the ninja world got this privilege, it would be a disaster. Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, Tobarama Senju. Counting the long history of the ninja world, there were too many powerful ninjas. The world of ninja was boiling at this moment. Chapter 140, the large team battle begins. The privilege of crossing time was terrifying, and Yuichi wasn't the only one who realized it. People in the world of ninja, upon seeing this effect, were ecstatic. In the land of iron, the 5 Kages were stunned. Past, present, future. All qualified candidates can be selected. Fourth Raikage stood up. Doesn't this mean that even dead ninjas can be chosen? Mizukage Terumi couldn't hide her excitement. It seems so. Dead people can also participate. Then my Konoha's past Hokages. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was the most excited. If he got this privilege, Konoha would soar. They had Hashirama, Tobarama, and even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the White Fang. Outside the meeting place, Tsunade had a strong light in her eyes. Can I see Nawaki again? Orochimaru looked at Tsunade. If you really want to see your brother, I can grant your wish too. Tsunade. Tsunade looked at him doubtfully. What can you do? Jiraiya guessed something. Orochimaru, have you been researching resurrection? In the land of rain, at the Akatsuki base. Nagato looked at the curtain of light. Can the dead be brought back to life? Compared with the mysterious power displayed by this thing, reviving the dead seemed possible. Tendo Pain appeared in front of Nagato. Yahiko may be resurrected. Nagato was excited. If his sworn friend could really be resurrected, the cost didn't matter. Konan had tears of joy in her eyes. In the depths of the base, Obito's mood fluctuated violently. Black Zetsu sensed it. Not good. Obito smiled. World War is really interesting. Zetsu, what do you think? Do you want to participate? Zetsu smiled. Maybe Akatsuki can become stronger with its help. The Fourth World War. Ninja World. Faction, 5 Kages Alliance. The people of the pirate world were stunned. Previously, it was a hidden village. Why was it suddenly the 5 Kages Alliance? Wouldn't that mean fighting 5 factions at once? Whitebeard glanced at Yuichi. Sure enough, exactly as you said, people from the other world have also united. The 4 emperors in the new world began to act. Red-haired Shanks, pack up, little ones, and let's go. We're going to see Whitebeard. Big Mom, the method that old guy said is really useful. Damn it. He was the first to discover this. Kaido, it seems there is no way to refuse that invitation. Taking advantage of the World War, the emperors dispatched toward Whitebeard's territory while the Marines were busy. Pirate World. Faction, Marines. The Fourth World War is a battle for privileges. Format, large group battle, 35 versus 35. Representative forces from both worlds each send 5 people with S-level combat power, 10 people with A-level combat power, and 20 people with B-level combat power. Battlefield, Ancient Forest. Both parties please confirm the candidates. The Fourth World War will officially start in 10 minutes. Victory conditions, the battle ends when the last person on one side loses combat ability. A group of 35 people fighting in a forest. A cold light flashed in Yuichi's eyes. Marines. I'm afraid there will be no way to win this time. Such conditions were too favorable for ninjas. It wasn't that the Marines were weak without Yuichi, but the intelligence gap was huge. After 3 battles, the ninja world had figured out the pirate world's fighting style. The Marines, however, hadn't figured out the ninja's means. Whitebeard glanced at Yuichi. Are you so optimistic about the other world? If the Marines lose, the whole world will be affected. Yuichi smiled. It's not that I'm optimistic about them, but that I understand how ninjas fight. Such rules and terrain are very beneficial to them. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 140, Chapter 141, the lineup of both sides is determined. Chapter 141, the lineup of both sides is determined. Is it really that sure? Are you still angry about what happened with the Marines? Whitebeard moved closer to Yuichi, his massive frame casting a shadow. Can you tell this old man? What is it that made an excellent brat like you leave the Marines and destroy the naval headquarters building? The question made Yuichi's expression turn slightly uncomfortable. He gave Whitebeard a cold look. Can't you guess? Hearing this, Whitebeard smiled. He had guessed, of course. Even if Yuichi didn't say it aloud, he was 90% sure. The tailed beast inside the kid was likely the reason he left the Marines. That was Whitebeard's first thought upon meeting Yuichi. Still, he had wanted to hear it from Yuichi himself. But since the boy didn't want to talk about it, and likely held a grudge against the Marines, Whitebeard decided not to push his luck. 10 minutes passed quickly. The Fourth World War was about to begin. Before the official start, a strange figure appeared on the screen broadcasting to the pirate world. In a certain room, a white-haired old man sat with a serious expression, staring at a small light screen in front of him. To ordinary people, this person was quite unfamiliar. Few could even guess why he had suddenly appeared. However, the image on the other side showed the Five Kages of the ninja world. Sitting around a round table, the Five Kages were discussing who should be sent to fight. Each of them had a small screen in front of them. It seemed that no single Kage could unilaterally choose the combatants. After someone nominated a candidate, it required confirmation from the others. In other words, the roster wouldn't be finalized until all five agreed. Seeing this, Yuichi found it very interesting. The system integrating all worlds could actually adapt its rules to suit this new force, the Five Kages Alliance. When the time came for his alliance with the four emperors to decide on combatants, it would likely be the same process. If that was the case, it was good news. At least for the time being, there was no need to compete for the dominant position within the alliance. Aligning with the four emperors was already difficult enough. Yuichi wanted to be the leader, but he knew the other emperors, even Whitebeard, were unlikely to agree easily. The best solution was to share the right to speak equally. Of course, Yuichi was confident he would lead the four emperors alliance eventually, but it was too early for that. While the ninja world was being negotiated by the Five Kages, the person responsible for selecting the candidates for the pirate world was the gray-haired old man. He seemed to be in good spirits, an inexplicable majesty exuding from his brows. Yuichi naturally recognized him. Whitebeard looked at the figure on the screen. Kong. Sengoku is gone. It seems that because of your actions, the Marines have undergone a major change. Even this old monster was called out. Kong. The world government commander-in-chief, holding a rank higher than Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Apart from the five elders and I'm, Kong's status was the highest. Now, he had replaced the Fleet Admiral to select the candidates for the battle. It was clear that the current Marines were being directly led by Kong. Sengoku had lost his position. Although the world government hadn't announced it yet, the appearance of this image would lead the newspapers to analyze the situation quickly. These people weren't idiots. Fleet Admiral Sengoku dismissed, naval headquarters destroyed, and Yuichi defected. The chain of events would soon be exposed. Whether the world government and the Marines could silence the public would depend entirely on the outcome of this war. The Fourth World War officially begins. Candidates from both parties are being sent into the arena. Swish, swish, swish. The image on the light curtain changed, and a dense, ancient jungle came into view. The trees in this forest were colossal, even the small bushes stood 3 or 4 meters high. Fighting in such a place would require immense observation and perception skills. The candidates sent by the ninja world appeared. Among them, the 5 S-class combatants worthy of attention were not the 5 Kages themselves. Instead, they were Konoha, Kakashi Hatake. Konoha, Tsunade. Mist Village, Utakata, 6 Tails Jinchuriki. Stone Village, Rashi, 4 Tails Jinchuriki. Cloud Village, Killer Bee, 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Just seeing these 5 people allowed Yuichi to understand the 5 Kages plan. Kakashi Hatake was strong, especially in this terrain. He had a diverse fighting style. As the copy ninja who had copied thousands of jutsu, he could go 50-50 against almost any enemy. However, Kakashi was likely not the main offensive force here, his role would be support or stalling enemies. Tsunade was the medic. The other 3 were all Jinchuriki, possessing terrifying, monstrous destructive power. They were the main battle force. Yuichi was surprised to see such a ratio. Ninjas were indeed experts at group battles. Following them were 10 A-class combatants, a lineup that made Yuichi feel the One Piece world had little hope of winning. Konoha, the Ino Shikacho trio, Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka. These 3 were Konoha Jonin. Individually, their combat ability wasn't overwhelming, but their teamwork was legendary. Even S-class combatants would struggle against them. Furthermore, Inoichi could sense enemy positions and transmit the situation of the entire battlefield to all ninjas telepathically. Mist Village, AO. Although the mist only sent one support, Ao's Byakugan could track enemy movements perfectly. If Yuichi was responsible for long-distance sensing, Ao would handle short-range observation. Stone Village, Kitsuchi, Kuratsuchi, Akatsuki. The father and daughter duo, along with Akatsuki, were masters of Earth style. They could easily divide the battlefield and control the terrain. Cloud Village, Darui, Samui, Atsui. An extremely powerful trio of Cloud Jonin. Their coordination was strong. In this terrain, small-scale skirmishes suited them perfectly. As for the remaining 20 B-class personnel, Yuichi didn't know all of them, but the ratio suggested they were chosen for coordination rather than raw power. The selection by the Five Kages was excellent. On the pirate world side, however, although Kong was the commander-in-chief, the people he chose, or rather, the people selected according to the will of the Five Elders, confused Yuichi greatly. The B-class forces were a group of Marine rear admirals, likely loyalists to the world government. The same was true for the vice admirals representing the A-class combat effectiveness. Only one of the vice admirals was a headquarters officer Yuichi was familiar with. As for the S-class power, Akainu and Kizaru were present, but Akiji was missing. In his place were two admiral candidates, Tokakake, Shatan, and Gion, Momosaji, plus a mysterious soldier codenamed X. This person was obviously not a marine, he covered his face as if he didn't want to be recognized. Looking at this lineup, Yuichi found it ridiculous. Were the Five Elders overwhelmed by their previous victories? Sending these people to fight completely ignored the nature of the ninja world. It felt as if they believed sending random strong fighters would ensure victory. If they underestimated ninjas this badly, they would die miserably. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 141, Chapter 142, The Regressed Marine. Chapter 142, The Regressed Marine. The Fourth World War. The battle for privileges officially begins. Participants from both sides have confirmed. Transmitting to the battlefield. Countdown. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. As the countdown began, everyone in both worlds became inexplicably nervous. Even the Five Kages, who had carefully discussed the selection, couldn't help but worry. The countdown ended. White light fell from the sky. The picture on the light curtain changed. This time, it didn't split into small squares like before, there were too many participants. Instead, there was a single, main view of the chosen arena, the ancient forest. To the viewers in both worlds, the giant trees blocked out the sun, light only filtering through gaps in the leaves. As the white light descended, the first to appear was a vice admiral from naval headquarters. There was no one else around him. Random teleportation. Whitebeard muttered. If it was truly random, luck would play a huge role. Landing directly in an enemy camp would be disastrous. The light curtain seemed to respond to Whitebeard's question, switching to a planar map view. Flashing red and blue dots appeared, symbolizing the ninja world and pirate world factions respectively. It wasn't pure random teleportation, both sides had fixed zones where their forces were scattered. The picture switched to the ninja world side. As soon as a Yamanaka clan member landed, he immediately performed a jutsu. It seemed the camera focused on him because of the chakra usage. He looked toward Inoichi, who had remained stationary to anchor the formation. People in the One Piece world had no idea what was happening, but the people of the ninja world smiled. Fighting in such a place gives us an absolute advantage, Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi noted. With random teleportation, our people can quickly determine each other's positions and sense the enemy, added Mizukichi Terumi. Just as we expected, Fourth Reikage grunted. Sending the Yamanaka clan really has a miraculous effect. The view shifted again to the pirate world. A naval headquarters vice admiral appeared on screen. Yuichi knew this guy. He was at the bottom rung of the vice admirals. Normally, someone like him wouldn't be sent out, but the Marines ran on politics as much as power. This guy was a staunch loyalist. Sending him was a political move by the world government to ensure obedience, even if it meant sacrificing quality. And this guy did something no one expected. Hello. Mr. Kizaru. Mr. Akainu. Where are you guys? He was actually shouting at the top of his lungs in the middle of a hostile forest. At this moment, even ordinary civilians stared wide-eyed, unable to believe such a stupid person existed. Was he an idiot? Yelling for an admiral. Even if an admiral heard him, did he think they would respond and expose their own position? Is that Vice Admiral Moro? Got hell, I'm over here. Someone actually responded. Watching via a surveillance Den Mushi in his office, Commander-in-Chief Kong's face darkened with cold killing intent. How did this idiot become a Marine Vice Admiral? Just as he was mentally complaining, the screen switched. On the trunk of a giant tree, a figure moved rapidly. In such dense jungle, moving that fast was difficult. The figure was blurred, but in the next second, he dropped down like a falling shell. Swish. In midair, he pulled a kunai from his pouch. A flash of cold light. Blood spattered. Boom. With a crisp collision sound, the shouting Vice Admiral was stabbed in the chest by the sudden attacker. He flew backward and was instantly nailed to a tree. Damn, who dares to sneak attack? The Vice Admiral yelled angrily. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hidden weapons striking wood echoed. A row of shuriken hit his vitals with surgical precision, throat, heart, hands, and legs. The Vice Admiral was killed instantly. The figure nailed to the tree ceased to breathe, and white light rose from the corpse, disappearing into the sky. One dead as soon as the battle started. The pirate world found it hard to accept. Is that a Marine Vice Admiral? Why does he seem so weak? Even Rear Admiral Smoker performed better than this. Rear Admiral Smoker had slaughtered opponents in the Sunagakure battle, yet a dignified Vice Admiral was one-shot here. The screen shifted to the front of the shadow. The killer's face was revealed. Kakashi stopped on a branch, suppressing his breath, a smile visible beneath his mask. He was the one who had done it. Seeing Kakashi, Yuichi felt nothing. For Konoha's copy ninja, instantly killing a guy who didn't even use Haki after being attacked was hardly surprising. This guy seems very good at sneak attacks. I remember he appeared in the First World War, a pirate commented. I remember too. He seems to be able to go 50-50 against anyone. If Yuichi heard this, he would have laughed. While Kakashi going 50-50 was a meme, instant killing a Vice Admiral wasn't standard, unless the Vice Admiral was trash. But if the first death could be excused as incompetence, the second couldn't. While the Marines were clumsily looking for their companions, Shikaku Nara, an A-class combatant, landed not far from another Vice Admiral. Even though he hadn't reunited with the main group, guided by Inoichi's telepathy, he decided to engage alone. The Shadow Possession Jutsu subdued the opponent instantly. With the cooperation of preset traps, Shikaku killed him effortlessly. Shikaku looked confused. Is it my imagination? I feel like the opponents this time are several levels weaker. He was muttering to himself, but the light curtain broadcast his words to both worlds. The ninja world cheered, but the pirate world fell silent. The Marines were still the Marines, but the personnel sent this time were incomprehensible. Yuichi was gone, the powerful veterans were gone. Instead, they sent loyalist nobodies who were getting slaughtered. What was the world government doing? Did they intend to lose the war on purpose? Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 142, Chapter 143, This is the True Power of a Ninja. Chapter 143, This is the True Power of a Ninja. While the people of the pirate world were cursing the Marines' performance, the screen changed to an aerial view. The Marine personnel, marked as blue dots, were scattered throughout the forest. They weren't grouping up, instead, they wandered aimlessly. On the other hand, the red dots representing the ninja world had already organized into formations and were moving with purpose. The contrast was unbelievable. How long had it been? How were the ninjas communicating? The camera zoomed in on ninjas moving in a three-man cell. They leaped from branch to branch with extreme speed. In contrast, the Marines were trudging along the ground. Those people choose to jump from branch to branch, like monkeys. Whitebeard took a sip of his sake. Despite his words, Whitebeard understood the tactical difference. If people on the ground didn't look up, the enemy above had the advantage. This was air superiority. This is just the beginning, Yuichi said. Whitebeard paused, sensing something peculiar. Yuichi spoke with an unsettling familiarity, as if he knew these ninjas intimately, their abilities, their tactics, perhaps the very laws of their world. Boom. Suddenly, an astonishing explosion rang out from the light curtain. A Marine had walked into a trap. He wasn't seriously injured by the detonating tag, he wasn't too bad, managing to use Haki to protect himself just in time. But then, a ninja appeared, launching a harassing attack. Relying on Haki, iron body, and finger pistol, the Marine countered and knocked the ninja back. The crowd cheered, thinking the Marine was about to turn the tables. In close combat, ninjas were generally physically weaker than Grand Line warriors. However, the moment the ninja retreated, the Marine took a step to chase. Two black shadows flashed behind him. Slash. Blood spattered. The pirate world audience felt a phantom chill on their necks. Poof. Another Marine fell. White light floated from his body. The cooperation of the three ninjas had neutralized a Marine in seconds. The screen rotated again. A party of 5 Marines was attacked by a squad of 3 ninjas. From the light curtain, it was clear the ninjas were outnumbered. Yet, they attacked. One ninja launched a sneak attack, leaving a wound on a marine. The marines counterattacked immediately, but the first one to rush out was led into a trap. Bombarded by 3 detonating tags, he lost combat effectiveness instantly. The other 4 surrounded the ninja, preparing to kill him. Suddenly, the ninja cast the body flicker technique, escaping the encirclement. Just as the 4 marines locked onto his position, 2 more ninjas appeared from the trees behind them, or rather, the trees turned into ninjas. Thud. Kunai pierced the hearts of 2 marines from behind. 2 more dead. The remaining 2 marines were stunned. Before they could react, a voice rang out from above. Fire style. A stream of flame descended from the sky. Boom. The explosion blew the 2 marines away. They tried to stand, but the previous 2 ninjas were already upon them. The series of attacks left no room to breathe. Instantly killed. The first marine, who had been disabled by the traps, looked at the 3 ninjas in horror. He turned to flee, but a shuriken took him down. 5 people, wiped out. This battle stunned the pirate world. That series of soul-stirring attacks had no gaps. Every step seemed anticipated. Appear, ambush, lure, trap, ambush again, coordinate. This was what a real ninja was. Although their taijutsu couldn't compare to high-level marines, taijutsu was only a part of their arsenal. They had weird ninjutsu, transformation techniques, and lethal coordination. On the Moby Dick, the division commanders looked heavy. Facing such unexpected attacks, if they were fighting ninjas of the same level, they might have been killed too. So strong. Vista said, restraining his previous contempt. Whitebeard smiled at Yuichi. It seems that because of you, we underestimated these ninjas. This battle really shows how terrifying they are. Yuichi remained expressionless. What you see now is just an insignificant part. What else do you know? Whitebeard asked, puzzled. Yuichi smiled mysteriously. I'll let you know after we unite. Whitebeard frowned. He was curious, which was exactly what Yuichi wanted. To lead the alliance, he needed to prove his value. Sneaky guys. Come out. Although ninjas were good at lurking, hiding from an admiral was not easy. An admiral's observation Haki could sense danger and presence. The first admiral to appear on screen was the irritable Akainu. After roaring and seeing no one appear, lava erupted from his body. Since you don't want to come out, I'll see how long you can hide. These unsightly trees, the old men will destroy them all. Meteor volcano. Boom, boom, boom. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 143, Chapter 144 plus 145, Absolute Justice, Attack regardless of friend or foe. Chapter 144, Absolute Justice, Attack regardless of friend or foe. Hot, fiery lava churned. Sizzle. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly. A burst of flames rushed to the sky, piercing the clouds and illuminating the entire forest in a red glow. Admiral Akainu's outbreak instantly ignited the emotions of the pirate world. Admiral Akainu can't bear it anymore. He's finally making a move. Burn these bastards. Burn the whole forest and see how they hide. At this moment, a comment flashed across the screen. Kaido, Marine Admiral Akainu wants to kill even his own people. As expected of an incomparably righteous Marine. Kaido's comment stunned everyone. Yes. This technique had a massive range. Wouldn't the Marines in the forest be affected? True, some ninjas would be killed, but killing one's own companions along with them, it was hard to accept. But Akainu chose to do so without hesitation. Chirp. Fists of lava fell from the sky, accompanied by terrifying roars. The area covered by Meteor Volcano encompassed almost half the forest. Admiral Akainu. I don't care about my companions, this kind of behavior. People began to waver. However, some defended him. It doesn't matter. They won't really die, just get eliminated. This is a world war, winning is enough. Just win. To win, you can do whatever you can, even kill your own people. The pirates scoffed at Akainu's behavior. Such a person was no different from them, perhaps even worse. And this man was a Marine Admiral. Whitebeard sneered. As expected of a Marine Admiral. Decisive in killing. Instead of being timid about accidental injury, he kills everyone in the way. He glanced at Yuichi. That Akainu kid's justice really impresses me. Yuichi seemed not to hear him at all. Whitebeard smiled awkwardly and stopped talking. He assumed Yuichi would hate the admirals after destroying Marine Ford, but Yuichi showed no emotion. Whether he held a grudge or not, his composure was impressive. As expected of a boy with Conqueror's Haki. On the screen, the sky full of meteors descended. Boom. Flames exploded, soaring to the sky and incinerating a corner of the forest. Then the second, and the third. The camera zoomed in. The ones fleeing wildly under the flames were not ninjas, but Marines. Some who had no time to dodge were hit by the lava. Flames covered their bodies instantly, burning them to a crisp. No bones remained. Admiral Akainu, what the hell are you doing? Why you such a large-scale attack? A Marine general who narrowly escaped the initial blow looked at the surrounding fire in despair. Although he survived the impact, he was trapped. In the end, it was a dead end. Akainu's meteor volcano didn't seem to kill many ninjas, but the Marines took heavy casualties. The people of the pirate world were speechless. In order to deal with the enemy, in order to win, Akainu ignored the lives of his companions. If this led to victory, perhaps it could be justified. But right now, the effect wasn't ideal at all. At naval headquarters, Akiji, who did not participate in the war, watched with a face as gloomy as millennial ice. The cold air he released involuntarily was intense. He looked at the Marines dying tragically at Akainu's hands. Even if they weren't truly dead, this choice went against Akiji's moral compass. But Akainu's justice was absolute justice, uncompromising and ruthless. Hey! Akiji sighed, looking out at the sea. Yuichi, what are you doing now? Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the light curtain. The picture changed. It showed an open space on the other side of the forest, unaffected by the fire. Amazing chakra fluctuations were erupting. A violent chakra storm swept away, rattling the surrounding trees. The wind whistled. From the center of the storm, an extremely amazing power vortex formed. Red. Dark red. Huge, dark red spherical energy bodies were expanding. 3 red figures, looking as if they were bathed in blood, appeared. This is. The scene looked familiar. Everyone recalled a previous broadcast where a monster from the ninja world unleashed a terrifying attack. Tailed Beast Bomb. This time, there wasn't just one. There were 3. 3 violent air rings burst open as the tailed beast bombs were fired by the Jinchuriki simultaneously. Chapter 145, The Tailed Beast Bomb Detonates, the outcome is decided. The tailed beast bombs launched instantly, easily crushing the giant trees in their path. Terrifying roars and dazzling light exploded. Strong energy fluctuations spread, causing violent turmoil in the forest. Civilians in both worlds stared wide-eyed at the bright light, afraid to blink. The 3 bombs flew toward the direction where the Marine survivors had gathered. The targeting was terrifyingly accurate. The other party seems to have completely grasped the position of the Marine personnel. The 3 attacks were all launched towards the place where the most people gathered. How? They are still far away. While people were amazed, the 3-tailed beast bombs detonated. Boom. Buzz. 3 huge pillars of flame rushed into the sky. The shockwaves collided, creating turbulent currents that tore the forest apart. Countless trees and fallen leaves were disintegrated in the wind. 3 mushroom clouds rose slowly. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was amazed. Those ninjas. Even though no one has seen them, they seem to know the location of the Marines well. Such ability is really terrifying. Yuichi spoke up. Is it scary? It's impossible for everyone to have this kind of ability. The effect is probably similar to observation Haki. The opponent obviously has a ninja who specializes in sensory techniques. But they not only perceive the location, they seem to communicate perfectly. What ability is that? Marco asked, his face heavy. It's simple, Yuichi said. They have the ability to communicate with their companions remotely. Similar to a Den Mushi. If it's just like a phone bug, then it's nothing special, Whitebeard mused. It sounded simple when Yuichi explained it, but the combination of wide-range sensing and instant communication had led to a crushing defeat for the Marines. If it were you playing instead, what would you do? Whitebeard asked, squinting at Yuichi. Yuichi froze for a moment. Me. It's easy. I would stand up and command the battle. You can't command it either. Do you have the ability to communicate remotely? Marco asked. I don't, Yuichi replied flatly. But didn't the enemy already know where we are? Marco froze. Indeed. The enemy already knew the Marines' location. Since stealth was impossible, there was nothing wrong with commanding openly. Then why don't they do that? Marco looked at Akainu, Kizaru, and the others on the screen. Because they're stupid. The answer left Marco speechless. None of the Marine leaders stood up to command. Akainu didn't value the vice admirals. Kizaru was too lazy. Tokakake and Gion were focused on hunting or hiding. And the CP-0 agent had no intention of showing himself. The roar of the explosions gradually dissipated. Under the bombardment, most of the forest was destroyed. The shockwave hit an invisible wall at the edge of the arena, causing it to ripple. The battlefield has a boundary. The screen flashed to a top-down view. The red dots of the ninja world were numerous. On the other side, there were less than 10 blue marine dots left. Apart from the admirals and CP-0, only a few wounded vice admirals survived. The ninjas gathered and moved toward the admirals. The screen flickered, showing the lineup: Tsunade, the 3 Jinchuriki, Kakashi, the Inoshikacho trio, and Ao. With an absolute advantage in numbers and full combat power, against a fractured marine force. Yuichi sneered. It seems that the privilege of crossing time was obtained by the other world. He sounded almost happy. Whitebeard noticed it. Was Yuichi happy to see the Marines lose? Or was it something else? Suddenly, Yuichi got up to leave. Stop watching. Whitebeard asked. Yuichi glanced at the light curtain. Kakashi, Tsunade, and 3 Jinchuriki against Kizaru, Akainu, and a few others. The outcome was clear. No. I already know the outcome of the battle. I'm not interested in wasting time. Whitebeard's eyes lit up as Yuichi turned away. Are you not even interested in seeing the enemy's abilities? Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 144, Chapter 146, Defeat in the Fourth World War. Chapter 146, Defeat in the Fourth World War. Although they hadn't known each other long, Whitebeard didn't think Yuichi was the type to get carried away by arrogance. Even if he had pride in his bones, he would still be 100% serious when dealing with an enemy. Giving up an opportunity like this to learn about the enemy's capabilities. In Whitebeard's eyes, this behavior was completely out of character for Yuichi. Unless this kid already knows the abilities of these ninjas very well. But there were so many ninjas. Even if a few had appeared before, many were new faces. Even those ninjas with A-class combat power were worthy of attention in Whitebeard's view. Specifically, the Inoshikacho trio. They had never appeared in the previous World War. Wasn't Yuichi curious about their abilities? Whitebeard watched Yuichi return to the cabin. When his back disappeared, Whitebeard slowly retracted his gaze, deep in thought. On the light curtain, the 4 marine leaders had already engaged the enemy. What they encountered was not a single opponent, but groups of ninjas. Initially, Akainu and the others obviously did not take these so-called ninjas seriously. After all, they were ranked only as A-class or B-class combat power. In an admiral's eyes, they weren't worth paying attention to. Even Gion, Momosaji, didn't seem to care too much. But when the ninjas attacked, everyone was stunned. These united ninjas used compound ninjutsu to attack the admirals. Although they lacked S-class individual power, under the leadership of their jonin, the power of their combined ninjutsu could not be underestimated. Under successive waves of attacks, the admirals seemed unable to parry effectively. They were temporarily suppressed. This was especially true for the Inoshikacho trio fighting against Admiral Akainu. Chozo Akimichi activated the expansion jutsu, cooperating with Shikaka Nara's shadow possession jutsu, while Inoichi Yamanaka provided sensory support and telepathic coordination. Every move Akainu made was locked down with ease. Even the strongest marine admiral could not stand against the perfect combination of the 3. Then, Kakashi rushed to the battlefield to coordinate with them. Although Kakashi hadn't mastered every one of the 1,000 jutsu he copied, he had enough versatility to deal with Akainu. Kakashi used Earth Style to manipulate the terrain and seized the opportunity to control Akainu's movements, followed immediately by a Water Style burst. Under the cooperation of Water Style and Lightning Style, a wave of dazzling attacks was launched. Akainu was paralyzed by the Lightning Style chakra. Just as Kakashi cast Lightning Blade, Raikiri, Akainu managed to shake off the paralysis at the critical moment and barely dodged. It was a thrilling scene. Countless civilians in the pirate world gasped. With the cooperation of these ninjas, even an admiral seemed unable to fight back. Kakashi used a lightning clone to lure Akainu into attacking. When Akainu struck, the clone detonated into electricity, stunning him again. At that moment, Chozo unleashed a power attack. Huge butterfly wings formed of chakra appeared on his back, imbuing his strike with immense force. With one punch, Akainu was instantly and seriously injured. Then, draining his last reserves of chakra, Kakashi drove a lightning blade through Akainu's chest. Under the joint siege, Akainu was defeated. And it only took a few minutes. At the same time, Kizaru encountered Killer Bee. The two fought fiercely. Killer Bee was a perfect Jinchuriki, working in tandem with the 8 tails. If not for Kizaru's speed, he would have been defeated already. Faced with the continuous attacks of the tailed beast chakra arms, Kizaru had no choice but to dodge. His laser beams hit Killer Bee but couldn't even break the version 1 chakra cloak. His Ama no Mirakumo sword was also easily blocked by Bee's swordsmanship. The battle was a stalemate. Although Kizaru could still hold on, Tokakake, Shatan, and Gion, Momosaji, were not so lucky. Facing the crazy attacks of two Jinchuriki who had gone berserk, their Haki was no match for the terrifying tailed beast Chakra. In a few minutes, both suffered heavy injuries. Defeat was only a matter of time. As for the CP-0 agent, an S-class fighter, he met Tsunade, who had activated the strength of 100 seal. One punch. Just one punch. Since his Haki strength couldn't match Tsunade's raw power, he was instantly killed. When the ground roared under Tsunade's fist, the agent was turned into a lump of flesh. Although no one saw his face, his movements made it clear he hadn't expected Tsunade's fist to be so terrifying. He hadn't unleashed his Haki at full strength, seemingly thinking he could tank the hit. The result was instant death, without even a chance to display his true skills. The pirate world suffered a crushing defeat. Seeing this, Whitebeard looked back in the direction of the cabin. That kid really called it. A unilaterally crushed battle. No wonder Yuichi didn't even look at it. Watching such a battle was frustrating. Even Whitebeard wanted to rush in and take the place of these so-called admirals. As the marine leaders were defeated one by one, only Kizaru remained. The ninjas gathered around didn't interfere, they just watched from a distance. Kizaru sensed something was wrong. He became anxious, and in that moment of distraction, he was captured by Killer Bee and taken down in one blow. The battle was over. Winner of the Fourth World War, the Ninja World. When the outcome was announced, the people in the pirate world felt extremely angry. If the loss was due to a lack of strength, that would be one thing. But the Marines who fought were not the strongest lineup available. Countless Marine soldiers gritted their teeth. If it were Lord Yuichi and the elite vice admirals from headquarters, even if we lost, it's impossible we would lose so quickly. Why didn't they send Vice Admiral Momonga to fight? These so-called headquarters vice admirals are trash. At this time, a barrage of comments flashed on the light curtain. Pirate world, pirate, this is the world government's doing. In order to get the one tail that Lord Yuichi snatched back, they forced a powerful combat asset to defect from the Marines. Pirate world, pirate, the elite vice admirals of naval headquarters must be upset because of this incident. That's why they didn't fight. Looking at the comments floating by, the civilians who had doubts suddenly realized the truth. No wonder Yuichi was missing. No wonder the elite vice admirals were absent. No wonder the person selecting the team wasn't Fleet Admiral Sengoku. A Marine Admiral candidate with incredible potential had been forced to defect. At this moment, the Five Kages in the ninja world also saw the barrage. Has the power of the tailed beast caused internal strife in the opposing world? Hee hee. It seems that no matter the world, powerful force will always attract prying eyes. The Five Kages smiled lightly. If that was the case, it didn't seem like a bad thing for the one tail to be acquired by the enemy world. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 145, Chapter 147, As the Storm Rises, the Four Emperors Gather. Chapter 147, As the Storm Rises, the Four Emperors Gather. Is this how the world government treats an amazing Marine general? No wonder the building at naval headquarters collapsed. So a civil war broke out in the Marines. The world government blocked the news. I never heard of this. People all over the world were talking about it. They did not expect such a conflict between Yuichi, the world government, and the Marines. So, isn't Yuichi now a pirate? Some pirates in the crowd suddenly became excited. A pirate? Yuichi, who has combat power comparable to a Marine admiral, has become a pirate. Will he form a crew by himself? Or is he going to join someone else? Being targeted by the world government, there is no way for one person to fight against them alone. At this moment, all the major pirate crews on the sea wanted to recruit Yuichi. Even weaker pirates wanted to join him. With a captain who surpassed a Marine admiral, they could survive in the new world instead of being chased by Marines in the first half of the Grand Line. While people were talking, the post-war settlement began. The Fourth World War. Winner, Ninja World. Congratulations to the Ninja World for obtaining the time selection privilege for the next 3 world wars. Ninja World power increased by 1%. One Piece World power weakened by 1%. At this moment, the two worlds presented completely different changes. All creatures in the ninja world were bathed in white light, feeling an increase in strength. On the other side, in the pirate world, it was as if vitality was being drained. Whitebeard felt it profoundly. He could clearly perceive the loss of vitality in his body, he felt weaker, his spirit tired. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Whitebeard sighed. The entire Whitebeard crew looked unwell. Although they had enjoyed watching the Marines get beaten, they were not happy now. They realized they should have hoped for a Marine victory to avoid this weakening. Yuichi, who was in his cabin, had returned early specifically to test this. He wanted to see if his own strength would diminish. The result, Yuichi's Haki power was indeed weakened. He could clearly perceive that the destructive power of his Haki had dropped. It wasn't that he had less Haki, but the output per unit had been nerfed by the system. However, Ryatsu, Furyoku, shamanic power. These had no effect at all. To be precise, the weakening tried to take hold, but his personal system intervened. Detection of an unknown power weakening system. Clearing. Clear complete. The system returns to normal. Yuichi breathed a sigh of relief. Although Haki was weakened, the powers given by his system were protected. In the future, he would need to focus on powers other than Haki to hedge against World War losses. While Yuichi analyzed his stats, the people of the pirate world began yelling at the Marines and the world government. They had completely forgotten that their world had won 3 times thanks to Marine efforts. After losing just once, the backlash was overwhelming. The hunger for victory was now insatiable. Commander-in-Chief Kong watched the light curtain disappear. The next World War would start in 7 days. Sure enough, no way. Kong shook his head helplessly. He had followed the will of the 5 elders, sending loyalists to let them gain power. But the ninjas had slapped them in the face. It turned out that the A-rank ninjas were far stronger than anticipated. Their teamwork, shadow clones, and traps made them generally stronger than Marine officers of the same level. Hey! The failure of the war, coupled with Sengoku's stubbornness and Garp's support of him, meant the world government was in trouble. The story of the Marine debacle would soon be known. Just when Kong was getting annoyed, the phone on his desk rang. Hello. What's the matter? Kong asked in a low tone. Commander-in-Chief, big problem. Report from the team monitoring the 4 emperors. What is it? The 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, Kaido of the Beasts, and Big Mom, have organized large fleets at the same time and set sail in the same direction. 3 emperors sailing in the same direction. Where are they going? The intersection of their routes. If I am not mistaken, it will be the sea area where the Whitebeard pirates Moby Dick is anchored. What? Kong stood up, eyes wide in shock. 4 emperors. Assemble. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 146, Chapter 148, The Real New World is Coming. Chapter 148, The Real New World is Coming. Each of the 4 emperors who ruled the sea was a terrifying monster. They stood at the apex of piracy. Along with the 7 warlords and the Marines, they formed the balance of the world. The premise of this balance was that the 4 emperors would never cooperate. If even 2 emperors met, it could cause global turmoil. And now, all 4 were gathering in the waters of Whitebeard, the strongest men in the world. Why? Kong couldn't understand. He knew the grievances between them. Kaido and Big Mom were rivals. Shanks and Whitebeard were respectful enemies but not allies. And Shanks, who came from Roger's ship, wouldn't easily join forces with anyone. What on earth happened? Kong looked into the distance. My lord, there is news from the surveillance force ahead. It seems that Mr. Yuichi, who escaped from naval headquarters, boarded Whitebeard's ship. Yuichi? What did he go to Whitebeard for? Kong didn't think Yuichi was the type to seek asylum. He had seen the will in Yuichi's eyes, he wouldn't submit to anyone. Yuichi must have had another purpose, and now, he seemed to have achieved it. The movement of the other emperors proved it. Quick! Send this news to the 5 elders. Send more people to monitor every move of the 4 emperors. Kong looked toward the new world. The new world will not be peaceful. In the new world, pirates were gathered around an unnamed island, discussing the Marine defeat. What admirals? They're simply too weak. Marines only have strength when they arrest us. Yeah. The lineup was trash. No famous vice admirals were sent. The world government forced Yuichi away. Now they're hiding the elite vice admirals to prevent them from gaining power. As they talked, a sharp, cold wind blew from the sea. Whoosh! An inexplicable sense of oppression spread through their hearts. The pirates looked at the sea. A gigantic red ship sailed past them, cutting through the wind and waves. The pirates stared with wide eyes. The people on the ship glanced at them sideways but continued forward without paying attention. Did I see it right? That ship seems to be the ship of red-haired Shanks. Red hair? Another pirate gasped. His territory isn't here. Why is he near Whitebeard's territory? Is there a war between the emperors? Soon, more shocking news came through the intelligence network. It's not just red hair. Kaido and Big Mom are also moving towards Whitebeard's territory. Are they finally going to attack the strongest men in the world? Challenge the strongest. 3 emperors together. Impossible. One pirate pulled out a chart. Whitebeard was last heard of here. He pointed to a blank space on the chart. This is the heart of Whitebeard's territory. Which of the emperors would be foolish enough to attack him there? This is. The pirate's eyes flickered with excitement. This is an unprecedented meeting of the four emperors. And the purpose, perhaps a global war. Chapter 149, Preparations for the White Group, Yuichi's Amazing Talent. In the Whitebeard pirates' territory, 4 super-large ships were lashed together to form a massive temporary platform. It looked like a floating town. The crew was busy preparing to welcome the guests. Kaido, Red Hair, and Big Mom were heavyweights. Whitebeard wanted this alliance, for himself, and even more for his sons. Pops. Red Hair is already on his way. Marco appeared behind Whitebeard. Whitebeard nodded. I see. But Pops. Their whereabouts have been leaked. The whole new world is in chaos, and countless pirates are gathering towards our territory. Whitebeard smiled. Don't worry. Marco, I'm still here. No matter what happens in the new world, will the Whitebeard pirates be afraid? Seeing his father's confidence, Marco felt reassured. By the way, Pops. Do you want to call Ace back? Whitebeard thought for a moment. Don't do it for now. Calling Ace back now might be risky. Facing 3 emperors at once, any accident could happen. Suddenly, a terrifying roar sounded. Bzzzt. Black lightning spread wildly across the deck of the Moby Dick. The crew, and even the division commanders, looked in shock at the figure before them. Yuichi stood there, wearing a white robe, holding his Zanpakuto in one hand. His eyes were sharp, and the Haki fluctuations pervading the blade were different from ordinary armament Haki. There was an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Is this the Conqueror's Haki coding that Pops talked about? Did he master it after just a few tries? 10 minutes ago, Yuichi had asked Whitebeard to demonstrate how to code attacks with Conqueror's Haki. Whitebeard had reluctantly agreed, warning him that it wasn't simple. Then, in full view, Yuichi began trying to flow his Conqueror's Haki into the weapon. He failed several times, looking like a novice. But then, in the blink of an eye, he succeeded. The crew looked at each other in disbelief. According to Pops, this skill required deep understanding and practice. Yet Yuichi, who had just awakened Conqueror's Haki, mastered it in minutes. Whitebeard stared at Yuichi in shock. How could he learn it so easily? Maybe this was what a true genius looked like. Pops, could this guy really not use Conqueror's Haki before? Marco asked. Whitebeard nodded. I'm afraid so. He looked like a total novice when he started. Yuichi slashed out. Boom. A wave of Haki erupted. A massive trench formed in the sea, the cut extending to the horizon. The attack range was amplified exponentially by the invisible coating. Different from armament. The burst attack not only enhances power but expands the range significantly. Nice technique. Yuichi sheathed his sword. Thank you. I will remember what we agreed on. He turned and went back to the cabin. After Yuichi disappeared, Marco sighed. Compared to this guy, I feel completely untalented. Marco. That kid is a monster. You are normal people, there is no need to compare yourself with a monster. Whitebeard laughed. It was a good thing the Marines let go of such a monster. Otherwise, there might be no living space for pirates in the future. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 147, Chapter 149 to 150, Preparations for the White Group, Yuichi's Amazing Talent. Chapter 149, Preparations for the White Group, Yuichi's Amazing Talent. In the Whitebeard pirates' territory, 4 super-large ships were lashed together to form a massive temporary platform. It looked like a floating town. The crew was busy preparing to welcome the guests. Kaido, Red Hair, and Big Mom were heavyweights. Whitebeard wanted this alliance, for himself, and even more for his sons. Pops. Red Hair is already on his way. Marco appeared behind Whitebeard. Whitebeard nodded. I see. But Pops. Their whereabouts have been leaked. The whole new world is in chaos, and countless pirates are gathering towards our territory. Whitebeard smiled. Don't worry. Marco, I'm still here. No matter what happens in the new world, will the Whitebeard pirates be afraid? Seeing his father's confidence, Marco felt reassured. By the way, Pops. Do you want to call Ace back? Whitebeard thought for a moment. Don't do it for now. Calling Ace back now might be risky. Facing 3 emperors at once, any accident could happen. Suddenly, a terrifying roar sounded. Bzzzt. Black lightning spread wildly across the deck of the Moby Dick. The crew, and even the division commanders, looked in shock at the figure before them. Yuichi stood there, wearing a white robe, holding his Zanpakuto in one hand. His eyes were sharp, and the Haki fluctuations pervading the blade were different from ordinary armament Haki. There was an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Is this the Conqueror's Haki coding that Pops talked about? Did he master it after just a few tries? 10 minutes ago, Yuichi had asked Whitebeard to demonstrate how to code attacks with Conqueror's Haki. Whitebeard had reluctantly agreed, warning him that it wasn't simple. Then, in full view, Yuichi began trying to flow his Conqueror's Haki into the weapon. He failed several times, looking like a novice. But then, in the blink of an eye, he succeeded. The crew looked at each other in disbelief. According to Pops, this skill required deep understanding and practice. Yet Yuichi, who had just awakened Conqueror's Haki, mastered it in minutes. Whitebeard stared at Yuichi in shock. How could he learn it so easily? Maybe this was what a true genius looked like. Pops, could this guy really not use Conqueror's Haki before? Marco asked. Whitebeard nodded. I'm afraid so. He looked like a total novice when he started. Yuichi slashed out. Boom. A wave of Haki erupted. A massive trench formed in the sea, the cut extending to the horizon. The attack range was amplified exponentially by the invisible coating. Different from armament. The burst attack not only enhances power but expands the range significantly. Nice technique. Yuichi sheathed his sword. Thank you. I will remember what we agreed on. He turned and went back to the cabin. After Yuichi disappeared, Marco sighed. Compared to this guy, I feel completely untalented. Marco. That kid is a monster. You are normal people, there is no need to compare yourself with a monster. Whitebeard laughed. It was a good thing the Marines let go of such a monster. Otherwise, there might be no living space for pirates in the future. Chapter 150, 5 Elders' Worries, Sea Town completed. Holy Land Mariehua. The 5 elders were depressed. The fighting power of ninjas teamed up far exceeds fighting alone. That ninjutsu. Once performed by multiple people, its power is amazing. Chakra energy that can be transformed into 5 different attributes, too many variables. The bald elder spoke slowly. The evaluation of combat power given by the light curtain does not seem to be a simple division of strength. The curly-haired elder agreed. Indeed. We were misled. The difference between S-class and A-class seems to lie in status or political power, not just raw strength. They realized too late that A-class ninjas were nearly as dangerous as S-class ones due to their versatility. Now, the ninja world had the privilege of time selection privilege for the next 3 wars. We lost the war, and the world is turning against the world government, said the blonde elder. But worse, Whitebeard and the others seem to plan to join forces. 4 emperors uniting. Those guys aren't the type to form alliances. Conscription. The elder with the mustache and map declared, his voice full of killing intent. No matter the purpose, our current military strength is insufficient. Conscription is inevitable. And that kid, Yuichi. He seems to have sought Whitebeard's protection. We must capture him. The power of the tailed beast cannot fall into the hands of the emperors. Meanwhile, Sengoku and Garp were under house arrest in the Holy Land. Yuichi looking for Whitebeard, and then the 4 emperors uniting. I don't believe there is no connection, Sengoku said, looking sad. Garp's face became serious. You think Yuichi caused the gathering? There is an 80% chance. That brat is not someone who would seek refuge. Yuichi, what the hell are you trying to do? New World, Whitebeard's territory. The temporary sea town built on the 4 huge ships was complete. A huge platform had been constructed for the meeting. Countless pirate crews were wandering the perimeter, eager to witness history but afraid to get too close to the living fossil of the sea, Whitebeard. But while no one approached by sea, the sky was a different matter. On the Moby Dick, Yuichi looked up at the sky. Whitebeard felt it too and opened his eyes suddenly. This feeling, a familiar old guy has come. Whitebeard's eyes burst into murderous intent. Yuichi looked back at him. Take it easy. This is one of mine. Whitebeard stared at Yuichi. You're mine. Yuichi smiled. That's right. After all, I'm just one person. I'm afraid I can't win any right to speak in front of the 4 emperors alone. I also need to have my own power. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 148, Chapter 151, Thunder and Lightning Sudden Landing, Flying Pirates. Chapter 151, Thunder and Lightning Sudden Landing, Flying Pirates. Power. Whitebeard looked at Yuichi with a faint smile. He didn't think Yuichi was bluffing. However, stating that he wanted power to have a voice in the alliance was something Whitebeard could understand. In fact, Whitebeard agreed with Yuichi's perspective. If one was alone, even with influence, they shouldn't expect to hold much sway in the alliance. Whitebeard had originally intended to use this logic to recruit Yuichi into the Whitebeard pirates, or at least have him temporarily attach himself to their crew. But this brat, Yuichi, saw right through it. He wasn't just a powerful brat, he was a smart one. It didn't bother Whitebeard that this guy intended to form his own faction, but he was skeptical that Yuichi could truly bring that men under his command. The sky changed. That familiar aura. It was all too familiar to Whitebeard. They had once been crewmates on the same ship, back in the era of rocks. A massive ship was slowly approaching in the sky, accompanied by several huge, floating islands. Although these islands were high up, the Whitebeard pirates were vigilant. Someone soon noticed the small black spot suddenly appearing in the heavens. Whoosh! A black spot grew larger and larger, approaching at extreme speed. Seconds later, the black dot revealed its true form. It was a ship. A ship floating in the air. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Whitebeard pirates responsible for observation were stunned. What is that? A ship floating in the sky. A ship is coming from the sky. Brace yourselves, everyone. Although surprised, as the crew of a Yonko, they had seen their fair share of storms and strange phenomena. They didn't waste time staring blankly and immediately notified their companions below. Whitebeard didn't look up, instead, he stared intently at Yuichi. Boy, how did you subdue that guy? Yuichi slowly lowered his head. It seemed Whitebeard had already sensed it. Given Whitebeard's mastery of observation Haki, it was impossible for him not to feel the other party's aura at this distance. Yuichi didn't dwell on the question. He replied directly, strictly speaking, it wasn't a conquest, but a transaction. An exchange of interests. This explanation made it easier for Whitebeard to accept. If it was an exchange of interests, it wasn't too surprising that the other party would agree. What did you use to make a deal with that guy? As soon as he asked, Whitebeard curled his lips. Why ask such a stupid question? For that man, only two things could attract him, domination of the ocean, and power. It seemed Yuichi could help that guy with both, so it was no surprise he agreed to collaborate. Thinking of this, Whitebeard laughed. Gururara. I didn't expect that guy and I would have the chance to fight in the same camp again. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates stared nervously at the sky, confused by Whitebeard's laughter. Why did Pops suddenly burst out laughing? What was happening? Suddenly, a figure jumped from the descending ship. The figure landed on the deck of the Moby Dick with extreme speed. Thud. The sound of blades piercing the deck echoed. The Whitebeard pirates immediately assumed fighting stances, though they hadn't seen the intruder's face clearly yet. Whitebeard raised his hand. Don't be nervous, children. This is an old friend of mine. As he spoke, the figure slowly stood up. The first thing everyone noticed was that sharp swords were attached to his legs in place of feet. Those were what had pierced the deck of the Moby Dick. The man slowly raised his head. He had long blonde hair, a cigar in his mouth, and a powerful wave of haki emanating from his brow. Jihahaha. Whitebeard. Long time no see. Whitebeard smiled. Shiki, I didn't expect you to run out one day. Did you get tired of staying in your paradise? Shiki. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates blinked. The name sounded familiar. Diamond Jozu was stunned for a moment. Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki. The Golden Lion of the Flying Pirates. It's really him. The younger pirates were confused. Is this guy famous? The veteran crew members who had been with the Whitebeard pirates for years turned to look at the young brats. This guy used to be a member of the Rocks pirates, same as Pops. And he is the only man in history to escape from Impel Down. When the young pirates heard this, they looked at Shiki in shock. Just as they were wondering why such a legendary pirate had suddenly appeared, Whitebeard spoke again. The old man is curious why you teamed up with that kid. That kid used to be a Marine. How did you meet? Shiki looked back at Yuichi. I've known this kid for a long time. Back then, he wasn't a headquarters Marine yet. He chased me all the way to my sky island. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, I finally collapsed from exhaustion. At that time, I wanted to recruit him, but he didn't agree. We got to know each other through a fight. The boy isn't a Marine now. Are you interested in joining my pirate crew? Yuichi shook his head. I rejected that a long time ago. Give it up. Yuichi looked a little impatient. Shiki had no choice but to smile helplessly. The 3-day war back then had occurred simply because Yuichi wanted to seek pressure to break through the awakening progress of his character template system. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in the end, so Yuichi left. But he had gotten to know the Golden Lion. It's fine if you don't join, I'll make you change your mind eventually. Shiki laughed. Whitebeard looked up at the ship hovering in the sky. Yuichi, my boy, although I am surprised that you can get the support of this guy, the weight of Shiki alone is not enough. This made Shiki's eyes darken, and he looked at Whitebeard with a murderous glare. However, what Whitebeard said was true. I know that. Yuichi didn't look flustered at all. Whitebeard guessed this kid must have a second card to play. Do you have any other reinforcements? Yuichi smiled mysteriously. It's almost time. He should be here soon. Shiki's Flying Pirates and Zephyr's Neo Marines, the strength of these two organizations was not weak. Additionally, although Shiki was weaker than in his prime and not quite at the Yonko level, he was still barely considered Admiral-level combat power. With the addition of Zephyr, Yuichi had 2 Admiral-level fighters behind him. This was roughly equivalent to a Yonko crew, but still slightly lacking. Crackle. Fizz. Suddenly, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. The moment the lightning appeared, the expressions of both Shiki and Whitebeard changed. In the next second, the lightning struck in Yuichi's direction. Boom. The roar sounded as the lightning instantly smashed through the deck of the Moby Dick, leaving a huge hole. After the lightning flashed, Yuichi, standing on the edge of the hole, straightened his clothes and looked up at the sky with cold eyes. Speak of the devil. He's here. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 149, Chapter 152, The Golden Ship, God Enel. Chapter 152, The Golden Ship, God Enel. Looking at the lightning arcing from the gap in the deck, Whitebeard glanced slightly overhead. Thunder. An ability user. The corners of Shiki's mouth raised slightly. A person who can use lightning. A Logia user. That's right. The user of the Rumble fruit is the other guy I teamed up with. Yuichi confirmed. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was surprised. Among Logia abilities, many had fantasized about the power of lightning. Although Logia types were not invincible in the New World, their advantages were undeniable. Immune to general physical attacks, they were formidable, as not everyone in the New World could use Haki proficiently. Dealing with Logia users remained very tricky. Within the Logia class, the destructive power of lightning was terrifying, perhaps comparable to Akainu's magma fruit. Crack. Suddenly, another thunderbolt descended. On the railing of the Moby Dick, a barefootman suddenly appeared. Arcs of lightning danced around his body like snakes. He held a golden trident, resting it across his shoulders behind his neck. His earlobes were long, shaped like a Buddha's, and a strange ring with 4 small drums floated behind his back. Ha ha ha. Beautiful dodge. Your heart is as calm as water. Enel, the god, had appeared. Even Whitebeard was slightly surprised to see this man. Yuichi had actually managed to find someone with such a powerful Logia fruit. However, although the Rumble fruit ability concerned him, the opponent's physical strength didn't seem particularly impressive. It appeared to be another case of someone relying too much on their devil fruit. This was a common issue among ability users. Even Whitebeard had to admit that he himself relied on his fruit to some extent. But a user of the Rumble fruit, even if their Haki wasn't top tier, was still comparable to an admiral. Even if slightly weaker, the gap wasn't large. So that was it. The Flying Pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. Former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. Plus a Logia Rumble fruit user. Yuichi's faction now possessed 3 members who rivaled Admiral-level combat power. 3 top-tier fighters, this was already considered a Yonko-level configuration. While the mid-level combat effectiveness seemed somewhat lacking, there were plenty of fighters at the bottom. The Flying Pirates under Golden Lion Shiki had significant numbers, as did the soldiers of the Neo Marines. This guy, Yuichi. It had only been a few days since he left the Marines, yet he had clearly pulled together a force comparable to a Yonko crew. Although gaps remained, if Yuichi targeted the One Piece, he only needed to recruit a few strong officers in the New World to compete with the other emperors. Perhaps the 5th emperor of the New World would be born soon. Thinking of this, Whitebeard looked at the calm Yuichi. He was a little confused now. Did Yuichi really leave the Marines on a whim? With so many people gathering so quickly, wasn't this prepared in advance? How could it be such a coincidence? It wasn't a coincidence. In order to break through the awakening of his character template system, Yuichi had sought out many powerful people to fight. Enel and Shiki were simply the ones who got along better with him. Enel. Your Haki is as weak as ever. Suddenly, Yuichi spoke, raising his hand and punching Enel in the face. The sudden move stunned everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. Were they enemies or friends? Zizizi. In an instant, Enel turned into lightning and moved to the opposite guardrail, dodging Yuichi's punch. This speed surprised even Whitebeard. Shiki also stared at Enel with wide eyes. What speed? The speed of lightning. This was faster than Marine Admiral Kizaru's glint fruit. Of course, strictly speaking, light is faster than lightning. However, Enel's teleportation didn't need a charge-up time, it could be activated instantly. Kizaru often needed a moment to determine his target and trajectory before moving. Although Enel's raw speed might be theoretically lower, his practicality was far higher than Kizaru's in close quarters. You're still so irritable. You want to start a fight with a friend you haven't contacted in a while as soon as you meet. Enel remarked. Yuichi glanced at the hole in the deck. You still have the nerve to talk about me? Enel shrugged. Sorry. Jumping off the railing, Enel looked at the rest of the ship. These people seemed to be very strong. He was looking at Diamond Jozu, Flower Sword Vista, Phoenix Marco, and the other division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. Yuichi walked toward Whitebeard. Of course. This is Northwest Ordinary Place. This man in front of you is Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. One of the 4 emperors who rule the sea. You've been on Floating Island, so you don't know what the 4 emperors represent. But it doesn't matter, there is time for you to understand slowly. Enel didn't care about the 4 emperors at all. He just looked at Yuichi. You said that if I came this time, there would be a way for us to go to another world. Is it true? Yuichi nodded. It's true. Enel's expression turned serious, then calm. It's fine as long as you aren't lying to me. If you can let me go to another world, I can temporarily obey your orders. As he spoke, Enel snapped his fingers. Whirr. In the sky, a massive ship, the Arc Maxim, slowly appeared. The hull was made entirely of gold, and countless propellers rotated rapidly, providing the Maxim with the power to float. The appearance of this vessel left everyone dumbfounded. A golden ship. What kind of technology is this? That thing can actually fly. The flying pirates' ships could fly because of the Golden Lion's ability, but this ship's flight didn't depend on a devil fruit. On the Arc Maxim, Enel's priests and a large number of soldiers from Sky Island stood guard. Yuichi looked at the Maxim. I didn't think you'd already finished it. How is it? Not bad. Enel smiled, looking smug. He and Yuichi were more like friends, which was why he showed this expression now. Whitebeard looked at Enel's ship. Although the strength of the people on board wasn't exceptional, the technology used was amazing. How on earth did this guy build such a vessel? While everyone stared at the Maxim in speechless awe, Zephyr suddenly jumped onto the Moby Dick. Yuichi, what is that? Zephyr rushed directly to Yuichi's side, looking excited. Yuichi had forgotten that Zephyr was very interested in technology. The Neo Marines even had war machines modeled after the pacifistas. Yuichi replied, Teacher, if you are interested, you can go up and have a look for yourself. Yuichi glanced at Enel. Enel nodded. The Maxim was already built, and he didn't care if others studied its structure. It didn't matter. Although the Maxim was suspended tens of meters in the air, Zephyr jumped up, using moonwalk to rush directly toward it. Shiki smiled. It seems that the flying pirates aren't just God. He looked at Yuichi. It seems that all the people you were looking for are here. So, our temporary captain, aren't you going to give our alliance a name? A name? Yuichi froze for a moment. He hadn't thought about that at all. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 150, Chapter 153, The Floating Pirates, Meeting with the 4 Emperors. Chapter 153, The Floating Pirates, Meeting with the 4 Emperors. Naming was not Yuichi's forte. In fact, he found names to be the most annoying thing. Troublesome. Yuichi glanced at Shiki. Expectancy was written all over the pirate's face. He didn't understand what there was to look forward to, it was just a name. If you really want a name, it's the Flying Ship Group. Yuichi shrugged nonchalantly. Shiki's expression turned sour. No way. How can the name of Flying Ship Pirates become a new name like that? Shiki was serious about naming things. He resolutely refused to accept Yuichi's perfunctory attitude. Yuichi frowned, seemingly unable to think of a good name at all. Whitebeard watched from the side. Why don't we just call it the Floating Pirates? Shiki has the ability of the float fruit, and the Thunderbrat's ship can fly in the sky. You yourself have the ability to float in the air. What about that name? Shiki was the first to object. No. How can you, an outsider, decide the name of our grand fleet? Whitebeard, shut up. That's it. Yuichi nodded immediately. Shiki choked on his words. It wasn't a bad name, really, it was just that Yuichi hadn't come up with it himself. But Yuichi agreed, and Enel had no objections. As for Zephyr of the Neo Marines, he was currently studying the Arc Maxim and didn't care about the name at all. Floating Pirates. The name wasn't bad. After confirming the name, Shiki and his pirates started cheering. Even the priests under Enel's command were excited, and the soldiers of the Neo Marines smiled. Was the charm of a name really that great? At this moment, not far from the sea area where the Moby Dick was parked, a red pirate ship was advancing rapidly. The aura hanging over the ship was indeed that of a Yonko. The Red Hair Pirates. At the bow, Red Hair looked at the dark spots on the sea in the distance. Even from this position, he could vaguely see 4 huge ships anchored together. It turned out to be a floating fortress. In just a few days, a floating fortress was built. Such powerful mobilization ability, as expected of the strongest Yonko. Shanks smiled and lowered his binoculars. The crew members behind him were full of energy. Soon, the Red Hair Pirates would make contact with another Yonko crew. In the past, such contact only occurred during battle. But now, the parties were preparing to form an alliance. Finally arrived one step ahead of the others. Shanks smiled. Yasopp and Lucky Roo looked at each other. Is there any difference between arriving first and last? Yasopp asked. Oh. Beckman came up from behind and patted him on the shoulder. Of course it's different. He looked into the distance. This is a gathering of the 4 emperors. If you arrive first, you have the opportunity to communicate with Whitebeard. If we can reach a tacit agreement with Whitebeard first, then we can occupy more initiative when Kaido and Big Mom arrive. The two nodded, half understanding. But at this point, Beckman sighed. He glanced back at Shanks. However, I didn't expect us to come here so fast, yet it seems we are still slow. Shanks froze for a moment and looked back at Beckman. What's wrong? Beckman lit a cigarette and turned to look to the right. Kaido and Big Mom's ships have appeared. He pointed his chin angrily to the right. Everyone looked in that direction, and sure enough, 2 small black spots had appeared on the sea surface. They were rushing toward Whitebeard's position at a fast pace. It seemed their speed was no slower than the Red Hair Pirates, perhaps even faster. Shanks was surprised. I didn't expect these 2 to be so active this time. The gathering of the 4 emperors this time was not just to hold their destiny in their own hands. Kaido and Big Mom had specific motivations, one sought stronger power, and the other sought to restore her youth. As long as the enemy of the other world was defeated, the world evolution would increase, potentially returning one's physical condition to its youthful prime. Each had a different purpose. Red Hair's perspective was different. For him, exploring another world was more important than strength or a young body. At this time, on Kaido's ship, Kaido looked at the floating fortress in the distance. Whitebeard is so fast. As he spoke, he glanced at the Big Mom pirates not far away, and the ship of the Red Hair pirates on the opposite side. Although he couldn't see clearly, Kaido knew the Red Hair ship was there. At this time, who else but the 4 emperors would have the guts to approach this location? Even the Marines wouldn't dare approach easily. That man was still the strongest in the world. The appearance of Kaido and the others naturally did not go unnoticed by the Whitebeard pirates. The people busy building the final parts of the floating fortress suddenly heard shouts from the watchtower. Everyone. 4 emperors. Red-haired Shanks. Kaido of the Beasts. Charlotte Lin. All of them have appeared. They are approaching quickly. Quick, notify Pops. Tap, tap. The moment the voices fell, Whitebeard slowly walked up the huge platform of the small floating fortress, hugging Mirakumajiri. Don't tell me, I already know. Gururara. It's been a long time since I saw so many old friends. There was a faint smile on Whitebeard's face. Although he didn't express excessive joy, the glint in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Both Kaido and Charlotte Lin were former companions, though they had parted ways due to different goals. But this time, their purpose was aligned, at least temporarily. The prospect of fighting side by side again was something Whitebeard had never imagined. While Whitebeard reminisced, the first ships of the 4 emperors arrived and stopped. A wave of Haki erupted like a beast. Whitebeard looked up abruptly at the men disembarking. Kaido brat. Now he is even more of a beast. Then, another Haki wave broke out. Turning his head to look in another direction, a huge, bloated body twisted as it walked down from a ship. Lin. You are old too. Finally, red-haired Shanks arrived. Although he didn't release Haki to greet Whitebeard, his powerful momentum carried the full majesty of a king. It made the Whitebeard crew much more nervous than when they saw Kaido and Big Mom. Looking at the 3 figures slowly walking onto the platform, Whitebeard whispered. The 4 emperors have assembled. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 151, Chapter 154, Pirate Alliance, who is the 5th person? Chapter 154, Pirate Alliance, who is the 5th person? As Big Mom, Kaido, and Red Hair boarded the huge platform of the floating fortress one after another, the expressions of the Whitebeard pirates became grave. It wasn't just them, the members of Big Mom's and Kaido's crews felt the same. Everyone kept absolute silence. In this sea, 4 emperors appearing in one place simultaneously was unprecedented. No one could have imagined such a picture before, and now every pirate felt an extreme, depressing pressure. Yet, beneath the fear, an uncontrollable excitement was bubbling up. Time passed, minute by minute. The 3 who boarded the platform looked at Whitebeard. They felt his powerful breath and the unmatched Haki wave surrounding him. Although he didn't release Haki on purpose, the involuntary aura was suffocating. This was the strongest man in the world, the most powerful pirate in the ocean today, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Holding Murakumajiri, Whitebeard set the great blade aside with a smile on his face. He sat down directly in the seat prepared for him. Come on. Sit down. It's not good to keep you standing. None of the 3 spoke first. They looked at the prepared positions beside Whitebeard. Kaido was the first to step forward and sit to Whitebeard's right. Big Mom sat next to Kaido, separated from Whitebeard by the beast. On the other side sat Red Hair, but there were 2 positions on that side. Red Hair glanced at Whitebeard suspiciously. The 4 emperors had gathered, but 5 seats appeared. This was not arranged casually. It seemed that apart from the 4 emperors, a 5th person would appear today. But it wasn't hard to guess who that 5th person was. That guy should be the former Admiral Candidate who had just escaped from the Marines, Yuichi, with his terrifying sword skills and strange abilities. Red Hair had many questions, but he wouldn't ask anything yet. He spoke first, though his momentum was slightly weaker than the others. After everyone sat down, silence returned. The atmosphere suddenly became weird. Whitebeard didn't speak, just silently looked at Kaido and Big Mom, 2 old acquaintances. He hadn't seen them for many years, and they had changed significantly. Kaido had become stronger, his aura even more astonishing compared to the brat he used to be. There had been earth-shaking changes. Big Mom's influence didn't concern Whitebeard much, what he felt was that Lin was as old as him. No matter how strong one was, they couldn't resist the erosion of time. Eventually, they would all become dust. But that was before. Now, there might be a way to restore youth. Everyone remained quiet, and the crews of the 4 pirate fleets watched intently. But the silence made people even more worried. Is there no wine? Is this how you treat your guests? Kaido spoke. The irascible Kaido was indeed the first one who couldn't sit still. Whitebeard smiled and raised his hand to beckon. Soon, subordinates brought up huge wine jars, arranging them one by one in front of the 4 emperors before quickly disappearing from the platform. Facing 4 emperors at once created a terrifying oppression that was no joke, ordinary people couldn't stay conscious in front of them. Kaido wasn't polite at all. He directly picked up a wine jar that would normally require 3 people to lift and gulped it down with one hand. Gurgle. In one breath, he drained the massive jar. Boom. Kaido slammed the jar down and squinted at Whitebeard. Okay. Just tell me. Whitebeard, what do you plan to do? Whitebeard, who was about to drink, paused. You should have some guesses about this question. Red Hair looked at the wine reflecting his own shadow. I analyzed it a bit, but it doesn't seem to have any direct connection with your invitation to us. Whitebeard smiled. The World War. You also want to participate. Not to mention, the old man thinks that you probably don't like entrusting your own destiny to the Marines' control. The expressions of the 3 changed simultaneously. If they were the type of people willing to let others control their destiny, they would never have ascended to the position of Yonko. Seeing their dignified expressions, Whitebeard smiled, satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. If the 4 of us form an alliance, it will be the biggest pirate alliance. In other words, the force formed by our 4 emperors in this world will surpass the world government and the Marines. We will become the most powerful force in the entire world. The 3 listened quietly, as did the pirates surrounding the platform. The reason why the Marines were chosen for that world war is because the Marines are currently the strongest force in our world. The strongest power represents this world to fight against another world, that is the rule of the world war. Speaking of this, many people understood the purpose of forming the 4 Emperors Alliance, to become the most powerful force and take back the right to represent the pirate world from the Marines. Kaido, Big Mom, Red Hair. Their expressions didn't change much, as if they had guessed this before coming. How did you come to this judgment? Big Mom asked. Whitebeard turned his head to look at her. The last world war. Lin, didn't you notice the Five Kages alliance in the opposing world? Kaido frowned. Only relying on this, do you dare to draw conclusions? Even if it's not the case, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to be your captain. Whitebeard retorted. Kaido fell silent. It was true, the alliance didn't make them Whitebeard's subordinates. To form the pirate alliance, the five of us will not interfere with each other. The only rule is that when the World War starts, the choice of who to fight is up to the five of us to decide together. In other words, when the World War wasn't active, the four emperors were still the four emperors. The pirate alliance was just a name, but even a nominal alliance of the four emperors was definitely the strongest force in the pirate world. After realizing this, Lin Lin thought for a while and realized that this plan was viable. Red Hair didn't see a problem either. However, Kaido suddenly asked a question. You just said, 5 people. There are only 4 of us here. Who's the other guy? Can he be compared with the 4 emperors? Whitebeard smiled and looked ahead as footsteps sounded from the stairs in the middle of the platform. Whether the other party is qualified or not, you can judge for yourself. Whitebeard glanced at Kaido lightly. Kaido of the Beasts. The strongest creature in sea, land, and air. Not everyone could be regarded highly by him. Even the former Shiki probably wouldn't be looked upon favorably by Kaido now, let alone others. With the sound of footsteps approaching, Yuichi's figure rose from the stairs. Wearing a large white cloak, Yuichi stepped onto the platform and looked at the men facing him. Kaido of the Beasts. The strongest creature in sea, land, and air. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 152, Chapter 155, Task Trigger, Reward, Spirit of Fire. Chapter 155, Task Trigger, Reward, Spirit of Fire. If Whitebeard was like an old king, his haki still present but revealing a scent of decay, then Kaido was a beast in its prime. Whitebeard was old. Even if his strength was still terrifying, he wasn't as oppressively sharp as the Kaido in front of Yuichi. This sense of oppression wasn't just about momentum, it was the instinctive fear a sheep feels when meeting a wolf. Whitebeard's body had not yet returned to its peak. However, Kaido was different. The world evolution had not only reversed Kaido's aging, returning him to a youthful state, but also pushed him past what should have been a decline. He was now in a rising stage. He was a beast, a monster in the prime of his life. Facing such a strong gaze from Kaido, even Yuichi felt the pressure of terror. But, there was pressure, yet not enough to overwhelm Yuichi. Whitebeard sat there without moving, acting as a spectator. What happened next was entirely up to Yuichi. Whether he could join this alliance and occupy a place depended on his own ability. A brat, and he just escaped from the Marines. Whitebeard, aren't you afraid that this kind of person is a Marine spy? Whitebeard smiled without explanation. It needed no explanation. Spy. So what if he was a Marine spy? If the 4 emperors teamed up, the Marines, and even the world government, might not be able to block their attack. Kaido was just looking for an excuse to keep Yuichi out of the league. Secondly, with Kaido's temper, an ally without qualified strength would never be recognized by him. Go back to the Marines. If you don't want to die. Kaido propped his head on one hand and looked at Yuichi coldly. The expression on his face wasn't overly fierce, but his eyes exuded a terrible cold light. Under such a gaze, most people's legs would have trembled, unable to stand. But Yuichi completely ignored the threat. On the contrary, the pirates around felt scared. Kaido of the Beasts. The strongest creature in sea, land, and air. It is said to be the strongest, Yuichi said with a faint smile, looking at him with a face free of ripples. I don't want to talk unnecessary nonsense. A battle seems inevitable. Let's fight. If you lose, or want to kill me, you can do whatever you want. If I win, the 4 Emperors Alliance will become the 5 Emperors Alliance. Yuichi's challenge stunned the surrounding pirates. This was Kaido of the Beasts. He dared to challenge him. The 4 emperors were not comparable to marine admirals, at least, an admiral couldn't defeat a Yonko in a one-on-one situation easily. Hey! Suddenly, Kaido laughed, breaking the extreme tension. He listened to Yuichi's words and laughed. The laugh made Shanks frown. Was this what Kaido was planning? He didn't want this kid to join the alliance, he wanted to recruit him to his crew. If Kaido really wanted to kill or expel Yuichi, he would have done it already. Giving Yuichi the opportunity to speak clearly had other purposes. Even if Yuichi hadn't taken the initiative, Kaido would likely have put forward similar conditions. He wanted to convince Yuichi to become part of his own crew. Fighting was, of course, unavoidable. For the power of that one tail. Thinking of this, Shanks shook his head. The power of the tailed beast was probably impossible for Kaido to obtain. Big Mom, watching from the side, looked rather gloomy. She also coveted Yuichi. Big Mom liked Yuichi's strength and potential. The bloodline born from a union with such a talented man was what she wanted. Yuichi was too young to be a husband in the traditional sense, but he could certainly provide an excellent bloodline for the Big Mom pirates. With Kaido taking the lead, Big Mom was naturally not in a good mood. But it wasn't hopeless. If Yuichi could hold out for 100 moves against Kaido, she would intervene to save him. Recruiting Yuichi to the Big Mom Pirates was also a good choice. Shanks glanced at Whitebeard, who didn't intend to say anything. Such calmness meant Whitebeard was very optimistic about Yuichi. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have added Yuichi to this alliance. Whitebeard would take the initiative to recruit outstanding young men, but Kaido would never be able to. Boom. Boom. The huge platform began to shake. Kaido stood up slowly, the sense of oppression from his tall body extremely strong. He looked down at Yuichi. Okay. I accept your challenge. If you lose, become a member of my Beast Pirates. Anyway, you are also an Admiral Candidate, so you should be useful. Kaido smiled, the hostility on his face lessening. He seemed to have decided that he would win this battle. It was the look of a guaranteed victory. Yuichi nodded to show there was no problem. Number 2 character template task triggered. Mortals dare to dream of becoming the master of God. Task requirement, defeat 4 Emperors Kaido in a one-on-one duel. Task reward, Spirit of Fire, one of the 5 great elemental spirits. A mission appeared. The reward made Yuichi's blood boil instantly. Spirit. The reward is actually the Spirit of Fire. Looking up at the arrogant Kaido, it seemed Kaido had made Asakura Hao very upset. The triggered task reward was actually the Spirit of Fire. It seemed that Kaido must be defeated no matter what this time. The Spirit of Fire must be obtained. It went without saying how important the spirit was to a shaman. But fighting here was naturally impossible. A person floated up slowly behind Yuichi, Golden Lion Shiki. The sudden appearance of the Golden Lion stunned Big Mom and Kaido. Shiki. Big Mom called out his name directly. Kaido whispered, Golden Lion. How can you be here? The two asked in unison. Shiki crossed his arms and said calmly, I am now a pirate under the command of the floating pirates. This is our captain. As he spoke, he pointed to Yuichi. Now Kaido was truly surprised. Although Shiki's strength wasn't what it used to be, especially after fighting Roger, it wasn't like him to join someone else. This man had never been willing to be subordinate easily, but he was recruited by this kid. Even Kaido wondered why. But Shiki didn't want to reveal more. This is not a place for fighting. If you two fight here, I'm afraid this place will be destroyed soon. Let's fight somewhere else. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the sky. A huge floating sky island hovered at a height of 1,000 meters. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 153, Chapter 156, Air Showdown, Kaido vs Yuichi. Chapter 156, Air Showdown, Kaido vs Yuichi. Sky Island. This specific island was one of the Golden Lion's strongholds. No one knew exactly how Shiki had raised this particular landmass into the sky. Although he relied on the float fruit's ability, without Shiki's development of the fruit to such an extreme extent, this feat would have been impossible. While this man might not currently be as powerful as Big Mom, Kaido, or Whitebeard, titans who emerged from the same era, he was certainly no weakling. Those who had once joined the Rocks Pirates were never lacking in skill. After the bet between Kaido and Yuichi was established, it was impossible for them to fight in the floating fortress below. That platform simply wasn't durable enough to withstand their destructive power. On the Sky Island, however, the two could fight to their heart's content. During the landing on the Golden Lion's territory, the appearance of Zephyr and Enel stunned Kaido, Big Mom, and Red Hair. They were very clear about what kind of existence Zephyr was. With the addition of Golden Lion Shiki, it seemed that Yuichi's forces had truly reached the scale of a great pirate fleet. Furthermore, the appearance of Enel made the three emperors feel that the opposing faction was already on par with the Yonko crew. A user of the Rumble fruit was also Yuichi's subordinate. He had just left the Marines. How had he gathered such a force so quickly? Or perhaps, it was premeditated. All three emperors shared the same thought as Whitebeard. Not only did the Yonko suspect this, but the Marines and the world government, who had obtained intelligence on the situation, were also wondering if Yuichi had planned to defect long ago. Otherwise, how could such a terrifying force be assembled in the blink of an eye? Upon arriving at the Golden Lion's territory, Shiki used his float fruit ability to levitate everyone's pirate ships into midair, allowing the subordinates of the four emperors to watch the battle at close range. Numerous pirate ships, large and small, floated around the central sky island, their decks packed with eager spectators. Four emperors Kaido versus former Marine Admiral Candidate Yuichi. And this Admiral Candidate possessed power far exceeding that of a standard admiral. In other words, this was a battle between a Yonko and a peak Marine force. Opportunities to witness such a clash were rare. Both Yuichi and Kaido leaped onto the Sky Island. Although they hadn't started fighting yet, the surrounding atmosphere was already heated. The intensity of the scene made Yuichi feel as if he were a monkey being watched in a zoo, but Kaido seemed to enjoy the attention. The terrain of this sky island was relatively open, featuring only a slightly raised hill upon which a basic watchtower was built. The size of the island wasn't massive, but it was spacious enough for two titans to fight freely. After stepping onto the solid earth, Yuichi looked at the floating islands surrounding them. The place was like a fairyland on earth. Although the high altitude made the air crisp and cold, the scenery was charming. While Yuichi enjoyed the view. Boom. A huge black mace slammed directly into the ground, creating a massive crater in an instant. Kaido crossed his arms, his muscles tense. Boy, what are you looking around for? If you want to fight me, draw your sword quickly. Kaido unleashed his aura, allowing the other pirates to clearly feel his overwhelming momentum. As expected of the man known as the strongest creature in sea, land, and air. Today's Kaido of the Beasts was likely not much weaker than Whitebeard in terms of raw individual combat effectiveness. The strongest creature and the strongest man. These two emperors were monster-level existences. Shiki was also a little nervous. That brat Kaido seems to have grown up a lot in these years. It's a pity he was recruited by Rocks back then because of his amazing talent. After so many years, the guy who only had some potential in the beginning had completely realized that potential. Zephyr, standing to the side, glanced at Shiki with disgust. He still couldn't let go of his hatred toward pirates. However, Zephyr was full of trust in Yuichi. It's just a Yonko. It doesn't matter how much he's grown up. Shiki felt a little strange. Why does this guy seem to have a big problem with me? Is he looking for trouble? Former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. The eyes of the two collided, sparking tension. The main event hadn't even started, yet the spectators seemed ready to break out into their own battle. Suddenly, Yuichi's voice cut through the tension. I will use it when it's time to use it. As soon as these words came out, Kaido's face became extremely gloomy. Are you saying that I, Kaido of the Beasts, am not worthy of your sword? Yuichi didn't answer, but his calm eyes seemed to say it all. Looking at Yuichi's nonchalant demeanor, the anger in Kaido's heart burned even more intensely. A bereaved dog driven out by the Marines, dare to underestimate me, Kaido. Humph. With a cold snort, a wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from Kaido's body and spread instantly. The entire island was enveloped in a split second. The moment the Berserk Conqueror's Haki erupted, even the people on the pirate ships floating around felt a strong sense of oppression. A feeling of drowning and suffocation suddenly washed over them. Some of the weaker pirates couldn't even stand firm, they staggered and nearly fell. After recovering, feeling the Conqueror's Haki unleashed by a Yonko, the pirates were terrified. What scary Conqueror's Haki? As expected of Kaido. The suppression is so strong. Just when the pirates were amazed by Kaido's power, an invisible wave suddenly spread from Yuichi's feet. Buzz. Conqueror's Haki, surging out like a sudden storm, erupted wildly from Yuichi's body. For a moment, Kaido froze. He seemed to be in disbelief. You actually possess Conqueror's Haki. This surprised Kaido. Whitebeard, who was watching intently, smiled. He looked at Charlotte Lin, who was also surprised. What? Did you think this kid didn't have the disposition of a king? Lin was silent for a while. What could she say? She should have thought of this long ago. How could Yuichi not have Conqueror's Haki? If he didn't have such qualifications, it would have been impossible for Whitebeard to hold him in such high regard. But it surprised everyone nonetheless. Was Whitebeard hiding this on purpose? So what if he had Conqueror's Haki? Even with qualifications and potential, the outcome depended on actual combat effectiveness. At this point, Big Mom didn't think Yuichi was Kaido's opponent. At most, he could exchange a few blows. Kaido's strength could not be blocked by a mere Marine Admiral. Very good. It seems that I underestimated you before. Kaido sneered. Suddenly, he raised his hand and grabbed the mace stuck in the ground in front of him. However, owning Conqueror's Haki is not such a big deal. Come on. Let me see what makes you so arrogant. With the mace resting on his shoulder, Kaido was ready to strike. But Yuichi still had no intention of drawing his sword. This made Kaido's slightly extinguished anger rekindle instantly. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 154, Chapter 157, Playing with Kaido, the Enraged Emperor. Chapter 157, Playing with Kaido, the Enraged Emperor. Kaido's voice was like thunder. When that terrifying roar broke out, his huge body rushed toward Yuichi. It was as if a mountain were crushing down at high speed. Not to mention the terrifying aura, even the sheer visual impact of his mass made one's scalp numb. On the pirate ships floating behind Yuichi, the spectators saw the oncoming impact and turned pale instantly. Their heartbeats seemed to stop. Kaido, wielding his mace, smashed it toward Yuichi. The moment the huge black shadow enveloped Yuichi's figure. Boom. Buzz. The entire island began to shake crazily. The ground under the mace was torn apart, and countless cracks instantly covered a range of tens of meters. The earth was pulverized into gravel, which splashed in all directions. Master Kaido is so fast. As expected of the Governor General. Although he has a huge body, his speed is not slow at all. That marine must have been smashed into a pulp instantly. The beast's pirates were laughing. Is this the strength of the four emperors? Suddenly, Yuichi's voice came from behind Kaido. Yuichi was standing there quietly, having moved behind Kaido at some imperceptible moment. Kaido, who slowly raised his mace, was surprised by Yuichi's speed. But when Yuichi spoke, Kaido suddenly became angry. Boy, you are crazy. He turned his head and glared at Yuichi. That terrifying gaze made the observing pirates feel a primal danger, but it didn't matter to Yuichi. Kaido walked toward Yuichi, mace in hand. You didn't think the speed just now was fast enough. You seem to be very confident in your agility. Hee hee. Then let me see how long your proud speed can last under my attack. Don't worry, I didn't use my full strength just now. I only used about 60%. Yuichi smiled faintly. Use all your strength. Let me see how far the power of a Yonko reaches. As you wish. After uttering the words one by one, the Haki fluctuations on Kaido's body instantly became more violent. His Haki alone created an amazing storm. The storm spread suddenly, and in a split second, Kaido swung his mace again. Armament Haki winding. The moment he saw Kaido swinging the bat, the mace appeared in front of Yuichi the very next second. The speed this time surprised Whitebeard a little. This Kaido brat, he's also become stronger under the influence of the world evolution. Boom. Under one blow, the vibration of the air was instantly compressed, then exploded to produce a powerful concussive blast. It detonated above the sky like thunder. The pirates in the floating fortress below heard the roar from the heavens. This terrifying sound seemed to signal the end of the world. Has it started yet? Yuichi, who betrayed the Marines, versus the four emperors, Kaido of the beasts. This movement is a little too intense. Damn it, I really want to see this battle with my own eyes. The pirates below sighed, envious of those in the sky qualified to watch the battle. The spectators above stared forward, dumbfounded. The air current fluctuated under that strike, instantly traversing most of the sky and leaving a long trail in the atmosphere. The ground along the path was obliterated, easily cracking open. This sky island, used as a battlefield, seemed to be crumbling, as if it were about to collapse at any moment just as the battle had begun. And to everyone's surprise, Yuichi dodged. He still easily avoided Kaido's full-speed attack. Standing 10 meters to Kaido's right, Yuichi raised his hands from under his wide white cloak and clapped lightly. He looked at Kaido with a calm face. As expected of the strongest creature in sea, land, and air. To deliver such a terrifying blow just by relying on strength. Hearing Yuichi's praise, Kaido couldn't be happy at all. He had exploded at full speed just now, but still couldn't hit Yuichi. The speed of this damn brat is really terrifying. This situation surprised Kaido. It was no big deal that Yuichi was fast, but it was becoming a little tough for him to land a hit. Still, it wasn't too much of a threat yet. Boom. Attacking again, Kaido swung his mace and smashed hard at Yuichi's position. The ground continued to shake wildly. Yuichi dodged again, but Kaido didn't stop, swinging the mace and smashing wildly. With that incomparable strength and the blessing of peak armament Haki, every attack set off a terrifying momentum like a tsunami. Yuichi kept dodging, and Kaido seemed to be overwhelming him. The sudden fierce battle made the pirates stare at the two with their eyes wide open, afraid of missing a single second. Such a battle was indeed very rare in this sea. In their hearts, although Yuichi might not be as strong as Kaido, he was definitely at the Admiral level. Admiral versus Yonko, such a battle was historic. Under Kaido's continuous attacks, the open space was already full of potholes. The earth was devastated. Kaido was becoming speechless. Yuichi relied on superior speed to avoid his attacks continuously. He deliberately exposed a few flaws to lure Yuichi into attacking, hoping for a chance to kill him with a counter-move, but Yuichi never took the bait, simply dodging blindly. It gave Kaido a headache. If this continued for a long time, failing to take down a kid would be too embarrassing. And what Yuichi wanted was exactly to embarrass Kaido. Not only did he want to defeat Kaido, but he also wanted to use Kaido to gain leverage. In the subsequent alliance negotiations, this would give him a greater voice. Boy, do you only know how to hide. Kaido had no choice. Yuichi was too slippery to catch, and attacks were useless if they couldn't hit the target, no matter how strong they were. Upon hearing Kaido's words, opinions differed. Even Kaido of the Four Emperors couldn't do anything about this speed. Yuichi's Shuinpa was faster than ever. His Ryatsu was enhanced with the addition of shamanic Furyoku, chakra, and Haki. The speed was amazing. Although he knew Kaido was baiting him, Yuichi intended to have things his way. Yuichi stopped, seemingly having no intention of hiding anymore. He turned to look at Kaido. Then let's stop playing. It's boring to dodge like this. Since you want to feel my power, then do as you wish. Kaido's eyes instantly burst with bloodshot intensity. Boy. How dare you be so arrogant? Just because I am Kaido of the Beasts. Do you think there is nothing I can do about you? Originally, he wanted to defeat Yuichi without permanently injuring him, but now Kaido had changed his mind. It seems I have to impress upon you exactly what kind of existence the Four Emperors represent. Zizizi. Purple lightning suddenly burst out from the mace. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 155, Chapter 158, Collision in Space, Conqueror's Haki Entanglement. Chapter 158, Collision in Space, Conqueror's Haki Entanglement. Purple thunder flashed crazily on the mace. A terrifying Haki wave erupted, and Kaido's armament Haki caused the atmosphere to tremble. While the spectators were shaking with the terror of the Emperor's Haki, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Shanks froze for a moment. Others couldn't see it, but they could clearly feel it. Kaido was preparing to strike for real, and the Haki fluctuations that erupted were not just armament Haki. It was Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki coding. Are you planning to kill Yuichi? Shanks muttered. Although Yuichi also possessed Conqueror's Haki, Shanks didn't think Yuichi could use Conqueror's coding yet. Without the ability to coat oneself in Conqueror's Haki, one couldn't be regarded as a true powerhouse of the highest tier. It was a skill only the absolute strongest could master. Big Mom showed joy. Is Kaido planning to use that move? Even with his speed, facing that move coated with Conqueror's Haki, this kid will definitely be defeated. At that time, I will step in to protect him. Thinking of this, Big Mom's mood improved. By then, Yuichi would be a member of her Big Mom pirates. That excellent bloodline would definitely be absorbed by her Charlotte family. Boom. Strong fluctuations spread, setting off terrifying ripples under Kaido's feet. The ground cracked continuously, and eye-catching fissures spread toward the surroundings. The sound of thunder and lightning continued to erupt. Kaido held the huge mace in his hand, his eyes fixed on Yuichi's figure. Watching the roaring power on Kaido's side while Yuichi did nothing, the Beast's pirates were worried. Is this guy not going to fight Kaido-sama head-on? Is he going to hide again? It would be such a disappointment if he did. The shy coward. He only knows how to dodge like a monkey, jumping up and down. Does he have the guts to take Master Kaido's attack? These guys seem to think that Yuichi wasn't going to fight Kaido head-on. Even Kaido was a little worried. Although his next move was powerful, with Yuichi's speed, he might be determined to dodge it. It wasn't impossible to dodge, and because of the great power of this move, Kaido would reveal flaws after the attack was performed due to short-term bodily stiffness. If Yuichi used his speed to dodge and then attack directly during that opening. Although Kaido didn't think Yuichi could hurt him significantly, being hit first by this guy was unacceptable. He was a majestic Yonko, how could he be beaten by a boy who defected from the Marines? Didn't you say that you want to fight me head-on? Is this a plan to give up? Kaido intended to anger Yuichi with words first. However, Yuichi didn't reply as he wished, he just smiled coldly. You talk too much nonsense. Raising his hand, Yuichi hooked his finger at Kaido. Hurry up. Kaido was irritated by being urged. Want to court death? Then I will fulfill your wish. Suddenly, the air vibrated violently. After a strong fluctuation, the airflow exploded like a sea wave, sweeping wildly toward the surroundings. In an instant, the mace in Kaido's hand swung, sweeping toward Yuichi crazily. Thunderbagwa. A mighty blow from the Emperor Kaido. The Thunderbagwa burst into a staggering thunderstorm. Purple lightning spread instantly. The sky seemed to turn black, and only the dazzling purple light could be seen shining in all directions. It was a long time after the explosion of light that the roaring sound finally reached everyone's ears. Seeing Kaido launch the attack, Shanks felt emotional. Sure enough, he deserves to be hailed as a monster. Overbearing strength, and his Haki is equally violent. Big Mom nodded. The power of this move is as terrifying as ever. Both of them admired it, but they were also apprehensive. The power of this blow was immense. It was fine if Yuichi dodged, no matter how strong an attack is, it's useless if it doesn't hit, but he had said he would fight head-on. It wasn't easy to catch Kaido's Thunderbagwa. With Yuichi's current known strength, it seemed difficult for him to withstand the blow. Whitebeard, on the other hand, just laughed and said nothing. The strength is indeed the strongest. Kaido and these brats have become a lot stronger. And he added the power of Conqueror's coding. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they couldn't stop it no matter what. It's a pity he met Yuichi. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the Haki fluctuations swept over with devastating momentum. The lightning approached at extreme speed and was about to engulf Yuichi. At that moment, Yuichi's long, slender fingers suddenly lifted and grasped the handle of the sword at his waist. Yuichi glanced at the action, and everyone froze for a moment, then felt pity. At this late stage, he remembered to draw his weapon to meet Kaido's attack. It was too late. What could be done in the blink of an eye? Especially against Kaido. This guy dared to be so arrogant in the face of a Yonko, he was waiting to be smashed into meat paste. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Yuichi was too arrogant, and his end would be miserable. But for Yuichi himself, it wasn't hubris. Instead, he wanted to test the limits of his shamanic conversion speed. Under the oppression of life and death, more power could be aroused. Even if he had a system, becoming stronger by his own efforts was always better. At this moment, all the power in Yuichi's body was mobilized. Furyoku, Ryatsu, Chakra, Haki. The four forces erupted at the same time. And this time, his Furyoku was responsible for the conversion, and the target was Haki. Armament Haki. In an instant, the spirit power and chakra in Yuichi were quickly transformed into armament Haki via the fusion of all world system. Zanpakuto unsheathed. The silver blade was instantly dyed black. The black was brilliant, and a strong armament Haki wave spread. A strong whirlwind swept out. But just armament Haki wasn't enough. Yuichi's eyes glowed golden. Conqueror's Haki instantly entwined the Zanpakuto. Snap. In an instant, the strong armament Haki and the Conqueror's Haki erupted at the same time. The moment the two forces surged, the expressions of Big Mom and Shanks suddenly changed. The blade tore open the void and instantly slashed toward Kaido's huge mace. The next second, two strong Haki waves collided. The blade and mace suddenly stopped in midair. They didn't touch, but their Haki was already fiercely entwined, pounding crazily against each other. A black sphere of energy appeared at the point of impact. The pirates who were smiling a second ago were now stunned. They couldn't believe the picture in front of them. The two fought. The weapons didn't even touch each other. Just a terrifying roar. A collision in the distance. What kind of level was this? Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 156, Chapter 159, Reversal of the battle situation, Rapid conversion of power. Chapter 159, Reversal of the battle situation, Rapid conversion of power. The terrifying fluctuation swept across, spreading to the entire Sky Island in an instant. The ground was shredded like debris, and a thick layer of earth was shaved off by the shockwave. The Sky Island shook more violently than ever. The Haki fluctuations of the two still hadn't weakened. On the contrary, they intensified. The airwaves became more violent, and even the ships floating in midair seemed about to be blown away. If Shiki hadn't activated his fruit ability to stabilize them immediately, they would have been blown hundreds of meters away. As for the two combatants, the violent fluctuations caused the light around them to distort. Terrifying roars continued to erupt, making spectators want to cover their ears. After lasting for more than 10 seconds, the fluctuation finally weakened. When the raging wind dissipated, the picture that came into view made countless pirates drop their jaws. They stared dumbfounded at the island. The ground of the sizable Sky Island was completely different from before. All the large and small potholes had been swept away, the whole island had been peeled like an onion. It even looked smooth and polished. Where Yuichi and Kaido stood, a huge crater had appeared under their feet. The two stood at opposite ends of the crater, staring at each other. Their gazes collided in the air, seemingly bursting with sparks. A strong aura lingered on them, setting off a wave of turmoil. Kaido. And the beast's pirates under his command. Previously, Kaido's subordinates, the three disasters, didn't pay much attention to Yuichi. A mere Marine Admiral level guy was simply impossible to be their boss's opponent. But now. Jack the Drought, Queen the Plague, King the Wildfire, they were floored. Their expressions were extremely exaggerated, and strong shock filled their eyes as they stared firmly at Yuichi. Jack, that's Queen, Conqueror's Haki coding. King, how could this guy master such a skill? He fought head-on with Master Kaido and was not at a disadvantage at all. On the contrary, it became a stalemate. This. How can that be? Although Shanks and Big Mom were surprised, they immediately began to think about the implications. Was this why Whitebeard allowed this guy to be the fifth side of the alliance? Even if the current Yuichi was inferior to the four emperors in terms of overall strength, it would be a matter of time before he caught up. Possessing Conqueror's Haki, training armament Haki to this level, and mastering Conqueror's coding. Such a person would sooner or later become like them. So, Yuichi qualified as a fifth-party force. However, the two were wrong. Although Whitebeard knew that Yuichi had learned Conqueror's Haki, he didn't think that Yuichi, who had just learned this skill, could compete with Kaido on equal terms so soon. Now, he was surprised too. Only he and the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates knew how much time it had taken. In such a short period, Yuichi was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kaido. Whitebeard's cheek twitched. Marines, you let go of a terrifying monster. Now he was a little thankful to the Marines and world government, because they coveted the tailed beast power within this kid. They forced him out of the Navy. Otherwise, this guy would definitely be a nightmare for pirates in the future. At this moment, Kaido looked at Yuichi with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. I didn't expect. You actually mastered the use of Conqueror's coding. That surprised me. Kaido's face became ugly. Yuichi did give him a big surprise this time. But, looking at Yuichi's calm appearance, it seemed the boy thought that mastering Conqueror's Haki meant he could defeat Kaido. Fine. Now I'm going to get serious. Kaido sneered. The veins on his arm suddenly bulged, covered by armament Haki. A stick fell directly toward Yuichi's head. The ground shook suddenly. Then, Kaido raised the mace, but there was nothing there except for a new pothole. Yuichi's figure had long since disappeared. At this time, behind Kaido, the Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand released a black light. The moment the blade flashed, a slash infused with strong Haki erupted instantly. Shwa. The slash struck from behind. Kaido quickly turned around and swung the mace to resist. Boom boom boom. The fight continued, but this time it wasn't Kaido pinning Yuichi down. The situation on the scene had evolved. Yuichi's weird speed completely overwhelmed Kaido. He constantly changed positions while bursting out amazing attacks. A surprising picture appeared. The four emperors. The emperors who reign over the sea. One of the supreme rulers of the New World. Captain of the Beast's pirates, Kaido. The man known as the strongest creature was actually being suppressed. Overwhelmed by a former marine. It took Kaido a lot of effort to block every slash, and Yuichi's speed left Kaido with no openings. He wanted to fight back, but without any gaps, he couldn't catch Yuichi. Yet, Yuichi didn't stay close, always keeping a certain distance, forcing Kaido to passively defend. Master Kaido was suppressed. The people of the Beast's pirates couldn't believe it. The crew members of the Red Hair pirates were also confused. Why did the situation suddenly reverse? Is this guy really so strong? The members of the Big Mom pirates lamented, this is Kaido. How can he be suppressed? What kind of monster is this marine traitor? Among the Emperor crews, only the Whitebeard pirates could accept Yuichi's amazing performance easily. After all, their pops admired him. Just when everyone was shouting in disbelief at the sudden change, the smile on Yuichi's face grew stronger. The method of using Furioka to convert other powers is getting more proficient. Chakra and Haki converted to Ryatsu. Shuinpa launch. Ryatsu and Haki converted to Haki. The slash erupted instantly. The conversion of various powers was becoming faster as Yuichi became more proficient in using his shamanic abilities. The time lag was getting shorter and shorter. Yuichi's figure flickered faster, and attacks like a storm fell on Kaido's head crazily. Boom boom boom. Kaido kept waving the mace, resisting Yuichi's attacks again and again. He was getting very impatient. Damn it, kid, do you dare to fight me head-to-head again? Base. The sword flashed. In the wind, the direction of Yuichi's movement suddenly changed. Zanpakuto, half unsheathed, looked up. As you wish. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 157, Chapter 160, Instant Eruption, Overwhelming Momentum. Chapter 160, Instant Eruption, Overwhelming Momentum. The taunting words Kaido had prepared were suddenly cut short by Yuichi's agreement. This left Kaido unsure of what to say. This kid actually had the guts to confront him head-on again. Very good. Very courageous. Kaido was hoping for a kid who wasn't afraid of death. In terms of age, although Yuichi wasn't a child, compared to the veteran emperors, he was essentially a brat. But at Yuichi's age, having mastered such powerful force, he did have the capital to be proud. But this arrogance would kill him after all. Kaido sneered, boy, you are very good. You dare to agree. In return, I want to remind you, I didn't use my full strength for the previous blow. And this time I will do my best. Don't die on me. There was no change on Yuichi's face. Now, Yuichi was only paying attention to the changes in the power within his body. The operation of his shamanic power became freer and smoother. The speed of power conversion was peaking. Kaido in front of him was the best testing stone. Seeing that Yuichi didn't plan to speak, he was ready to act. Kaido's brows frowned, and his expression gradually became dignified. His eyes fixed firmly on Yuichi's figure. The haki on his body surged rapidly, converging toward the mace in his hands. Kaido did his best, and his ultimate armament haki exploded. The mace swung at Yuichi, tearing through the void with a terrifying sound of breaking wind. In an instant, the clouds were shattered, and a strong wind raged. The air pressure dropped suddenly, followed by an explosion of violent power. The air roared and spread like sea waves. At this moment, Yuichi's figure disappeared. Seeing this scene, Kaido frowned slightly. This stinky brat dared to lie to me. But just when he was about to fly into a rage, a figure suddenly appeared right in front of him. The black shadow condensed from the void into Yuichi. Kaido's expression changed again. This guy. He actually accelerated and rushed toward the attack range of the mace. Clang. A loud collision of gold and iron rang out. The Zanpakuto was pulled out instantly and slashed at the mace in Kaido's hand. The strong haki fluctuations that suddenly erupted from the blade came as instantaneously as a volcanic eruption. The explosive power directly collapsed Kaido's offensive. Then, a bright blade point aimed directly at Kaido's throat. There was a melodious ring of steel, and the tip of the sword stopped 1 centimeter in front of Kaido's neck. The blade trembled faintly. Boom. The surrounding turbulent airflow suddenly stopped. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at the scene in front of them, Yuichi pointing his sword at the throat of the Emperor Kaido. He had just defeated Kaido's attack in a split second. In a head-on collision, Master Kaido lost. The Pirates of the Beast's pirates couldn't believe the scene. Even the 3 disasters seemed excited and angry, wanting to jump out. But Kaido suddenly raised his hand to stop them. Do not move. Stand down. Kaido looked at Yuichi coldly and spoke slowly. The 3 disasters didn't understand why Master Kaido let them stay back. That kid. He pointed his sword at Lord Kaido's throat. Just a little forward, and although they didn't believe he could kill Lord Kaido, it was enough to leave a scar. Now everyone tried to keep quiet, they dared not make a sound. Kaido slowly lowered his hands and looked at Yuichi. Erupting all the haki in the body in an instant and using it to attack. The speed at which your haki is released, boy, is astonishing. In that blow just now, it wasn't that Yuichi's haki was stronger than his, but that Yuichi's burst of power was too intense in that single instant. As a result, haki that was roughly on the same level created a one-sided situation. It was like the difference between a sudden dam failure and slowly pumping water through a pipe. One has the potential to overwhelm mountains and seas, while the other, though possessing the same volume, lacks the instantaneous destructive power. However, not everyone can release all the haki in their body in an instant. Not even Kaido could do it perfectly right now. It involved technical mastery and immense physical strain. Yet Yuichi had used his perfect talent to overcome his lack of experience. If Yuichi hadn't stopped the attack just now, Kaido would likely be seriously injured. Although Kaido didn't use his Devil Fruit ability, Yuichi also hadn't used his Weird Petal ability, Senbon Sakura. The 2 sides in this duel didn't have to fight to the death, so naturally, they hadn't used their ultimate powers. Kaido thought that with his base strength, it would be enough to easily defeat Yuichi. But suddenly he found that without using his dragon form, he was not Yuichi's opponent at all. This result was difficult for Kaido to accept. Yuichi shook the Zanpakuto lightly in his hand. Do you want to continue? Hearing this, Kaido's face became ugly. This kid. Crazy. If he, a majestic emperor, used his full strength and displayed his hybrid or dragon form, an attack of this level wouldn't be enough to hurt him significantly. Yet Yuichi still looked so rampant. It was almost impossible to suppress the anger in his heart. Kaido moved his mouth to say, continue. But at this time, Whitebeard spoke, Kaido. Sometimes you have to admit that the strength of the newcomer is really worthy of admiration. Being able to push you to this point without you using your fruit ability, the old man thinks he has proved his strength. It's just a discussion, so it's not going to be a death match. Both of you can restrain yourselves so that things don't get worse. Kaido paused. Whitebeard was giving him an out. He couldn't easily beat Yuichi if this continued without escalating to a war that would destroy the island. And the prestige of the 4 emperors would be affected if he struggled further against a rookie. Most importantly, if he continued in base form, he wasn't sure he could beat Yuichi. It was better to quit while ahead. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Very good. I recognize your strength. You can push me to this point without me using my fruit ability. You are qualified to form an alliance with us and occupy a seat. Kaido's current demeanor was completely different from his rude appearance earlier. Who said that Kaido was just a brute who only knew how to drink and rely on muscle? Yuichi slowly sheathed his Zanpakuto. Now that the result had appeared, there was no need to continue fighting. The system interface flashed, notifying Yuichi that the mission was complete. Since Kaido himself admitted that he had lost the exchange, the system judged the task as successful. Congratulations to host for obtaining Spirit of Fire, one of the 5 great elemental spirits. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 158, Chapter 161, King of the Sea, the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Chapter 161, King of the Sea, the 5th Emperor of the Sea. System message: the host has obtained the exclusive possession spirit of the character template, Asakura How. Spirit of Fire. Enable special ability of the character template. Oversoul. Soul Flame. Current awakening progress of second character template, Asakura How, 15.6%, 10.3%. Individual abilities: Spirit Vision, enabled, Seal, enabled, Attribute Conversion, enabled. Possessing Spirit, Spirit of Fire. Oversoul. Soul Flame. With the Spirit of Fire, you can activate the Oversoul state. Furioku will no longer be used solely to convert other energies. Whoosh. A burning flame materialized in front of Yuichi. Within the inferno, a pair of piercing eyes stared back at him. The moment their gazes met, Yuichi felt a profound, mystical connection with the Spirit of Fire. He could convey his thoughts to the spirit anytime, anywhere. While Yuichi basked in this sensation, he suddenly snapped back to reality and looked around. Nothing had changed for the others, none of them seemed to notice the spirit's recovery at all. This was similar to the mechanics of the Shaman King world. Ordinary people could not perceive the existence of spirits. Even Whitebeard and the other top-tier fighters, though they seemed to sense something strange, could not see the Spirit of Fire. Seeing this, Yuichi felt relieved. It was best if no one could see it. He retracted the Spirit of Fire into his body. It would sleep within him, ready to emerge at a mere thought. However, utilizing the Spirit of Fire's full power, like how Asakura did by materializing it into a giant oversoul, was difficult with Yuichi's current strength. The amount of Furioku consumed by such a feat was astronomical. Furthermore, if the Spirit of Fire were fully materialized, its huge form would likely be visible to everyone. Its speed would also decrease due to its size. If he encountered an opponent with extreme speed, the Spirit of Fire would be helpless if it couldn't land a hit. If it is an oversoul, perhaps the Spirit of Fire is best used when attached to a weapon. By integrating the spirit into a weapon, he could enhance his attack power while allowing the Spirit of Fire's energy to burst forth and superimpose onto other powers. Currently, the only weapon Yuichi possessed was his Zanpakuto. If I attach the Spirit of Fire to the Zanpakuto, Senbon Sakura, then the flying cherry blossom blades will burn with flames. The power, there might be an unexpected increase. Thinking of this, Yuichi had the urge to experiment immediately, but Whitebeard's voice interrupted his thoughts. Now, I suppose there is no objection to this man joining us. Whitebeard smiled. After their fight, Yuichi had proven his strength, and Kaido himself had admitted that Yuichi was powerful. The tailed beast chakra that Kaido had coveted seemed of little concern now. However, from the crowd of the beast's pirates, King, one of the 3 all-stars, stepped forward. If you want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 emperors, you can't do it on your own. King stared intensely at Yuichi. Although his strength is good, he is still inferior to Lord Kaido. He is indeed qualified to be compared with the 4 emperors, but the title of emperor can never be sustained by just one person. King sneered. A guy who defected from the Marines. It's a pity that he doesn't have anyone under his command yet. If there is no crew, there is no way to rely on personal strength alone. Who said Yuichi doesn't have anyone under his command? Suddenly, Shiki's voice cut through King's words. He floated in midair, looking down at King with a self-evident smile in his eyes. The Golden Lion of the Flying Pirates was announcing to everyone that he had now joined Yuichi's banner. King froze for a moment. He naturally knew who the Golden Lion was. In the past, even his captain, Kaido, had to treat this man with caution. Although the Golden Lion's power was no longer at its peak, he still possessed proper admiral-level combat power. A pirate who dared to invade Marineford alone was not weak. My boy from the Beast's Pirates, you speak too soon. Who said Yuichi has no influence under his command? Neo Marine leader Zephyr folded his arms and spoke indifferently. Golden Lion Shiki plus former Marine Admiral Zephyr. Although they were 2 old men whom the sea was about to eliminate, their strength was undeniably at the admiral level. King had felt it was strange earlier. Why would these guys, who usually cause trouble elsewhere in the New World, appear here? Only now did he realize that they were forces under Yuichi's command. Ha 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 ha. You seem to be very strong. Do you want to continue fighting? ZZZZT. Enel suddenly transformed into lightning and appeared on the railing of the floating ship, staring at King while barefoot. Seeing the moment the thunder and lightning erupted, King frowned slightly. Although he was unclear about who Enel was, the opponent had turned into lightning and teleported instantly. He didn't know the full extent of his strength, but Enel's Logia ability was visible to everyone. A Logia ability user. Lightning. This Logia ability is not weaker than the Marine Admiral's abilities at all. Lightning is a very strong element. Enel looked at the pirates discussing his power. The fruit I ate is called the Rumble Rumble fruit. It's not just thunder and lightning. Although the ability is lightning, I am God. Everyone was speechless. Why did this guy need to explain that? Behind Yuichi, 3 Admiral-level combatants stood tall. Shiki, Zephyr, and Enel were now crushing King with their gazes, bursting with a strong sense of oppression. Queen and Jack hurriedly took a step forward, standing side by side with King, releasing their own auras to resist them. On the calm floating island, the atmosphere became tense again. 3 airships floated behind the island, the flying pirates, the Neo Marines, and a group of priests. They all acted as if they were ready for war. This surprised Shanks. In just a few days, from Yuichi's escape from the Marines to the sudden appearance of such a force behind him, did this guy plan to leave the Marines a long time ago? If there was no premeditation, it would be impossible to summon such a force so quickly. And among them, Zephyr and Shiki were not men who could be subdued easily. How did this kid do it? Big Mom was also a little surprised, looking at the group of people behind Yuichi. Compared with the established power of a Yonko crew, it was still lacking in numbers, but as said before, Yuichi's own strength and the quality of his commanders were only slightly below the real emperor's. He was qualified to be compared. Just missing a territory? No, looking around at the islands floating in midair, with so many islands, Yuichi's territory seemed to be quite large. This guy really became an emperor of the sea in a few days. 5 emperors. Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the pirate crowd. Others wondered, what 5 emperors? The 5th emperor of the sea has appeared. These words clearly echoed in the surroundings and floated into everyone's ears. Suddenly, Whitebeard laughed out loud. That's right, the 5th emperor who rules the sea has appeared. Then our alliance is called the 5 Emperors Alliance. Gururara. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 159, Chapter 162, The Alliance of 5 Emperors, The Huge Wave of the New World. Chapter 162, The Alliance of 5 Emperors, The Huge Wave of the New World. Along with Whitebeard's laugh, everyone on the pirate ships floating in the air smiled. Excitement surged in their faces and hearts. 5 Emperors. Today, they not only witnessed the birth of the 5th Sea Emperor but also the establishment of the 5 Emperors Alliance. This would be a force more terrifying than the world government and the Marines, a force formed by the joint efforts of 5 great pirates who had ascended to the throne. In the face of this alliance, they were completely fearless of the world government. There simply wasn't enough opposition to worry about. Those pirates who joined this alliance would not fear the Marines at all in the future. Provoking them would be equivalent to provoking 5 sea emperors at the same time. With the joint efforts of these 5 people, no force in the sea could compete. 5 emperors. 5 emperors. The pirates began to raise their arms and shout the name of the 5 emperors. Even the members of the Beast's pirates were getting excited. Everyone was infected by this feverish atmosphere, even the people in the Neo Marines seemed to adapt to their new reality, Marines in name, but defined as pirates by the world. One by one, they stood shoulder to shoulder with the pirates, cheering crazily. The appearance of the 5th Sea Emperor would definitely shake the entire New World. No, it wasn't just the New World that would be shocked. All over the Grand Line, everyone on the sea would be intimidated. This was especially true given the identity of the 5th Sea Emperor, the genius who was just kicked out by the Marines. When such news spread, it would definitely leave people dumbfounded. A person forced out of the Marines due to internal corruption had turned around magnificently in just a few days to become the 5th Emperor ruling the New World. This would not only shake the sea but also make the world government and Marines lose face entirely. The person they despised had become their biggest threat in the blink of an eye. If they had known this earlier, they would have done anything to retain such a talent. Instead, they wouldn't let him go. This would forever be the subject of ridicule for the world government and Marines due to their blindness. On Floating Island, although this was the party of the 5 emperors, spies of the world government had also mixed in. There was a rough-looking guy in the crowd who looked like a pirate. While everyone around him was cheering, he lowered his head, his gloomy expression extremely ugly. He silently swallowed his saliva, cold sweat forming on his forehead. 5 emperors. It is really bad. The Marines were planning to confront them when the 4 emperors gathered. The agents dispatched had no chance to act at all. This was completely different from their initial assumption that Yuichi would be ignored at the gathering. They thought the focus would be on the original emperors, leaving Yuichi, presumably under Whitebeard's command, vulnerable. That would have been the perfect time to capture him. But the actual situation was completely different. Yuichi was also the focus of this party. Trying to make a move under the watchful eyes of the five emperors was simply asking for death. More importantly, the agents sent by the five elders couldn't even reach the floating island, they could only watch everything from the sea town below. When the five emperors alliance was established and the fifth sea emperor appeared, the agents were dumbfounded. Yuichi. He turned out to be the fifth sea emperor. A few days ago, he was a marine trader, but now he had directly become the leader of the wind pirates. There were three powerful forces under his command, the flying pirates led by Shiki, the Neo marines led by Zephyr, and God's pirates led by Enel. From a trader to a big pirate with an army of thousands, receiving the recognition of the four emperors and becoming the king of the new world, such news was too shocking. It was impossible to implement the original plan. They had to pass this news back so that the Marines and world government could prepare. So, when the Five Emperors Alliance was established, a small boat quickly left Sea Town. With the departure of this boat, a storm began raging in the new world. The entire pirate world was paying close attention to this gathering, it was impossible to hide any trouble from them. Within half an hour of the Alliance's formal establishment, the news had already spread across the new world. Reporters who had caught wind of the event were already drafting their stories. On the floating island, Whitebeard and the others were discussing specific matters related to the Alliance and plans to deal with the World War. On the sea, in just a few hours, the news traveled from the New World to the Grand Line, to the Four Seas, and even the whole world. Well-informed factions were already reacting, and newspapers were rushing to print the headline. At this moment, at Naval Headquarters, Acting Fleet Admiral Kong had arrived from the Holy Land, Mariehua. While Kong was processing the files that had piled up, a Marine intelligence officer broke in from outside. He couldn't care less about knocking or etiquette. Report to Fleet Admiral Kong. Urgent information from the New World. The four emperors met in the sea area of the Whitebeard pirates. And Yuichi, who defected from the Marines, is also among them. He and Kaido broke out in a fierce battle. It ended in a tie. Kong couldn't sit still after hearing this. What? Are you kidding? He can go toe-to-toe with Kaido. The guy with this terrifying fighting power was a general of their Marines just a few days ago. Now he had become a pirate in the blink of an eye, an enemy. A genius, a four emperors level fighter who originally belonged to the Marines, was kicked out just like that. This made Kong start to ignite a trace of dissatisfaction and resentment toward the orders given by the five elders. Fleet Admiral, that Yuichi, after he tied with Kaido, he was recognized by the four emperors and became the fifth sea emperor of the new world. Boom. For a split second, Kong felt like a bomb had exploded in his head. The fifth sea emperor. Kong spoke in pauses, his expression slightly dull. Under Yuichi, there is a pirate group called the Wind Pirates, and there are three big groups under its rule: Flying Pirates, Shiki, Neo Marines, Zephyr, and God's Pirates, Enel. Now the number of pirates under the command of the Wind Pirates has exceeded 20,000. Kong raised his hand to signal the officer to stop. He had heard too much explosive news during this time, and it was hard for him to digest it. The four emperors gathered, but in the end, they made the alliance of five emperors. Wait. Whether it is the appearance of the fifth sea emperor or Yuichi's betrayal, that is not the main point. The point is, what do they want to do with the five emperors alliance? How could the emperors be united? What is their purpose? Suddenly, Kong thought of one thing. 4. The World War. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 160, Chapter 163, The News Spread All Over the World, The Next World War. Chapter 163, The News Spread All Over the World, The Next World War. There was one day left until the next World War began. Now that such a thing had happened, the Marines and world government simply didn't have time to deal with the pirate issue. Because of the defeat in the last World War, the five elders had delegated power to Kong this time, forcing him to be fully prepared. To face the next World War, the Marines must win. Kong had indeed devoted himself to preparing for this matter. The elite among the Marines had been selected by him. Although he did not gather all of them at Naval Headquarters, he knew exactly who to send to ensure nothing went wrong. Since there were many Marines, he needed to know not only the powerful ones but also those with special abilities. Last time, among the ninjas sent by the ninja world, some had special abilities that made the Marines passive at the beginning of the battle. This time, the same situation was absolutely not allowed to happen. The five elders had issued a death order, they would not interfere with the selection of candidates, but the winning party must be the pirate world. Kong sighed. Hey! The alliance of five emperors appeared at this time. Are the pirates trying to replace the world government or Marines and represent our world? Kong didn't find it strange that the other party would have such an idea. After all, once the World War was won, not only would the whole world experience world evolution, but those who participated in the battle would also receive special rewards. This was probably what attracted the attention of the emperors. It was related to the survival of the whole world, and no one wanted to control their own destiny in the hands of others. Even Kong resented the idea of the 5 emperors taking the Marines' place. Perhaps everyone felt the same way. Kong glanced at the soldier delivering the information and waved his hand. "I see. You may leave." The Marine soldier nodded. Kong didn't have the time to worry about the pirates now, it was the 5 elders who should be worrying about it. In the Holy Land, Mariehua. The 5 elders got the news a few minutes faster than Kong. After they learned about the 5 Emperors Alliance, all 5 of them felt it was incredible. A kid who just defected from the Marines actually became the 5th Sea Emperor. Humph. Ridiculous. One of the elders, leaning back on the sofa with his arms spread, spoke with a look of disdain. In his opinion, titles like 4 emperors and 5 emperors were simply too ridiculous. A mere pirate with only a few thousand people dared to call himself the Emperor of the Sea. The previous 4 emperors were acceptable, they were all members of the former Rocks Pirates, or in Shank's case, Roger's crew. They all had a pedigree. But Yuichi, a Marine Admiral Candidate. Although his strength was good, it was only Admiral-level combat power. Letting such a person become the 5th emperor was the 4 emperors deliberately taking the opportunity to embarrass the world government and Marines. The bald elder sipped tea calmly. However, he just defected from the Marines, and he became the Emperor of the Sea in a blink of an eye. This guy named Yuichi, maybe he was ready to leave the Marines already. Otherwise, how could he create a force just after leaving? If it wasn't premeditated, I would never believe it. Everyone else had the same idea. Yuichi had been in the Marines for 20 years. Hadn't those years made this kid loyal? What kind of person could endure 20 years and then rise up against them? It was too terrifying. Thinking of this, the faces of the other elders became gloomy. For them, the probability of this incident being accidental was too small. Yuichi must have been prepared long ago. Or worse, he may have been an undercover agent sent by a certain force to the Marines. The prime suspect was Whitebeard. If so, what was Whitebeard up to? How much secret information did he know from the Marines? It was worth thinking about. The room was silent for a long time, and then the oldest elder coughed and said in a hoarse voice, "No matter what, the world has been in chaos since that day. It doesn't matter if it's a little messy. Whether it's the 5 emperors or the 4 emperors, the pirates want to challenge us this time. The alliance was formed to defy the world government. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. Unfortunately, the world war is about to start, and we don't have time to deal with them for the time being." At this moment, the curly-haired elder looked at everyone. He opened his mouth and said slowly, "There is another problem worth noting. The establishment of the 5 Emperors Alliance will make the pirates crazy." He was right. 7 hours after the appearance of the new Emperor of the Sea, and less than 20 hours before the start of the next World War, the news had spread. Thanks to the overtime efforts of many newspaper offices, the news coup birds had already flown all over the world. Starting from the Red Line, the news spread around the world at an extremely fast speed. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight illuminated the sea, breaking through the endless darkness, an overwhelming number of birds brought the news of the alliance of 5 emperors to the whole world. People who were waiting for the start of the next world war were completely shocked by the sudden news. In the East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue, pirates everywhere rioted instantly. The 5th Sea Emperor appears in the New World. Wind pirates formed. Captain is former Marine Admiral Yuichi. That monster with amazing strength and terrifying talent in the World War actually became the 5th Emperor of the Sea. 5 Emperors Alliance, what are they trying to do? Do they want to challenge the Marines? Challenge the world government? The pirates were boiling with excitement. But at this time, someone discovered another implication. No matter what the alliance of 5 emperors wants to do, if 5 emperors of the sea unite, this is a force capable of destroying the Marines and even the world government. The true era of pirates has come completely. If we join the 5 Emperors Alliance and become pirates under their command, even the Marines will not dare to touch us. If the Marines provoked the alliance of 5 Emperors, it was equivalent to facing 5 Emperors at the same time. 1 Emperor was too much for the Marines, let alone 5. The current Marines did not have the ability to fight a 1v5 war. The pirates seemed to see a very solid backing. All over the world, including the Grand Line, pirates began to act immediately. Their goal was 1, join the 5 Emperors Alliance and become a crew under the command of an emperor. This way, they would gain absolutely safe asylum. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 161, Chapter 164, The purpose of the Five Emperors, the World War is about to start. Chapter 164, The purpose of the Five Emperors, the World War is about to start. Pirates all over the world were celebrating. This seemed to be a sign that the prosperous age of pirates was about to begin. At the same time, for many ordinary people, the establishment of the Five Emperors alliance was shocking not just because of the new emperor, but because 5 such figures could form an alliance at all. Everyone known as an Emperor of the Sea dominated their own territory. They should be at odds with each other, yet in the blink of an eye, they had formed an unprecedented coalition. The 4 emperors, marines, and world government formed a balance. Now that the 4 emperors had become the 5 emperors, this balance was broken. What was even more frightening was that they were united. This was undoubtedly blockbuster news. When it spread, everyone felt that the sky had collapsed. These pirate emperors, how could they be united all of a sudden? What exactly are they trying to do? Could it be to destroy the world government? Or challenge the Marines? Ordinary people felt there were too many things to worry about right now. The World War was about to begin. The last time their world was defeated, the power of the whole world was weakened. Seeing this new war approaching, everyone was looking forward to the Marines recovering their face and strengthening the world again. But the pirates were restless at this juncture. With the creation of this alliance, how should the Marines deal with it? The Fifth World War will begin in less than 7 hours. The news had spread throughout the world, and everyone was discussing the purpose of the alliance. Right now in the New World, on the Golden Lion's floating island, the 5 emperors held a temporary talk. It was perfect, even more suitable than Whitebeard's purpose-built sea town. There were no Marine or world government spies here. There was absolutely no way for them to listen to the conversation. Somewhere on the Sky Island, in an area the size of a football field, 5 sea emperors sat around a huge round table. 5 cups of sake were placed on simple wooden stands. Whitebeard sat in the main seat, occupying the absolute core. To his left was Kaido, to his right was Big Mom. Shanks sat next to Kaido, and Yuichi was arranged next to Big Mom. The 5 gathered in a semicircle. This seating allocation showed Yuichi's current status in the league. In terms of strength, although Yuichi was recognized by the other 4, neither party in the battle with Kaido had done their absolute best, so there was no definite conclusion yet. In terms of military power, Yuichi was the weakest existence among the 5. However, because of Yuichi's age, making it this far so young, like another Shanks, the 4 of them recognized him. The current talks would reveal the second reason why Yuichi could join the alliance. Whitebeard raised his hand and motioned to Yuichi. Now tell them your analysis of the World War. Listening to Whitebeard's casual tone, speaking as if to someone close to him, Big Mom, Kaido, and even Shanks showed a subtle change in complexion. During a meeting of emperors, words were not spoken casually. Whitebeard wanted to express how good his relationship with Yuichi was. The others quickly returned their expressions to normal. 5 emperors. 5 was an odd number, so it wasn't difficult to guess that when the alliance made major decisions in the future, the rule of majority vote would be adopted. Allies were important. Whether to get something out of Yuichi or to snag an ally, Yuichi had become somewhat sought after. Under the eyes of the 4 people, Yuichi stood up slowly. He coughed lightly, adjusting his voice. Then, he spoke. About the world wars, after 4 wars, I probably found some patterns. First things first. The forces that fight for the world are not fixed, but rotated. The first one to be picked is the strongest force in the world. In the ninja world, the strongest force is Konoha Village, but in our world, it is the Marines. The rule of rotation is that when the selected faction is defeated, the representative faction participating in the battle will be replaced. Yuichi spoke at a moderate pace while Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks contemplated. Rotation. Thinking about it according to Yuichi's words, it seemed plausible. Shanks raised his eyebrows. So if the Marines lose again, then next time they will rotate to other forces to replace them. Is this why we formed the 5 Emperors Alliance? That's right. Yuichi nodded. But Kaido was confused. How can you be sure that they will definitely choose our newly formed alliance? Regarding this question, Yuichi had no way to give an accurate answer because he knew the ninja world and the strength ranking among the 5 great ninja villages, but they didn't. Yuichi wouldn't reveal his knowledge of the ninja world, so he gave an ambiguous answer. The second representative force in the ninja world, if my guess is correct, is the second most powerful force besides Konoha Village. The subsequent 5 Kage alliance also concentrated the power of all the villages because they also saw this rule. They let the 5 villages become one force so that they would become the biggest faction. After hearing such an explanation, although Kaido remained skeptical, he believed half of it because what Yuichi said was not unreasonable. According to this rule, the second group to fight must be the second most powerful force. The 5 Emperors Alliance was not only the second strongest, it could be said to be even stronger than the Marines. It was undoubtedly the most powerful force in the pirate world. So if the Marines were rotated out, the next one was sure to be their alliance. Big Mom also thought about it for a moment. Although she didn't think Yuichi knew the rules completely, the analysis was sound. Now, Big Mom focused on Yuichi. In addition to his outstanding talent, he had a shrewd mind. It would be great to have someone like that join her Charlotte family. A way must be found to absorb Yuichi's bloodline. Whitebeard looked at everyone. So you understand now that the significance of establishing the Five Emperors Alliance is for the next world war. As long as the Marines lose this time, then we will fight in that world next time. Before that, I would like to explain that when the time comes, the five of us will discuss who will fight. A show of hands vote. If everyone chooses the person they support, then we randomly choose. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. T-note, due to mass release, daily update will start on April 28th. Chapter 162, Chapter 165, One-on-One Duel, The Rules of World War. Chapter 165, One-on-One Duel, The Rules of World War. What Whitebeard said about the rules was exactly what Yuichi had initially thought. The Five Emperors Alliance had just been established. Although in terms of strength, reputation, and influence, Whitebeard was undoubtedly the strongest, Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks were not easy to deal with. Regardless of their internal thoughts, those who became emperors were not willing to suffer losses easily. Therefore, it was necessary to formulate absolutely fair and just rules. Whitebeard and Yuichi had basically reached an agreement. Therefore, in subsequent votes, at worst, a situation of 2 votes against 3 could be formed. Kaido and Big Mom might join forces temporarily, but Shanks didn't deal with them very well. Shanks was about to face a choice: choose Yuichi/Whitebeard's side, or the side of Kaido and Lin. Under normal circumstances, Whitebeard felt that Shanks would definitely choose him. This brat under Roger had connections with him. Therefore, future decisions would likely evolve into a 3-2 vote. This would form an overwhelming advantage. Everything was under control. Kaido and Big Mom didn't know yet that there was a tacit understanding between Yuichi and Whitebeard, but the first thing they did after sensing the dynamic was try to win over Yuichi to form countermeasures. This was naturally the best thing for Yuichi, so he didn't object. After the structure of the alliance was settled, they discussed irrelevant notes, for example, that the alliance was only in name and they were still in charge of their own territories. Time passed bit by bit. There was still one last hour before the start of the Fifth World War. Whitebeard and the others didn't plan to leave. They would watch this world war right here. They hoped that the Marines would be defeated again this time. Although the world would be weakened, the chance for the pirates to take the stage had come. At the same time, people all over the world were quietly looking forward to the start of the war. There was excitement, but also worry. It was related to the survival of the 2 worlds. Even if the world lost once, it would not be destroyed, but the feeling of weakening power was unpleasant. They didn't want to experience it a second time. I hope the Marines won't lose to those ninjas again. A lot of things have happened in the Marines recently. I really don't understand what the world government is thinking. If Mr. Yuichi was there, who is obviously strong, we wouldn't lose so badly. But these people actually forced such a powerful person gone. Many people gathered to discuss this, beating their chests angrily, feeling helpless regarding the world government and Marines. But although it was regretful, the person who left the Marines had now become the 5th Emperor of the Sea, the most hated pirate in the eyes of ordinary people. At Naval Headquarters, Commander-in-Chief Kong sat in the Fleet Admiral's office, listening to a den mushy. On the other end were the 5 elders, telling Kong to win at all costs. Kong was full of confidence. He didn't understand the situation last time, but this time he had gained the absolute right to speak and could dispatch truly powerful Marine generals. A world war would be no problem. After hanging up, a smile finally appeared on Kong's face. As long as we continue to win world wars, not only will the world not be destroyed, but the Marines will also become stronger. At that time, there will be no alliance of 5 emperors, no pirates, and even this era of great pirates will be completely ended. Thinking of a peaceful sea, Kong looked very excited. He still had justice in his heart. The world government had done a lot of stupid things, but as long as they could be corrected, the world could still be saved. However, Kong ignored a problem. If one day there were no pirates and no threat from the sea, what was the point of the Marines' existence? To guard the world? Ridiculous. No matter how sharp the sword is, if it is useless, it is left in the warehouse to gather dust, thrown away, or smelted. Just when he was imagining that the sea would be peaceful soon, the Fifth World War began. The light curtain in the sky appeared on time again. There was a sound like a TV turning on. Everyone raised their heads and looked toward the sky. The Fifth World War begins. Method: one-on-one duel. Representative forces of the 2 worlds each send 5 people with S-level combat power. A total of 10 people. One-on-one battles. The side with the most victories wins the world war. Regardless of the final result, the combatants who win the battle will receive a special reward. Ninja World. Faction, Five Kage Alliance. Whitebeard and the others on Sky Island saw the words, Five Kage Alliance. Suddenly, they looked at each other. It seemed that the people in the other world had done the same thing. And they were one step ahead. Those ninjas were not very strong, but they were smart. They also discovered the rules of the World War. Pirate World. Faction, Five Emperors Alliance. When the Five Emperors Alliance was selected, Whitebeard and the others were stunned. What was the situation? Didn't Yuichi say that the Marines would be defeated twice before it would be their turn? Why were they selected by the light curtain now? Even Yuichi felt incredible. At this moment, the people who were more puzzled were the world government, the Five Elders, and the Marines, especially the Marines, who were all ready to save face. They were confused. Why did the representative force suddenly change to the Five Emperors Alliance? Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. T-note, due to mass release, daily update will start on April 28th. Chapter 163, Chapter 166, the list of participants in the battle, 5 Shadows and 5 Emperors. Chapter 166, the list of participants in the battle, 5 Shadows and 5 Emperors. For this world war, the Marines had made a lot of preparations. Kong had put a lot of thought into investigating the strength of personnel and analyzing the previous wars. He was confident that no matter the format, he would win, unless the opponent sent out god-tier personnel. But now, it wasn't a question of losing. The question was, how did the newly established Five Emperors Alliance get chosen to fight? What the hell happened? Why change the representative power suddenly? This problem plagued Kong and the Five Elders. On Floating Island, Whitebeard and the others turned their heads to look at Yuichi. Why is that? Boy Yuichi, didn't you say that they have to lose battles before we can change the side of the battle? Why did the light curtain choose us now? Yuichi was also in a daze. There was indeed nothing wrong with his analysis. Why was it suddenly replaced by the Five Emperors Alliance? Yuichi thought carefully about the world wars he had experienced. War 1, Marine Ford. Victor, Marines. War 2, Mysterious Space. Victor, Marines. War 3, Sunagakure/Mysterious Space. Victor, Tai/both. War 4, Ancient Forest. Victor, Five Kage Alliance. Looking at the history, Konoha lost War 1 and 2, resulting in them being replaced by Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi. Then his analysis was correct. Only after losing 2 world wars would a faction be replaced. But why were the Marines replaced after only 1 loss? Was it because of his own system? Impossible. Yuichi didn't believe that such a factor caused his judgment to go wrong. Just when Yuichi was at a loss, he seemed to understand. It wasn't that he made a mistake in his judgment, but that he missed one thing. In the First World War, that battle was more like a simple test of the 2 worlds. So, the failed ninja world was not punished at the time. If viewed according to this line of thinking, the First World War should not be included in the defeat count because it was a test in nature. Therefore, the rule for the light curtain to select new forces should be, as long as a faction is defeated once, it will be rotated to the next force. This was the real rule. Having figured this out, Yuichi was ready to answer Whitebeard's question, but the countdown on the light curtain had already begun. Please choose the candidates for the battle. Countdown, 30 seconds. Start. The light curtain began to count down. The picture was divided into 2 parts, one half showed the 5 Kage in the ninja world, and the other half showed the 5 emperors on Sky Island. Yuichi had no chance to explain the rules to Whitebeard, Kaido, and the others now, or the whole world would know. It was best not to let that happen. Whitebeard and the others didn't look very good because there was no preparation at all. The Five Emperors Alliance had just been established. Under such circumstances, choosing candidates needed to be decided by a vote. Who should they choose? They had only 30 seconds to think. Actually, only 15 seconds left now. At this very moment, people from all over the world looked at the 5 emperors sitting together on the screen. Some people may not have believed the rumors, but now they could see it with their own eyes. No matter where you were, the light curtain clearly displayed the image. This is the 5 emperors. That Yuichi is really with the 4 emperors. Now he has really become the 5th emperor of the sea. People couldn't help exclaiming. For this sea, the 5 people in front of them were capable of calling the wind and the rain. They were well-deserved overlords in the new world. Now that they were united, even the Marines might not dare to collide with them head-on. In the last second, Yuichi stood up suddenly. 5 people. Exactly. Let the 5 of us play. Yuichi said this in the final moment. Whitebeard and the others were stunned for a moment, but their responses were quick. They raised their hands at the same time. All 5 votes passed Yuichi's proposal just as the time cleared. The light curtain recognized the decision. Pirate World. Faction, 5 Emperors Alliance. List of combatants. 5 Emperors Whitebeard. 5 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts. 5 Emperors Charlotte Lin. 5 Emperors Red-Haired Shanks. 5 Emperors Former Marine Yuichi. When the names of the 5 people appeared, the people who were worried a second ago were stunned. They looked at the list, gasping. 5 Emperors, personally, taking action. These people can be regarded as the top powerhouses in our world. The Emperors of the Sea will personally fight, this world war, we will never lose. Don't get too excited, just look at the list on the opposite side. Ninja World. Faction, 5 Kage Alliance. List of combatants. Konoha, 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama. Sand Shinobi, 5th Kazekage Gaara. Rock Shinobi, 3rd Tsuchikage, Peak Period, Anoki. Mist Shinobi, 5th Mizukage Darumi Mei. Cloud Shinobi, 4th Reikage I. 5 Kage vs 5 Emperors. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 164, Chapter 167, 5-on-5 Game 1, Kaido of the Beasts vs. Reikage. Chapter 167, 5-on-5 Game 1, Kaido of the Beasts vs. Reikage. People in the pirate world were already very clear on what the title Kage meant in the other world. The most powerful ninja among ninjas would be given the title. The other world also had many countries and ninja villages, just like the pirate world. Every village had its own Kages. The 5 strongest among them, Hokage, Reikage, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage, were collectively called the 5 Kage. In the Third World War, the power displayed by those Kages was impressive. The Tsuchikage had the ability to fly and possessed weird abilities. The strong light that burst from his hands was very powerful, an ability called Dust Release. It was an extremely special ability. After losing a world war, people in the pirate world didn't dare to underestimate them anymore. Fortunately, the people who replaced the Marines this time were the emperors who dominated the new world. This time it's not an admiral from the Marines who made the move, but the pirate emperors who are more terrifying than admirals. Ninjas in the opposite world, just wait to be suppressed. Fortunately, the alliance formed by the 5 sea emperors was selected. Otherwise, if the Marines continued to fight, I'm afraid there would be no hope. In a 5-on-5 battle, if the Marines were facing such a situation, people felt the Marines only had 3 admirals available. The others were slightly less powerful and simply not enough to deal with such a battle. However, the pirate alliance was different. The 5 sea emperors, plus the pirates under their command with terrifying bounties. The power available to the 5 emperors alliance was much, much more than the Marines. Even if Yuichi was not counted, the 4 emperors alone were enough. Coupled with such a strong guy like Yuichi, the people of the pirate world seemed to see hope. Although they were pirates, it was related to everyone's life. Even those who resented pirates could only secretly pray that the 5 sea emperors could win. Compared to the excitement of the people in the pirate world, people in the ninja world seemed a little depressed. Sea Emperor. Is it those 5 people? The commoners of the ninja world all remembered what Yuichi said earlier in the duel ring. Compared with the marine admirals, the strongest existence in the pirate world were these guys known as the 4 emperors. Yuichi said at the time that these sea emperors were more terrifying than admirals. The expressions of Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others who were in the meeting also became uncomfortable. Alliance of the 5 emperors. It seems that these people also understand the selection rules of that strange light curtain. Their worlds are already beginning to unite against our world. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was pale. Once the opponent's world united, it would be difficult for the ninja world. However, the Reikage looked extremely unhappy. He slapped the table hard. The voice full of majesty said, "Humph. Then try it. They will unite and we will also unite. But before that, we have to see how capable these so-called sea emperors are." The 4th Reikage didn't seem to think the opponents would be that strong. It just so happened that he also chose to participate in this world war. The reason why he didn't use the time selection privilege they won was mainly that Reikage wanted that special reward, the rumble fruit that Darui got after his victory. Back at Cloud Shinobi Village, Reikage had Darui demonstrate his new powers. This power made Darui extremely terrifying. Powerful lightning-style ninjutsu was at his fingertips. The power of the black lightning inherited from the 3rd Reikage had also been enhanced, and the chakra consumed by lightning style was greatly reduced. Darui's strength has soared, and he could almost be compared with the Reikage himself. As the 4th Reikage, I didn't want to miss out on this special reward. His desire for power was very strong. It's better to be careful. Fourth Raikage, these people can become emperors of the sea, so their natural strength is extraordinary, Anoki warned. The previous Marines were not considered weak, but even so, there is nothing they can do about these so-called emperors. From this point, it can be seen that none of these people are easy to mess with. Third Tsuchikage Anoki's analysis was reasonable, but the Raikage was all about that special reward now. He didn't care what Anoki said at all, and he decided to fight in the first battle. Humph. What about these so-called emperors? Let this old man verify it for himself. A beam of light fell from the sky and instantly enveloped Raikage's body. Immediately afterward, Raikage's figure disappeared. Then, a new field appeared on the light curtain. On the endless Gobi, the sky was full of wind and sand, and dust and smoke were billowing. The personnel of both parties in the first battle have been confirmed. Ninja World, 4th Raikage I. Pirate World, Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido, who was teleported by the beam of light on Sky Island, appeared on the screen. At the same time, directly above them, a huge oval-shaped floating stand appeared. There were many spectators above, and people randomly selected from the two worlds were looking down. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 165, Chapter 168, The Blue Lightning in the Ninja World, Kaido asks, is this it? Chapter 168, The Blue Lightning in the Ninja World, Kaido asks, is this it? Kaido of the Beasts vs 4th Raikage I. The battle officially begins. The text on the light curtain showed that the battle had begun. In the picture, Kaido, who just appeared in the Gobi Desert, leisurely took the flagon from his waist and gulped down the wine. It looked like he didn't take this battle to heart at all. Looking at the opponent, his gaze was full of contempt. This made the arrogant 4th Raikage very unhappy. What kind of bullshit was the Emperor of the Sea? They were just a group of pirates, and the little pirates dared to despise him so much. The 4th Raikage swore secretly in his heart that he must let this guy know how strong he was. Kaido didn't just underestimate Raikage, to be precise, he completely ignored him because the other party couldn't give him any sense of danger. As the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, Kaido trusted his intuition. No danger meant this person had no way to cause any harm to him. Have you drunk enough? Let's start. I don't want to waste time. I want to end this battle. Hearing that, Kaido smiled disdainfully. Humph. This guy seems very arrogant. The battle is about to end as soon as you open your mouth. Does he feel that he can easily defeat me? Very good. Kaido really wanted to see what kind of abilities this guy had. Boom. Throwing the jug casually, it shot out straight and hit the ground far away. Accompanied by a violent roar, the wine gourd smashed most of its body into the soil. Kaido's move made many people stunned. People in the ninja world looked at the wine gourd that made such a big noise just by being thrown. They swallowed involuntarily. This tall monster, with well-developed muscles and a terrifying face, made people feel uncomfortable at first glance. What kind of species are the people in the other world? Can normal people have such a body shape? What a powerful force, developed muscles comparable to extreme power types. I don't know if the 4th Raikage can beat it. Someone questioned the Raikage, but another immediately reassured them. Master 4th Raikage is a legendary ninja known as the Blue Lightning. He can even compete with Konoha's 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Master Raikage's lightning-style chakra mode can not only make his speed extremely fast but also enhance his power and defense. What you should worry about is the people on the other side. A lot of time had passed since the last ninja war, and the story of the 4th Raikage had been forgotten by some. But now that it was mentioned again, it made people feel a lot more at ease. In the flashing barrage on the light curtain, people in both worlds were cheering for their own side and mocking each other. Pirate World, Master Kaido of the Beasts is the Emperor of the Sea. We will not lose to you this time. Ninja World, it's just a pirate. You want to compare with Master Raikage? This victory must be ours. Pirate World, Master Kaido is known as the strongest creature. Winning against Kaido? Absolutely impossible. In the Five Kages' eyes, such a barrage made people worry. The strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Being able to be given such a title showed that the person sent by the opposite side was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Hiruzen was a little worried. You can tell from this person's appearance that his strength and defense are absolutely top-notch. Terumi May nodded. People in our world don't know what's going on. Why can someone's body size be so huge? Anoki didn't pay attention to Kaido's body shape, he just thought about Kaido's title. It seems that the opponent has the same fighting style as the 4th Raikage. Defeating the enemy with powerful strength or speed, and having extreme defense against the enemy's attack. Hearing his analysis, Luo Sha frowned. Meeting an enemy with a similar fighting style. Then this is quite a lot for the 4th Raikage. Everyone's mood was solemn. After so many battles, they also summed up the characteristics of the pirate world's power. The attack power was powerful, the defense power was amazing, and the physical specs completely surpassed the ninjas. But what they lacked was variability. Ninjutsu was changeable, while the opponents had single abilities and relatively fixed fighting methods. However, the fourth Raikage's fighting style was straightforward. This time, he happened to meet an enemy with a similar style. This was a very difficult problem. Ah. Kaido let out a soft breath. As if he was full from drinking, he lowered his head and stared at the Raikage. Raikage, isn't it? Since you can't wait to court death, let's start. Kaido raised his hand to signal the opponent to attack. Seeing such a provocative gesture, the fourth Raikage's gaze sank. ZZZZT. The chakra erupting from his body instantly put him into lightning-style chakra mode. He was surrounded by powerful thunder. In an instant, the fourth Raikage's momentum changed. At this time, Kaido just shrank his eyes slightly. The current Raikage barely made him feel a little pressure. But it was just a little pressure, still no sense of danger. Humph. Is it just this level? While Kaido was unimpressed, the fourth Raikage suddenly said, "Don't say I didn't warn you, my speed is very fast. If you are not careful, you will lose in an instant." Ho! High speed. Kaido squinted his eyes and thought of Yuichi, who fought against him not long ago. That speed really gave him a headache. Could it be that the other party was also a monster like Yuichi? If that was the case, then it was worth paying attention to. However, in the next second, when the sound of thunder and lightning erupted, the fourth Raikage charged Kaido as a bolt of blue lightning. At this moment, Kaido's expression froze. The caution in his eyes suddenly turned into boredom. Boom. The fourth Raikage, in the form of lightning, approached Kaido very quickly. Amidst the exclamations of countless people in the two worlds, Kaido was kicked fiercely in the neck. It's so fast. Is this the blue lightning of the ninja world? As expected of Master Raikage. The preemptive strike hit, thrilling the people of the ninja world. However, in the next second, the fourth Raikage jumped away instantly. Standing on the spot and slowly twisting his neck unharmed, Kaido stared at him coldly with lowered eyes. This is what you said, fast. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 166, Chapter 169, Thunder Bagua, the strongest armor in the ninja world. Chapter 169, Thunder Bagua, the strongest armor in the ninja world. Stepping back, the fourth Raikage looked at Kaido, who showed no signs of injury. How is this possible? My attack couldn't hurt him. The surprise of the fourth Raikage mirrored that of everyone in the ninja world. Facing Raikage's attack, the opponent didn't dodge, and after resisting a blow, he looked completely fine. That was the fourth Raikage. Not some weak ninja, but a Kage of a village, specifically the martial cloud shinobi village. While the lightning-style chakra mode was developed by the third Raikage, the fourth had honed it to its limits. His strength did not lose to his father. But even such a ninja couldn't hurt the enemy with one blow. How is this possible? Hey! Your speed just now, is it full speed? Kaido suddenly asked. Hearing this question, the dignified fourth Raikage narrowed his eyes and looked up at Kaido viciously. There was strong anger on his face. The other party actually asked such a question, it was simply too arrogant. A deep and angry voice came out of the fourth Raikage's throat, "Don't worry. I only used 70% of my strength just now. Next. ZZZZT. The thunder and lightning burst became more intense. That's my true full speed. With the fourth Raikage's hair blown up like a hedgehog, the lightning-style chakra mode was on fire. He was at his best right now. Kaido felt the changes in the Raikage's chakra fluctuations. Although he couldn't use this power, his observation Haki was not wrong. The other party seemed to be really serious. Since this was the case, he had to be more serious too. Armament Haki, hardening. Boom. Kaido, holding a mace in his hand, pulled out the weapon from his waist. As Haki covered it, an invisible airflow began to spin around the mace. Those watching the battle from both worlds could feel the surging power fluctuations on Kaido. Under this force, it was as if two boulders were pressing on their chests, making it hard to breathe. Compared with the aura exuded by the fourth Raikage, Kaido suppressed it steadily. Looking at Kaido, his expression, the gaze bursting out of those eyes, he looked like a real beast. A very terrifying beast. In a trance, many people remembered the words from the other world before, sea, land, and air. The strongest creature. The hearts of people in the ninja world began to speed up. The two auras collided and rubbed fiercely in the air, sparking tension. The fourth Raikage also felt the strong sense of oppression from Kaido. I can't wait any longer, I will act first. Moment. The arc jumped violently around him, and then he suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed toward Kaido. The sound of breaking wind at extremely high speed followed closely. The flash of lightning flickered for a moment, and the fourth Raikage appeared behind Kaido. Everyone was stunned by that speed. Raikage's movements were completely invisible to the naked eye of ordinary people. Everyone's heart was in their throats. Raikage punched directly at the back of Kaido's head, an extremely fragile part of the human body. If he was hit, even Kaido might not be safe. And his speed was extremely fast. Kaido hadn't moved yet, as if unable to react. As the fist got closer, a smile gradually appeared on Raikage's face. Go to hell. Bastard. Thunder and lightning surrounded his fist, rubbing against the air and emitting extremely dazzling thunder snakes. The lightning flowed like a giant python swallowing the sky, moving toward Kaido's body. And at this moment, Kaido's head flicked slightly. Raikage's eyes widened as the punch slid right past Kaido's cheek. Avoided. Dodged at the nick of time. Can this guy keep up with his speed? How can that be? How could his huge body keep up? He was in the state of full firepower in lightning-style chakra mode. Few people in the entire ninja world could keep up with his speed. Why this guy? When Raikage was dazed, he passed Kaido shoulder to shoulder. But at the moment of passing by, Kaido sneered and spoke in a very low voice. You know what? Your speed is nothing at all. I just fought a guy with really perverted speed, and your speed is too slow compared to him. ZZZZT. Suddenly, the roar of thunder and lightning rang in Raikage's ears. It was just that this roar was somewhat different from real thunder. At the same time, the moment the thunder sounded, an extremely ear-piercing sound also erupted. Thunderbagwa. Boom. Kaido's mace gathered extremely terrifying Haki waves. In an instant, it slammed into the fourth Raikage who passed him by. It hit him firmly. Boom. One blow set off an astonishing ripple in the air. The fourth Raikage was smashed into the ground, and a huge pothole appeared in front of everyone's eyes along with the purple lightning on the mace. Kaido lifted the mace onto his shoulder and looked coldly at the fourth Raikage lying in the pit. Is this what you call speed? At this moment, people in both worlds kept absolute silence. They stared dumbfounded at the image on the light curtain. Batman. That man who is known as the strongest creature, he actually one-shot the Raikage. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village felt it was so unreal. How is this possible? That's their Raikage. How could he be beaten so easily? Ahem. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the fourth Raikage stood up from the pit, his body already wounded in many places. After being hit like this with one blow, the fourth Raikage's complexion was very bad, and the expression in his eyes was extremely dignified. Emperor of the Sea. It seemed that he underestimated these so-called pirates. To become the overlord of the sea, the power of that blow should not be underestimated. TCH. Not dead yet. Kaido grunted. Then let me do it again. Thunderbagwa. Kaido held the mace high, the Haki on his body pouring into the weapon crazily, and purple thunder burst out suddenly. It fell down with majestic force. Standing there, the fourth Raikage didn't care about his injuries. All his chakra broke out, the lightning-style chakra mode was overloaded, and the thunder on his body burst with extremely dazzling light. Lightning oppression horizontal. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 167, Chapter 170, The Power of the Five Emperors, Analysis and Decision. Chapter 170, The Power of the Five Emperors, Analysis and Decision. Pure lightning-style chakra slammed into Kaido of the Beast's mighty armament Haki. The terrifying movement that erupted at the moment when the two forces collided caused the entire battlefield to vibrate crazily. Gusts of wind whizzed out one after another. Everyone watched with their mouths open in disbelief. In the next second, the corner of Kaido's mouth rose slightly. Daring to collide head-on with him meant the opponent gave up his advantage in speed. It was simply stupid to choose this kind of head-on collision method to fight. But it was also good. Kaido could take advantage of this opportunity to decide the outcome in one fell swoop. Conqueror's Haki erupted instantly, and the mace wrapped around it swept towards the fourth Raikage along with armament Haki. The two forces that could barely maintain balance originally were quickly broken. Bloodshot veins appeared in the fourth Raikage's eyes as he felt the fluctuation of terrifying power from his hands. The instant impact was not just a physical shock of unimaginable force, but also a very terrifying mental shock. The fourth Raikage wondered where the power against his mind was coming from. His consciousness began to gradually blur. The moment he lost consciousness, Kaido's mace landed on his head with perfect precision. With one blow, the fourth Raikage's body flew out like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, it flew 100 meters away and fell heavily, making a huge hole in the ground. Dust and smoke billowed, and the figure of the fourth Raikage disappeared from view. Kaido stood still, holding the mace in one hand. Feeling the faint breathing of the fourth Raikage in the distance, he sneered. Stupid guy. Only the image of Kaido was left in the frame. At this moment, people in both worlds had different moods. People in the ninja world looked at Kaido with eyes full of fear. This huge guy not only had a perverted level of defense but also terrifying strength. He simply wasn't human. Compared with the preoccupied people in the ninja world, the people in the pirate world were very excited. This battle was so hardy that anyone could easily see that Kaido of the Beasts was superior. The opponent's ninjas were simply not enough. In front of such a monster, all ninjas would be sent to death. All raised their arms and shouted Kaido's name. On Floating Island, Whitebeard, Yuichi, and the others were not too surprised because the enemy chose the most stupid way to fight Kaido, facing the invincible creature head-on. Whitebeard and the others glanced at Yuichi's position. Being able to face a monster like Kaido head-on one-on-one without losing ground. Yuichi's strength was what truly felt incredible. At the same time, the Five Kage of the ninja world also looked solemn. Reikage looks hopeless. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, and at the same time secretly let out a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. Because now he was not the only one who lost to the enemy world, he also needed to add a fourth Reikage. So, this was not to say that he, the third Hokage, had no strength, but that the enemy in the opposite world was too strong. From this point of view, the power of these so-called emperors of the sea is not trivial. Just from this person named Kaido of the Beasts, we can roughly see the level of strength of these emperors. Terumi Mei noted. Both seemed to far surpass the previous marine admirals. As Terumi Mei spoke, she suddenly recalled what Yuichi said in a previous world war. Compared to admirals, the strongest people in the opponent's world were these sea emperors. At that time, they thought the opponent was just bluffing. Now it seemed that what the other party said was true. Having gone through so many world wars, they had analyzed the strength of the marine admirals. At most, they were equivalent to a Kage level. It was very powerful, but it was not impossible to defeat them. As long as you could restrain the opponent's strength, the chance of winning was not small. But in the face of Kaido, an emperor of the sea with such perverted power, defense, and attack, an incomparably pure battle monster, their ninjas were hard-pressed. It was a pity that there was no information about this person before, otherwise, they could have analyzed and found a weakness. Anoki sighed. It would be great if this old man appeared in the first battle. Everyone also sighed secretly. It was indeed as Anoki said. Anoki's dust release power was capable of bypassing defenses, so he was not afraid of this monster. Coupled with the ability to fly, if Anoki played against Kaido, the scene would become another situation. It could only be said that they made a mistake in the selection of candidates, which led to the failure of this battle. As for the fourth Reikage loss to Kaido, it was because he happened to be restrained by the opponent. Fourth Kazekage Raza was silent for a while and suddenly said, facing an enemy of this level, the order of battle is very important, but we don't know who the opponent will send next. There's no way to make a plan, everything depends on luck. Raza, who almost died previously, had been healed instantly by the beam of light that descended after that world war. Even those who died in Sunagakure during the battle were all resurrected. So Sunagakure didn't lose a single ninja. Luck. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to resign himself to fate, this world war was too important. If the ninja world couldn't defeat the opponent, it would be really embarrassing. Because they didn't know the enemy's intelligence before, they didn't send out such a terrifying combat force as the first Hokage. They conservatively chose to send the second Hokage. If they lost, they would be ashamed. Next. Let Sunagakure play. Saying that, Raza raised his head. Compared to other ninjas, Gaara can entangle with the opponent no matter what kind of enemy he faces. Whether you can win or not depends on whether you can find the enemy's weakness. Even if you can't win, you can get more information about the enemy's world. Among the remaining people, Gaara's strength is slightly weaker than other Kages, so it is most suitable for us to take the shot. Terumi Mei originally wanted to make a move in the next round, but Raza implied she should wait. Sarutobi and Anoki agreed with him. Sand Shinobi's fifth Kazekage Gaara possessed power that was very versatile. That sand was great for spying on intelligence. The remaining players included Anoki, Terumi Mei, and Konoha's second Hokage Senju Tobarama at their peak. The strength of the three was also very good. After watching two battles, as long as they understood how to deal with these sea emperors, it was not difficult to win. In the picture, Kaido was preparing to give the fourth Reikage the final blow. On the pirate world's floating island, Whitebeard also stood up slowly. Looking at Kaido sending him flying, I want to stretch my muscles. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 168, Chapter 171, Whitebeard enters the battle, the second battle begins. Chapter 171, Whitebeard enters the battle, the second battle begins. Was Whitebeard about to make his move? Everyone's gaze remained fixed on the standing figure displayed on the screen. The people of the pirate world were ecstatic. Among the original 4 emperors, Whitebeard was a name that carried immense weight. He represented a legend of the sea, an entire era unto himself. He was a figure comparable to Gold Roger, and while his final achievements might not have equaled the Pirate Kings, in terms of raw power, Whitebeard stood on equal ground. To claim there was a gap between them would be splitting hairs. Now, the man known as the world's strongest man was about to take the field. How could anyone not be thrilled? Even ordinary civilians who despised pirates felt a surge of adrenaline. In contrast, the people of the ninja world felt a sense of unease, though some remained optimistic. This guy looks ancient. Can he really fight at that age? Even if he was strong in his prime, surely he's past it now. This was the prevailing view among the common folk. However, the ninjas felt a distinct sense of foreboding. Did age necessarily equate to weakness? Not in their world. Konoha's third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Iwagakire's third Tsuchikage, Anoki of both scales, were both advanced in years. Yet, very few in the entire ninja world would dare to claim they could defeat them. Their age brought experience, often making them even more dangerous than their younger counterparts. Boom. Suddenly, the focus shifted. The screen changed, replaying the final moments of the previous match, Kaido's decisive blow against the 4th Raikage. Kaido's fist, coated in exaggerated armament Haki, had struck the Raikage squarely on the forehead. One punch. An instant kill. The first battle. Winner, Pirate World. Current score, Pirate, Ninja. 1 o'clock. Winning the first round sent a wave of euphoria through the pirate world. The gloomy atmosphere from previous defeats was swept away. Kaido's victory had been overwhelming, there were no close calls or desperate struggles. He had suppressed his opponent from start to finish. The 4th Raikage had underestimated the pirates, and he paid the price for looking down on an emperor of the sea. Furthermore, his fighting style had been completely countered by Kaido. Trying to brawl with Kaido without a sufficient speed advantage was a recipe for disaster. On the screen, Kaido seemed ready to continue his rampage, his fury not yet fully sated, even as the Raikage lay unconscious. But then, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping him. In an instant, both Kaido and the 4th Raikage vanished from the inexplicable Gobi Desert battlefield. Their disappearance signaled the start of the next phase. A countdown appeared on the massive light curtain. The second battle is about to begin. Please confirm candidates. Countdown, 10. 3. 2. 1. Yuichi's group and the 5 Kages made their selections simultaneously. As the countdown hit 0, the text on the screen shifted. The second battle. Pirate World, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Ninja World, 5th Kazekage, Gaara of the Sand. Swish. The scenery on the light curtain transformed. The battlefield shifted from the desolate Gobi to a massive, rocky jungle. 2 beams of light struck the ground, depositing Gaara and Whitebeard onto opposing stone pillars. The moment he materialized, Whitebeard turned his icy gaze toward Gaara. Immediately, his expression soured. A brat. You're sending a little kid to fight me? Are you handing this old man the victory on a silver platter? Whitebeard momentarily forgot that the opponents had chosen their fighters blindly, the matchup against Gaara was pure coincidence. However, Whitebeard was displeased regardless. The 5th Kazekage, Gaara, summoned via the time selection privilege, was currently at his peak. During the defense of Sunagakure, his performance had satisfied his people, even though he had ultimately lost to Yuichi. That loss had been due to Yuichi's overwhelming speed, Sand simply couldn't catch him, and the need to protect the village, which limited Gaara's tactical options. But this time, the battlefield was not Sunagakure. Gaara could unleash his full power without restraint. Facing Whitebeard's taunt, Gaara merely glanced at him impassively. Sand began to stream out of the giant gourd on his back, circling his body in a defensive formation. He was ready for war. The cold demeanor of the child bored Whitebeard, though he begrudgingly admired the boy's calmness. Young people should be impulsive, yet this kid showed no fluctuation in his eyes, even in the face of disdain. Gripping his massive Bisento, Murakumajiri, Whitebeard grinned. Not much for talking, are you? Fine, let's cut the nonsense. This old man will let you make the first move. Come on, brat from the other world. Gaara's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt only one thing, the old man before him was unfathomable. Whitebeard possessed absolute strength, but also a sharp mind and deep cunning. Offering the first move was simply a way to gauge Gaara's abilities. Gaara subtly sensed the terrain. This was a rocky forest. While not as ideal as a desert, his sand could grind the rocks down to increase his supply. However, that process took time he needed to buy. His primary objective was to stall. With that thought, Gaara crouched slightly. A large mass of sand coalesced beneath his feet, forming a floating platform that lifted him into the sky. Seeing this, Whitebeard mentally adjusted his assessment of Gaara. A cautious brat. Before attacking, he secures his safety. Taking air superiority, that makes him troublesome to deal with. Suddenly, the sound of shifting sand came from both sides. Whitebeard curled his lip and took a casual step back. Swipe. 2 tendrils of sand lashed out, aiming to bind him from the left and right. His step back allowed him to dodge perfectly. However, the sand twisted in midair like a living thing, snapping back to wrap around Whitebeard's wrist and shoulder. He can control the sand in the air as freely as his own limbs. Whitebeard mused. This reminded him of that brat crocodile. With a cold huff, the quake power within his body surged. A high-frequency vibration ripple traveled through his muscles, instantly pulverizing the binding sand and scattering it into dust. He broke free with ease. The 2 combatants stared at each other, both frowning slightly as the tentative exchange ended. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 169, Chapter 172, The Power That Shatters the Air Stuns the Ninja World. Chapter 172, The Power That Shatters the Air Stuns the Ninja World. On the battlefield. Gaara was analyzing how Whitebeard had broken free from the sand so effortlessly. Whitebeard, conversely, was marveling at the force contained within the sand. It wasn't simple sediment. Ordinary sand could never bind him so tightly. There was a unique energy infused within the grains, likely the chakra mentioned by the other world's inhabitants. Injecting energy to control the sand for attacks. Whitebeard sighed internally. It was good I realized this early. If I had treated it as normal sand, I might have suffered a disadvantage. Sand binding coffin. Swipe. Although his initial attack had been shaken off, Gaara didn't hesitate. After a split-second pause, he launched a continuous offensive. The scattered sand regrouped, slithering toward Whitebeard's legs like agile snakes. Whitebeard scoffed. He wasn't the type to be caught by the same trick twice. Along with his derisive snort, a wave of invisible Haki erupted from his body. The approaching sand was blasted away before it could even make contact. The attack was interrupted, but Gaara remained unfazed. The volume of sand surging behind him was increasing. Whitebeard noticed the change immediately. It was a subtle increase, but his observation Haki had not dulled with age. If anything, his senses had become keener. No detail escaped him. He also noted Gaara's position. The boy was hovering at a high altitude, seemingly unconcerned about defense. In Gaara's eyes, an old man like Whitebeard likely couldn't reach him in the air, let alone close the distance fast enough to strike. It was as if floating made him invincible. Cocky brat. Whitebeard thought, his grip tightening on his weapon. Do you really think I can't touch you up there? Attacking so recklessly without considering your own defense. I'll have to teach you a lesson. Don't underestimate the elderly. A tidal wave of sand swept forward, blotting out the sky and obscuring Gaara's vision. He began mobilizing his chakra, preparing for a massive burial technique. However, the spectators could see clearly what was happening on the ground. Whitebeard held Murakumajiri with both hands, thick blue veins bulging on his shoulders. A wide, ferocious grin split his face, and his eyes burned with a vitality that betrayed his age. He looked nothing like an elderly man entering his twilight years, he looked like a monster. Everyone knew he was about to unleash a technique, but no one knew what it would look like. The people of the pirate world watched with bated breath, while the ninja world stared in wide-eyed confusion. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation emanated from the blade of Murakumajiri. Transparent vibrations coalesced, forming a sphere of white, glowing energy around the weapon's striking point. In the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other Kages felt a sense of dread. What is he doing? Is that attack powerful? But even if it is, Gaara is high in the air. He should be able to dodge it. While they rationalized, Whitebeard swung Murakumajiri. He didn't strike the sand. He struck the empty air. The glowing sphere of vibration rushed forward. It didn't look particularly fast, yet it obliterated the incoming wave of sand instantly. Gaara frowned. Seeing the attack trajectory, he didn't even attempt to dodge. The strike was completely off target, it couldn't possibly hit him. Just as Gaara prepared to command the sand to counterattack the stationary Whitebeard, the sphere of atmospheric vibration hit an invisible wall. Boom. The air itself seemed to shatter. Like a spiderweb on a pane of glass, eye-catching cracks spread rapidly through the void. Gaara froze, stunned by the sight. What is this power? He shattered the air. What kind of force could break the atmosphere? Even ninjutsu didn't operate on such bizarre logic. Crack. Crack. The fractures spread. It felt like an eternity, but it happened in less than half a second. While the world watched in shock, a devastating shockwave erupted from the other side of the atmospheric fracture. It raged directly toward Gaara. Before he could blink, the impact slammed into him. Puff. Completely defenseless, Gaara coughed up a mouthful of blood. A scene that defied the ninja world's comprehension unfolded. High in the sky, the sand platform beneath Gaara's feet disintegrated. The absolute defense, his armor of sand, shattered instantly. The blood he sprayed turned into a red mist in the violently shaking air. Gaara plummeted toward the ground at breakneck speed. Boom. The ground shook as Whitebeard took a single step, launching his massive frame forward like a cannonball. He rushed straight toward Gaara's landing point. Almost the instant Gaara hit the ground, a large hand clamped around his throat. The speed, it was inconceivable. For a man of that size to move that fast was terrifying. The people of the ninja world were awestruck not just by Whitebeard's speed, but by the power that could split the heavens. This old man was a true monster. Meanwhile, in the pirate world, at the holy land of Mariehua, Sengoku and Garp watched the screen with heavy expressions. Whitebeard, Sengoku murmured. It seems his condition has recovered significantly. His chronic illness appears to be gone. Garp nodded slowly. Yes. He's back in fighting shape. While I wouldn't say he's returned to his absolute prime, a Whitebeard without health issues is a terrifying prospect. The strength of the pirates was growing. Sengoku worried not just about the interworld war, but about the balance of power back home. The equilibrium between the pirates, the Marines, and the world government had been shattered. With the emergence of the Five Emperors Alliance, the Marines were in a precarious position. Sengoku sighed. The enemy underestimated Whitebeard. Giving him an opening like that, fatal. With Whitebeard in this condition, that Sand Kid has no chance. The outcome is set. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 170, Chapter 173, Imperial Sand Mausoleum, Gaara's Desperate Gambit. Chapter 173, Imperial Sand Mausoleum, Gaara's Desperate Gambit. Cough. Cough. Gaara, blood gushing from his mouth, struggled to open his eyes. He stared at Whitebeard, who held him effortlessly by the neck, cutting off his air supply. Brat, your abilities are still too weak, Whitebeard rumbled. Remember, being able to fly doesn't make you invincible. You never expected the old man to strike you directly out of the sky, did you? Listening to Whitebeard, Gaara had to admit his carelessness. He had assumed altitude granted him advantages. He hadn't bothered with defense, and the enemy had seized that single flaw to inflict critical damage instantly. If he lost here, the ninja world would lose 2 matches in a row. No. I cannot end it here. Gaara's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, his gaze becoming icy and resolute. Whitebeard, sensing victory, felt the sudden shift in Gaara's demeanor. Even now, you want to struggle. I won't give you the chance. Boom. The hand gripping Gaara's throat tightened, and the terrifying power of the tremor fruit began to flare. The light curtain displayed the strange fluctuations again. Seeing this, the ninja world watchers went pale. They recalled the power that had cracked the air. At this point-blank range, such force would obliterate Gaara completely. Not just his bones, his flesh and blood would be torn to shreds. Hearts clenched across the nations. Was this the end? The second battle was concluding so quickly. Were the people from the other world truly this invincible? At that moment, a massive shadow loomed behind Whitebeard. Before Whitebeard could detonate the quake bubble, he sensed the anomaly and looked up. A tidal wave of sand, large enough to blot out the sun, was crashing down, accompanied by a deafening roar. Whitebeard was momentarily confused. What is this kid doing? Burying himself along with me? Does he want to die together? I will not admit defeat so easily. Gaara choked out. Boom. The sand collapsed, swallowing both figures instantly. Even as he was buried, Whitebeard didn't release his grip on Gaara. However, the chakra within Gaara's body surged violently. Whitebeard could feel a majestic force erupting. Imperial Sand Mausoleum. As Gaara whispered the name of the technique, the surrounding sand began to compress with insane intensity. The pressure coming from all directions was incredible, shocking even Whitebeard. Caught in the center of the vortex, he couldn't generate leverage to push back. He couldn't even move his body freely. Forced to defend, Whitebeard immediately coated his entire body in armament Haki, hardening his skin to resist the crushing weight. Without it, his bones would have snapped. Simultaneously, the vibration power gathered in his right hand detonated. A low-frequency roar echoed from within the mound. Gaara, still held in Whitebeard's grip, took the full brunt of the quake point blank. His internal organs ruptured. Every bone in his body shattered instantly. Gaara's breathing ceased. With his collapse, the frantically squeezing sand lost its driving force and dispersed. Relieved of the external pressure, Whitebeard exhaled sharply. He struggled out of the sand pile and took a few deep breaths. He looked down at his own arm, which was now exposed. It was bloody, not from the devil fruit recoil, but from the sheer crushing force of the sand warping his bones. What a crazy brat, actually trying to take this old man down with him, Whitebeard muttered, flexing his arm. That sand, the squeezing force is no joke. If he hadn't recovered from his illness, escaping that trap would have been incredibly difficult. I'll consider this a lesson, boy. Ninjas. I really can't underestimate you. Whitebeard appeared victorious, but he wasn't unharmed. To the spectators, it looked like an easy win, but he had consumed a significant amount of Haki to survive the burial. End of the second battle. Pirate World, Ninja World. 2 o'clock. The result flashed on the screen. 2 beams of light descended, removing Whitebeard and Gaara from the arena. Winning 2 out of 5 battles easily sent the pirate world into a frenzy. They only needed one more victory to claim the entire war. With the momentum on their side, they felt invincible. The previous war's disastrous defeat was all but forgotten. After all, the remaining fighters included the other emperors. If Kaido and Whitebeard could dominate, surely Big Mom or red-haired Shanks could do the same. And there was Yuichi, the newest emperor, whose past performances had been legendary. The pirate world was brimming with confidence. The ninja world, however, was in despair. Losing 2 consecutive matches was a nightmare scenario. If they lost the next one, it was all over. The next round. Let Tobarama-sama take the field. We cannot lose again. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 171, Chapter 174, Crucial Battle, Yuichi vs. Tobarama. Chapter 174, Crucial Battle, Yuichi vs. Tobarama. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice broke the silence. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, swallowed the words he was about to speak. He had wanted to fight. Losing 2 games meant the next one was critical, and Anoki didn't trust anyone else with the burden. If they were to lose, he wanted it to be on his watch. But Sarutobi's proposal left Anoki with no argument. Sending the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was logically the best move. He was the strongest among the remaining resurrected Kages. While Anoki didn't think himself inferior, Tobarama's reputation was undeniably greater. Terumi Mei remained silent, glancing at Hiruzen. 4th Kazekage Raza nodded in agreement. Sending Lord's second Hokage is indeed the best choice. We cannot afford another loss. There is no need to hide our trump cards now. If we hold back, there won't be any subsequent battles to fight, the 4th Raikage growled. He was depressed over his loss but also furious. The enemy was too arrogant, they needed to be crushed. Let the second Hokage show them that ninjas were not weak. Then it is decided, Hiruzen stated firmly. Let Konoha's second Hokage take the fight. If Lord Second steps in, victory should be assured. The real issue is how we win the 2 battles after that. Hiruzen had absolute confidence in Tobarama. Meanwhile, in the pirate world, the selection for the 3rd battle didn't cause much debate among the 5 emperors. Shanks wanted to go. He had watched many ninja battles, but he felt he needed to experience the other world's power firsthand to properly gauge the threat. However, before Shanks could step forward, Yuichi intervened. The next game is pivotal. For them, it's do or die. If they lose again, we win the war. Therefore, they will definitely send their strongest candidate. Yuichi's words made Big Mom and Shanks' eyes light up. A fight against the enemy's strongest was appealing. But then, Yuichi snatched the opportunity away. Leave the next battle to me. Big Mom and Shanks looked ready to object, but Yuichi continued, when it comes to understanding ninjas, no one knows them better than I do. No matter what ability the enemy has, I am 100% sure I can defeat them. His declaration was dripping with Haki. Even Big Mom and Shanks wouldn't dare guarantee a win so easily. 100%. Big Mom echoed. If Yuichi was that confident, there was no need to fight him for the spot. However, Big Mom narrowed her eyes, a scheme forming in her mind. I can give up the 3rd slot, but since you guarantee victory, if you fail to win, you have to pay a price. Kaido's eyes snapped open. He knew exactly what the old hag was planning. If you lose, how about you marry into the Charlotte family? Just as I thought, Kaido cursed silently. This old witch is wicked, trying to get her claws on Yuichi. Yuichi looked at Big Mom, the old hag, and narrowed his eyes. Agreed. Big Mom clapped her hands in delight. Very good. Don't worry, boy, even if you lose, I'll let my most beautiful daughter marry you. Mama. Yuichi smiled but said nothing. Lose? Impossible. He possessed the character template of Byakuya Kuchiki, the template of Asakura Hao, and the spirit of fire. Combined with the full power of his Zanpakuto, Senbon Sakura. The ninja world would likely send Senju Tobarama. Against the second Hokage, Big Mom or Shanks might struggle due to his tricky spacetime ninjutsu. But Yuichi. Furthermore, if they won this match, the war would end. There would be no fourth or fifth battle, meaning no chance for Yuichi to fight later. Missing out on the special reward for participation was unacceptable. He had to take this round. Please confirm candidates for the third battle. On the interface, Whitebeard and the others selected Yuichi without hesitation. The vote was unanimous. A beam of light descended, enveloping Yuichi and whisking him away from the pirate world. Simultaneously, the names were displayed on the massive sky screen. Pirate World, Yuichi. Ninja World, Senju Tobarama. The pirate world buzzed with mixed reactions. Such a crucial battle, and they send Yuichi. He's strong, but, compared to the other emperors, isn't he a bit lacking? Someone questioned. Don't overthink it, another explained. The enemy can't afford to lose, so they're sending their ace. We're sending our weakest emperor, Yuichi. This is classic strategy, use your low tier against their high tier. Even if he loses, we still have Big Mom and red-haired Shanks. Victory is practically ours. The logic seemed sound to the masses. In the ninja world, seeing Yuichi's name caused a heavy atmosphere. This was the man who had sat out the previous war, yet was known to be a monster who could face the Sannin simultaneously and win. He was incredibly difficult to deal with. Fortunately, they had the second Hokage. As everyone stared at the screen, the battlefield shifted. Torrents of water erupted from beneath the rocky forest, submerging the land. In moments, the terrain transformed into an endless ocean dotted with reefs. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi trembled with excitement. This is perfect, fighting at sea. This is the most favorable venue possible for Lord Tobarama. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 172, Chapter 175, The Ninja Master, The Battle at Sea Begins. Chapter 175, The Ninja Master, The Battle at Sea Begins. Senju Tobarama. The second Hokage of Konoha, younger brother to the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Known as the master of the ninja world, he developed countless powerful jutsu, many of which were classified as forbidden techniques. And as everyone knew, aside from his extraordinary intellect, this master ninja was unrivaled in water-style ninjutsu. On a field composed almost entirely of water, Tobarama was practically a god. Two beams of light descended. As the figures emerged, the ninja world watched with bated breath. The sight of the armored men standing atop the ocean waves ignited a fire in their eyes. Lord Second Hokage. When I saw the list, I thought my eyes were deceiving me. To bring the dead back to fight. Is this the power of the time selection privilege? We won. But if we can use the dead, someone questioned, why not send the first Hokage? If the god of shinobi was here, those four emperors wouldn't stand a chance. Are you an idiot? Another retorted. Who plays their trump card immediately? Hashirama-sama is the ultimate weapon. If the enemy has a way to restrain with style, we'd be in trouble. Tobarama-sama is more than strong enough for this. The explanation made sense. If they used all their privileges now, they might win the war but lose out on specific rewards for the living Kages. Greed played a part, the Kages wanted to secure benefits for the current generation if possible. On the screen, Tobarama and Yuichi faced off. Tobarama's silver hair stood out sharply. The people of the pirate world noted his attire and the supreme confidence radiating from him. His eyes were sharp, like a bird of prey. This man felt different from previous ninjas. Even through the screen, his strength was palpable. Surrounding the boundless sea was an invisible wall, behind which sat a new audience. This time, the 5 Kages and 5 emperors were not selected to watch in person. Instead, nearly half of the Akatsuki organization appeared in the ninja world's viewing area. For the pirate world, more than half of the future supernovas were present. Discussion erupted in the stands. The second Hokage, the fastest ninja of his time, with chakra reserves rivaling the Senju lineage, an Akatsuki member muttered. This victory must belong to us. In the pirate world section, Trafalgar Law opened his eyes, having heard the commentary. The late second Hokage. The dead, can fight. Does that mean Roger, the pirate king, could also appear on this battlefield? Law's mind raced. If he could see that man, Corazon, again, even if only on a battlefield. Law narrowed his eyes. 5 Emperors Alliance. I have to survive in this era. He locked his gaze on Yuichi. Yuichi was no longer wearing his marine cape or white suit. He wore a loose white robe that completely wrapped his frame. To the marine soldiers watching back home, this was a jarring sight. Their former hero, now a pirate emperor. My enemy. Is that you? Tobarama spoke, his voice indifferent and carrying the weight of authority. State your name, Outlander. The pressure in his voice would have crushed an ordinary man, but Yuichi was unmoved. Yuichi looked at him blankly. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name? Tobarama smiled faintly. Senju Tobarama. Second Hokage of Konoha. Pirate. Yuichi replied simply. Tobarama realized he couldn't shake Yuichi's composure or glean intel through dialogue. The man was calm. Then let's skip the nonsense. Make your move, pirate brat. Yuichi smirked. In the next second, a blade sliced through the void. The melodious chime of a sword resonated. Ripples distorted the air. A series of splashes erupted across the sea surface in a straight line, racing from Yuichi toward Tobarama in the blink of an eye. Swish. An afterimage appeared directly in front of Tobarama. What speed? Tobarama's brows twitched. The glint of a blade flashed, aiming straight between his eyes. Flying Thunder God. Swish. Yuichi's Zanpakuto pierced through the afterimage Tobarama left behind. Yuichi skidded to a halt, standing exactly where Tobarama had been a split second ago. His white robe fluttered in the ocean breeze as he smiled. Teleportation. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 173, Chapter 176, Shock from Flying Thunder God Technique, Yuichi drowned by raging waves. Chapter 176, Shock from Flying Thunder God Technique, Yuichi drowned by raging waves. Teleportation. Yuichi said this intentionally for the people of his own world to hear. He knew exactly what ability Tobarama had just used. The Flying Thunder God Technique. It was an extremely powerful space-time ninjutsu. This technique was the very creation of the man standing before him, the second Hokage. Although the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was often cited as using the Flying Thunder God Technique more effectively, as its creator, the second Hokage was hardly inferior to the Golden Flash. After Yuichi uttered the word teleportation, Whitebeard and the others, who had been staring intently at the light curtain, immediately grew grave. Teleportation. You mean it's not just pure speed? No wonder even I couldn't track his movement trajectory just now. Whitebeard's voice carried a trace of concern. Could Yuichi handle this kind of opponent? If it were merely speed, that would be one thing, but space-time manipulation was an entirely different beast. Yuichi's advantage, which relied heavily on his incredible speed, was now effectively nullified. Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks were equally worried, their expressions darkening with surprise. They hadn't expected such a broken ability to exist in the other world, the power to travel through space and jump instantaneously. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. What teleportation? What is Yuichi talking about? Ordinary civilians couldn't quite grasp the concept. On the light curtain, Yuichi turned slowly, locking eyes with Tobarama, who had appeared on a distant reef. Before Yuichi could speak, Tobarama broke the silence. Impressive. You truly are an amazing opponent. I didn't expect a human to possess such raw speed. If I didn't rely on the Flying Thunder God Technique, I'm afraid you would have finished me off just now. Flying Thunder God Technique? What is that? In the stands, the spectators from the pirate world were burning with curiosity. Conversely, on the other side of the audience, the ninjas from the ninja world were buzzing with excitement upon hearing the name. Is that really the Flying Thunder God? It's so fast. The fourth Hokage of Konoha became the Yellow Flash of the ninja world relying on this very technique. Does Lord Second use it too? Hearing the chatter, an older ninja in the audience curled his lip disdainfully. Idiots. Of course Lord Second can use it. The Flying Thunder God technique was created by Lord Second himself. The young ninjas around him gasped in amazement. The older ninja then looked toward the opposing stands with a smug expression. The Flying Thunder God isn't simply about moving fast, he declared loudly, ensuring the pirates could hear. This is a technique that involves spatial manipulation. No matter how fast someone is, it is impossible to be faster than the Flying Thunder God. As long as there is a coordinate marked, Lord Second can jump instantly from any location directly to that mark. After finishing his explanation, the ninja glanced at the pirates with pride, as if he possessed the ability himself. The pirates, now understanding the mechanics, felt a chill run down their spines. Spatial abilities. Wasn't that practically cheating? With such a power, one could instantly teleport away to dodge any attack. How could Yuichi possibly defeat such an opponent? He wouldn't even be able to touch him. Damn it, to have such a shameless ability. The people of the pirate world felt a wave of despair for Yuichi. However, Yuichi himself, standing in the eye of the storm, did not look anxious. Suddenly, Tobarama threw a dozen specially crafted kunai toward the surrounding reefs. These kunai, marked with the Flying Thunder God formula, provided him with multiple footholds, allowing him to dodge or adjust his position for a surprise attack at any moment. Yuichi glanced indifferently at the positions of the marked kunai. At that moment, Tobirama initiated his offense. His speed was blinding. His hands flew, fingers weaving complex signs like dancing butterflies. The sequence was completed almost instantly. Tobirama looked at Yuichi, who hadn't made a reckless move, and a glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes. While caution was a good trait, Tobirama didn't believe Yuichi was capable of countering his technique. "You are fast and powerful, but it's a pity you met me," Tobirama said. "You seem confident in your speed, but against my flying thunder god, you are helpless." Tobirama glanced around the battlefield. Even though he wasn't one to underestimate an opponent, he felt a genuine sense of advantage. "This battlefield favors me greatly. You cannot break through my flying thunder god, and the terrain is my domain. You cannot win this battle." As his voice fell, a burst of chakra erupted. Water style, water dragon bullet. Boom. On the calm sea behind Tobirama, a terrifying current surged into the sky. A massive column of water rose, bringing with it a shroud of mist. Before the audience could process the sheer scale of the eruption, the water twisted into the shape of a dragon. It opened its massive maw and snapped toward Yuichi in the distance. Under the veil of mist, the giant water dragon charged with astonishing momentum. For the pirate world, this scene was jaw-dropping. That was the sea itself. There was someone who could control the power of the ocean, the very bane of all devil fruit users. Yuichi swung his Zanpakuto immediately, slashing at the oncoming water dragon bullet without a hint of fear in his eyes. But in the next second, Tobirama vanished. Using the flying thunder god technique, he appeared directly behind Yuichi. And he wasn't alone. 4 Tobiramas appeared simultaneously, surrounding Yuichi from different angles. They wove hand signs in unison. Water style, water shock wave. Water style, water severing wave. Water style, heavenly weeping. Continuous water-style attacks assaulted Yuichi from all directions. The moment Yuichi swung Senbon Sakura to intercept the water dragon, he sensed the sudden onslaught of ninjutsu from behind. The sudden escalation of Tobirama's offense stunned not only the pirate world but also the ninjas of the ninja world. Is this the power of the second Hokage? To launch an offensive of the scale in an instant. So strong. As expected of the ancestors. The chakra reserves of the Senju clan are truly monstrous. Ordinary ninjas, even if they possessed the strength, wouldn't dare squander their chakra so recklessly. In the blink of an eye, the water completely engulfed Yuichi. The spectators from the pirate world felt their hearts leap to their throats. They watched Yuichi disappear, submerged beneath the crushing weight of the sea. The roar of the colliding waves echoed violently. Amidst the turbulent surf, Tobirama's shadow clones vanished, leaving the main body standing on the violently tumbling waves, staring indifferently ahead. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 174, Chapter 177, Pink Flame, The Power of the Fire Spirit. Chapter 177, Pink Flame, The Power of the Fire Spirit. The violently surging waves completely submerged the surrounding reefs. Boom. 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 The momentum of the water dragon bullet continued to impact the location where Yuichi had stood. Huge waves, driven by astonishing force, raged without any sign of stopping. Watching the tumbling sea, Tobirama stood firm on the surface, rising and falling with the swell. No matter how violent the waves became, he remained balanced, like a weightless feather drifting on the water. Seconds ticked by. The mood in the pirate world grew heavy. There was no sign of Yuichi. It seemed the terrifying crash of waves had sunk him to the bottom of the ocean. If that were the case, had Yuichi been defeated? If he had blocked it, he surely would have emerged by now. The sea gradually returned to a semblance of calm, exposing the jagged tops of the reefs. Yet, there was still no trace of Yuichi. Tobirama sneered. Is this the level of the other world? Humph. With this level of strength, they managed to defeat the Kage of the hidden villages in succession. It seems the Kage of the younger generation have become weak. The 5 Kage, watching from the stands, immediately wore ugly expressions upon hearing Tobirama's disdain. Hiruzen Sarutobi was somewhat resigned. He was the 3rd Hokage and Tobirama's direct disciple, so a lecture from his teacher was acceptable. But the Kage of the other villages did not share this sentiment. To be reprimanded by a past Hokage was humiliating, yet they couldn't refute the facts before them. The 4th Raikage, in particular, looked ready to explode with rage but could only sit and sulk. In the projection, Tobirama looked disappointed. Suddenly, the scene on the light curtain shifted. A flame erupted from within the waves. It was a vibrant pink flame. It bloomed suddenly beneath the water like a lotus, instantly blasting the surrounding seawater back. The flames raged, and ripples of intense heat spread across the surface. In an instant, a portion of the sea evaporated, forming a thick white mist that enveloped the area. Visibility dropped from 10 meters to 5, then to 1. The sudden explosion of fire and the surging mist stunned the spectators of both worlds. What happened? Why is there fire in the seawater? And that color, it's so strange. Everyone stared at the massive screen in the sky. Inside the thick fog, a black shadow emerged. Hovering in midair, the figure held a blade in one hand and raised the other slightly, a flame dancing in his palm. There was no doubt, it was Yuichi. But why was there fire in his hand? Since when could Yuichi control flames? How can he use the ability of fire? Fire Fist A stared at Yuichi's silhouette, bewildered. He was the user of the flame fruit. Was there a second one in existence? You weren't killed. Good. If you died that easily, you would have been too weak, Tobarama's voice cut through the air. In the next second, an astonishing burst of chakra erupted from Tobarama, triggering a terrifying shockwave of air that blew away the surrounding mist instantly. Yuichi was revealed, floating about a meter above the sea. He held his Zanpakuto, Senbon Sakura, in one hand and an eerie pink flame in the other. His wide robes fluttered gently in the breeze. The pirate world was stunned. He really could use fire. Had he relied on this power to block the terrifying water impact? Tobarama stared at the flame in Yuichi's left hand. What a strange flame. Pink fire, this is the first time I've seen it. Yuichi remained calm, looking at Tobarama quietly. There was no anger in his eyes, only an imperceptible flicker of joy. Just moments ago, when he was bombarded by Tobarama's water style, the system had issued a mission. Mission, the disdain of Hao Asakura. Objective, defeat the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, using the power of the spirit of fire. Reward, Hao Asakura Template Awakening Progress Plus, 5-10%. Bonus, unlock Spirit of Fire New Form, Attribute Conversion, Water. This mission offered not only an increase in template progress but also a new form for his spirit ally. Yuichi was pleased, though the constraint of using the spirit of fire was a slight complication. However, that doesn't mean I can't use my Zanpakuto. Yuichi narrowed his eyes, locking onto Tobarama. Trying to use the power of fire against my water style? Tobarama asked, breaking the silence. I have to say, that is a stupid decision. Although fire and water restrain each other, this is the ocean. Do you think you can win using flames here? Tobarama crossed his arms, shaking his head in disappointment. Let me tell you a secret. In an environment full of water, my water-style ninjutsu consumes almost no energy. But you. I'm afraid the same cannot be said for you. Even in a contest of attrition, you are definitely not my opponent. The people of the pirate world, still reeling from the revelation of Yuichi's fire, found logic in Tobarama's words. If the opponent controlled the sea with minimal effort while Yuichi burned through his stamina, victory seemed impossible. Damn it, if only the field didn't disadvantage Yuichi. There would be hope. It's okay even if we lose. There are 2 battles left. Red-haired Shanks and Big Mom haven't fought yet. Victory belongs to us. People comforted themselves, defeat here was regrettable but not fatal. However, Yuichi suddenly laughed. Consumption. I never thought that winning by exhausting your strength would be the outcome. Do you think relying on field advantage and the Flying Thunder God makes you invincible? Humph. Yuichi raised his left hand. The spirit of fire danced in his palm. Let me show you a different kind of flame. Yuichi clenched his left hand, and the fire burst from his fingers, forming a long stream that circled him before slamming directly into the Senbon Sakura held in his right hand. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 175, Chapter 178, Combination of Powers, Oversoul, Senbon Sakura of Fire. Chapter 178, Combination of Powers, Oversoul, Senbon Sakura of Fire. The blade was infused with flames. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the spirit of fire was being absorbed by the steel. The line of fire spiraled around Yuichi, pouring entirely into the Zanpakuto. Furioku and Ryatsu merged within Yuichi's body. They did not repel one another, instead, they fused rapidly. Feeling the synthesis of power, Yuichi opened his eyes. At that moment, it looked as if pink flames were dancing within his irises. Simultaneously, a pink energy aura enveloped the entire length of the Zanpakuto. On the hilt, where Yuichi gripped the sword, a gauntlet materialized, black and red armor condensing out of thin air, burning with pink fire. Buzz. An invisible wave spread out. The sea began to churn, the waves growing more violent. Tobarama's eyes widened. He observed the blade in Yuichi's hand carefully. Combining fire and a blade. It was visually shocking to ordinary people, but to Tobarama, it was laughable. Ha ha ha. I thought you would use some amazing trick. Injecting flames into a blade. Is that it? It wasn't just Tobarama laughing, the Five Kage of the ninja world chuckled as well. They had expected an earth-shattering technique, but this was commonplace. In the ninja world, chakra flow through weapons was standard. Tobarama himself possessed the sword of the Thunder God, this was no different. Tobarama remained dismissive, and Yuichi offered no explanation. Whitebeard and the others, however, held their breath. This trick isn't as simple as it looks. That peach-colored flame is weird. Treat it as ordinary fire, and you'll suffer. Gently waving the Senbon Sakura infused with the spirit of fire, Yuichi felt the power coursing through him. He couldn't suppress his excitement. This power was far beyond appearance. Suddenly, Yuichi's gaze sharpened. He gripped the hilt with both hands and flicked the blade. To Yuichi, it felt like a casual swing. But in the next second, the blade cut through the air, leaving a visible afterimage. An arc of pink light erupted, slashing straight toward Tobarama. Tobarama's laughter cut off abruptly. His expression turned serious, and he activated the Flying Thunder God instantly, vanishing from his spot. Although the slash missed him, it tore open the surface of the sea, sweeping into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a massive trench was carved into the ocean. The rising waves didn't even have time to fall before the slash hit the invisible barrier protecting the audience hundreds of meters away. Boom. The impact shook the barrier directly in front of the ninja world spectators. They watched the ripples on the invisible wall, stunned. In less than a breath, that terrifying slash had crossed the battlefield. How is that possible? The mockery vanished from the ninja world stands. They stared at Yuichi with incredulous eyes. Even Yuichi was surprised. A random swing, has this kind of power? Is this the power of the Oversoul? Even more shocked was Tobarama, who had reappeared behind Yuichi. He stared at Yuichi's back, his gaze heavy. He didn't understand. Why did injecting flames into a blade increase Yuichi's speed and power so drastically? If not for the Flying Thunder God, he would have been bisected. He can't be given a chance to attack. Tobarama made his decision immediately. He activated the Flying Thunder God again, flickering through space while throwing a kunai tagged with an explosive paper bomb toward Yuichi. Yuichi didn't even turn fully. Attacking me with a kunai. Is he underestimating me? And what use is an explosive tag? Senbon Sakura glowed red. Swish. A slender slash, like a red laser, passed through the center of the kunai, splitting it in two before the explosion could trigger. Tobarama, preparing to follow up with a Flying Thunder God slash, froze. He hadn't expected Yuichi to slice through his special kunai so effortlessly. Clang. Before Tobarama could recover, Yuichi slashed backhand. A gorgeous peach-colored light shot toward Tobarama's position. Dazzled by the light, Tobarama instinctively wanted to teleport, but hesitated. Let's see how strong your slash really is. He formed a seal. Water style, water wall. A wall of water erupted in front of him. But the moment it formed, it shattered. The defense was broken instantly, and the pink light flashed before Tobarama's eyes. The water wall was broken instantly. Ignoring his shock, Tobarama activated Flying Thunder God to escape just in time. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Dangerous. If not for Flying Thunder God, I wouldn't be able to continue this fight. His movements are faster, and his attack power is astonishing. But as long as I rely on teleportation, I can win if I find an opening. As Tobarama formulated his plan, Yuichi raised his left hand, tracing 2 fingers along the burning blade of Senbon Sakura. I guess you're thinking of relying on your dodging ability to stall for time, hoping to find a weakness. Tobarama's head snapped up. How did he know my thoughts? Yuichi smiled mysteriously. Looks like I guessed right. Swish. Wielding Senbon Sakura, Yuichi's Ryatsu and Furioka boiled over. But I'm not going to play tag with you anymore. If you can dodge 1 slash, I wonder if you can dodge thousands at the same time. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 176, Chapter 179, Sakura flowers flying in the flame, raining fire all over the sky. Chapter 179, Sakura flowers flying in the flame, raining fire all over the sky. Senbon Sakura pointed diagonally at the ground. A faint smile graced Yuichi's indifferent face as the sea breeze tugged at his robes. Seeing Yuichi's stance, Zephyr, watching from the Neo marine ship, realized what was coming. That kid, don't tell me he wants to. Before Zephyr could finish, Yuichi's voice echoed from the screen. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. The Zanpakuto, burning with pink flames, dissolved into fragments, drifting away on the wind. The broken shards blazed violently, fed by the sea breeze. The color of the sakura petals was pink, and the flames matched them perfectly. They floated in the air, a mesmerizing storm of fire petals. Suddenly, they began to fall like meteors. A rain of fire descended. The burning blade fragments exploded with light. It looked as if petals had fallen into a sea of fire. For a moment, the entire surface of the ocean was illuminated in pink. The first thought in the minds of the spectators was, beautiful. It was a scene of terrifying beauty, the romance of sakura flowers combined with the rage of fire. Yuichi stood surrounded by the storm. He held only the hilt of Senbon Sakura, the black and red armor still floating on his hand. The hilt acted as the medium between the Zanpakuto and the spirit of fire, maintaining the oversoul state. Yuichi stared at Tobirama with dark eyes. With a light flick of his fingers, the scattered petals suddenly rioted. They accelerated instantly, covering the entire sea area. The shards spun crazily, moving at irregular speeds. They cut and burned everything on the surface of the sea, sparing only a small safe zone around Yuichi. Reefs shattered. Waves were scorched. Even the seawater could not extinguish these flames. Tobirama stood frozen. The reefs were gone. The specially marked kunai he had scattered were destroyed instantly. His coordinates were being erased one by one. The spectators realized Yuichi's plan. This was a wide-range AoE attack designed to render the flying thunder god useless. No matter how fast Tobirama teleported, he couldn't dodge a storm that covered every inch of the battlefield. Unless he escaped the area entirely. But this was a cage match. An invisible wall enclosed the battlefield. Tobirama had nowhere to run. Yuichi raised his index finger and pointed at Tobirama. Go. It was a light command, yet it carried the weight of an imperial decree. The surrounding fragments converged into a torrent, bursting toward Tobirama. Tobirama wanted to shift positions, but the air was filled with erratic, burning blades. Even if he dodged the main torrent, the stray shards would shred him. It was checkmate. Stalling is just delaying defeat. Tobirama slammed his hands together. Water style, super exploding water shockwave. Boom. The sea boiled. A massive volume of water rolled up, forming a tsunami to intercept Yuichi's Senbon Sakura. Fire collided with water. A piercing roar erupted. But the stalemate lasted only a moment before Senbon Sakura broke through the current. The water exploded into steam and rain. The torrent of blades crashed into the reef where Tobirama stood, tearing it apart. But Tobirama was gone. Yuichi squinted, looking down at the water in front of him. Splash. Tobirama burst out from underwater, leaping directly in front of Yuichi. He held a kunai, spinning it in his palm, and stabbed viciously toward Yuichi's neck. The sudden counterattack surprised both worlds. Tobirama had used the water to mask his approach. The sharp tip was less than a centimeter from Yuichi's throat when it stopped abruptly. Tobirama's eyes narrowed. Yuichi had caught his wrist. Fighting me in close combat. Have you forgotten that I am stronger than you physically? Crack. Yuichi squeezed, and the sound of Tobirama's wrist bones shattering echoed. Tobirama winced, and the kunai fell from his limp hand toward the ocean below. Refusing to give up, Tobirama clenched his other hand into a fist. But before he could swing, he felt a massive impact in his stomach. His internal organs felt as if they were being twisted together. A knee strike had slammed into his gut. Blood spewed from Tobirama's mouth, and he was launched backward at high speed. This power. Tobirama thought as he flew through the air. It's more terrifying than the monstrous strength of the Senju clan. As he flew, he collided with the swirling fragments of Senbon Sakura. The flames of the spirit of fire burned him, inflicting a sharp pain that seemed to sear his very soul. Clang. The sound of blades gathering rang in his ears. Tobirama caught a glimpse of Yuichi out of the corner of his eye. He's behind me. Yuichi stood behind the airborne Tobirama. Flames burst from the hilt in his hand as the blade reformed. Boom. A massive pillar of pink fire erupted from Tobirama's chest, swallowing him whole. As Tobirama was consumed by the inferno, Yuichi held Senbon Sakura and slowly sheathed the blade. As the guard clicked against the sheath, the flames behind him vanished along with the falling petals. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 177, Chapter 180, The Shamanic Power Surges, and the World War Continues. Chapter 180, The Shamanic Power Surges, and the World War Continues. End of the third battle. Pirate World vs. Ninja World. 3 o'clock. The score appeared on the light curtain. Two beams of light descended, covering Yuichi and the burning Tobirama, transporting them back to their respective worlds. Yuichi returned to the platform above Sky Island, surrounded by Whitebeard and the others. Big Mom looked displeased. Although Yuichi's victory was good for their world, she had lost her bet, so she could only sit and sigh. Shanks observed Yuichi carefully. The boy's abilities were getting weirder. That sword, the sudden flame, was it a devil fruit? If not, what was it? Yuichi ignored their stares, focused entirely on the system interface before him. Mission completed. Successfully defeated Senju Tobarama. Reward, Template Awakening Progress plus 8%. Unlocked, Spirit of Fire, Attribute Conversion, Water Form. Yuichi was ecstatic. The victory in the war mattered less to him than these rewards. The awakening progress for his second template, Hawasakura, had jumped by 8%. His Furyoku, shamanic power, had increased 20-fold. If his previous magic power was a 1, it was now a 20. This wasn't just a numerical increase, it was a qualitative leap. With stronger Furyoku, his Oversoul would last longer and be more potent. Furthermore, his ability to convert stress into Haki, chakra, or Ryatsu was now exponentially faster. Yuichi was now, arguably, the strongest Haki master in the pirate world simply due to the sheer volume of energy he could convert. He opened his character interface. Host, Yuichi. Template 1, Byakuya Kuchiki. Awakening, 60.01%. Shirkai, enabled. Bankai, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi, enabled. Senkei, Annihilation Scape enabled. Gokiai, Mawscape locked. Shukiai, Hakutiken, White Emperor Sword locked. Kido, high level, up to number 55. Template 2, Hawasakura. Awakening, 23.6%. Abilities, Spirit Vision, on Myoto, Seals, Attribute Conversion. Spirit, Spirit of Fire, Water Form unlocked. Techniques, Oversoul, Spirit of Fire, Kurabina, Soul Flame. The progress had spiked significantly. He was eager to test the water form of the Spirit of Fire. In Shaman King, Hao didn't need to use the elemental shifts often, but for Yuichi, a water attribute Spirit of Fire would likely change the properties of his attacks fundamentally. Perhaps the Soul Flame would become a Soul Flood. While Yuichi was lost in thought, a roar from the light curtain snapped him back to reality. What were you thinking about just now? Whitebeard asked. Nothing much, Yuichi replied perfunctorily, looking up. The battle was continuing. Even though the pirate world had secured 3 wins, locking in the victory, the fights weren't over. The fourth battle was starting. Red-haired Shanks versus Anoki. In the projection, Anoki appeared not as the floating old man everyone knew, but in his prime, black hair and full of vitality. Prime Anoki. Yuichi watched with interest. The continuation of the fight suggested that the World War wasn't just about survival. The system had mentioned a special reward for winners. It seemed the goal was to select the absolute best individuals from both worlds, regardless of which world won the war. If the purpose was to gather the strongest, then for what? Yuichi stared at the massive light curtain, his mind racing. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 178, Chapter 181, Anoki's Explosion, the Particle Style. Chapter 181, Anoki's Explosion, the Particle Style. Continuous explosions erupted from the light curtain. Yuichi put away his thoughts and focused on the 2 figures on the screen. Red-haired Shanks versus 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki. The battle was fierce. As one of the 4 emperors, Shanks' strength was naturally formidable. Whether in speed, strength, or swordsmanship, he was top tier. After all, he was once an apprentice on Roger's ship. While he may not have been fully grown at the time, Shanks was no less knowledgeable. Having broadened his horizons, he naturally worked towards the level of Roger he had witnessed. However, as an emperor, Shanks was not a devil fruit user, and he only had 1 arm left to fight. The reputation of the Red Hair Pirates relied not only on Shanks himself but also on his vice-captain, Ben Beckman. His presence was akin to what Rayleigh was to Roger. Boom. 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 In the image, Anoki floated in the air, relying on his aerial superiority to launch continuous attacks. The bombardment of dust release beams forced Shanks to constantly dodge along the ground. Even if he wanted to fight back, it was difficult to hit Anoki in the air with only flying slashes. In desperation, Shanks rushed into the sky using Moonwalk, Jeppo, heading straight for Anoki. Although his speed wasn't blindingly fast, it wasn't slow either. While the 6 powers, Rokushiki, and Moonwalk were unknown to the people of the ninja world, Shanks' mastery of the technique was obviously astonishing, allowing him to move at high speeds through the air. This surprised the spectators in the ninja world, who watched Shanks in amazement. Dragging his blade with one hand and dodging repeatedly in midair, he not only avoided Anoki's attacks but also closed the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Anoki. This one-armed man is so strong. Is it possible to fight back under such circumstances? The ninjas of Iwagakure watched the screen nervously. However, the Iwagakure Jonin were not worried at all. Instead, they smiled. He took the bait. Just as a stone ninja Jonin said this, the scene on the screen changed. Anoki, who seemed to have been cornered by Shanks, suddenly lost the panicked expression on his face. He returned to a calm demeanor. Noticing the change in the old man's expression, Shanks felt a sense of foreboding. But at this distance, the blade in his hand had already been swung. A slash imbued with powerful Haki tore towards Anoki. The piercing wind howled, and Haki burst forth with black lightning. At the same time, Anoki sneered. You seem to have no other means of attack. To be able to counterattack under this old man's assault, your strength is indeed commendable. But if you think that getting close to this old man means you can win, you are sorely mistaken. Clapping his hands together, a dazzling light burst from the gap between Anoki's palms. Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. Zizizi. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from Anoki's hands. Appearing along with the light was a massive, translucent white cube that instantly enveloped red-haired Shanks. At this moment, Whitebeard and the others were taken aback. This move looked dangerous. Surely the red hair wouldn't be defeated so easily. In the next second, the veins on Anoki's face bulged, and a powerful chakra wave spread outward. Boom. Inside the huge white cube, a terrifying explosion occurred. White light illuminated the entire battlefield. The figure of the red hair was effortlessly engulfed by the light. People in both worlds stared at the light curtain in the sky, waiting for the dazzling white light to dissipate. Soon, when the light faded, only the third Tsuchikage remained in the sky. The little old man floated in midair, smiling. Looking ahead, although he couldn't see the people in the pirate world, he knew that everyone in the opposing world could hear him. He opened his mouth and spoke seriously, people of the other world, don't be too complacent. We will win back the lost battle sooner or later. As his voice fell, the screen faded. End of the fourth battle. Pirate World, Ninja World. 3:1. This time, the Ninja World actually secured a victory. Seeing this result, Whitebeard and the others had not yet recovered. How could that last move kill Shanks instantly? Even if the technique was strong, it shouldn't have caused Shanks to lose directly. Although Kaido and Big Mom always had opinions on Shanks, viewing him as a brat they didn't like, they still acknowledged his strength. Otherwise, he would not be firmly seated on the throne of the four emperors. If Shanks was easily killed by that move, then if they went up and were hit, they would end up no better than him. A beam of light descended from the sky. Shanks reappeared. Although he was killed in the battle, it seemed that he would not truly die when fighting in the special dimension provided by the system. Returning to the pirate world, Shanks' face looked grim, but he wasn't overly depressed. He didn't particularly care about winning or losing personally. What terrifying power. Shanks couldn't help recalling what happened to him just now. Whitebeard smiled from the side. I didn't expect you to be defeated. What was the strength of the enemy? Shanks explained, at that moment, my body seemed to be broken down, from the inside to the outside, muscles, bones, internal organs, cells. Everything seemed to be disintegrated by some kind of force. Hearing this, Kaido's expression became dignified. Broken down. No wonder Shanks was instantly killed. If it was an ability that directly decomposed matter, then this had nothing to do with physical strength. No matter how durable a person was, they would be killed once caught in the trap. It was a very good thing for them to learn of such a powerful ability in advance. They just had to be careful if they met him again in the future. As long as they guarded against that specific move, it wouldn't be too difficult to defeat him. Big Mom stood up slowly. Then it's my turn. A beam of light fell from the sky. This time, there was no choice. There was only one person left on each side. The pirate world had Big Mom, who hadn't fought yet, and the ninja world had the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei. A fight between two women. But before the battle even started, Yuichi guessed that Big Mom would win. Compared to Terumi Mei's abilities, Big Mom's were naturally superior. Although Terumi Mei was a Mizukage, her combat power was arguably on the weaker side of the Kage spectrum. Although she possessed two Kekei Genkai, compared to the ability of Big Mom's Soul Fruit, she was far behind. Furthermore, having won multiple world wars prior to this, the overall strength of the pirate world had been strengthened. Not only had Big Mom become younger, but her Haki had also become stronger. The situation now appeared to suppress Chakra's power. There would be no surprises in the outcome of this battle. With the beam of light falling, the fifth battle began. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 179, Chapter 182, The Invasion War Begins. Chapter 182, The Invasion War Begins. Big Mom vs. 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. The battle venue for the two was randomly placed in a grassland setting. The beam of light fell, and the two appeared on the stage simultaneously. However, for this battle, people in both worlds had little expectation. Because the victory and defeat had effectively been decided, people in the ninja world didn't care much whether Terumi Mei won or not. Even if she won, the final score would still be 3-2. Their ninja world was completely defeated in this world war. However, the fierce battles had allowed many ninjas to see the demeanor of female combatants. Among the famous female ninjas in the entire ninja world, only Tsunade was universally recognized. Now that Terumi Mei was on the stage, displaying lava style and boil style, her combat effectiveness was proven to be high. But these two forces faced Big Mom's thunder and flames. The two homies created by her using her soul power alone were already too much for Terumi Mei to handle. The fire attack of Prometheus and the thunder attack of Zeus. Under the barrage of thunder and fire, Big Mom didn't even have to lift a finger herself, and Terumi Mei was forced into a very embarrassing position. With fire in one hand and lightning in the other, Big Mom's abilities were extremely weird in the eyes of the people in the pirate world. Why is she fighting with a sun and a thundercloud? What exactly was Big Mom's ability? Now it seemed that Yuichi's ability wasn't so strange when compared to hers. Big Mom's ability seemed even more bizarre. Can she create a sun? Can she also create thunderclouds? And the power of both entities was immense. She just stood there and watched quietly, leaving the fifth Mizukage helpless. Although the battle was fierce, it ended quickly. Terumi Mei launched a counterattack. Seeing that Big Mom didn't take the initiative to attack but relied on the strange sun and thunderclouds, she assumed that Big Mom might not have much physical combat power. She tried to get close to Big Mom to defeat her in melee combat. But the result surprised her. Big Mom took off her bicorn hat, Napoleon, and it transformed into a gigantic blade. Seeing the moment this weapon appeared, Hiruzen Sarutobi and others in the ninja world immediately felt that something was wrong. The opponent had a weapon, which demonstrated that the scary woman, who looked like an old witch, also had the ability to fight in close quarters. Ikoku sovereignty. Big Mom's roar sounded, and a blade covered with strong Haki hit Terumi Mei hard. Under this blow, Terumi Mei had no time to defend and was instantly severely injured. The battle ended even faster than the previous confrontations. End of the fifth battle. Pirate World, Ninja World. 4:1. In the 5 battles, the pirates won 4. The only loss was when Shanks faced Anoki. The reason for the defeat was simply that Anoki's ability was too potent. Without any information about the dust release technique, Shanks was completely defenseless. The final result appeared. It did not grant the ninja world's wish of allowing the winning Anoki to fight again. Text displayed directly on the light curtain. The Fifth World War. Winner, Pirate World. Participating combatants of the winning side will receive a special reward. Special reward, overall strength increased by 5%. Overall strength boost. This was an invisible reward that could not be seen or touched. For ordinary people, no one knew whether this reward was significant. But for the 5 people involved, Kaido, Whitebeard, Yuichi, Anoki, who didn't win but was a participant, and Big Mom, they instantly felt the power surging in their bodies. Whether it was Haki strength, physical strength, or speed, even their cells seemed to be more energetic. Whitebeard was the most excited. He felt as if he had suddenly fallen back to the state he was in 10 years ago. 10 years ago, he felt his body beginning to decline, now, he felt he was approaching his prime. Although the overall strength was only strengthened by 5%, Whitebeard felt that his effective combat power was at least several times stronger than before because his physical functions were recovering alongside the boost to his Haki and the Tremor fruit. While Whitebeard was excited, Kaido couldn't keep calm either. As a user of the mythical Zoan Azure Dragon fruit, his ability, physical toughness, and Haki were all strengthened. Now, Kaido felt even more invulnerable. He even felt like he might be able to challenge Whitebeard. But when he felt the stronger aura coming from Whitebeard beside him, Kaido felt helpless. He wasn't the only one who had been enhanced. The old Whitebeard got stronger, too. The gap remained. Big Mom was also in a good mood, leaving Shanks as the depressed one among the crowd. How could he have met that enemy, Anoki? The dust release caught him off guard, and now he felt the aura of everyone around him increasing. It seemed Shanks had suddenly become the weakest existence among the emperors. The most surprising one was Yuichi. Although everyone's aura had become stronger, Yuichi's aura had been strengthened to a degree that was far superior to the others. It seemed that the degree of enhancement for Yuichi was not the same as that of Whitebeard. The reason Shanks felt this way was simply that Yuichi had strengthened more than just his own power base. Character Template, Byakuya Kuchiki. Awakening Progress, 65.01%. Character Template, Asakura How. Awakening Progress, 28.6%. The power of the 2 character templates had also been increased by 5%. In addition to this, Yuichi himself had been enhanced. From the superposition, Yuichi's enhancement was far more than 5%. Thus, the momentum he erupted with was far stronger than that of Whitebeard and the others. However, this situation also attracted the attention of Whitebeard and the rest. After all, Yuichi seemed to have strengthened significantly, and they couldn't ignore it. Now, however, something else grabbed everyone's attention. Pirate World won the Fifth World War. World sublimation, 3%. This time, everyone around the world felt their strength grow. Yuichi's character template data changed again. Character template, Byakuya Kuchiki. Awakening progress, 68.01%. Reminder, Bankai, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi will be unlocked when the awakening progress reaches 70%. Character template, Asakura How. Awakening progress, 31.6%. Seeing the prompt given by his system, Yuichi was in a very happy mood. The depression of defecting from the Marines was swept away. Senkei, the technique of Bankai, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, was incredibly lethal, a terrifying move that could destroy half of Las Noches with one blow. He was finally about to unlock it. There was only 2% of the awakening progress left. If he practiced hard, he might not need to trigger any missions or win a war to unlock the Bankai before the next world war began. Congratulations to both worlds for successfully going through 5 world wars. World War protection period has expired. Reminder, in the subsequent world wars, no protection will be provided. Once you die, you are truly dead. Initiating World War VI. The invasion battle officially begins. The order of the 2 world invasions is randomly determined by the system. First move, Ninja World. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 180, Chapter 183, Invasion, That Man is Here. Chapter 183, Invasion, That Man is Here. Initiative, Ninja World. Duration, 30 days. Total invasion opportunities, 5. The next invasion starts every 5 days. Number of intruders. First invasion, 1 person. Second invasion, 2 people. Third invasion, 4 people. Fourth invasion, 8 people. Fifth invasion, 16 people. Rule, the number of intruders is not fixed. The interval between each invasion is 5 days. Within 5 days, the invader needs to complete the invasion task or survive to the specified time. Otherwise, the number of intruders will change when the next invasion is enabled. If the invasion mission is completed, the intruders and the world will be rewarded. If they survive to the specified time, the number of intruders will not decrease when the next invasion starts. If they complete the invasion task and survive to the specified time, the number of next invasion personnel will be increased. Defender, Pirate World. Block the intruder to complete the task, and hunt down the intruder. Every time the invading party completes the invasion mission, it will weaken the power of the defending world. Killing the invaders can regain the weakened power. A long list of rules was displayed on the light curtain, dazzling the spectators. Many people's brains were running at full speed, analyzing the rules. The invasion war had begun. But this time there were too many rules, which left many confused. Because of this, no one seemed to notice what was being displayed beneath the light curtain. The invading world, S-class combat personnel, can snatch the opportunity to invade. 3, 2, 1. First intruder, Uchiha. At this moment, the 5 Kages looked at the large list of rules and began to understand. Hiruzen spoke first. This world war looks serious. It is no longer about choosing 2 sides to fight in a special space, but directly placing the battle in the opponent's world. Speaking of this, he was very excited. Is there finally a chance to go to another world? Although he had fought so many times with people from the opponent's world, only Konoha had the opportunity to send a team to the opponent's world during the First World War. People in other villages had only seen pictures of the other side's world through the light curtain. Even those fleeting images were enough to shock people. For example, this time, the opposing world forces that fought in the war, the 5 Emperors Alliance, appeared to be located on an island floating in midair. Such a spectacle was simply too shocking for people in the ninja world. There was northwest such weird place in the ninja world. Air. How can such a big island float in midair? Strange. Anoki looked at the excited Reikage and couldn't help but say, the important issue now is the rules of this war. Do you understand these rules? Raza, 4th Kazekage, who had been silent all this time, nodded lightly. I probably understand. Raza raised his head and began to express his understanding. In this world war, the first party responsible for the invasion was their ninja world. The opponent was responsible for defense. The invasion time was 30 days. In other words, people in the ninja world had 30 days to complete the invasion task in the opponent's world. And they must try to complete the task as much as possible while surviving for 30 days. The first invasion could only be done by 1 person. If this person did not complete the task or survive for 5 days until the arrival of the second wave, then the number of personnel for the second invasion would be reduced. It might even remain at one person. So, the crux of the problem was that the person who invaded first must be strong. Even if he could not complete the task of the first invasion, he must find a way to survive until the second invasion window opened. That would increase the number of intruders to 3, 1 survivor plus 2 new. The more intruders there were, the more help it would be to complete the intrusion task. Therefore, it was necessary to make every intruder survive as long as possible. The personnel of the first 2 invasions shouldn't be obsessed with completing tasks, they just needed to survive. When the third invasion started, the number of new intruders would be 4. Adding the previous 3 people, the total would increase to 7. 7 people, this was already the number of 2 ninja squads. With 2 ninja squads, they could then try to complete the invasion mission. As for what exactly the invasion mission was, obviously, it would not be announced until they entered the other party's world. The 4th wave would bring 8 people, and the 5th wave 16 people. The number of people grew exponentially. After Raza finished speaking, Hiruzen and Anoki thought for a moment and nodded. Raza's analysis was sound. In this invasion battle, the ninjas dispatched would start prioritizing tasks from the third invasion onwards. How many tasks could be completed and how many rewards could be won for the ninja world, that was all for later. Just follow this line of thinking. In the end, there would be rewards for the ninja world, it was just a matter of how much. Just as the 5 of them were discussing countermeasures, the rules on the light curtain were sorted out and displayed on the side screen. On the center screen, a row of text that stunned all the ninjas was displayed. First invasion chance. Snatched by Uchiha Madara. First intruder confirmed, Uchiha Madara. When the name Uchiha Madara appeared, everyone in the ninja world was stunned. Including the 5 Kages who were discussing countermeasures, they all stared at the words flashing in the light curtain, dumbfounded. The next second, a face that caught everyone's attention appeared on the screen. The face of Uchiha Madara. With his eyes closed, he seemed to feel his own image appearing on the light curtain. Madara opened his eyes suddenly. A pair of eyes seemed to see through the light curtain, staring directly at everyone in the ninja world. 5 Kages, you are really embarrassing us. Madara's tone was malevolent. It was like a parent scolding a disappointing child. The expressions of the 5 Kages became even grimmer. You can't even defeat a group of guys who only know how to use brute force. Has the current ninja world fallen to this point? Is this the ninja world that Hashirama dreamed of? Humph. Boom. White light enveloped Madara. Feeling the invisible force pulling his body, Madara's eyes flashed. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and swung it fiercely in front of him. Next, let me, Madara, show you what a real ninja is. Let me see how these people from the other world fare. Madara's body rose into the sky in the light curtain. But at that moment in the pirate world, everyone's expressions were a little weird. I always feel like I've seen that man somewhere before. Everyone in the pirate world had seen Madara before. Hadn't they broadcast the battle between Madara and Hashirama when obtaining information? It was just that many people seemed to have a vague impression of Madara now. But there were also people who remembered. Among them, Yuichi naturally would not forget. Watching as Madara disappeared through the light curtain, Yuichi's heart beat extremely fast. That man is coming to the pirate world. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 181, Chapter 184, Uchiha Madara arrives, a simple strike as an ultimate move. Chapter 184, Uchiha Madara arrives, a simple strike as an ultimate move. Invading. The gate of the dimension opens. Deploying intruders. Successful delivery. The gate of the dimension is closed. The light curtain in the sky disappeared instantly. At the same time, in front of everyone, a shrunken version of the screen suddenly appeared. But everyone could only see themselves on this screen. When looking at others, they found there was nothing in front of them. The spectator mode is officially open. All personnel who have not met the lowest level of combat power evaluation can choose whether to enter the auditorium to view the intruder screen. Those who do not enter the auditorium will not be able to watch the screen of the intruder. Yuichi looked at the text displayed on the interface that popped up in front of him, but it did not provide him with a choice. Obviously, an S-class fighter like Yuichi could not enter the audience seats. The disappearance of the light curtain in the sky meant that it was no longer possible to see Uchiha Madara's location as easily as before. In this way, finding Madara would not be simple. This was understandable. If Madara was in this world and they could all easily watch Madara's feed, then the people in the pirate world would know exactly where he was and what he was doing. That was naturally impossible. The people who could enter the auditorium were probably ordinary civilians. When they entered the auditorium, they would naturally not be able to participate in the battle, so they were allowed to see Madara. And since the auditorium was officially open, it seemed there was no fixed candidate list. In other words, ordinary people could probably go to the auditorium as long as they wanted to. As Yuichi thought, ordinary people who chose to enter the auditorium were indeed transported into a strange space in an instant. Here, they couldn't feel their own bodies, or even feel anything tactile. There was just a huge light curtain glowing in the dark. And the picture in the light curtain was the men from before, Uchiha Madara. The number of audiences in the pirate world was constantly increasing. For ordinary people, if they did not enter the auditorium, it meant they would be in danger. Wouldn't it be bad if that invader was dropped on their village? On screen, Madara stood on top of a steeple. He folded his arms across his chest and stared ahead. He closed his eyes and felt the breeze blowing beside him. He felt the sunshine on his body. He gently smelled the scent in the air. That's the feeling can't be wrong. I, Uchiha Madara, live again. Opening his eyes, Madara seemed to be in a small town, but there were no people there. Probably, the ordinary people in these small towns had entered the auditorium to watch. Let's not mention how people in the pirate world reacted. In the ninja world, the Five Kages and even all the ninjas in the entire ninja world felt inexplicable panic in their hearts. But under the panic, it seemed a little exciting. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. A man who could be compared with the god of shinobi. This person had invaded the opponent's world. This meant that the next few days for the other world would definitely not be easy. This seemed like a pretty good show. But at the same time, a worrying problem also emerged. Looking at Uchiha Madara's crazy eyes and maniacal smile in the picture, it was clear this man was already dead, yet now he was resurrected in the other party's world. It seemed to be because of the time selection privilege obtained from the previous victories. But the question was, what if Madara gets the reward? In case there was a reward for fully resurrecting the dead among these rewards, and Madara returned to the ninja world after resurrection, that would be bad. That man was synonymous with destruction, and only the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, could defeat him back then. If that monster returned to the ninja world with rewards, then no matter what other rewards the ninja world got, it didn't seem like a victory. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, is that what he looks like? Although the fourth Raikage, looked serious, there was a look of disdain hidden in his eyes. He didn't care too much about Uchiha Madara, nor was he afraid of Uchiha's power. Feeling the contempt in the Raikage's words, Anoki felt that he had to warn him. Raikage, this man, don't underestimate him. Fortunately, he is resurrected in the opponent's world now. If he were resurrected in the ninja world, it would be a terrible disaster for us all. Regarding Anoki's alarmist talk, the fourth Raikage just nodded perfunctorily. Hiruzen Sarutobi swallowed softly. Although Madara is worth watching out for, it's not us who have a headache now, it should be those people from the other world. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, resurrected in the other world. Then let's make a big fuss. Let everyone take a good look at your power. At this moment, ordinary people in the pirate world entered the auditorium, looking at the guy in the picture who laughed like a madman. This guy, he must have a brain problem. By the way, don't you think he looks very familiar? I always feel like I've seen him somewhere. Idiot, this guy is from the other world, how could you have seen him? People in the auditorium were arguing. However, in the next second, the rattling sound of Madara cracking his neck could be heard. Twisting his body, he glanced at the town below. Some people who did not choose to enter the auditorium also found Madara standing on the minaret. All were looking up at him. They seemed curious, what was this guy doing up there? The condescending Madara looked down on the mortals. The dress of people in this world was indeed somewhat different from that in the ninja world. At the same time, Madara also felt different energy fluctuations from them, although it was very weak, almost non-existent. But there was no doubt that this was really another world. Myriad worlds. The world is really not just the ninja world, ha 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 ha. Great, Madara, seemed to have found a new purpose. A small ninja world seemed to no longer satisfy Madara. His vision should be more long-term. The stars, the sea, the heavens, and the myriad worlds, to conquer all these worlds should be the goal of Uchiha Madara. The infinite Tsukuyomi and the divine tree should be only a small part of it. Madara found a bigger and more distant goal, and suddenly his gaze and aura began to undergo earth-shaking changes. He leaped into the air. The eyelids of the people in the small town twitched wildly. This man jumped down. Is he going to commit suicide? Falling from that height, he would surely be torn apart. However, in the next second, a flame appeared. Fire-style, majestic destroyer flame. Boom. The overwhelming flames erupted, completely enveloping the entire town in an instant. The flames roared, forming a wave of fire that rolled and spread continuously. In the blink of an eye, an entire town was destroyed under the inferno. Seeing this scene, the ninjas were dumbfounded. Some of them couldn't believe what they saw. A whole town, such a huge town, was wiped out by a single fire-style ninjutsu. The scale of this fire style was comparable to the power of an S-rank ninjutsu. This was the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, using ordinary ninjutsu with the power of S-level ninjutsu. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 182, Chapter 185, Tracking the Intruder. Chapter 185, Tracking the Intruder. Ordinary ninjas looked at the raging fire in the picture. In an instant, the entire town was swallowed up. Such ninjutsu attainments could not be matched. Even the Five Kages, they can't use ordinary ninjutsu with such power. Indeed. Uchiha Madara's mastery of fire style is too terrifying, and his chakra amount is also amazing, otherwise, it would be impossible to explode with this kind of power. After all, it still came down to the amount of chakra. For a ninja, the amount of chakra largely determined their strength. And Uchiha Madara, the one who could arm wrestle with the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, possessed a chakra ocean. Obviously, his chakra reserves were unmatched. Looking at the flames engulfing the entire island in the picture, the eyes of the ninjas were full of envy. It would be great if their ninjutsu had such power. Ninjas envied Madara. But the people in the auditorium of the pirate world were all stunned. One person. He spat out a flame casually and destroyed a huge town. There were also many civilians among them, and this guy attacked directly regardless of ordinary people. What made people feel terrible was not only Madara's power but also his pair of eyes that people dared not look directly at. This person, compared with those Kages before, seems to be even more terrifying. There were not a few people who felt this way. However, the people in the audience of the pirate world had no way to tell the people in their own world what Madara did. Unable to pass on any information, they could only watch Madara destroy a small town. With a leap, he jumped directly onto the surface of the sea. The flames lit up most of the ocean. In the red-tinted water, Madara walked across the sea. He glanced at the interface that popped up from the corner of his eye. Destroy. Very good and to my taste. Boom. In the next second, chakra exploded under his feet, blasting a splash of water on the sea instantly. Madara's figure was ejected like a cannonball. He fell heavily towards the distant sea. After touching the sea surface, there was another astonishing splash of water, and Madara's figure did not stop at all, continuing to accelerate towards the distance. Moving in this way on the sea surface shocked many people in the pirate world. These ninjas seemed to be able to walk freely on the sea. This ability was great for pirates. If they had this ability, it would be incredibly useful. The picture showed Madara constantly advancing on the sea, constantly moving, though his destination was unknown. At the same time, screens on the other side appeared. Among them were pictures of Commander-in-Chief Kong at Naval Headquarters and pictures of the Five Emperors Alliance in the New World. In Naval Headquarters, Kong was giving orders to the Marines to search for traces of the invader, Uchiha Madara. A high price was offered for all information about Madara's whereabouts. The response was fast. However, Whitebeard and others from the Five Emperors Alliance had not made any moves yet. Whitebeard suggested that the pirates under his command start looking for Madara in the New World. But Yuichi raised his hand and interrupted Whitebeard's proposal. No need. Hearing Yuichi say no, Whitebeard was a little puzzled. Are we just doing nothing here? Leave the intruder alone. Kaido also frowned. That intruder looks very strong. I really want to fight him. Without answering the two of them immediately, Yuichi stared at the small light curtain in front of him carefully. In the upper right corner, there was a three-dimensional map of the pirate world. And a red dot appeared on it. If one didn't observe carefully, they would think it was just a special icon hanging at the edge of the light curtain. But Yuichi's observation was very keen. At the same time, as a user with a template system, he was also very clear that the things displayed by the system were never useless. So after taking a closer look, he found out that this was equivalent to a globe, and the flashing red dot should be the location of Madara if nothing unexpected happened. It was understandable after a little thought. The disappearance of the light curtain in the sky was obviously to prevent people from easily knowing Madara's location. The pirate world was so big, wouldn't it be too difficult to find an intruder in such a huge world? Besides, ninjas knew the transformation technique. If Madara changed into someone else's appearance, finding him would be nearly impossible. So there must be some way to lock onto Madara's location. And the three-dimensional map in the upper right corner of the light curtain was the key. Looking carefully at the position of the red dot, it was in the first half of the Grand Line, on an unnamed island. Now the red dot was blinking on the island. You'd better look at the thing in the upper right corner of your own light curtain. Isn't the enemy's position already marked? Hearing Yuichi's words, the four of them were taken aback and immediately checked their light curtains. Whether they saw what Yuichi said, Yuichi himself didn't know. But the expressions of the four of them changed instantly in the next second. Obviously, they saw it. Is the position of the red dot the location of the intruder? Kaido was gearing up. Great. Now that I know where the other party is, I'll go and deal with him. Saying that, Kaido wanted to leave the Sky Island and was about to call the floating ship in the distance to come and pick him up. But Yuichi stopped him. Don't worry. Kaido. Calling him by his first name made Kaido pause for a moment, but recalling Yuichi's strength, the other party was considered to be of the same level as himself. It was okay to be addressed casually. Kaido frowned. Any more questions? Yuichi pointed to the red dot on his light curtain. It will take a lot of time to sail over that distance, so you don't have to worry at all. Not in a hurry. It will take a few days to go to the first half of the Grand Line. If you are not in a hurry, when will you arrive? Looking at Kaido, who was impatient and didn't want to wait for a second, Yuichi turned his head and waved to Enel, who was standing on the arc maxim in the distance. Sensing Yuichi's movement, Enel instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of Yuichi. Yuichi turned his head and looked at the four of them. It does take a few days to sail by sea, but if we go by air, this distance only takes 1 day, and that is enough. Air? Whitebeard and the others glanced at each other. Not bad. Your floating pirate group seems to have an advantage that none of us can match. Yuichi smiled lightly. Relying on Enel's arc maxim, the speed was already very good, but because that guy's boat was made of gold, it wasn't light. However, if they cooperated with the Golden Lions, Shiki, float fruit ability and let Shiki also contribute, then the flying speed could be doubled. In this way, it might take only half a day to travel from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. But what Yuichi was more concerned about was that Madara should not stay on this unnamed island for too long. Where would he go next? Task announcement. Mission: prevent Uchiha Madara from completing the invasion mission. Task reward: temporary conversion of character template awakening progress. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 183, Chapter 186, Target Location, Eni's Lobby, Attractive Reward. Chapter 186, Target Location, Eni's Lobby, Attractive Reward. A temporary conversion of the character template's awakening progress. What is this? Yuichi didn't quite understand. The rewards given by the system this time were a little strange. It wasn't a direct ability, nor was it a permanent increase in the awakening progress of a character template. What did temporary conversion mean? The system interface changed again, and an explanation appeared. Temporary conversion of character template awakening progress. You can temporarily drain the awakening progress bar of a certain character template and superimpose the cleared awakening progress onto another character template. Seeing this explanation, Yuichi understood. This meant he could adjust the awakening progress of his 2 character templates at any time. For example, the awakening progress of the Byakuya Kuchiki character template had reached 68%, while the Asakura Hao template awakening progress was only 31%. Yuichi could temporarily clear the awakening progress of the Asakura Hao template and superimpose it onto the Byakuya Kuchiki template. Of course, the increase might not be a simple addition like 68 plus 31. There might be a loss ratio, or it might be reduced due to compatibility. But regardless, if the Byakuya Kuchiki template was imbued with the 31% from the Asakura Hao template, surely it could reach at least 75%. At the very least, it would guarantee that Yuichi could easily unlock the second scene of Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi, Gokiai, Moscape. This reward not only directly enhanced Yuichi's potential strength but also gave him a new way to break through limits. Knowing that the power of the character template increased significantly with every percent, giving Yuichi an immediate power boost wasn't a simple matter. The higher the awakening progress, the more terrifying the power became. So, this reward was excellent for Yuichi. He had to complete the task. If one of Yuichi's character templates got stuck at a certain bottleneck, he could use this function to temporarily break through. It might be the key to handling emergencies. Naturally, the more trump cards, the better. Then let's set off. How many people can your cadre's ship hold? Whitebeard's voice rang in Yuichi's ear. Yuichi, waking up from his thoughts about the new mission and rewards, turned to look at Enel. The guy squinted his eyes and thought for a while. The Maxim can hold a lot of people, but it will slow down significantly. Yuichi turned his head to look at the Golden Lion, Shiki, in the distance, and waved to him. Shiki, who was watching, saw Yuichi's gesture and curled his lips in displeasure. Stinky brat, do you really think this old man is a subordinate under your command? Although he complained, Shiki's body was honest. He flew straight toward Yuichi. Arriving in front of Yuichi, Shiki asked, slightly dissatisfied, what's wrong? Using your ability on the Maxim should be able to speed up the boat a lot. Shiki had noticed Enel's ship a long time ago. He nodded. With my help, the speed of that ship will naturally be several times faster. Okay. Yuichi turned to look at Whitebeard. The speed increases, so we need less time. Let's have each person bring no more than 20 people on board. 5 pirate groups making up a team of 100 elites is enough to deal with an intruder. Saying that, Yuichi suddenly remembered Big Mom. He turned his head and looked in her direction. When it came to transporting people, wasn't there a better way? Wasn't that mirror fruit user just a mobile pocket dimension? There was no issue with how many people could fit inside the mirror world. They only needed a mirror to release the army at any time. But now they were only dealing with Madara alone, and the quota of 20 elites per pirate group was already sufficient. Whitebeard and the others began to select pirates to follow them on board. The 4 emperors each brought their 3 major commanders and selected several powerful cadres. It could be said that the 100 people boarding the Ark Maxim were the core fighting force of the 5 emperors alliance. Even if such a force were to destroy Marineford, there would be no problem. Looking at the actions of the pirates, the people in the auditorium couldn't help but feel that their reaction speed was incredible. As for the Marines, Commander-in-Chief Kong didn't seem to have carefully looked at the small light curtain that could be summoned at any time. He hadn't even noticed the location of Madara marked on it. However, the Marines had a large number of personnel, and the whole world was within their jurisdiction. The first half of the Grand Line was crawling with manpower. Even if they didn't spot the map indicator, they would eventually find Madara's trace. It was just that, compared to the pirates' efficiency, the civilians in the audience felt the Marines looked foolish for missing such an obvious clue on the screen right in front of their faces. At this moment, Madara, who was advancing rapidly on the sea, had jumped onto a merchant ship. A fire-style jutsu was released. Most of the merchant ship was directly destroyed. On the gradually sinking vessel, Madara grabbed the captain. "I'm going somewhere. The place is called Eni's Lobby. Tell me you know this place." The terrified captain babbled endlessly and even handed Madara the log pose in his hand. Madara, holding the log pose and the eternal pose, smiled indifferently. "There is no need for such a thing. You just have to tell me which direction Eni's Lobby is in." The captain opened the nautical chart he carried, found the direction of Eni's Lobby, and pointed it out to Madara. After confirming the direction, Madara threw the captain into the sea casually. Jumping to the distant water surface, Madara stood on the waves and slowly turned around. Watching the sinking merchant ship, Madara raised his hand and formed a seal instantly. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom. The huge fireball instantly incinerated the sinking merchant ship. After doing all this, Madara turned his head and flew straight in the direction of Eni's Lobby. His actions made the spectators realize what kind of person this man was. Cruel, ruthless, and indifferent to life. An extremely terrifying existence. And his current destination seemed to be Eni's Lobby, one of the world government's 3 major institutions. Why go to Eni's Lobby? People in the pirate world didn't know what Madara was going to do there. But in the ninja world, they had already seen Madara's invasion mission. Go to Eni's Lobby to destroy and defeat at least one S-class combatant who comes to support. Complete the invasion mission to plunder a portion of the pirate world's power. At the same time, the intruder will be rewarded, increase power by 5%. Reminder, on this basis, every time you defeat an additional S-class fighter who comes to support, the task reward will be doubled. At the same time, if Eni's Lobby is completely destroyed, an additional copy of pirate world resources will be looted. Watching Madara's invasion mission, Hiruzen and the others were a little envious. The reward was to increase strength by 5%. If they had grabbed the invasion qualification before, this reward would belong to them now. Destroy a fixed target location and defeat supporting enemies. Such tasks were familiar to ninjas. And in the opponent's world, apart from the 5 emperors, other S-class personnel like marine admirals didn't seem too concerning to them. This task was not too difficult to complete. Seeing this, they thought of their second chance to invade 5 days later. This time, there were 2 slots. If Madara completed the invasion task, the number of intruders would increase. Then, who would be sent to invade next time had to be discussed carefully. Even the elderly Anoki and Sarutobi didn't want to miss this opportunity to become stronger. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 184, Chapter 187, The Dreamland, Ninja World Shocked by Eni's Lobby. Chapter 187, The Dreamland, Ninja World Shocked by Eni's Lobby. The 5 Kages discussed who to send to invade the opponent's world next time. But they seemed to have forgotten one thing: was Madara the candidate they had negotiated for this time? No. The opportunity to invade the other world was not something they could decide. The sun was setting, slowly disappearing beneath the sea. Night fell. Madara, who had learned the location of Eni's Lobby earlier, was constantly speeding across the sea. On the dark ocean, if it were anyone else, they would have already lost their way. Although ninjas could stand on the water and run fast, this was equivalent to a normal person walking in the desert in the dark. With no compass and no stars visible, no one could tell the direction. but Madara. He seemed to have no such problem, heading straight for Eni's lobby. With a sense of direction beyond ordinary people, spectators in both worlds were dumbfounded. No one believed it until he arrived at Eni's lobby. They thought it was incredible. How could someone find an island in the vast sea with just a casually pointed direction? If they hadn't witnessed Madara galloping step by step across the vast ocean for several hours, no one would believe that such a supernatural sense of direction existed. In fact, it wasn't because of Madara's sense of direction. It was because of Madara's dojutsu, eye techniques, and insight that he could see clearly even on the dark sea. He arrived at Eni's lobby. When the island appeared in the picture, the whole ninja world was stunned. In the endless sea, there was a massive hole. Seawater poured into it continuously, but it seemed unable to fill it up. And there was an island floating above this huge void. Although it was not completely floating in the sky, the narrow passage linking it to the main gate of Eni's lobby could not support the weight of the island at all. So, it was undoubtedly an island floating in midair. It was just located within a massive hole in the ocean, equivalent to a plug that couldn't completely fill the drain. It wasn't very clear under the night sky, but with the help of the lights on Eni's lobby, it was possible to see the situation of the island clearly. Such a spectacular scene appeared on the light curtain and was watched by everyone in the ninja world. At this moment, people couldn't help but sigh. Is this the island of the other world? What a fantastic place. There is no place like this in the ninja world. Amazing. Such a place actually exists. Aren't the places where the 5 emperors were located just above islands floating in midair too? Now, ninjas seem to be looking forward to the pirate world more and more. Such an incredible place actually existed. They really wanted to know what power made such a large island float above the hole in the sea. Madara. He jumped above Eni's lobby in one leap. His movements were so fast that no one noticed him at all. But Madara was also surprised now. Really, this place is nice. Standing on the roof of a certain house, Madara scanned the entire Eni's lobby. But such a beautiful place will soon be destroyed. Looking at the sky, Madara smiled. At sunrise, let's do it. Before that, Madara had to do another extremely important thing, intelligence gathering. A strange world, a strange place. Just from the previous few world wars, although a lot of information could be obtained from the battles, the place in front of him was called Eni's lobby, an extremely important institution of the world government. There must be a lot of vital information here. Before destroying it, it was natural to investigate it carefully. Madara glanced down at a patrol team slowly passing by below. A patrolman at the end of the formation flashed and disappeared instantly. Immediately afterward, this person appeared again, but this time, it was Madara using the transformation technique. He followed the patrol toward the interior of Eni's lobby. Madara had successfully infiltrated. At the same time, the audience of the pirate world looked at the Marines on the screen. Madara had already successfully sneaked into Eni's lobby and was planning something, but the current Marines hadn't noticed Madara's location yet. A huge military organization was running around like headless chickens. Although they looked very busy, what they were doing was useless. Meanwhile, on the other side. On the huge ship, the Arc Maxim, the 5 Emperors Alliance had quickly crossed the red line from the New World and reached the first half of the Grand Line. But at this moment, Yuichi found another problem. The position of the red dot on the map seems to refresh every half an hour. On the way here, Yuichi had been looking at the map on the small light curtain. When he accidentally noticed that the red dot suddenly jumped from one position to another, Yuichi understood. This map did not show Madara's location in real time. Instead, it had a fixed refresh interval. This was understandable. If they could see the location of Madara anytime and anywhere, it would be too easy to find him. In that case, for the intruders, surviving for 5 days would be a pipe dream. Therefore, the fixed refresh time prevented the invaders from being chased down instantly. But half an hour, for an ordinary person, the radius of activity was limited. A half-hour voyage on the sea was easy to calculate. However, Madara was different. Yuichi noticed that Madara moved much faster than a ship. His radius of action for half an hour was simply terrifying. So, although it looked like Madara was staying near Eni's lobby for now, it wasn't easy to confirm he was in Eni's lobby. Yuichi and the others, who had just crossed the red line, chose to take a short break. They waited for half an hour for Madara's location to refresh again before acting. On the other side, while Yuichi and others were resting, Commander-in-Chief Kong was anxious, like a cat on a hot tin roof. Find an intruder all over the world. How can you find him? Those ninjas can transform. If they pretend to be ordinary people, even the Marines won't be able to find them easily. Kong had been busy all afternoon, and the more he thought about it, the more weird he felt. This seemed impossible. How were they supposed to find him? After calming down, Kong finally opened his own light curtain, watched by countless people in the auditorium of the pirate world. As Kong carefully reviewed the rules for this invasion, he suddenly noticed the map in the upper right corner. Seeing Kong finally find the feature, everyone in the auditorium sighed. Did you finally find out? This is the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. This reaction is too slow. In fact, if it weren't for the experienced traveler Yuichi, not to mention Kong, there might not be many people in the pirate world who would think to study the interface on the small light screen. Kong clicked to look at the map in front of him and zoomed in on the flashing red dot. He stood up abruptly. The original location. It told us a long time ago. Damn. I didn't notice it at all before. Kong was very helpless as he said that. Not noticing this kind of thing was his mistake. But he quickly noticed another problem. Wait, this location is Eni's lobby. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 185, Chapter 188, Target Eni's lobby, a restless night. Chapter 188, Target Eni's lobby, a restless night. Looking at the position where the red dot flashed on the light curtain, Eni's lobby. There are 3 vital institutions under the world government: Eni's lobby, Impel Down, and Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. These 3 places were extremely important, and the safety of these islands represented the face of the world government. At this moment, the intruder was located at Eni's lobby. Was this acceptable? Kong stood up immediately, bursting through the door of the office with incredible speed. Bang. The marine soldiers guarding the door were stunned. My lord. You are. Facing Kong, who suddenly broke through the door, the 2 soldiers were inexplicably afraid. Kong didn't care what the 2 soldiers were thinking and directly raised his hand to grab them. Hurry up and notify all the Marines in the headquarters to set off immediately. Go to Eni's lobby. Go to Eni's lobby as quickly as possible. Eni's lobby. The 2 soldiers were a little confused, but Kong didn't have the time to explain, so he kicked them away. Turning around, he threw the broken wooden door aside and re-entered the office. Kong immediately picked up the phone to contact the 3 admirals. Eni's lobby. Absolutely no accidents could be allowed there. That was not only the face of the world government but also the face of the Marines. If he couldn't keep Eni's lobby safe, wouldn't he be ashamed as the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces? The peaceful night was broken just like that. In addition to contacting the 3 admirals, Kong also directly contacted Spandam, the commander of CP-9 who was currently at Eni's lobby. Spandam, who was ready to sleep in his room, picked up the Den Den Mushi sent by his subordinates with a puzzled expression. It's about time. Naval Headquarters urgently contacting me. Spandam picked up the receiver. Before he could open his mouth, he heard Kong telling him that there was an intruder at Eni's lobby. He was ordered to find a way to locate the intruder. Kong gave a series of instructions. Until he hung up the phone, Spandam still hadn't fully processed it. Invader. At Eni's lobby. Are you kidding me? This is Eni's lobby, where countless world government intelligence personnel gather. How could someone sneak in here without being discovered? Spandam couldn't believe it. But the other party was the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. Spandam had to show respect. Or maybe, the intruder really was at Eni's lobby. Wouldn't it be better if that was the case? Catching an intruder would make the 5 elders take Eni's lobby more seriously. Maybe let him become the chief of CP0 in one fell swoop. This was a great opportunity. Kong wouldn't play tricks on him. Spandam didn't feel sleepy anymore and immediately jumped out of bed. Recall Rob Lucci and the others overnight, and put aside the mission over there. The World War was what the 5 elders cared about most these days. Compared to things like the ancient weapon blueprints, that could be put aside temporarily. Let everyone act and blockade Eni's lobby immediately. Invaders from the other world seemed to be on this island. The 2 men who followed Spandam were a little surprised to hear what he said. Invader. The invaders from the other world actually came to headquarters. They also knew what this meant, an excellent opportunity to gain merit. World War, Otherworld, invaders. An opportunity to understand the other world was in front of them, intelligence personnel, and this could not be missed. In an instant, all the staff at Eni's lobby went into action. The entire island was lit up. Quick, don't miss any place. Search for all traces of the invader. Everyone hurry up. If Eni's lobby was really infiltrated without anyone noticing, it would be a great shame to us. At a certain window, Madara leaned against the sill. With one hand propped on his chin, he looked at the people on the roof below and on the road rushing out like a colony of ants. Madara was a little surprised. Did you find me? Not bad. To be able to find my traces, people in this world don't seem to be useless. But finding him was one thing, catching him was another. Madara shook his head disdainfully, got up, and left the window. Looking back, there was a desk in the center of this huge office. Although it was not clear whose office this was, seeing the arrangement and layout, this should be the office of the highest officer of the island. There were several huge bookshelves, 3 or 4 stories high, in the back, filled with various documents and materials. Madara smiled. I should be able to understand the world here. As he spoke, he plunged into the various materials and documents. On such a huge island, countless Enies lobby personnel were carefully searching for Madara's traces in every place. But in the audience seats, looking at this group of people who were busy like headless chickens, the spectators were very helpless. These guys have searched everywhere, why didn't they enter that office? The other party is sitting on the sofa, swaggering through documents. What the hell are these idiots doing? Boom. Just when Madara was standing in front of the bookshelf, looking at the intelligence document in his hand, a man walked into the office. This person was Spandam. He walked in, went straight to the desk, and picked up a sword placed on it, Funkfried, the elephant sword. Then he turned around and left. He didn't look at Madara in front of the bookshelf at all. Madara didn't pay much attention to the other party's entrance and continued to look at the information in his hand. This left people in both worlds speechless. What's that guy doing? A guy is right in front of his eyes and he can't see him. Isn't this his office? He's the chief executive of Enies Lobby. What a joke. Spandam couldn't hear the curses from countless people in the pirate world. He did not see Madara because his mind was full of fantasies about catching the intruder, making meritorious deeds, and becoming the chief of CP0. That was why he went back to his office on purpose to take his weapon. He also wanted to fight the invaders, so when the time came to write the report, he could say that he had personally defeated them. However, what he didn't expect was that the first meeting between himself and the intruder ended without him even knowing it. In the sky at this moment, Yuichi and the others, who had passed the red line, had officially arrived at the first half of the Grand Line. After observing several times, the position of the red dot had not changed. Yuichi also turned to the direction of Enies Lobby. Enies Lobby, is that his goal? Calculating the time, it wouldn't be long before they arrived. Uchiha Madara, the big boss of the ninja world. Yuichi was looking forward to fighting against such an enemy. Location confirmed, Enies Lobby. Yuichi turned to Whitebeard and the others. They were also checking the position of the red dot on the map. Refresh twice in a row, both at the same position, indicating that he has indeed stopped. And it just happened to be at Enies Lobby. Let us go there too. Yuichi turned his head and glanced at Enel. Let's go. Thunder and lightning erupted from Enel's body and passed into the Arc Maxim. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 186, Chapter 189, The Sea Train and the Return of CP. Chapter 189, The Sea Train and the Return of CP. Early morning. Enies Lobby, which had been chaotic all night, ushered in a moment of peace. However, as the first ray of light crossed the dark sea and illuminated the sky, a sound echoed outside the island. Choo-choo. At this moment, the people in the ninja world who were still looking at the light curtain suddenly opened their eyes. It was just morning in the opponent's world, but it was already noon in the ninja world. Many people were still paying attention to the progress of the invasion, wondering if the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara would be able to complete the mission. However, Madara had yet to start a fight. Instead, they saw the scene of the speeding sea train. Many people in the ninja world were stunned. Just like when they saw Enies Lobby for the first time, this sea train made countless people in the ninja world envious. How on earth did they do it? A train can run on the sea, how is this possible? It's amazing. The sea train made the Five Kages understand why they lost the previous world wars. The opponent's world not only had the powerful force called Haki and mysterious things like devil fruits, but they also had technology like sea trains. That was simply an incomparably wonderful world. At the same time, ordinary people in that world must not be underestimated. This imagination and creativity were things that their world lacked. Clack clack clack. The sea train approached slowly and stopped at the platform of Enies Lobby. The screen shifted to Madara's side. People in the ninja world looked at Madara, who was still reading the documents in the office. A smile appeared on his face. What a nice world. Devil fruit, curse of the sea, devil fruit tree. One Piece, great pirate era, great secret treasure, One Piece, poneglyphs, the world nobles, the celestial dragons. When talking about the world nobles, Madara suddenly laughed wildly. Bloodline. There is such a group of pretentious guys. How interesting. Watching Madara laughing wildly, surrounded by documents scattered all over the floor, how many files had this guy read all night? He had been reading continuously. And it seemed that Madara didn't intend to stop yet, he still looked eager to check other documents and materials. But there was a voice at the door. Spandam's voice was the first to sound. After searching all night, these people haven't found even a ghost. They are simply a bunch of trash. But that is the information provided by the Commander-in-Chief. Now the Commander-in-Chief is on his way with the Marines. I believe the Commander-in-Chief will not lie to me. So I transferred you back to find the invader and catch him, so that our Enies lobby will become the hero of the whole world, and you will also get a generous reward at that time. With that said, Spandam pushed the door open. And the moment he opened the door, Madara looked up at him. Spandam blinked and stared at the person in front of him. All CP9 members behind him stopped. Everyone's eyes turned toward the office, locking onto Madara's figure. Rob Lucci originally wanted to ask why Commander Kong knew that the invaders were at Enies lobby. But when the door was opened and he saw Madara, he felt that this issue seemed unimportant now. Time seemed to pause. Everyone did nothing. Instead, Madara glanced at them, then lowered his head and continued to read the documents in his hand. Seeing that Madara didn't panic at all and continued to check the top-secret information of their Enies lobby, Lucci's gaze became extremely gloomy. He stepped forward, walked in front of Spandam, and opened his mouth. Wait, it's over soon. Madara raised his hand and cut him off, looking down at the information in his hand. This article recorded the information of the Pirate King, Gold Roger. His place of birth, companions, children, etc. It seemed no one expected the other party to tell them to wait. With Madara's attitude of ignoring them completely, even the Five Kages were a little worried now. These guys didn't look weak. Madara hadn't fought against people in this world yet, and Haki and Devil Fruits were not so easy to deal with. They were worried that Madara might be killed by some weird ability. Seeing Madara's dismissiveness, the complexions of Rob Lucci and the other CP9 members became extremely gloomy. They slowly surrounded the office. Spandam was also very angry when he came back to his senses. Are you the invader? Damn it. Hiding in my office. No wonder those idiots haven't found you all night. You guy is so cunning, but now that you have been found, you can't escape. Ha ha ha. Spandam seemed to have already imagined the scene where he caught the intruder, was praised by the 5 elders, and promoted to CP0 chief. But Madara didn't even bother to look at him. Facing the howling of ants, he didn't care at all. On the contrary, it was Lucci and the others who vaguely surrounded him, planning to strike, which made Madara a little annoyed. Snap. The document in his hand was closed. It's a pity. I haven't finished reading the exciting part yet. Throwing the documents aside casually, Madara raised his head and looked around at the people encircling him. It seems that you have some strength, but not enough. I'll give you a chance. If you get out now, you can still live. Arrogant. Arrogance incarnate. Everyone in the pirate world auditorium was enraged by Madara's words. Although they didn't know how strong these people were, why was this guy so arrogant? Obviously, he was surrounded. He was just one person. The fact that these agents were personally received by that idiot chief showed that their strength would definitely not be weak. Rob Lucci had never encountered such an arrogant enemy. The person who needs to think about how to live now should be you. The other party didn't listen to his persuasion, so he could only shake his head helplessly. It seems that you don't think you are my opponent. Then do it. Soru, shave. The first person to strike was not Lucci, but Kaku. He was on the right side of Madara, and when he saw that Madara's attention was focused on Lucci, he thought it was a flaw. Regardless of the strength of the opponent, as long as he grasped the opening, he could attack. Rankyaku, Tempest Kick. After approaching Madara extremely quickly, Kaku raised his right leg and kicked. The compressed air instantly formed a chopping wave that cut toward Madara. Cyan light flickered. In the next second, one hand directly grabbed the cyan slashing wave, and under the surprised eyes of everyone in CP9, the slashing wave dissipated instantly. At the same time, that hand easily grabbed Kaku's leg. Strange steps. Did you use some kind of special technique? Is this the power called the 6 powers, Rokushiki? In the office, Madara, who easily blocked Kaku's attack with one hand and grabbed him, asked calmly. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 187, Chapter 190, The Arrogance of Madara, the Marines arrive. Chapter 190, The Arrogance of Madara, the Marines arrive. At this moment, Rob Lucci could no longer keep his face calm. Catching Kaku's Rankyaku with bare hands, just. How could that be? Kaku's strength was basically the strongest among CP9 except for himself. However, the opponent blocked it so easily without any effort. This was something even he couldn't do. Now it wasn't just Lucci who was shocked, but Khalifa, Jabra, and others were also staring at Madara in astonishment. But Madara was still very calm. What? Seeing your surprised looks. He. Suddenly, only Madara's laughter echoed in the room. Jabra, on the side, didn't believe how strong this guy was. Even if he wasn't tall, how tough could he be? Soru. The moment Jabra attacked, he directly activated his devil fruit ability. Transforming into a werewolf, Jabra used Tekai, Iron Body, and his claws to grab Madara fiercely. However, Madara easily avoided Jabra's surprise attack with a small movement. While holding Kaku with one hand, he kicked Jabra in the abdomen. A dull impact sounded, and the next second, Jabra flew upside down. He directly hit the wall, smashing a big hole in the bookshelf. His body crashed through the wall and flew outside. A CP9 agent was sent flying in the blink of an eye. People in the audience seats were dumbfounded. The moment this person attacked just now, the speed was astonishingly fast, not at all a speed that ordinary people could track with the naked eye. But even at this speed, the other party could easily dodge. It even seemed that the other party wasn't serious yet. Rob Lucci swallowed silently. The enemy in front of him was more terrifying than he imagined. It seemed that they were not the hunters this time, instead, all of CP9 were the prey. Suddenly, Lucci opened his eyes, fixed firmly on Madara's figure, and shouted violently, "Everyone, do it." If he fought alone, he definitely wouldn't be an opponent for the enemy in front of him. Lucci couldn't see through the opponent's strength. Rather than letting the opponent attack one by one to break their morale, they might as well attack together. Maybe they could successfully defeat the opponent, or at worst, severely injure him. There were other people on Eni's lobby. Although their strength was average, they couldn't let him leave this island so easily. He must be trapped here. At the same time, everyone broke out with their fastest speed and jointly attacked Madara. Even Kaku, who was caught by Madara, turned his body suddenly, disregarding his captured right leg, and kicked his left leg toward Madara's face for another Renkyaku. For a moment, the light in the room flickered continuously. The storm created by the dazzling figures caused the papers on the floor to swirl up to the ceiling. Bam. 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 After several dull impact sounds, the people lying on the ground were all members of CP9. Madara stood in the center, pinching Rob Lucci's neck with one hand, lifting him high. Madara looked at him and shook his head disdainfully. Too weak, too weak. Why don't you guys use Haki? Speaking of which, Madara smiled. Could it be that you guys don't even know how to use Haki? Humph. Trash. Boom. Throwing Lucci aside, for an enemy of Lucci's level, Madara didn't even seem to have the idea of killing him. What he cared about was the so-called S-class combat power. And Lucci was now at best a B-class combat power. Although the level gap didn't seem huge on paper, the strength gap was immense. Madara walked straight to Spandam. Spandam, with a runny nose, looked at his superhuman CP9 agents, all of whom were defeated. Even the strongest, Rob Lucci, was easily dealt with single-handedly. He was about to pee his pants in fright. When had he ever seen such a terrifying person? Seeing Madara coming, he froze. If Lucci and others were small ants, then Spandam was simply trash to Madara. Hitting him would dirty his hands. But Spandam didn't know that Madara wouldn't touch him. Scared to death, Spandam hurriedly took out a golden den mushi from his pocket. Don't come here. I'm the commander of CP9. If you do something to me, the world government will not spare you. If you dare to attack me, I will launch the Buster Call now and let the Marines completely kill you. Madara stopped suddenly. He wasn't frightened by Spandam but looked at the golden den mushi in the other's hand with some interest. A tool that looked like a living thing but could communicate over a distance was very interesting. Madara raised his hand to take the snail from Spandam. But his action made Spandam think that he was going to attack him, so he activated the golden den mushi without hesitation. The golden den mushi connected almost instantly. And the person who answered the phone was someone even Spandam didn't expect. Kong, how's the situation at Eni's lobby? Has the invader been found? Spandam didn't know how the golden den mushi directly connected to Commander-in-Chief Kong. Just as Spandam was about to say something, suddenly, Madara activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and cast a genjutsu. Spandam froze in place, unable to move, looking as if he had lost his soul. Like a wooden puppet, he stood there motionless with blank eyes. Madara took the microphone directly from his hand and looked at the golden den mushi. If you were looking for me, congratulations. I'm on this island. At this moment, a huge fleet of more than a dozen marine warships could be seen far away on the sea, heading towards Eni's lobby. On the leading warship, Kong stood at the bow, listening to the voice on the other end of the connection. This guy stole Spandam's golden den mushi. Kong's expression became very dignified. Sure enough, you're still at Eni's lobby and haven't left yet. Madara, I've been here for a long time. Kong, it looks like you're not afraid that we'll find you. Hee hee. Madara chuckled. Of course. On the contrary, I am looking forward to your arrival, and I hope you can send someone with better skills. Don't let a group of trash bother me, or if I'm not happy, this island won't exist. Unexpectedly, at this time, the other party would actually threaten him with Enies Lobby's safety. Although he hadn't seen the other party with his own eyes, Kong could already feel the arrogance in his bones. It seemed that he didn't pay attention to any enemy at all. Kong's temper was not very good either. Since the other party was so arrogant, then he didn't need to be polite. Kong, then you just wait. 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the strongman you were expecting will arrive, but I hope you will not regret it when the time comes. The slightly provocative statement made Madara find it interesting. Don't worry, I won't leave. I will wait for you on the top of the tallest building in Enies Lobby. If the strongman you sent doesn't satisfy me, then I will let him disappear with this island. Click. The phone bug hung up. Kong turned and looked back at the three people behind him. Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu all heard what was just said clearly. They stared at Enies Lobby in the distance. Arrogant invaders from the other world. Then let's see if you can continue to be so arrogant later. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 188, Chapter 191, The Collapsed Judicial Building, The War Begins. Chapter 191, The Collapsed Judicial Building, The War Begins. To the three admirals, the power of ninjas was not entirely unknown. Having experienced multiple world wars, they possessed a clear understanding of their enemies. While ninjas generally lacked the raw physical prowess found in the pirate world, their difficulty lay in their unpredictability. The true headache was not the raw power of ninjutsu, but the myriad of strange effects different techniques possessed. This versatility was often the factor that allowed ninjas to turn the tide of battle. However, that was in the past. Having fought ninjas countless times, the Marines felt they had collected sufficient intelligence. Their analysis of ninja combat capabilities was deep. The power known as chakra in the other world was no longer something to be feared. Moreover, with all three admirals mobilizing together this time, taking down a single ninja should not be a significant problem. The fleet slowly approached Enies Lobby. After landing, the Marine soldiers quickly advanced toward the island, while Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu strode toward the rear of the judicial island. From the moment they set foot on the island, the eyes of the three admirals were locked onto the roof of the tallest building. Even from the port, they could vaguely make out a figure standing atop the high tower. A palpable pressure radiated from that position. Akainu walked through the gates with a cold expression, hurrying toward the back of the island. Kizaru and Akiji followed, their expressions equally grim. All three burned with a silent rage. This scene was captured in the eyes of the audience across the worlds. The aura of the three admirals was overwhelming. Even through the screen, one could feel a powerful presence that made it difficult to remain calm. It was like smoke rising ominously into the air. The combat effectiveness of the Marine admirals was absolute. The question now was how long this invader could last against them. The people of the pirate world were full of confidence. Conversely, the people of the ninja world were worried. Although the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara was strong, he was facing the Marines' three admirals. They knew of these three men, users of magma, ice, and light, who were extremely difficult to deal with. Even the Sannin, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had stated that the Marine admirals were not to be underestimated. Uchiha Madara had a great reputation, but there was no guarantee he could easily handle these three monsters. As the admirals passed through the gates and arrived before the Enies Lobby judicial building, Madara, sitting atop the roof, slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at the three figures standing on the bridge below. In that instant, an invisible sense of terror and oppression erupted, crushing down on the three Marines. This amazing sense of oppression was felt even by those watching through the screens, causing the expressions of the Five Kages in the ninja world to turn grave. For a moment, only the sound of the wind echoed in their ears. Neither side made a sound. A few seconds passed before Madara stood up slowly, a smile playing on his lips. The time is just right. You are very punctual. Akainu snorted coldly. You are quite courageous to actually sit here and wait for us. Madara shrugged. Indeed. But seeing you with my own eyes, I am a little disappointed. The so-called Marine admirals, judged to be S-level fighters, don't look like much. The Marine admirals' combat effectiveness wasn't good. Perhaps only Madara would say such a thing. In the minds of the Five Kages, the three admirals were anything but easy to deal with. They dared not underestimate them, yet Madara looked down on them with ease. Anoki smiled wryly. He's still the same as before, as arrogant as ever. Mr. Madara. The fourth Raikage sighed. I hope this guy doesn't screw up. While they spoke, Madara suddenly jumped down from the roof, falling straight toward the admirals. He landed steadily within 2 meters of Akainu. Madara raised his head and looked the Magma Admiral in the eye. This move shocked many viewers in both worlds. This guy, not only did he fail to keep his distance, but he actively shortened it. Did he not know that the people of the other world used a power called Haki, which allowed them to easily suppress ninjas in close-quarters combat? However, what made the ninjas feel even more helpless was that Madara took a step forward, looking at the three with eyes full of disdain. You are really pitifully weak. With your strength, I'm afraid it's impossible to even touch me. Facing Madara's repeated provocations, Akainu, never one for a good temper, reached his limit. Scorching lava erupted instantly. Thick black smoke rose from the magma surging from his right arm. Drops fell onto the bridge, melting the stone instantly. Akainu locked his eyes on Madara, raised his fist, and punched without hesitation. Then let me see just how much strength you have to back up that arrogance. Great eruption. Boom. Terrifying magma exploded outward. The moment Akainu burst into action, Madara sneered softly. He flipped backward, instantly opening the distance between him and Akainu. The lava swept past, almost grazing Madara's face, and slammed into the judicial building behind him, blasting a massive hole in the structure. The hissing sound of lava melting cement filled the air. Madara, having dodged the shocking blow, remained calm. What a pity. You almost hit me. Veins popped on Akainu's forehead. He raised his hand to attack again, not caring if his assault would destroy the judicial building behind his target. However, Akiji rushed out suddenly, his cold air freezing the lava on the bridge. Don't destroy Ini's lobby, he warned Akainu. As the words fell, a blue shadow flashed past, aiming for Madara. Ice time capsule. Crack, crack. Ice spread rapidly across the ground, closing in on Madara. Watching the encroaching frost, Madara quickly wove hand signs. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Boom. A massive wall of flame erupted against the invasion of frost, sweeping toward Akiji with crushing momentum. To suppress the ice fruit's freezing ability with flames, this was somewhat beyond Akiji's expectations. Seeing the fire about to consume him, Akiji prepared to retreat, but Akainu jumped forward. It's just a flame. Hellhound. Lava erupted through the fire. The magma, hot enough to burn even fire itself, broke through Madara's sea of flames in an instant, spreading rapidly in his direction. Madara smiled coldly, jumping up and landing directly on the side of the Ini's lobby building. Standing horizontally on the vertical wall, he looked down at Akainu. Magma is indeed stronger than flame. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Mr. Otherworlder. Golden particles gathered above Madara's head. Madara's expression suddenly changed. He slowly turned his head. In midair behind him, Kizaru's lightspeed kick exploded in an instant. Boom. A deafening roar erupted as the Ini's lobby building was sheared in half. A single kick from Admiral Kizaru caused the massive structure to collapse from the middle. The intelligence officers of the Marines and Ini's lobby watched helplessly as the judicial building was destroyed by Kizaru. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 189, Chapter 192, Scarlet Eyes, Huge Black Shadow in the Sky. Chapter 192, Scarlet Eyes, Huge Black Shadow in the Sky. The collapsed building fell toward the abyss below. At that moment, a black shadow leaped from the falling debris toward the roof of the opposite building at high speed. Everyone's eyes followed the shadow. It wasn't until he stood still that they realized it was Madara. The Marines were shocked. He was able to dodge Admiral Kizaru's lightspeed kick. He didn't get hit. He can even dodge the speed of light. What kind of perverted speed is that? Akainu's face sank slightly. Kizaru's attack was not easily evaded. How did this guy do it? Watching the collapsed building, the ninjas in the ninja world felt relieved. As expected of the legendary ninja, he was able to dodge such a blow. Unlike ordinary ninjas, the Five Kages were more concerned about the three Marine admirals. Compared to before, their power seemed to have increased significantly. Not only their speed, but the destructive power of their attacks had also grown. Hiruzen sighed helplessly. They have won many World War victories. Their strength has become much greater without us realizing it. Terumi May added, their power has increased by at least 1/3 compared to before. Now, when the three of them performed their signature moves, the power was incomparable to the past. Was this the result of world evolution? Pew. On the screen, Kizaru, having missed his initial attack, did not give up. He continued to shoot laser beams toward the moving Madara. Madara simply shifted his body slightly, dodging the beams with precision. This attack is really fast. However, as soon as he spoke, the roar sounded again. Akainu's lava struck. The magma took the form of a vicious dog, leaping up from below with its huge mouth open to bite Madara. Yet again, Madara dodged easily, jumping onto the platform behind him. Immediately after, the three admirals jumped to the roof, standing on 3 pillars and locking onto Madara simultaneously. Madara curled his lips. I told you, you can't even touch me. A cold light flashed in Akiji's eyes, even he couldn't help but feel angry this time. This guy in front of them was simply too arrogant. Cold air gathered in Akiji's palm as he slammed it onto the ground. Ice Age. Ice crystals spread rapidly in Madara's direction. At the same time, a terrifying heat wave filled the air. The hot wind burned the skin of anyone near it as terrible lava surged forward. The ground was covered in frost, and lava filled the sky. And it wasn't over, laser beams pierced through the lava, shooting wildly in Madara's direction. The three admirals attacked at the same time. This overwhelming assault stunned everyone who witnessed it. There was no way Madara could dodge such an attack. Boom. A terrifying roar erupted as the combined attacks exploded. The resulting blast was astonishingly powerful. A storm spread from the roof in an instant. The marine soldiers in the rear swallowed nervously. Even several hundred meters away from the explosion, they could feel the vibration from the ground. The combined attack power of the three admirals was simply too amazing. The people of the ninja world were now very worried. Could even the legendary Uchiha Madara escape this? From within the smoke of the explosion, Madara's voice suddenly rang out. Nice attack. You blocked all my escape routes. You still have some skills. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the billowing smoke on the screen. He blocked it. Whoosh. The spreading storm blew away the smoke. Madara opened his eyes, revealing a pair of scarlet pupils. Rib-like structures floated around his body, burning with blue flames. This thing was like a cage, protecting Madara within. It seemed that thanks to this defense, Madara had easily blocked the attack just now. Looking at the weird blue flames and the strange skeleton that allowed Madara to withstand the joint attack of the three admirals, everyone in the pirate world was full of doubts. What was that? At this moment, the people in the ninja world were not as surprised as those in the pirate world, but for ninjas who had never seen this ability, the scene was equally impressive. What is that? Asked a young ninja. Faced with this question, only some senior ninjas knowledgeable about Uchiha secrets knew the answer. If my guess is correct, that should be the Uchiha Sharingan's ability. Susanoo. The young ninjas looked on with yearning. Susanoo. What a cool name. And the power was amazing, such an attack was easily defended. If these ninjas knew that the Susanoo currently cast by Madara was only a small part, not even the half-complete body, one could only imagine their shock. Now, attention focused on Madara's eyes. There were strange patterns in those blood-red pupils. Just looking at them felt like being drawn in by some force. The trio of Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu were currently being drawn in by the Mangekyo Sharingan. And at this moment, Madara moved. It wasn't his style to be beaten without fighting back. The moment the body flicker technique activated, Madara's speed became unimaginable. His first target was Akainu. Appearing instantly in front of the Admiral, Madara grabbed Akainu's neck directly. The palm, infused with chakra, grasped Akainu's tangible body. Akainu reacted and tried to break free, but in the next second, Madara kicked him in the chest. It was a clean blow that knocked Akainu, one of the three admirals, into the air. Akiji followed closely behind. Taking a slight step, Akiji, who had been momentarily intimidated by the Mangekyo Sharingan, recovered just as Madara attacked. He raised his hand to block, but the power of Madara's punch completely exceeded his imagination. Boom. An explosion of strange power. The pouring chakra made Akiji spit out a mouthful of blood instantly. His body shot violently toward the rear, smashing through a pillar on the roof before falling toward the bottom. Faced with this situation, Kizaru did not retreat but instead stepped forward and kicked at Madara. Madara raised his right leg, counterattacking without showing any weakness. The moment he blocked Kizaru's kick, Madara grabbed his leg with a backhand grip. Stepping forward to close the distance, he delivered a clean elbow that knocked Kizaru away. In the blink of an eye, all three marine admirals were easily knocked into the air. Madara stood where he was, staring at the three falling figures with an arrogant and indifferent expression. The people of both worlds were stunned. In the ninja world, Tsunade looked at Madara, who had just punched Akiji away. She felt that punch seemed a little weird. It appeared somewhat similar to the chakra-enhanced strength of the Senju clan. But how could Madara possess the strange power of the Senju? Impossible. Just as the audiences in both worlds were stunned into silence, a thunderous sound exploded in the sky. Bang bang. Lightning fell straight down from above, exploding directly in front of Madara. Everyone looked toward the sky. In the thick clouds, lightning kept flickering. The flashes illuminated a huge black shadow shuttling quickly through the clouds. What is that? That shadow looks like a ship. Impossible. How could a ship be in the sky? Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 190, Chapter 193, The Arc Maxim comes, excited Madara. Chapter 193, The Arc Maxim comes, excited Madara. Boom boom boom. Crackling. Thunder and roaring winds intertwined. It seemed as if a giant whale was swimming through the sky. The clouds were torn apart, and a golden light emerged. Accompanied by the flickering of thunder, this extremely dazzling golden light grew in intensity. The black giant shadow in the clouds disappeared, replaced by an incomparably huge golden ship. The Arc Maxim. The god's ship from Sky Island, a vessel made of gold, was displayed in front of everyone in the world at this moment. The resplendent giant ship had many rotors providing power, keeping this leviathan aloft. Watching the behemoth in the sky, Madara felt a sense of novelty. There is such a thing. This world is so interesting. In the ninja world, there was no such mobile tool capable of flight. However, this world not only had vast and mysterious seas but also many unprecedented fantasy locations. Now, there was this magical flying machine. A ship in the sky. It made Madara feel as though he had stepped into a fairy tale. The three admirals, who had fallen from the top of the building, adjusted their trajectories in midair and landed smoothly. However, they had no time to dwell on Madara's terrifying power. They stared at the huge ship in the sky in shock. Even the world government didn't possess such a thing. What was this? The people below couldn't see who was on the boat, but the audiences of the ninja world and pirate world saw the image clearly through the light curtain. On the golden ship, seated upon a throne made of gold, Enel, the user of the rumble fruit, appeared in everyone's field of vision. His unique appearance and the lightning constantly erupting from his body caused surprise. Is this guy physically discharging electricity? Who is he? Why have I never seen him before? What kind of fruit did he eat? But it wasn't just Enel who caused a stir. The second face that appeared was equally shocking. The golden lion, Shiki. This legendary pirate was using the ability of the float fruit to speed up the Arc Maxim's movement. With him at the bow and Enel at the stern, the speed of this behemoth was amazing. In the auditorium of the pirate world, reporters were frantically planning how to write a report that would shock the world. Golden Lion Shiki. The pirate who once competed with Roger, the Pirate King, was actually on a golden ship. However, the surprises didn't end with Shiki. The appearance of Black Arm Zephyr made the reporters go crazy again. The former Marine Admiral was actually acting together with pirates. This was an impossible scene. And besides Zephyr, a familiar figure slowly appeared on the light curtain. Yuichi. The new Emperor of the Sea, Yuichi. He seemed to be with Zephyr. Wait, if Yuichi of the Five Emperors Alliance was here, that meant. No need to guess. Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and red-haired Shanks appeared one after another. It seemed there wasn't enough space on the light curtain to show them all at once. Following them were the powerful officers under the four emperors. Under Whitebeard, Phoenix Marco, Diamond Jozu. Under Kaido, King the Conflagration, Queen the Plague, Jack the Drought. Under Big Mom, the three sweet commanders, Katakuri, Cracker, and Smoothie. Under Shanks, Ben Beckman, Yasop, Lucky Roo. These were all big pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion. There were 100 people on board, and every single one seemed to be a monster who could handle a battlefield casually. Gathered together, the aura they exuded made people feel a violent tremor in their hearts. Accompanied by the slow descent of the ship, that terrifying momentum was like a mountain crushing down, making it hard to breathe. Below, Madara's face was filled with excitement. 1, 2, 3, 4. He kept muttering, counting. The light curtain indicated that there were no fewer than 18 people on that ship judged to have S-class combat effectiveness. The more S-level combatants he defeated, the greater the rewards he would receive from the World Fusion system. This was a great gift for Madara. How could he not be excited? He was so excited that he wanted to activate his ability to drag the damned golden ship down faster. He couldn't wait to get started. He wouldn't let anyone on that boat escape, he would kill them all. Madara's eyes released pure killing intent. The strong men of this world, come and deal with me, Uchiha Madara. Humph. No matter how many of you there are, I will kill all of you. Whitebeard and the others felt the strong killing intent emanating from Madara. What terrible killing intent. The guy below doesn't look simple, Whitebeard noted. Of course it's not simple, Yuichi smiled lightly. This was the final boss, Uchiha Madara, from the ninja world. Even if Whitebeard and the others faced Madara, Yuichi didn't think they could easily suppress him. More importantly, what stage was Madara in now? If Madara activated the Rinnegan, even the combined forces of the four emperors would find it extremely difficult to deal with him. The power of the Rinnegan, specifically Limbo, Border Jail, was a nightmare. Even Yuichi wasn't sure if he could deal with that technique yet. But Yuichi wasn't worried. Even if they couldn't defeat Madara, they just had to stop him from completing the invasion mission. Yuichi already knew Madara's objective. The moment he arrived at Ini's lobby, he felt a change in the system screen. The core of the mission was to keep Ini's lobby from being destroyed. If defeating defenders was the way to increase rewards, then the mission's success was determined by the survival of Ini's lobby itself. As long as the safety of Ini's lobby was guaranteed, no matter how many people Madara defeated, the mission would not be considered complete. The arc maxim descended slowly. Yuichi rolled his neck slightly. Facing the boss of the ninja world, one couldn't be careless. However, Kaido couldn't wait anymore. Let me see how strong this guy is. Invader from the other world. Humph. It's impressive to be able to block 3 Marine Admirals. Saying this, Kaido jumped directly. The arc maxim was at least a few thousand meters above the ground, but Kaido jumped without hesitation. As expected of the men who jumped off a sky island to commit suicide. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 191, Chapter 194, Uchiha's Power, Weak over Strong. Chapter 194, Uchiha's Power, Weak over Strong. Boom buzz. Falling from a height of thousands of meters, the acceleration generated by Kaido's huge body was amazing. When the people on Ini's lobby saw someone jumping off the boat, they were confused. Who is that? He fell off the boat. From such a height, he'll be smashed to a pulp. However, before they could finish speaking, Kaido slammed heavily in front of the 2 Marines discussing him. The impact exploded, and the ground shook, knocking the 2 over. Kaido, having sunk significantly into the ground, was uninjured. He stared at the 2 Marines with his large eyes. Seeing Marines was never pleasant for Kaido. With a cold snort, he pressed his hands against the earth and lifted his massive body out of the crater. Hopping to the level ground, Kaido cracked his neck, his bones popping loudly. The corners of the ninjas' mouths in the ninja world twitched. Is this still human? Falling from such a high place and nothing happened. Obviously a big hole was smashed, but he isn't injured at all. This guy's body structure is probably different from ordinary people. Whether Kaido's body structure was different was unknown, but his body was indeed tougher than steel. Madara, standing on the roof and watching Kaido fall unscathed, looked at him with great interest. Oh. Not bad. It's okay to fall from such a high place. It seems that this time there is a guy who can make me a little more serious. As Madara spoke, Kaido looked up at him. He grinned, staring at Madara like a beast stalking its prey. It was extremely unpleasant to be looked at like that. It's really a terrifying gaze, like a beast. Madara's tone shifted. But you have found the wrong prey. Shwa. Madara's figure instantly disappeared from the roof. A series of afterimages appeared in the air as he landed directly 10 meters away from Kaido. With his arms crossed, Madara looked at Kaido with aloofness. This pissed Kaido off. Pretentious ninja scum. He hoped the guy wouldn't cry in a moment. Holding the mace at his waist, Kaido had no intention of talking nonsense. He prepared to strike. Madara wasn't nervous at all, but the audiences in both worlds couldn't help but get tense. The people of the ninja world worried Madara was no match for Kaido. After all, the opponent held the title of strongest creature in the world. Meanwhile, the people of the pirate world worried whether Kaido could defeat this mysterious powerhouse who had just easily repelled 3 admirals. The battle began. First up was Kaido. Since the opponent didn't want to take the initiative, Kaido wouldn't be polite. Haki wrapped around his weapon. The mace swung violently. Boom. The weapon struck Madara's position. The ground cracked, dust and smoke filled the air, and shattered stones splashed outward. Kaido looked at the empty ground in front of him. Turning around instantly, he saw Madara appear behind him. You ninjas, do you only know how to scurry around like rats? Madara's expression changed slightly at this insult. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Okay. Then I will show you the power of the Uchiha. Hearing this, Kaido snorted, a smile flashing in his eyes. Not hiding anymore. Want to go head to head? Boom. Lifting the heavy mace with one hand, Kaido's extraordinary Haki instantly diffused and wrapped around the weapon. Black lightning flickered wildly. In an instant, the surrounding airflow changed drastically, and the fluctuations spreading from the mace became violent. Kaido fixed his eyes firmly on Madara. Thunderbugwa. Crackling, sizzling. The roaring sound of black thunder swept toward Madara in an instant. Intense Haki fluctuations surged like raging waves. Facing Kaido's attack, Madara didn't retreat. He didn't plan to dodge. Chakra exploded around his legs, and Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly. His eyes saw through Kaido's blow in a split second. The power of Haki was layered and indeed extremely violent. If he didn't use any skill to collide with this force head-on, Madara would suffer. But he saw the opening in the flow of Haki. He kicked directly at that specific point. Everyone watched as Madara used his own flesh and blood to forcefully challenge Kaido's Thunder Bagua. Even the ninjas in the ninja world couldn't help but cringe. Was this suicide? Chakra was no match for Haki in melee combat. Didn't Madara know this? Just when the ninjas couldn't figure out what Madara was thinking, his kick connected with the mace. The moment he touched Kaido's Haki, the strong impact made Madara clearly feel how strong the power was. But he didn't panic. In that flash of lightning, he used chakra to redirect the surging power of the mace. Boom. The mace hit the ground heavily, exploding the earth instantly. Madara stood on top of the mace, looking down at the shocked Kaido who was still gripping the handle. Seeing Madara defuse the attack of Kaido of the beasts in this posture, Whitebeard and the others on the Arc Maxim frowned. Shanks couldn't help sighing. What a subtle blow. Compared to Kaido, his strength is like an egg hitting a rock, Shanks analyzed. Obviously he should have been smashed to pieces, but he used terrifying skill to deflect the trajectory of Kaido's impact instantly. What a terrible enemy. Now Shanks was very wary of Madara. This move alone proved that the person in front of him was a top-tier powerhouse. Yuichi listened to Shanks' words and smiled lightly. That was Lord Madara. Although Chakra's physical enhancement wasn't as terrifying as Haki, the dojutsu possessed by this man happened to be the nemesis of taijutsu. With the inside of Madara's eyes, seeing through the flaws of Kaido's technique wasn't surprising. The marine soldiers who witnessed this scene had eyes so wide they almost fell out of their sockets. That was Kaido's attack. He stepped on it casually. Did I have an illusion? Such a terrifying attack was blocked so easily. At this moment, even the three admirals were stunned. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 192, Chapter 195, Return to Marine's Invitation, Susanoo opens. Chapter 195, Return to Marine's Invitation, Susanoo opens. The entire Enies lobby fell silent, save for the hum of the slowly descending Arc Maxim. Countless eyes were fixed on the two combatants. Madara stood on Kaido's mace with an extremely contemptuous smile. What? Is this the power of the strongest creature in the world? Is the Pirate Emperor only at this level? Hearing Madara's sarcasm while still amazed that his Thunder Bagua had been broken, veins popped on Kaido's face. Powerful Haki surged. As he lifted the mace, he threw Madara into the air. Madara rotated quickly and landed steadily, acting with ease. But the moment he landed, Kaido took a step, rushing forward like a thunderbolt. Boom buzz. With one blow, the ground shook continuously. Madara dodged quickly. His Mangekyo Sharingan once again foresaw Kaido's next attack. Stepping forward with extreme speed, Madara jumped up and kicked Kaido in the chest. There was a dull impact sound. Kaido's movements only paused for a moment, he was completely unharmed by Madara's attack. Ha ha ha. It's like scratching an itch. You ninjas are too weak. I don't care about such an attack at all. As he spoke, he waved his mace and began to attack continuously. Madara kept dodging. Kaido's attacks were strong, and every strike entangled with Haki had shocking power. But if he couldn't hit the target, the power was useless. Kaido drove Madara back wildly, roaring waves of force destroying the ground and surrounding buildings. Madara avoided all attacks perfectly, selectively counterattacking to test Kaido's defense. Both moved extremely fast. The battle scene was intense, but to those who truly understood, this stalemate was meaningless. Above on the Arc Maxim, Yuichi didn't want to wait any longer. He glanced back at Enel and Shiki. I'll go down and have a look too. I really want to fight against such a powerful enemy. Yuichi jumped out without waiting for a reply. Unlike Kaido's freefall, Yuichi stepped on a path formed by invisible spirit particles, sweeping down at high speed. It looked like a dive, but he was accelerating. It took almost one breath for Yuichi to land smoothly on a nearby roof. The appearance of Yuichi made Madara, who was fighting Kaido, even more excited. Here comes another capable guy. Then don't get entangled with this big brute who only knows how to use brute force. Thinking this, Madara suddenly stopped. The falling mace was about to hit him. Suddenly, a huge skeletal palm grabbed Kaido's mace. Susanoo. On. Blue chakra burned as a skeletal right arm emerged from the ribcage around Madara, holding Kaido's weapon tightly. Kaido's eyes widened at the sight of the weird bone structure. This force completely suppressed his Haki. The three admirals looked dignified. That ability, isn't it just for defense? Akiji said in surprise. The phantom-like skeleton slowly emerged, overwhelming Madara. It seemed this ability was not just a simple defense, but a powerful integration of offense and defense. Sure enough, this guy hasn't used his full strength yet, Akiji noted. Even without full strength, he had repelled the three of them. This man's strength was terrifyingly high, perhaps even greater than Kaido's. The first form of Susanoo was active. Although the skeletal form wasn't the strongest, Madara's use of it amazed countless people. Yuichi's eyes fixed on Madara. His right hand slowly moved to the handle of his Zanpakuto, Senbon Sakura. He could use Uchiha Madara to confirm his own level relative to the ninja world and prepare for the future war. But the moment Yuichi grabbed the handle of Senbon Sakura, 2 auras locked onto him. Or rather, 3. Yuichi suddenly looked in the other direction. 2 figures jumped up from the ground and landed on the roof opposite him, only 10 meters away. These were naturally not ordinary soldiers. Mr. Garp. Mr. Sengoku, Yuichi said softly. Garp and Sengoku looked at Yuichi with complicated expressions. Garp sighed, squinting at his old friend. Sengoku was assessing whether his plan could be realized. After a few seconds of silence, Sengoku spoke slowly. Yuichi, you can come back. I've already talked to the 5 elders. They promise they won't make a fuss about the tailed beast chakra inside you. That power can belong to you. Come back. The Marines need you. The Marines wanted to recruit Yuichi back. This didn't matter much to the people of the ninja world, but it was significant to the pirate world. Ordinary people naturally preferred Marine Yuichi over Pirate Yuichi, as the Marines were the defenders of justice. But as many looked at Yuichi expectantly, he showed an unruly smile. Seeing this expression, Sengoku felt disappointed. He had managed to convince the 5 elders, but convincing Yuichi seemed far more difficult. It doesn't matter whether I go back or not, Yuichi said suddenly. For me, the purpose of fighting is to become stronger. It doesn't matter if I'm in the Marines or not. Sengoku's eyes lit up again. Then Yuichi, go back to the Marines. The previous situation will never happen again, and after you return, you will be the core candidate for the next fleet admiral. What was this? Giving him a blank check to get him back. Yuichi was no 3-year-old child to be cheated so easily. Yuichi shook his head. No need. Being a pirate is quite free. Seeing Yuichi's decisive refusal, another person jumped up, standing behind Sengoku and Garp. He was older than the 2, yet his momentum was much stronger. Although Yuichi had never met him, he guessed who it was. The Commander-in-Chief of the World Government, Kong. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 193, Chapter 196, 3 Marine Legends, Senbon Sakura's third scene. Chapter 196, 3 Marine Legends, Senbon Sakura's third scene. Although the appearance of Commander-in-Chief Kong was not a surprise, it signaled a shift in the atmosphere. Sengoku and Garp had sent a friendly signal to Yuichi, hoping for a peaceful resolution, but Kong's arrival represented the finality of the situation. From beginning to end, the intent was heavy. Although Kong showed a look of reluctance in his eyes, a commander-in-chief of the world government's military would not alter his course due to personal emotions. That was impossible. Kong looked at Yuichi, his inner emotions complicated. A man who could have grown into an excellent marine, perhaps even a fleet admiral, had become the marine's greatest enemy. Such a change was a pity even for Kong. But his thoughts didn't matter, what mattered were the orders of the 5 elders. Garp and Sengoku had fought for a chance with the 5 elders, but Yuichi turned it down. It didn't take long to travel from naval headquarters to Eni's lobby via the Darui current. The Marines should have arrived last night. But they waited for Sengoku and Garp, who came from the holy land of Mariewa, to persuade Yuichi face to face. The result, however, was unsatisfactory. Yuichi made a decisive choice, forcing Kong to step forward. Circumstances now left him with the secondary order from the 5 elders. Yuichi. Kong looked at the young man. If you refuse to return to the Marines, then you are an enemy of the Marines, and you must hand over your power. Hearing this, Yuichi smiled disdainfully. In the end, they still cared about the chakra of the one-tailed Shikaku. Looking at the mocking smile on Yuichi's face, Kong didn't bother to explain. What the 5 elders cared about was indeed the tailed beast chakra. This was an undeniable fact, but Sengoku and Garp's efforts had truly convinced the 5 elders to compromise. They had promised that if Yuichi returned and proved his loyalty, they would never pursue the tailed beast chakra again. After all, a person who could guarantee the safety of the world government was worth rewarding, even if that reward was the power within him. Boom. Suddenly, on the other side of the battlefield, Madara's Susanoo forced Kaido back. Madara turned to look in Yuichi's direction, having overheard the conversation. Madara sneered. It seems that no matter which world you are in, there are quite a few people peeking at powerful abilities. He looked at Yuichi with interest. From a hero to a target shouted at and beaten by everyone, your experience is a bit like mine, kid. It seemed Madara felt a kinship with his situation. Yuichi smiled. Is that so? If it weren't for the fact that we are from different worlds, I would really like to sit down and talk with you. Maybe we would become friends. Madara laughed loudly. It's a pity indeed. We are people from different worlds. Then let's fight, kid. I'm very concerned about your strength. Yuichi prepared to draw the Zanpakuto from his waist. However, the three marine legends stood between him and Madara. Garp's voice sounded from behind. Yuichi, think about it again. Do you really want to be a pirate? Garp was already showing a hint of anger. Although he didn't understand why Yuichi refused to return, he had no patience for pirates. Yuichi looked back at Garp. If I say yes, do you want to fight me, Mr. Garp? Garp's eyes widened. If you really want to be a pirate, then I will kill you here. His friend Sengoku had offended the five elders for Yuichi's sake. Yuichi's current performance made Garp feel that the boy had completely failed Sengoku's kindness. He was furious. Sengoku sighed silently. Yuichi, if you really don't plan to go back to the Marines, you can't become a pirate either. There was a hint of an order in Sengoku's tone. It meant that if Yuichi disagreed, Sengoku would take action. And Yuichi did not like being ordered around. Yuichi's gaze turned cold. My decision is not something Mr. Sengoku can change. Hearing this, Akiji, observing from a distance, felt depressed. Why wouldn't Yuichi listen to reason? Sengoku stared at Yuichi blankly for several seconds. Seeing that Yuichi's eyes didn't waver, he sighed helplessly. Then, Yuichi, if you insist on being a pirate, no matter what price is paid today, we must bring you back to naval headquarters. As he spoke, the momentum of Garp, Kong, and Sengoku suddenly shifted. They entered a battle state. 2 marine legends and 1 marine living fossil. Although their bodies were aging and their strength was not what it once was, one must not forget that the pirate world had experienced world evolution. After the victories in the world wars, their bodies had recovered to a certain extent. While not at their peak, their physical condition had regressed 15 or 16 years. They were not frail old men, they were veterans with energy to spare. Yuichi smiled, ignoring the 3 of them for a moment to look at Madara. It seems that our battle will have to wait a little longer. Madara was stunned for a moment, then nodded lightly. I'll wait for you. I have plenty of time, and it's not like I don't have anyone to accompany me in activities now. The Marine Admirals and Kaido in front of him were much angrier than the group facing Yuichi. Madara wouldn't be able to get rid of them immediately anyway. Yuichi found it amusing that Madara was willing to wait. But now, things were getting interesting. Task announcement. The dignity of nobility. Since you are oppressed, there is no room for turning back if you choose to leave. Defeat Sengoku, Garp, Kong. Task reward, unlock Senbon Final Scene, White Emperor Sword, Shukei, Hakutiken, in advance. It seemed that Byakuya Kuchiki was also angry, the dignity of the nobility could not be trampled upon. What Yuichi didn't expect was the reward, unlocking the 3rd stage of Senbon Sakura early. The power of the Shukei, Hakutiken was terrifying. Currently, Yuichi's template awakening progress was only a little bit away from opening the Senkei, 2nd scene. Facing 3 marine legends, perhaps this time, it wouldn't be possible to simply break through the character template to 70%. Yuichi's fighting spirit ran high. Just at that moment. Crackling. A thunderbolt fell from the sky, landing directly in front of Yuichi. The lightning caused the expressions of Sengoku and the others to change slightly. In the next second, the thunder and lightning gathered into a figure. God Enel appeared, holding a golden trident. He looked at the 3 men in front of him. Yo. Are these the Marines from the Blue Sea? What do you want to do to our leader? Leader. Yuichi froze for a moment. At this time, another presence appeared on the side. Sengoku, Garp. Long time no see. Hearing this voice, the 2 veterans raised their heads simultaneously to see Golden Lion Shiki sneering as he floated in midair. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 194, Chapter 197, Thunder Fruit Ability User, under Yuichi's command. Chapter 197, Thunder Fruit Ability User, under Yuichi's command. The Golden Lion floated quietly in the sky. His presence surprised both Sengoku and Garp. Shiki, why are you here? Sengoku was shocked. The Golden Lion had disappeared since escaping Impel Down. In Sengoku's view, Shiki, having lost his legs, should have hidden somewhere to lick his wounds. He had lost his former glory and was, at best, a remnant of the old era. Sengoku hadn't worried much about him. Unexpectedly, Golden Lion Shiki appeared at Eni's lobby today. This was no longer a simple situation. It felt as though the pirates appearing at Eni's lobby were all fighting forces under the command of the Emperors of the Sea. Did the Golden Lion's appearance here mean that he was also a subordinate to someone? But was that possible? With the nature of the Golden Lion, how could he be willing to be inferior to others? Why am I here? Of course, it's because I, the Golden Lion, am now a member of the Five Emperors Alliance. Shiki glanced at Yuichi. Our leader is being targeted by you. As a subordinate, can I just watch you do something to him? Leader. Both Sengoku and Garp immediately turned their attention to Yuichi. Could it be that this guy really made someone like the Golden Lion submit willingly? How was this possible? Of course, Yuichi was talented and strong, even if he was comparable to Whitebeard, that was one thing. There would always be one or two monsters in an era. But to be strong enough to make a proudman like Shiki surrender, that was a different concept entirely. How did he do it? The people of the Blue Sea look very strong. I just want to try and see what level I am in this sea area. At this time, Enel's voice sounded. He stood in front of Yuichi with a golden trident in his hand and strange drums on his back. Coupled with his lightning entrance, he was very eye-catching. Crackling. Enel disappeared as a bolt of lightning, shooting toward Garp with extreme speed. He reappeared in front of the marine hero instantly, waving the golden trident flowing with terrifying electricity. He stabbed at Garp. The attack was sudden and fast, the speed of lightning was no joke. But facing Garp, although the speed was surprising, it was nothing he couldn't handle. Garp raised one arm across his chest, covering it in armament Haki. Ding! Zizizi! The collision of lightning and Haki rang out. Enel's thrust did not hurt Garp, but his attack stunned the countless marine soldiers around them. Weapons fell from trembling hands. He just became lightning, a marine soldier stammered, eyes wide. Although the other soldiers remained silent, they all realized the same thing. In this sea, the ability to transform into an element meant only one thing, a Logia devil fruit user. And this element was lightning. Is this guy a Logia ability user? The rumble fruit. Compared with the three admirals' abilities, isn't lightning. Marine officers who understood the significance spoke up. Not only is it not weak, but the rumble fruit is considered one of the invincible abilities. Its destructive power is terrifying, perhaps even superior to Akainu's magma fruit. And its mobility is unmatched. It's an almost perfect ability. Zizizizizi. Enel's lightning continued to erupt, rushing along the trident toward Garp's body. Although Garp's Haki blocked the strike, he couldn't completely block the intrusion of the electricity. The paralyzing effect made Garp feel his arm lose sensation. Garp's heart froze. Suddenly, he burst out a Haki shockwave, knocking Enel back. Turning into lightning in the air, Enel dissipated the force and returned to Yuichi's side, resting the trident on his shoulder with a faint smile. What strong Haki! Humph. How dare a young brat attack this old man? Bang. This time, Garp took the initiative. Although he didn't have a devil fruit ability, and his physical condition had regressed, Garp's strength was terrifying. His burst speed was not much slower than Enel's lightning movement. In an instant, he rushed to Enel and delivered an iron fist. Enel frowned. His body turned into lightning, moving to the right to avoid the attack. At the same time, the drums behind him exploded with power. Terrifying thunderbolts fell from the sky, absorbed by Enel and poured into his trident. The weapon turned red-hot. Elthor. Crackling. The trident, powered by the burst of thunder, struck toward Garp. Garp's reaction was instant. Although the light from the lightning was blinding, he turned and swung a punch. Before the Haki wave could fully explode, his fist collided with Enel's attack. Lightning and Haki clashed violently, creating an astonishing roar. The terrifying aftermath swept across the plaza, lifting Yuichi's cloak. In the next second, the light faded. The red-hot golden trident was stopped dead by Garp's iron fist. The two looked at each other as sparks erupted in the air. Bang bang. Shocked by the impact, Garp took 5 or 6 steps back to stabilize himself. Enel was sent flying but instantly turned into lightning, moving 10 meters away to remove the impact through elementalization. Marine hero Garp had pinned down a terrifying Logia user with his bare hands using only Haki. This power amazed countless people. However, Enel's performance was equally surprising. The Logia lightning power was potent, and his usage of the fruit was amazing. Speed, strength, and destructive power were all excellent. To fight against a legend like Garp without losing ground was unbelievable. And now, looking at the two combatants, everyone remembered one crucial fact: this guy was under Yuichi's command. As the newly promoted emperor, Yuichi actually had such a powerful Logia user as a subordinate. This subordinate was not inferior to a marine admiral's combat effectiveness. Enel suddenly exploded with more thunder, ready to attack again. Enough, Enel. Yuichi's voice cut through the noise. Enel stopped, the lightning on his body dissipating. He looked at Yuichi helplessly. I can handle this guy. Yuichi smiled and didn't argue, simply stating, this is my battle. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 195, Chapter 198, The Power of the New Emperor, the Most Terrifying Hero. Chapter 198, The Power of the New Emperor, the Most Terrifying Hero. Although Enel didn't quite understand Yuichi's words, it seemed his leader didn't want him to interfere. Enel shrugged and walked back. In the air, Golden Lion Shiki glanced at Yuichi. Are you really going to deal with them alone? Yuichi nodded. Ah. Seeing that Yuichi was unwilling to say more, the Golden Lion guessed Yuichi wanted to make a clean break with the Marines. At this time, Black Arm Zephyr appeared behind Yuichi, walking slowly. The roar of his huge mechanical arm, the Battle Smasher, put pressure on the surrounding soldiers. Though the young sailors didn't know Zephyr, the Marine officers looked at him in great surprise. Teacher. The former admiral and chief instructor was unknown to recruits, but many rear admirals and even vice admirals present were his former students. Hearing the generals call the newcomer teacher, the soldiers were confused. Who was this person? Zephyr came to Yuichi's side. He glanced at Garp and Sengoku, his gaze complicated but fleeting. Looking at Yuichi, he said, I originally said I would come to help. But now it seems that you want to settle this yourself. Settle? Yuichi didn't explicitly say that, but he didn't want to explain either. Silence was the best choice. Seeing that Yuichi didn't speak, Zephyr patted him on the shoulder. Then this battle is up to you to resolve. Zephyr. Suddenly, Sengoku shouted. When the name Zephyr rang out, the soldiers felt as if they had heard it somewhere before. When did you start hanging out with pirates too? Sengoku questioned Zephyr. Regardless of whether Zephyr had defected from the Marines, Sengoku never imagined he would become a pirate. Zephyr's family had died at the hands of pirates, his hatred for them should never have disappeared. Zephyr stopped. What are you trying to say, Sengoku? Are you a pirate now? Zephyr did not avoid the question. He nodded directly. That's right. The Neo Marines are now formally merged under the Pirate Emperor Yuichi's command. What? Sengoku stared blankly. Zephyr had become a pirate. How did Yuichi convince him? Whether it was the Golden Lion or Zephyr, what method did Yuichi use to make these men willingly become his subordinates? The soldiers on the side asked their officers, Vice Admiral, who is this man named Zephyr? The Vice Admiral opened his mouth slowly. Black Arm Zephyr. Former Marine Admiral, Chief Instructor of the Marines. Many generals, even Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Akiji, were once his disciples. This news was shocking. A former Marine Admiral of the same era as Sengoku and Garp. But how did he become a pirate? In the auditorium of the pirate world, the audience suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Wait. The former Marine Admiral Zephyr. Plus the Golden Lion Shiki, who fought Roger, and the Logia Lightning User, the strength of these three is completely comparable to the admirals. The pirates in the audience began to react. The new emperor, Yuichi. This guy has gathered three major powers under his command. Originally, the four emperors had their own three top commanders, but now the new emperor has his own three great powers, and they aren't weaker than the old Yonko's crews. Not only are they not weak, a voice analyzed, the Neo Marines have a large number of troops in their own weapons laboratory. The flying pirates, though damaged in the past, are still a massive fleet. Plus that new guy with the invincible Logia ability. New Emperor Yuichi, he might still have a gap compared to Whitebeard or Kaido in total numbers, but his elite force is definitely on par with red-haired Shanks. The audience was ebullient. Yuichi, originally regarded as a loner on the throne, possessed terrifying power. And look at that ship, someone pointed out. The Arc Maxim in the sky. It's a ship capable of flying. No wonder the five emperors gathered on a sky island. From a person about to become a Marine Admiral to the fifth emperor with a massive army, is this really a coincidence? Someone raised the question, and the implications made everyone's brains explode. How could this be accidental? If it wasn't an accident, it meant Yuichi had planned all of this. This man has been planning for years. Everyone shuddered. If Yuichi's strength was shocking, his patience and scheming were terrifying. He had waited so many years to explode onto the scene. This guy is definitely the scariest villain of this era. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 196, Chapter 199, The Most Scary Man in the World, Breaking Up with Marine. Chapter 199, The Most Scary Man in the World, Breaking Up with Marine. Not only does he have terrifying strength, but also this terrifying depth of mind. This guy is simply the scariest man in the world. Hearing such comments, others agreed. He had been in the Marines for a long time, forbearing for years. A person with deep schemes and strong power was truly frightening. At this moment, Yuichi didn't know that in the eyes of the pirate world, he had become the ultimate villain. He was preparing for the battle with Sengoku. Nearby, Madara fought against the three admirals and Kaido. The roar of battle was constant. Madara's strength was astonishing. Facing four opponents, he merely activated Susanoo and firmly suppressed them. But now that the arc maxim had landed, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Shanks were also interested in making a move. Yuichi was a little worried. Even a boss like Madara might be defeated if faced with so many enemies at once. Yuichi stepped forward toward Sengoku. Their eyes collided in the air. Sengoku saw the determination in Yuichi's eyes. It looked like no matter what he said, Yuichi wouldn't look back. Sengoku closed his eyes helplessly and sighed softly. At this moment, he seemed to age a few years. Yuichi should have been the pillar of the Marines and the world government. But because of a decision by the five elders, such an excellent person had become an enemy. Pity. It was a pity. Now Sengoku understood there was no way to recover. Since Yuichi was determined to be a pirate, they could only be enemies. And Sengoku had no soft-heartedness when dealing with enemies. Let's end it, Yuichi. Sengoku opened his eyes, a fierce fighting intent bursting forth. He had never looked at Yuichi like this before. Although Zephyr was Yuichi's teacher, Sengoku could be considered a mentor as well. He had taught Yuichi how to be a qualified leader, hoping to train him as the next fleet admiral. Yuichi looked at Sengoku. Good. Let's make a clean break. I have been taught by you, so as a disciple. I will take 3 attacks from you. As soon as the words came out, everyone was overwhelmed by Yuichi's courage. Even Whitebeard and the others were surprised. To take 3 attacks from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This was no joke. Although Sengoku was called the resourceful general, he was Garp's partner. He was a top powerhouse. Taking 3 attacks meant Yuichi would not attack, only defend. He might die. Whitebeard admired Yuichi. Although it's a bit reckless, he acts like a man. Big Mom squinted. Sengoku's attack is not easy to catch. He might die, or at least be seriously injured. Shanks didn't speak, but he felt respect for Yuichi's decision to end his relationship with his former mentor this way. Yuichi, don't mess around. Sengoku's attack is no joke. Shiki tried to stop him. But Yuichi turned his head slowly, looking at Shiki coldly. Shiki stopped. The look on Yuichi's face made Shiki see the shadow of his former captain, Roxy Zebek, in a trance. Domineering, arrogant, allowing no one to refute his decision. Shiki smiled coldly. What an arrogant fellow. Receive my 3 attacks, have you figured it out, Yuichi? Sengoku asked calmly, but his heart grew sadder. If he really attacked, the bond between them would be severed forever. Come on. Mr. Sengoku. Yuichi replied without hesitation. Sengoku suppressed his emotions and focused on Yuichi. Haki gathered instantly on his fist. Kong and Garp did not interfere. This was between Yuichi and Sengoku. Even Madara tacitly paused his battle to watch. I'm attacking, Yuichi. The terrifying Haki wave on Sengoku's fist erupted. Yuichi stood quietly, waiting. In the next second, a violent storm swept out. Sengoku's figure ejected like a cannonball, sweeping straight toward Yuichi. A punch as explosive as a heavy artillery shell hit Yuichi in the chest. Ripples appeared from the front of the fist, spreading in the air. Sengoku stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. He didn't dodge. At this moment, Sengoku regretted putting so much force into the punch. Yuichi hadn't done anything to block it. Was he begging for death? Boom. Suddenly, there was a roar. Just as Sengoku was wondering, he felt a terrifying resistance. An invisible force blocked his Haki. His fist seemed to hit Yuichi's chest, but it was actually stopped 5 centimeters away from his body. That small distance was like a natural moat, making it impossible for Sengoku's attack to cross. Yuichi looked at Sengoku calmly. Furioku transformation. Chakra plus Ryatsu, all formed into the power of Haki. In terms of armament Haki, I can be said to be the strongest in the entire pirate world. Don't even think about breaking my defenses with such an attack. An extraordinary wave of Haki erupted from Yuichi. In an instant, this wave collided with Sengoku's Haki, dissipating the fleet admiral's power and sending him flying back. The moment they felt this power, the expressions of Garp and Kong changed. Scary Haki. This kid actually polished his Haki to such an extent. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 197, Chapter 200, From General to King, Yuichi's Change. Chapter 200, From General to King, Yuichi's Change. Repelled, Sengoku slid backward, only stopping after more than 10 meters. He steadied himself and raised his head, a drop of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His right hand trembled slightly. Sengoku looked at Yuichi as if he were looking at a monster. He knew Yuichi's haki was strong, better than the Admiral's, but this improvement was exaggerated. How long had it been since he left the Marines? Looking at Yuichi, surrounded by powerful haki waves, the aura of a king dominating the world was shocking. Sengoku felt that Yuichi had transformed from a Marine general into a true king. Amazing, boy. Despite the shock, Sengoku felt a strange joy in watching his subordinate grow into such excellence. Yuichi was a little surprised to be praised. A fluke. 2 more attacks, Mr. Sengoku. Sengoku smiled lightly. After experiencing that haki, he knew it was impossible to injure Yuichi with regular attacks unless he aimed to kill with his strongest move. And he didn't want to kill Yuichi. Whitebeard was puzzled. Is this the kid's true strength? Didn't he display it when he fought Kaido? If so, Yuichi was extremely proud. Shanks shook his head. Maybe it wasn't that Yuichi didn't use his full strength then, maybe he has become stronger since. This statement caught Whitebeard by surprise. The speed at which Yuichi was growing was too fast. If this continued, he might surpass them all. We, the remnants of the old era, can't keep up with the pace of the new era after all. The commanders, Marco, Katakuri, Beckman, King, felt complicated. Comparing themselves to Yuichi gave them a strong sense of crisis. With that pervert's growth rate, they might not even be qualified to fight him in the future. Their fighting spirit surged. At this moment, Sengoku unleashed his second attack. He transformed into his golden Buddha form. With his massive palms, he compressed the air frantically, forming a transparent shockwave infused with haki. The surrounding airflow accelerated into a whirlwind. Sengoku stared at Yuichi. Ready, boy. Yuichi smiled. Come on, Mr. Sengoku. The roar rose. A violent noise erupted throughout Eni's lobby. From the palm of the golden Buddha, a strong air shockwave swept straight toward Yuichi. It's so strong. A Marine sighed. Even Madara couldn't help but comment. A very unique blow. Compressing the air into a shockwave combined with haki. If I don't use Susanoo, maybe even I would be hurt. He looked at Yuichi, who was still standing there. However, Yuichi made a strange movement. He bent his legs slightly, clasped his hands together, and made a volleyball dig or patting motion. He focused all his attention on the galloping air cannon. The corners of Yuichi's mouth turned up. Blocking doesn't mean you just have to stand still and get beaten. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even people in the ninja world were confused. Was he trying to deflect the attack? That should be impossible given the explosive power. The next second, Sengoku's attack reached Yuichi's face. In a split second, Yuichi aimed his hands at the bottom of the air cannon and hammered upward hard, concentrating all his haki into the strike. Crack! An extremely crisp roar sounded. Invisible waves swept away from Yuichi's feet. Sengoku's attack turned at a 90-degree angle in Yuichi's hands, rushing straight toward the sky. It exploded hundreds of meters in the air. The strong fluctuation swept over everyone's heads. Everyone's expression was shock. Not just in Eni's lobby, but in the audience across the worlds. It was incredible that Yuichi defused the attack in such a wonderful way. This guy was not only a monster with powerful strength but also a monster with unconstrained ideas. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 198, Chapter 201, The Application of Furyoku, The Final Blow. Chapter 201, The Application of Furyoku, The Final Blow. If Yuichi's raw power commanded admiration, then his current display transcended mere strength. Haki was a skill honed over time. No matter the era, observation haki would always grow stronger with practice. Naturally, the rate of progress depended entirely on individual talent. However, the technique Yuichi had just demonstrated was the perfect interpretation of what talent truly meant. Facing an attack from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Yuichi had stood his ground and deflected the blow in a manner no one had ever imagined. Originally, such a blow was thought to be something only Whitebeard could withstand, and even then, only by combining the power of the Tremor fruit with haki. Yet, even Whitebeard would not have remained rooted to the spot like Yuichi. He would have been forced back by the sheer force of the impact. Terrifying talent. Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh in a low voice, his tone thick with emotion. The aptitude this brat possesses is truly shocking. Even if I were in his shoes, I definitely couldn't have achieved that level of control. To bounce an enemy's attack away like a rubber ball required a mastery of power that bordered on the ultimate. Hearing Whitebeard's evaluation, Big Mom added her own observation. If that power wasn't controlled down to the finest detail, the moment the two forces collided, they would have exploded with terrifying destructive power. It should have been impossible to knock it aside. How did this kid do it? It's completely baffling. When Haki collided with Haki, maintaining a non-explosive state while redirecting the force was theoretically impossible. Even top-tier powerhouses like Whitebeard and Big Mom couldn't figure it out. For those who had cultivated Haki to its ultimate peak, the feat was incredible. However, for the ordinary people watching, the nuance was lost. The spectators in the auditorium stared at the screen, mouths agape, looking at the shocked expressions of Kong, Garp, and Whitebeard on Eni's lobby. They found it hard to understand why these legendary figures were so stunned. He just knocked the attack away, didn't he? Is there any need to be so surprised? Yeah. Is there anything special about this? It doesn't look like much to me. The ignorance of the crowd made another person in the audience smile helplessly. The laughing man was none other than the Pirate King's vice captain, Dark King Rayleigh. He was watching Yuichi's astonishing move from the stands. Hearing the comments from the ordinary civilians next to him, he couldn't help but explain. Haki is an uncontrollable, violent force. The moment the Haki of two people collides, it usually explodes like a cannonball. There is no time to simply kick it away. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed as he continued. The difficulty of that parry is no different from trying to stop a bomb that has already detonated from expanding, while simultaneously withstanding the terrifying impact and seizing a fleeting fraction of a second to redirect the force. It requires instantaneous adaptation. Genius. The new Emperor of the Sea, Yuichi. A terrifying genius. Rayleigh squinted and smiled, indifferent to whether the people around him understood. To master Haki to such a degree, even his captain, Roger, could never have done it. Regardless of Haki's strength, in terms of sheer mastery, Yuichi could already be called a supreme powerhouse. After hearing Rayleigh's explanation, some of the spectators finally showed surprise. They hadn't realized that the seemingly simple parry contained such terrifying difficulty. Now, they understood why legends like Sengoku and Garp were so shaken. This guy, is he really that scary? Someone whispered uncertainly. A person beside him asked a darker question. If such a terrifying monster has become a pirate, will the great pirate era ever end? Yuichi couldn't hear the exclamations of the crowd. He was looking at Sengoku with a smile. The blow that had knocked Sengoku away was, in fact, an experiment. Force. Yuichi had always used Furyoku as a tool to transform or fuel other powers, but he hadn't tried using the raw power itself directly. When he decided to deflect Sengoku's attack, the thought occurred to him, could it be done with Furyoku alone? The experiment yielded an astonishing result. When his Furyoku touched Sengoku's Haki, it seemed to instantly suppress the power of the Haki. Of course, this suppression wasn't permanent, it consumed a massive amount of Furyoku every passing second. However, under the suppression of the Furyoku, Sengoku's Haki couldn't detonate. Taking advantage of that brief window, Yuichi used his own Haki to alter the direction of the attack. The principle was like placing a layer of sponge between two iron balls. The Furyoku acted as the sponge, cushioning the impact just enough to manipulate it. This created the scene that had shocked the world. Yuichi, knowing the mechanics behind it, wasn't overly arrogant. Furyoku had the ability to restrain Haki, but he didn't know if it could restrain other forces. Devil fruit powers. Chakra. Can Furyoku suppress them? This was subject to further experimentation. But for now, Yuichi was confident he could catch Sengoku's third hit. Looking at Sengoku, who was still in a daze, Yuichi spoke slowly. The last blow. Let's get on with it, Mr. Sengoku. Sengoku, shaken from his stupor by Yuichi's voice, wore a clouded expression. He didn't know whether to be happy for Yuichi's growth or worried about the future of the Marines and the world. Looking at the energetic and imposing young man, Sengoku sighed. The final blow probably wouldn't have much effect. But he would not pass up the last chance. Yuichi. I'm going to do my best this time. Be careful. Sengoku's voice dropped an octave. Don't die. Feeling the shift in Sengoku's tone, Yuichi understood. Sengoku was determined. He was preparing to release a final blow with the resolve to kill. Yuichi didn't dare to take it lightly. Come on. Yuichi's focus sharpened, his expression turning extremely serious. Sengoku exhaled lightly, and the golden Buddha light radiating from his body intensified. This time, Sengoku wasn't just relying on Haki. He was preparing to unleash the strongest strike of his devil fruit ability. The surrounding airflow instantly changed direction, converging towards Sengoku's chest. He pressed his palms together, compressing the atmosphere. Transparent shockwaves began to gather. Expansion. Expansion. Extremely rapid expansion. The energy spread to a width of several meters in an instant, and then, defying physics, began to shrink continuously. Everyone witnessing this scene understood clearly, Sengoku was compressing his power to achieve maximum density. When this blow erupted, it would be absolutely apocalyptic. Looking at the compressed sphere of air, Madara was slightly surprised. It's terrifying. Compressing the air to such a degree. Is he serious? He squinted at Yuichi in the distance. It was obvious that Yuichi and Sengoku shared an unusual bond. But at this moment, no matter what their relationship had been, after this blow, regardless of the result, that bond would be completely severed. Boom. Buzz. Suddenly, Sengoku struck with his palm. This time, he didn't signal Yuichi in advance. The attack exploded like a bolt of lightning, wreaking havoc as it tore straight toward Yuichi. Yuichi's eyes widened rapidly. Red energy flowed through his body. Tailed Beast Chakra, explode. At the same time, Ryatsu coated the Tailed Beast Chakra, forming an invisible armor. Finally, Armament Haki infiltrated the mix. The defense formed by three distinct forces, coupled with the diffusion of Furioku, turned into a vortex that rushed to meet the galloping air cannon. Chapter 199, Chapter 202, Disheartened Sengoku, Remnant of the Era. Chapter 202, Disheartened Sengoku, Remnant of the Era. Boom. Buzz. The moment the air shockwave roared, invisible ripples erupted instantly. Ring after ring of compressed air swept across the plaza. The ground cracked, fissures spreading outward like a spiderweb. This terrifying roar overwhelmed all other sounds in Eni's lobby. The shockwave was powerful enough to lift surrounding marine soldiers off their feet and send them flying. However, despite the strength of the explosion, there was no sign that Yuichi had taken even half a step back. The motionless figure stood shrouded in dust and smoke. No one knew if Yuichi was injured, everyone stared intensely at the gray cloud. Sengoku saw that Yuichi hadn't been repulsed and already knew the answer, though he struggled to believe it. Could it be that an attack using my fruit ability at full power still couldn't hurt Yuichi at all? As the fleet admiral, if he unleashed 3 consecutive attacks and failed to injure the enemy, an enemy who stood still and let him attack, Sengoku felt he could no longer maintain his dignity. Garp looked worried. Kong. Do you think that kid could catch this blow intact? When asked, Kong frowned. Although he was surprised by Yuichi's strength, he didn't think the boy could block an all-out attack from Sengoku without consequences. He shook his head. Impossible. No matter how talented this kid is. Before he could finish, the smoke was blown away by a surge of momentum. Yuichi stood revealed. He held his right hand open, facing Sengoku's direction. There were a few scratches on his palm, but nothing more. Watching his actions, it became clear he had used just one hand to block Sengoku's attack. There was not even a tear in his clothes. Blocked. He really blocked it. The marine soldiers were amazed. The vice admirals couldn't keep calm. Mr. Sengoku's attack, he actually stood still and easily caught it. That blow was powerful enough to level a building. How could he block it without moving? Even if Yuichi's Haki was powerful, physics should dictate he be moved. Haki could make Yuichi invulnerable, but it shouldn't make him root himself like an ancient tree against such kinetic force. Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Shanks all looked at Yuichi with weird expressions. They could understand blocking the damage, but negating the impact force entirely. That was a mystery. However, as they pondered this, Sengoku's laughter suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha. Old. I am old. This era does not belong to us anymore. There was no fighting spirit left in Sengoku's eyes. The moment he struck the final blow, it was as if he had destroyed the Marine's hope with his own hands. Seeing Yuichi catch his attack so easily dealt a fatal blow to his confidence. He was no longer the resourceful general, Sengoku. He was just an old man ready to retire. Sighing softly, Sengoku turned and walked away without looking back. Garp wanted to stop him, but froze when he saw Sengoku's gaze. That look said it was useless. He wouldn't fight anymore, not just now, but likely never again on the front lines. A single, informal duel had not only cost the Marines their hope but also deprived them of a cornerstone. Garp felt more and more that the Five Elders' original order was a catastrophic mistake. They had pushed a peerless monster out of the Marines. Now, not only had he become the enemy, but he had also completely shattered the confidence of an extremely capable fleet admiral. The loss was immeasurable. Kong wore a complex expression. Although he didn't want to criticize the Five Elders, he had to admit the error. But it was too late. Since Yuichi wouldn't return, he had to be dealt with. A man with such terrifying talent and strength, if left unchecked, the era would truly belong to the pirates. Kong stepped forward. His movement suddenly awakened the dazed Marines. They looked at the menacing commander-in-chief. If Sengoku was a legend, Kong was a remnant of the true old era. Is he going to do it himself? The Marines looked on with anticipation. As the commander-in-chief of the world government's forces, Lord Kong's strength was surely terrifying. Garp hesitated for a second, then stepped forward alongside him to face Yuichi. The aura around his body exploded instantly. Garp was furious at the loss of his friend Sengoku's spirit. Perhaps he could help Sengoku regain his confidence by crushing the source of his despair. Yuichi sighed softly. The blow just now had been genuinely dangerous. But it proved his conjecture correct. Force. It wasn't just Haki that Furioka could suppress, any power could be dampened by it. Even devil fruit abilities. The air cannon compressed by Sengoku was powerful, but in that split second, Yuichi's Furioka vortex suppressed the energy, preventing it from erupting immediately. Then, after the triple-layered defense of Haki, Ryatsu, and Chakra weakened it, the final burst was manageable. That was why Yuichi could stand still. But now was not the time to celebrate. He had two opponents to deal with. Kong and Garp. While Sengoku was in their tier, differences existed even among the top powerhouses. At this level, a small gap could be as vast as a natural moat. This next battle required extreme caution. Garp, whose physical condition had regressed 15 years, was close to his prime. And Kong, if this man lacked strength, he wouldn't be the commander-in-chief. Although older than Garp, his physical condition must have recovered significantly due to the system's rewards from the previous world wars. These two old monsters were not to be trifled with. Yuichi couldn't simply tank their hits like before. Swing. He pulled the Zanpakuto, Senbenzakura, straight from his waist. The glint of the blade flashed across the faces of the two veterans. As he drew the sword, the Furioku in Yuichi's body exploded, instantly transforming his chakra and Ryatsu into Haki. When the blade was unsheathed, Ryatsu swept across the plaza, and the air seemed to become heavy. The weird pressure caused Kong to frown slightly. His aura has changed. This kid suddenly seems to have turned into a sharp blade, showing his edge without any cover. Garp nodded. The previous introverted and steady feeling has disappeared. Is this a total break with the Marines? Has he let go of the restraint in his heart? Speaking of this, Garp's expression was strange. Yuichi's change indicated that he had still held some affection for the Marines before. If Sengoku hadn't forced the issue, there might have been a chance. But now, that bridge was burned. Understanding Garp's implication, Kong felt helpless. It seems this is the arrangement of fate. With that, Kong raised his fist, Haki sweeping out in a dark tide. Then, there's only fighting. Boom. Chapter 200, Chapter 203, Iron Fist Kong and the Joint Strangulation. Chapter 203, Iron Fist Kong and the Joint Strangulation. Locked by Kong's gaze, even Yuichi felt an extremely cold killing intent. This man was different from Sengoku, his Haki was harder, more aggressive. Furthermore, Kong held no affection for Yuichi. He would show no mercy. Yuichi held Senbenzakura without the slightest carelessness, staring intently. The moment Kong moved, his Haki released without hesitation. Yuichi instantly coded his Zanpakuto to prepare for the onslaught. A wind sharp as a sword swept toward Yuichi, and Kong's figure charged like a rampaging wild beast. His movements were wide and open, yet impossibly fast. This speed surprised Yuichi. Not only him, but the Marine soldiers watching were also startled. They hadn't expected the elderly commander-in-chief to move with such terrifying velocity. Kong clenched his Haki-wrapped fists tight. Even before making contact, the friction of his fists against the air caused a piercing roar. One couldn't imagine the destructive power that would explode when those fists connected. Kong looked serious, his eyes fixed on Yuichi. Immediately upon closing the distance, he launched an attack. He punched hard. The fist locked onto Yuichi's face like a guided missile, carving a crescent arc through the air. In the fraction of a second, Yuichi didn't choose to block. He stepped back and bent his body backward, dodging the punch by a hair's breadth. But then, Kong's fists came down like raindrops. Before the sound of the first explosion could spread, huge fists blasted crazily toward Yuichi. Yuichi could only dodge within the dense shadow of fists, unable to find a neutral position to launch a counterattack. Lord Kong is so strong. I didn't expect his attacks to be so fierce despite his age. While the crowd marveled, Whitebeard, who was currently engaging Madara, squinted at Yuichi's situation. Facing a marine siege alone, and fighting against Kong. Boy, don't be careless. If you slip up, you'll really be killed by that guy. Normally, the Five Emperors Alliance would help, but since Yuichi had decided to deal with the Marines alone, Whitebeard and the others would not intervene. Kong's burst attacks continued like raging waves. The figures of the two flickered quickly, kicking up sand and rocks. Yuichi stopped purely dodging. Seizing the gap between Kong's attacks, he launched a counterattack. His slashes were incredible, even though several missed Kong, the shock waves contained amazing Haki, slicing nearby buildings in half. Kong held the upper hand in initiative, suppressing Yuichi partially, but he couldn't stop the counterattacks. The battle was fierce, causing the spectators to forget one crucial detail: there was another person who hadn't made his move yet. Just as Yuichi evaded Kong's attack, sensing the terrifying shockwave rush past his ear, he backhanded his sword. Extraordinary Haki erupted. A black blade light slashed toward Kong, meeting his punch. Boom. The collision was deafening. However, at this exact moment, another figure appeared behind Yuichi. A fist was cocked at the waist, veins on the arm bulging violently. The moment the figure reached Yuichi's blind spot, he punched fiercely. Arrogant boy. When this old man was fighting, you didn't even know what Haki was. Boom. The one punching was Garp. The blow gave Yuichi no time to react. He wanted to turn and use his Zanpakuto to block, but he was a step too slow. The Haki shockwave slammed firmly into Yuichi's back. For a split second, Yuichi tasted blood in his throat and felt a burning pain. Garp threw a second punch. This time, the Zanpakuto was in the way. Clang. Black lightning burst out as Yuichi blocked Garp's fist with the sword in his right hand. Their strength was equal. However, Kong did not wait. His Haki flared, and he punched straight at the back of Yuichi's head. Feeling Kong's attack coming, Yuichi gritted his teeth. The Furyoku in his body cycled rapidly. Chakra and Ryatsu were converted into Haki insanely. Suddenly, he exerted force under his feet, using Furyoku to suppress the Haki on Garp's fist just enough to alter the vector of impact. He let Garp's fist slide along the blade to the left. At that moment, Yuichi turned, holding the Zanpakuto across his chest just as Kong's fist slammed into the blade. Holding the sword with both hands, Yuichi slanted the long blade slightly, guiding the force of Kong's fist to deflect. The two legends flashed past Yuichi's side simultaneously, one to the left, one to the right. Bang. Bang. Pulled by Yuichi's redirection, they passed him and immediately stomped the ground with brute force to stop their momentum. Smoke rose from their feet as they skidded to a halt. The expressions on their faces were full of shock. They looked back at Yuichi. Yuichi stood still, holding Senbon Sakura. Although his breathing was a little chaotic, he was standing. The world held its breath. What did we just see? Katakuri and the others were surprised. In the audience, Rayleigh spoke in a stunned tone. Such exquisite swordsmanship, to avoid serious injury in such a way. This kid is not only amazing in Haki, but his swordsmanship is terrifying. Neither Garp nor Kong could maintain peace in their hearts. Yuichi shouldn't have been able to dodge that joint attack. The result should have been Yuichi being battered and captured. But Yuichi had perfectly blocked the joint strangulation with amazing technique. This was impossible. Chapter 201, Chapter 204, Yuichi's New Idea, New Shirkai Form. Chapter 204, Yuichi's New Idea, New Shirkai Form. Lord Kong and Lord Garp's joint attack was actually resolved by him. And he's practically unharmed. A Vice Admiral felt his legs go weak. To escape that blow was tantamount to witnessing a miracle. This was a pincer attack by the hero Garp and the Commander-in-Chief Kong. If Yuichi could dodge that easily, didn't that mean even 3 admirals teaming up might fail? Garp's power alone was equivalent to at least 2 admirals. Kong's Haki was not weaker than Garp's, and his speed, reaction, and technique were amazing. Kong was known as Steelbone for a reason. And Garp, the Iron Fist, had cultivated Haki to its ultimate state. When these two attacked a single person, the result should have been certain death. Yuichi adjusted his breathing and stared at the two with dilated eyes. That was dangerous. I was almost finished by you two. Hearing this, Garp and Kong's expressions turned gloomy. Amazing swordsmanship, Kong admitted. He appreciated the reaction, despite being the enemy. He glanced at the sword in Yuichi's hand. But you don't seem to want to use your strange ability yet. Yuichi smiled softly. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it. It was that the Furyoku conversion required intense focus. In close combat with these two, if he got distracted trying to use Ryatsu to liberate the Zanpakuto, his Haki defense might falter. But now, there was a lull. The two didn't plan to engage immediately, giving him a chance. However, even if he liberated Senbon Sakura, using Bankai might be risky. He couldn't use Furyoku to reinforce the scattered blades with Haki efficiently enough to stop Kong. Wait. He felt that even in Shirkai, keeping the blade fragments fewer might be better. It was more convenient for precise control. Against top-tier Haki users like Kong and Garp, a storm of weak blades would have no effect. The moment this thought appeared, a flash of inspiration struck Yuichi's mind. He looked up, his eyes bursting with light. Seeing the fighting intent in the veteran's eyes, the corners of his mouth turned up. That smile made both Kong and Garp feel something was wrong. Is he plotting something? Since you want to see the power of Senbon so much, I will grant your request. Yuichi twitched his wrist. Accompanied by the Liberation Command, the Zanpakuto began to split apart. However, instead of filling the sky with pink petals, only sparse fragments floated in front of his eyes. Garp and Kong didn't understand, but they felt a chilling murderous intent. Flash step. Swish. Yuichi vanished. The wind picked up. Garp raised a brow, suddenly turning his head and punching to his right. His fist hit an afterimage. A pity, a little slower. Yuichi's voice sounded from the other side. Shards of the blade slid past Garp's face. Garp instantly coated his body in Haki. Blade fragments. Don't think about hurting this old man. Is that so? Yuichi responded coldly, speeding up. His figure circled Garp's back and suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, the Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand appeared again, the light reflecting from the blade dazzling Garp's eyes. Garp was startled. Didn't he turn the knife into pieces? Why did the knife appear again? Did he dispel the ability because he knew scattered attacks wouldn't work? Humph. This kid has brains. From Garp's perspective, only a concentrated attack posed a threat. Swish. The Zanpakuto struck. Garp raised his arm, wrapped in Haki, to block the slash. However, when the blade hit Garp's arm, the expected impact did not happen. The part of the blade that touched his arm dissolved into pieces, passing right through the block, while the rest of the sword remained solid. One strike. It bypassed his defense entirely. The next second, the blade reformed and sliced across Garp's chest. Garp's eyes went wide as the shards drifted past. Black. This kid covered the blade fragments with ultimate Haki. Amazing control. Slash. Suddenly, Garp's chest was ripped open. Blood spurted out instantly. At this moment, Kong noticed Garp's peril and accelerated toward Yuichi. Stinky boy, playing tricks. Courting death. He punched Yuichi hard in the back. The roar of the punch pierced the sky. Yet, a bloody gleam flashed in Yuichi's eyes. His body rotated quickly. Holding Senbon hilt, he drew a circle in the air. Pieces of black blade fragments floated extremely fast on the trail left behind. Shwa. The sound of a blade cutting through flesh rang out. Kong's body stopped abruptly. He raised his head, eyes wide with anger and horror, staring fixedly at Yuichi, who was 3 meters away. The opponent's blade was aimed at his neck. The fragments of Senbon had spread and extended like a long whip in the air, connected by Haki. The tip of the sword, formed by dozens of fragments, was hovering millimeters from his throat. Chapter 202, Chapter 205, Unstoppable Attack, Besieged Madara. Chapter 205, Unstoppable Attack, Besieged Madara. Gulp. Kong swallowed hard, looking down at the blade right in front of his neck with horror. Following the undulating fragments exuding terrifying Haki, his gaze landed on Yuichi. This kid, actually. The Haki radiating from every fragment was no joke. If Yuichi hadn't stopped, Kong would have had his throat pierced. He would be dead. Kong understood immediately. Yuichi still had concerns. Was he afraid of the Marines? Or did he not want to completely tear up the script with the 5 elders? If the commander-in-chief was killed here, it would mean total war. The world government would have no room for relaxation. The 5 elders would have to fight Yuichi to the death. And the 5 emperors, having allied with Yuichi, would be dragged in. It would be a world war. This kid, has he seen this far? Kong was surprised. The enemy wasn't just strong, he was calculating. Such an enemy was truly terrifying. Sighing, Kong looked at Garp, who was lying on the ground, pale and seriously injured. Kong took a step back slowly. The old man surrenders. You win this time, boy. He glanced at Garp, silently asking if Yuichi intended to kill him. Yuichi smiled, slowly sheathing Senbon and stepping back, allowing Kong to retrieve Garp. Kong checked Garp's wound. It was deep, visible ribs, but no arteries were severed and no bones were broken. This terrifying control. He lifted Garp and walked toward the port, glancing at Yuichi one last time. The crowd was stunned. 3 top combatants had engaged Yuichi. Sengoku retired, Garp and Kong, a duo that could rival Roger, were defeated. Kong had surrendered. It felt like the sky was falling. Was there no way to limit these pirates? However, the strong saw the truth. Yuichi's trick, controlling fragments to mimic a sword, passing through defenses, and striking with precision, was a technique that couldn't be blocked. Mission completed. Yuichi looked at the system interface. The task is finally completed. The 3rd scene of Senbon, the final scene. Is the White Emperor sword available now? Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield. Madara, besieged by the other 4 emperors, was being suppressed. While Yuichi fought the Marines, the admirals had been squeezed out by the emperor's commanders, leaving Madara to face Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks alone. Madara was miserable. Whitebeard's tremors, Big Mom, and Kaido's combo attacks, and Shanks's Conqueror's Haki left him no gaps to counterattack. "There are so many of you," Madara taunted while dodging. Big Mom disagreed. "Idiot. This is not a fair fight. You should have understood that when you came to this world." Madara dodged Shanks' attack and said coldly, "So you mean, having more people allows you to bully the few?" Big Mom sneered. "You can understand it that way." Madara jumped into the air. "Since you all think so, then I don't have to worry about it. Speaking of numbers, I have quite a few." Shanks and the others paused. Did he bring companions? The invasion rules said only one invader. Wood style. Madara's hands formed seals instantly. He sneered at the legends below. Multiple wood clone technique. Swipe. 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 Suddenly, 25 identical shadows appeared behind Madara, landing on the battlefield. Madara slowly descended and looked at the emperors coldly. "Then let's have you try, how many bully the few?" Susanoo. On. Boom. 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 One after another, giant, spectral blue avatars rose from the clones. Whitebeard and the others stared at the army of Susanoo giants in front of them, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 203, Chapter 206, The Horror of the Clone Susanoo, The Stunned 5 Kage. Chapter 206, The Horror of the Clone Susanoo, The Stunned 5 Kage. Colossal figures emerged, one after another. Blue energy detonated, forming skeletal frames of human proportions. Light coalesced along the bones, weaving into muscle fibers. Within moments, massive humanoid creatures took shape, and inexplicable energy solidified into armor that clad their forms. Semi-complete Susanoo. In an instant, 7 semi-complete Susanoo appeared across Eni's lobby. From a distance, they resembled 7 azure titans that had suddenly descended upon the island. They stood gathered together, radiating an oppressive aura. The enemy surrounding the island, who had been staring in anger just moments before, fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke. They merely stared, eyes wide, at these monsters that towered tens of meters high even in their half-body forms. Under the immense pressure radiating from the Susanoo, no one dared to make a sound. In front of the original Madara, Whitebeard and the others stared at each Susanoo. The figures standing beneath these energy constructs were identical to Madara. One enemy had become 8. 7 wood-style clones, plus Madara himself. Madara spread his arms wide. "Now. How does it feel now? It seems I have the upper hand in terms of numbers." Whitebeard and the others wore expressions of extreme grimness. "Are these clones? Can a clone actually use the abilities of the main body?" It wasn't that Whitebeard and the others hadn't seen ninja battles during the previous world wars. But usually, ninja clones shattered upon the slightest impact and were used merely to confuse the enemy. Since when could a clone display the same power as the original? If this was the case, couldn't the enemy simply create a few more clones and become an army of one? What a joke. It wasn't just Whitebeard and the natives of the pirate world who were shocked and confused. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others in the ninja world felt unable to sit still. They stared at the light curtain, watching Madara, who was in high spirits and exuding a terrifying sense of oppression. The 4th Raikage turned to look at Sarutobi. Why? Why can Uchiha Madara use wood style? Sarutobi wanted to know the answer to that question himself. But facing the 4th Raikage's interrogation, he felt very uncomfortable. As the Kage of a village, when was it the Raikage turned to question him? Sarutobi's face darkened. "I don't know why Madara can use the first Hokage's techniques." "You." The 4th Raikage wanted to curse. As Konoha's Hokage, not knowing the abilities of a rogue ninja from his own village, was he worthy of the title? Or was Konoha hiding something from the entire ninja world? "Raikage, don't get excited. We aren't the ones facing Madara right now." Anoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, stepped up to appease him. He also looked up at the light curtain in the sky. "Now that Madara is using wood style, they're the ones who should be troubled. This is actually beneficial for us. At least we can learn more about Madara's abilities." As he spoke, he glanced suspiciously at Sarutobi. The Tsuchikage seemed to guess that Konoha was concealing details regarding the battle between the first Hokage and Madara. But now was not the time to discuss that. Terumi Mei withdrew her gaze from Sarutobi. She crossed her arms and lowered her head, speaking calmly. "I hope Madara won't be suddenly revived due to some reward. Otherwise, it will be big trouble for the entire ninja world." Hearing this, Raza, the Raikage, and Anoki felt a chill run down their spines. Uchiha Madara was an existence of extreme terror. His own power was frightening enough, but now he possessed the first Hokage's wood style as well. Uchiha's Sharingan combined with the power of wood style that quelled the turbulent times. If such a person were resurrected, the state of the world might change in an instant. Boom. While the Five Kage were nursing their headaches, another roar echoed from the light curtain. Everyone looked up, and the image displayed made the corners of the Five Kage's mouths twitch uncontrollably. Madara. One man. He was suppressing the four emperors of the opposing world. Relying on the Susanoo cast by his wood-style clones, he not only challenged Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit head-on but also competed with Kaido, known as the strongest creature. With Susanoo's defensive power, he easily blocked Big Mom's attacks. Even Shank's slashes couldn't break the Susanoo in a short time. 4 clones, 4 Susanoo, restraining the 4 emperors. And the remaining 3 clones, fighting one against many, blocked all the pirates under the command of the 4 emperors. Madara himself stood in the center of the battlefield, arms folded, his face calm and disdainful. He looked at these people with cold eyes and a chilling smile. The 4 emperors were restrained, and the abilities of Madara's wood-style clones combined with Susanoo completely shocked everyone. Seeing such a scene, the 5 Kage were terrified. One Uchiha Madara was blocking a group of powerhouses in the other world. Thinking back to the battle between the 5 Kage and that world, if it had been them, they definitely couldn't have achieved such a feat. The audience in the viewing area fell silent. The 4 emperors. The rulers of the sea, fighting against one person simultaneously. This should have been a battle without suspense. But the power the opponent unleashed had suppressed the 4 emperors single-handedly. Such a reversal was unacceptable. Wasn't the opponent also an S-level combat power? He should be on the same level as the 4 emperors. Logically, he should at most be able to fight one-on-one with a Yonko. It was impossible for the 4 of them to fail to take him down. This clone technique is simply turning one monster into more monsters. How is it possible to have such an ability? If this guy made more clones, couldn't he form an army by himself? Simultaneously suppressing 4 emperors. Damn it. Is this guy invincible? The spectators began to panic. They weren't just afraid of the terrifying power Madara displayed, they were worried about how many existences like Madara remained in the other world. If there was more than one person like this, did that mean it was impossible to win the next world war? That's right. We still have an emperor who hasn't acted yet. Someone suddenly remembered Yuichi. There were now 5 emperors on the sea, not 4. But what was the 5th emperor, Yuichi, doing right now? The light curtain seemed to sense the audience's thoughts and immediately shifted the focus to Yuichi. At this time, Yuichi was standing in an open space, giggling. When the image of Yuichi standing still, looking at the air with dull eyes and a silly smile appeared, everyone in the audience was stunned. What is Yuichi doing? Why is he smirking? Has he gone crazy? Could it be that he was beaten senseless after fighting Garp and the others? Although he wasn't injured, perhaps he suffered aftereffects or had his mind blown by Haki. His appearance was seen by everyone, but Yuichi himself was unaware. He was currently happy. The final scene of Senbon Sakura, Shukiai, Hakatiken, White Emperor Sword, was finally unlocked. This move was not only powerful but also incredibly stylish. If his shamanic power and chakra were converted, and Haki transformed into Ryatsu, how powerful would the White Emperor Sword be when Yuichi's current power was fully released? Perhaps it could cut through the sea with a single strike. Thinking of this, Yuichi couldn't help but laugh, unaware that to others, his smile looked like a smirking madman. Chapter 204, Chapter 207, Tengai Shinsei breaks out, this is the power of Uchiha. Chapter 207, Tengai Shinsei breaks out, this is the power of Uchiha. Host, Yuichi. First template character, Byakuya Kuchiki. Current awakening progress, 68.01%. Shirkai, enabled. Bankai, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi, opened. Senkei, Annihilation Scape opened. Gokiai, Moscape not open. Shukiai, Hakatiken, Final Scene opened. Right now, Yuichi was looking at his character panel. The mission rewards had indeed been distributed. Although the second scene of Senbon Sakura, Gokiai, was not yet unlocked, it was skipped directly because the reward unlocked the final scene. Boom. Suddenly, Madara's main body also activated Susanoo. Yuichi, awakened by the sudden roar, turned his head to look in Madara's direction. At that moment, Madara looked coldly at Whitebeard and the others surrounding him. Looking at your appearance, it seems you are very unconvinced. Since that is the case, I will give you another great gift. As Susanoo erupted from Madara's body, the giant construct folded its hands together and began to form hand seals. Madara himself mirrored the action inside. Seeing this scene, Yuichi's pupils rapidly contracted. Others might not know what Madara was going to do, but how could Yuichi not know? Asshole. Madara might have heard Yuichi's curse. Though it should have been impossible, he was far away, and the roar of battle drowned out voices that didn't stop Madara from suddenly looking at Yuichi. There was a faint smile on his face. The battle on your side is over, so I have to speed up the action on my side. I'm done playing with these guys. I hope you won't be killed by the next blow. Otherwise, there will be no game. Madara spoke in Yuichi's direction. Hearing Madara's words, Whitebeard and the others glanced at each other, puzzled. Although Madara was powerful, was he so arrogant that he thought he could kill them all with one blow? Just when Big Mom wanted to speak and satirize Madara, a terrifying chakra wave suddenly erupted from Madara's body. However, this outburst of chakra caused no immediate damage. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace, as if they had hallucinated the explosion. But then, the airflow changed. A faint roar began to sound from the sky. How could such a sound come from the sky? Everyone looked up. In the next second, appearing before everyone's eyes, was a black shadow. It fell straight down from the clouds. Currently, it looked only the size of a ping-pong ball, but the sound it generated was already violent. The four emperors looked at the black shadow in the sky, their expressions turning strange. Whitebeard frowned. This is... The wood-style clones in front of them disappeared one by one. Madara put away his hands and jumped onto a nearby roof. He sat cross-legged, looking down at them. So. Then enjoy it. My gift to you, and to this world. As Madara's words rang out. Boom boom boom. The air became turbulent, and intense wind pressure gathered overhead. The black shadow that was the size of a ball a few seconds ago had expanded to cover a small half of the island. The shadow on the ground grew larger by the second, blocking the sun completely. Shanks raised his head, an incredulous look on his face. After the war, he thought nothing could shock him again. But now he realized he was wrong. Absolutely wrong. This was a meteorite. Everyone's expressions went slack. The volume of the meteorite falling from the sky exceeded the entire Eni's lobby. Whether it was the Marines or government personnel on the island, or the reporters, merchants, pirates, and civilians watching from the surrounding sea, everyone's face turned pale. Even the people of the ninja world, who were not facing this attack, felt their souls tremble. There was no way to remain calm seeing this. Ha 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 ha. Look at your expressions. It's so funny. Do you understand now? The gap between your strength and mine. This is the power of Uchiha Madara. Tengai Shinsei is my gift to this world. Rumble. The massive meteorite, covering half the sky, crashed down. Looking toward Eni's lobby from the distant sea, one would see an extremely large meteorite, several times the size of the island, descending upon it. One could imagine that in a few seconds, this important marine institution would be completely wiped from the sea. What terrible power. Even Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, looked at Uchiha Madara with shock in his eyes. The hand seals this guy made just now attracted such a terrifying meteorite. Is this a ninja? This guy is probably the scariest existence among all ninjas. Quick. Quick. Run. Suddenly, a marine officer reacted and screamed for the soldiers to flee. Watching the marines and agents running wildly toward the ships, Katakuri held his trident and snorted coldly. Was it too late to escape? Even if they fled the island, the impact of such a huge meteorite would create waves hundreds of meters high. Under such a tsunami, no one could survive. Even marine warships would be smashed to pieces. Escape. Was it useful? You bastard, don't you even care about yourself? Shanks yelled at Madara on the roof. Madara sneered. Are you an idiot? I'm from another world. It doesn't matter whether I live or die here. Although Shanks wanted to refute it, it was true. It didn't matter if an Edo Tensei body died in this world. Asshole. Shanks looked up at the meteorite. It's too big. With my strength alone. Humph. A mere meteorite wants to kill us. You underestimate me. A majestic voice boomed. Whitebeard gripped his blade, Murakumajiri, and activated the power of the Tremor fruit. He stared firmly at the falling rock. Whitebeard was confident in breaking the meteorite, but it seemed he couldn't change the ending even if he broke it. The shattered debris would still destroy the island. I'm not going to leave you alone, Whitebeard. Suddenly Kaido stepped up, and Big Mom burst out with strong haki. Shanks felt the strength of the three of them. If the four of them acted together, the meteorite would not only be broken but might be vaporized in an instant. Then the island would be safe. Great, that was it. He looked up and locked onto the meteorite. The movements of the four were almost completely synchronized. Whitebeard's tremor power exploded like crazy. Scales emerged on Kaido's body as he entered his dragon form. Big Mom's homies, Prometheus, Zeus, and Napoleon, erupted with strange power. Plus Shanks / wrapped in Conqueror's haki. Four attacks burst into the sky at the same time, turning into a multicolored radiance that hit the meteorite like a laser beam. Boom. The meteorite burst apart instantly, dazzling light erupting from the cracks. Madara watched as the meteorite was quickly wiped out by the energy. He couldn't help but clap his hands. Not bad. Not bad, you can destroy my meteorites. But. Madara looked at the four tired faces. You blocked the first one. What about the second one? Chapter 205, Chapter 208, Lesson 2, Can you stop the second thing I say? Chapter 208, Lesson 2, Can you stop the second thing I say? A second one. Whitebeard and the others hadn't had time to rejoice. Hearing Madara's words, they quickly raised their heads and stared at the sky again. The first meteorite, gradually obliterated by their combined attack, disappeared. But as their attacks dissipated, the dark shadow in the sky did not. Boom boom boom. The ear-piercing roar continued. A second huge meteorite appeared, falling relentlessly. At this moment, Whitebeard's gaze became extremely gloomy. He clenched his fist to unleash the power of the tremor fruit again, but he had just erupted with all his strength. In such a short period, even at his peak, there was no way to release the fruit's maximum output twice in succession. He needed time to recover. Big Mom, Kaido, and Shanks were in the same situation. It was too late for them to stop the second meteorite. And it seemed the second one was even larger than the first. Whitebeard turned to look at Madara, who remained calm. No wonder this man hadn't been surprised when they blocked the first one. He had summoned two. This was ninjutsu. Although chakra was generally weaker than Haki in direct combat, the destructive scale of high-level ninjutsu was far more terrifying. Pops. Leave this meteorite to us. Suddenly, Marco's voice rang out. Marco transformed into his phoenix form and rushed into the sky. Below, Katakuri, King, Beckman, and others were ready to make a move. The first meteorite was stopped by their captains. Now that the captains hadn't recovered, it was time for the vice-captains to act. The hearts of the people watching the broadcast hung in their throats. The four emperors could block it, but could their strongest subordinates? Marco turned into a blue flame, hitting the meteorite directly. Below, the attacks of Katakuri, King, and Beckman broke out simultaneously. However, the scale of their attacks was much smaller. Even with 3 Haki shockwaves combined, sweeping straight toward the sky, the impact was negligible compared to the Yonko's strike. Whitebeard sighed. Marco's strength is not enough to break the meteorite. Crack. Boom. Marco was hit directly and fell toward the ground. Only a large crack appeared on the meteorite, it wasn't truly stopped. Furthermore, even if they smashed it, the falling rubble would still destroy the island. No. How can this be? Someone in the audience looked at the fallen Marco in disappointment. These were the strongest cadres of the 4 emperors, yet their combined efforts couldn't compare to their captains. The attack felt painless to the meteorite. What a pity. It seems the strength of your subordinates is still lacking. Madara spoke leisurely from the side. Whitebeard felt Madara was mocking them, which made him furious. Even if he died, he wanted to kill this guy first. He prepared to make a move. But in the next second, Madara said, compared to you, I want to see if that guy can block my meteorite. That guy. Whitebeard and the others froze for a moment, then suddenly thought of Yuichi. They looked back in Yuichi's direction. At the same time, they noticed that at some point, Enel, Zephyr, Shiki, and others had all arrived. They were so focused on fighting Madara that they hadn't noticed the conclusion of Yuichi's battle. And that boy, Yuichi. Win or lose. Whoosh. Suddenly, an extremely piercing sound of breaking wind screamed overhead. Everyone looked up. A white figure sprang up from Eni's lobby, rushing straight toward the huge meteorite in the sky. The figure was extremely fast, reaching the rock in the blink of an eye. A force erupted wildly behind him, leaving amazing ripples in the air that spread like a trumpet, wrapping him in a swift wind. Yuichi. Whitebeard felt his strength recovering. Can this kid do it alone? But even if he can't stop it, he just needs to delay it. My physical strength will return soon. Just a few seconds. Yuichi rushed into the sky, stared at by countless eyes from both worlds. He looked up, holding his Zanpakuto. As expected of Uchiha Madara. The size of this meteorite is much larger than I thought. Seeing such a huge meteorite with his own eyes, the visual impact was far more thrilling than watching anime. But now, Yuichi was not afraid. I'll use this to test the power of Senbon Sakura's strongest move. He looked down at the blade in his hand. Yuichi opened his mouth slightly and murmured, "Scatter, Senbon Sakura." Whoosh. The sky filled with cherry blossom petals once again. In the violent wind, trillions of petals gathered to form a sea of flowers, rolling like a tornado behind Yuichi. Is this that ability? Madara looked at the Senbon Sakura petals as if fascinated, staring at Yuichi's back without blinking. Yuichi's abilities were already well known. But seeing him use this ability now confused Whitebeard. Using this trick, can he stop the meteorite? Although these petals were sharp blade fragments, could they cut a meteorite? Tsunade and others who had experienced the power of Senbon Sakura in the ninja world sneered. Jiraiya shook his head. Although this move is strong, using it to block a meteorite. Impossible. Orochimaru agreed. The blade turns into fragments. This ability integrates offense and defense, but it sacrifices concentrated destructive power. It is impossible to stop the meteorite. Just as Yuichi was about to hit the meteorite, the cherry blossoms in the picture suddenly disappeared. Yuichi's body burst into white light. In an instant, like countless stars gathering behind him, a pair of white wings slowly spread out. A glowing halo emerged at his back. At this moment, in front of the meteorite, it looked as if an angel had appeared. A long sword made of white light materialized in Yuichi's hand. Immediately, a strong cold air fell straight down from the sky. Even from far away, one could feel the chill from Yuichi's blade. Everyone's expression started to change. Final scene. White Emperor Sword. When Yuichi's voice sounded, the light curtain in the ninja world was completely occupied by his figure. He possessed white wings, and the cold air emitted by the sword froze the moisture in the air into ice, gathering around his body. This scene left everyone in the ninja world dumbfounded. Chapter 206, Chapter 209, Shukiai, Hakatiken, The Clash of Real Men. Chapter 209, Shukiai, Hakatiken, The Clash of Real Men. Shining silver light floated around Yuichi. With wings on his back and white brilliance in his hand, he left a trail of light in the air, heading straight for the meteorite. Focusing all his Ryatsu into a single blade, Yuichi exuded a freezing breath. In an instant, when Yuichi's white light hit the meteorite directly, a beam of energy penetrated the massive rock. Endless silver rays rushed into the core. Hum. An astonishing ripple set off, spreading rapidly. A roar followed as the shockwave, visible to the naked eye, swept away. Boom. A short, violent sound erupted. The meteorite began to crack, white light bursting from the fissures. As the cracks multiplied, the light became blinding. Everyone stared blankly, mouths wide open, at the rapidly disintegrating meteorite. They felt the strong energy fluctuations in the air. Suddenly, the entire meteorite exploded, turning into rubble that filled the sky. However, it wasn't over. The exploded stones were blown gently by the wind and turned into powder. The huge meteorite vanished from sight at a speed visible to the naked eye, dissipating over Eni's lobby along with the white light. When the sun shone down again, illuminating everyone's faces, the reflection returned to the lake and the light curtain. Whether it was the people fleeing Eni's lobby, the audience, or the people in the ninja world, they all stopped. They stood motionless, staring at the sky that had lost all trace of the threat. From a distance, only a back could be vaguely seen. A stalwart back. The white cloak billowed in the wind, exposing Yuichi's sharp muscle lines. His face was slightly pale. Blocking the meteor had cost him a lot of Ryatsu. The first time casting Shukiai, Hakatiken took more energy than I thought. No wonder it was Byakuya's unique move, this kind of technique couldn't be used casually. If not for the one-tail chakra supplementing his reserves, plus his Haki, he feared his fighting strength would be down to 1/5 after that blow. Below, Whitebeard and the others on Eni's lobby were slowly recovering their strength. But their hearts were not at peace. Yuichi had done alone what took the four of them to do together. That blow, the white light, and the wings made Yuichi look like a savior descending to block the devastating impact. Whitebeard unclenched his fists and smiled faintly. You really have it in you. I didn't expect such a powerful move to be hidden. The effect of the blow wasn't just blocking the meteorite, it made Kaido and the others more afraid of Yuichi. It wasn't just a rock that Yuichi smashed, it was the hierarchy of power. Now, in the auditorium of the pirate world, countless people looked at the figure in the picture. No one dared to say this was just a new emperor whose strength wasn't comparable to the old generation. After all, the results spoke for themselves. However, blocking a meteorite and fighting a duel were different things. Yuichi's ability to destroy the rock didn't guarantee victory in combat. Sure enough, you didn't disappoint me. Madara's voice sounded in the quiet moment, especially clear on Eni's lobby. In the air, Yuichi felt the battle intent in Madara's gaze becoming intense. It seemed his display had given Madara the desire to fight. Sensing Madara's position, Yuichi dropped straight down. Shwa. Watching Yuichi fall as if collapsing made the people in the pirate world worry. But as he neared the ground, he suddenly stopped. At a height of less than 10 meters, his speed slowed, and he floated down gently. This process was normal for Yuichi, but it made the audience's hearts tremble. If he had run out of strength, he would have fallen to his death. Luckily, he seemed to have energy to spare. Regardless of what others thought, Yuichi now stood before Madara. He held the Zanpakuto, which had left the Bankai state, gently. His momentum was weaker than before, and he looked tired. Now. It's finally our turn. Madara's voice became high-pitched and excited. The man who had been calm all this time now had excitement written all over his face. Yuichi nodded slightly. The people around saw their posture. This was a one-on-one duel. Why do such a thing? There was only one enemy, and the Five Emperors Alliance had 5 people here. If they attacked together, they should be able to solve it quickly. Why single combat? This was about the fate of 2 worlds, not a duel between warriors. However, Big Mom, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Shanks didn't move. They just stood there and watched silently. King, however, seemed to want to sneak attack Madara. But just as he was about to move, he was locked in place by Kaido's gaze. King. Don't move. King was puzzled. Master Kaido, this is a good opportunity. Why? Kaido ignored the question and turned to look at Yuichi and Madara. He slowly crossed his arms, the corners of his mouth raising into a smile. How can you bother them at this time? Don't you see that the 2 of them just want to fight each other? A tacit battle between 2 men, if you still have face, don't participate. King understood. Now Madara was focused on Yuichi and had no defense against the others. Attacking now would be effective, but it would be dishonorable. King didn't care about honor, but Kaido did. He even appreciated Madara's courage. To be surrounded by enemies on all sides and yet show no wariness, this kind of courage was rare. If the opponent was so confident, shouldn't the emperors have similar confidence? Did they need to rely on sneak attacks? Do you need me to wait for you? Let you recover a little bit of strength. Madara spoke generously. Hearing this, Yuichi admired Uchiha Madara. Others might think Madara was upright, but in Yuichi's view, this guy was simply arrogant and had absolute confidence in his own strength. However, when it came to arrogance, Yuichi was not weak. No need. Let's get started. Uchiha Madara. After Yuichi finished speaking coldly, Madara's eyes burst with strong killing intent. Okay. Let's start then. Chapter 207, Chapter 210, The Battle of 2 Monsters, Come Forth. Spirit of Fire. Chapter 210, The Battle of 2 Monsters, Come Forth. Spirit of Fire. The moment Madara's voice fell, people expected them to test each other first. However, it was not as they imagined. 2 people. At the same time. In an instant, strong momentum erupted. The energy gushed out of their bodies like a volcanic eruption, vibrating the surrounding air and forming a visible shockwave that spread from their feet. The figures of the 2 disappeared. Boom boom. In the next second, they reappeared. Yuichi slashed towards Madara with his Zanpakuto, and at some point, a black rod appeared in Madara's hand to block the strike. The collision of blade and black rod erupted in a cascade of sparks. The aftermath shattered the ground beneath their feet. Before people had time to lock onto them, they vanished again. This time they appeared on a roof 10 meters away. The sound of clashing metal rang out. Ding ding. Clang. Sparks splashed in the air as their figures flickered extremely fast. Storms broke out from different locations. Every time the wind swept away, leaving behind afterimages, the sound of the next collision followed. The entire battlefield seemed to have become a blacksmith shop. The turmoil generated by the fight spread, leaving long gouges in the ground. It even affected the pirates watching the battle. Marco was almost hit by a stray wind slash, barely catching it with his fruit ability. The battle between top powerhouses, speed, strength, everything was pushed to the limit. Flickering afterimages, sparks exploding everywhere, violent winds, and flying dust. People in both worlds were shocked. In the ninja world, many shinobi stared at the light curtain. What speed, what strong attacks. My eyes can't keep up. They are getting faster and faster. How could Uchiha Madara have such strength? Chakra obviously provides less physical enhancement than Haki, but he dares to collide head-on without losing ground. Amazing taijutsu. Madara's taijutsu is so strong, he dodged the slashes several times in a row. His reaction speed is incredible. The people in the pirate world were equally amazed. Especially the 3 admirals, who had retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Akainu clenched his fists, staring fiercely at Yuichi. His face was full of unwillingness. How is it possible? His strength has become stronger again. Kizaru sighed. It's not just Yuichi. The invaders from the other world are the real fear. They should be suppressed by Haki and melee ability, but look, Madara fights Yuichi evenly. That astonishing reaction, and he seems to be able to predict the enemy's attack. Akiji nodded. So you noticed it too? I feel that Yuichi's movements are being seen through. Otherwise, Madara's melee combat ability shouldn't be as good as Yuichi's. Both are monsters. One seemed able to see through the opponent's actions, while the other maintained suppression even if his actions were predicted. Yuichi's swordsmanship was on full display. In the face of emergencies, he changed moves cleanly, launching slashes from impossible angles, continuously interrupting Madara just as he found his rhythm. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the figures stopped in the center of the battlefield, colliding fiercely. Yuichi held his Zanpakuto with both hands, leaning forward, Haki overlaying the blade. Madara held two long black rods, blocking the knife. Neither gave an inch. Terrifying power erupted from their feet, pushing their bodies toward the opponent. As the two forces collided, the ground suddenly sank. The earth within 10 meters cracked and collapsed. Invisible ripples began to spread, setting off thick smoke. But the two parties involved. Yuichi had a smile on his face, eyes full of fighting flames. Madara's expression was similar, though slightly colder. Madara, you are strong. Yuichi, you are also strong. Silence. Veins bulged on their hands as they increased their strength. 3 seconds later, the ground could no longer bear it. A crack broke out between them, expanding rapidly. Suddenly, Madara jumped backward, turning in the air to land on a roof. The moment Madara moved, Yuichi also stopped his push, not rushing to pursue. It seems it is indeed a disadvantage to use the power of chakra to fight close quarters with people of your world. Hearing Madara's words, everyone in the ninja world was speechless. You realize that now. You fought for so long at a disadvantage and still held your own. You're just showing off. The warm-up is over, so I'm going to get serious next. As Madara folded his hands on his chest, his Mangekyo Sharingan dilated slightly. Susanoo. Boom. Susanoo rose slowly behind Madara, blue energy exuding dazzling light. A huge phantom enveloped him, crushing the surroundings with strong momentum. The appearance of Susanoo made Whitebeard and the others frown. They knew the power of this thing. Just when Whitebeard thought to remind Yuichi, Yuichi laughed. Time to get serious, huh? Hearing this, Madara found it interesting. He thought Yuichi was bluffing. Yuichi. I'm not joking. You have to be careful with Susanoo's power. Your slash may not be enough to break through its defense. With Yuichi's current state, his Ryatsu was weakened, and his slash would indeed struggle against Susanoo. But Yuichi looked at the huge blue avatar. Don't think that you are the only one who can summon titans. Madara's expression froze. Was this guy saying he could summon Susanoo too? Are you kidding? That is the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Come forth. Spirit of Fire. Chapter 208, Chapter 211, Spirit of Fire vs. Susanoo, a contest without retreat. Chapter 211, Spirit of Fire vs. Susanoo, a contest without retreat. The roar of surging flames resounded. A fire flared up within Yuichi's chest. Before anyone could recover from Yuichi's words, the flames erupted. Whoosh! The fire spread, sweeping across Yuichi's entire body in an instant. Although the flames burned violently, the bystanders did not feel the scorching heat one would expect from such high temperatures. There was no time to wonder why, however. The pink flame had begun to transform into a massive pillar of fire. As the flames continued to expand, they faintly took on a human shape. Like the Susanoo that Madara was currently manifesting, it only possessed an upper body, the lower half had not yet condensed. The waist and abdomen were slender, not as bulky as Susanoo, covering a range of about 2 meters around Yuichi. As the flames gradually solidified, the true appearance of the Spirit of Fire was revealed. It was an appearance that felt incredibly bizarre and alien to this world. Mecha did not exist in the pirate world, nor did they exist in the ninja world. Yet, the appearance of the Spirit of Fire was less like a human and more like a Gundam warrior. Not only were the waist and abdomen extremely thin, but the arms were also exceedingly long. If the Spirit of Fire's entire body were condensed, its hands would be equal in length to its height, resembling the long-armed tribe of the pirate world. When such a uniquely shaped Spirit of Fire appeared, Madara showed a look of surprise. He had just claimed that Yuichi couldn't possibly summon Susanoo. Indeed, Yuichi hadn't summoned Susanoo, but the entity he had called forth made Madara's soul tremble slightly. The power was strange. Silence descended. The entire Eni's lobby was dead quiet. No one made a sound, only the wind blowing stones across the ground broke the stillness. Whitebeard, Kaido, and the others stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. Another trick I've never seen before. What kind of ability is this? It doesn't seem to be a devil fruit ability. Whitebeard thought to himself, but then he glanced at Big Mom. Words could not be so absolute. For example, Big Mom's ability was very strange, being able to create all kinds of homies with the power of the soul. One could not strictly say this wasn't a fruit ability. But if this ability of Yuichi's was a fruit ability, what kind would it be? Ha 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 ha. Interesting. I didn't expect you to have an ability similar to Susanoo. You are so interesting, Yuichi. Suddenly, Madara seemed very excited. His smile was exaggerated, almost maniacal, but the movements of his Susanoo were not slow. It punched directly and heavily at Yuichi's spirit of fire. Provoked by Susanoo, the spirit of fire waved its arms like two spears. With 5 fingers joined together, it stabbed forward like a flaming lance. Its astonishing speed allowed it to intercept Madara's Susanoo, grabbing it by the throat. Flames erupted against Susanoo's neck. The soul fire blooming from the spirit of fire's hands began to burn Susanoo madly. In an instant, the flames gathered a surging force and melted through Susanoo's neck. This terrifying power made Whitebeard and the others drop their jaws in disbelief. They had fought against the Susanoo just moments ago. Its defense was amazing, even the tremors of the tremor fruit couldn't easily damage it. Yet, the entity Yuichi called the spirit of fire released flames that easily melted it. One could only imagine how terrifying those flames were. Madara himself was slightly startled by the power of the spirit of fire's flames, but he didn't care. With his ocular power, even if Susanoo was destroyed, he could recover it quickly. He wanted to see if this power could compare to Susanoo. A curved lightsaber instantly appeared in Susanoo's hand. It stabbed directly at the spirit of fire's chest. However, in the next second, the lightsaber pierced only the surface of the spirit of fire's chest before stopping. The spirit of fire grabbed Susanoo's arm, flames burning through the limb, causing the lightsaber to vanish. A burst of fire appeared on the spirit of fire's chest, slowly healing the wound. Simultaneously, Susanoo's burned body recovered in the blink of an eye. 2 huge phantoms attacked frantically. The exchange lasted only a short 10 seconds, yet the resulting turmoil was terrifying. Susanoo was constantly burned by the flames, but it also left many wounds on the spirit of fire. Neither Yuichi nor Madara dodged. They didn't take a single step back. They simply stood there, controlling Susanoo and the spirit of fire to attack each other, meeting force with force. However, as the battle progressed, everyone noticed the difference. These 2 fearsome titans were distinct. Susanoo's raw power and attack strength seemed slightly weaker than the spirit of fire. However, it was extremely powerful in terms of recovery. Even if both arms were burned away, they regenerated instantly. The wounds on the spirit of fire recovered slowly, but its defense was incredibly robust. Susanoo's attacks could only leave shallow marks on it. One side couldn't resist the flames but was resilient. The other side had amazing defense and terrifying offensive power, but slow recovery. Despite the stalemate, both Yuichi and Madara refused to bow their heads, gritting their teeth in persistence. Everyone knew that although the 2 appeared uninjured, such a battle consumed a massive amount of energy. If this continued, it would be a contest of endurance. The roar of the collision between the 2 huge phantoms became more and more intense. The entire structure of Eni's lobby was caught in the aftermath, more than half of it had been destroyed. Seeing the island being demolished, no one dared to intervene. You want to compete with me, Uchiha Madara? Well, let's see who falls first. As he spoke, Madara suddenly erupted with even more astonishing ocular power. Susanoo's body began to grow. The full body, the perfect Susanoo, finally appeared, complete with wings growing from its back. Madara looked down at Yuichi condescendingly. How is it? Can we continue now? Yuichi smiled. Don't think it's just you. Suddenly, the Furyoku, spirit power, in Yuichi's body exploded, and the height of the tumbling spirit of fire rose to match. The spirit of fire, Oversoul fully manifested. Standing on Eni's lobby were 2 huge monsters, tens of meters high. The originally massive island was now the size of a boxing ring for them. Hiss. It can become even bigger. Boom. Buzz. The perfect spirit of fire and the perfect Susanoo wrestled with each other. Suddenly, a terrifying shock wave spread, sweeping out with astonishingly thick smoke. People relatively close to the area were instantly shrouded in dust. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 209, Chapter 212, Madara and Yuichi, Changing the Fighting Style. Chapter 212, Madara and Yuichi, Changing the Fighting Style. The flames burned Susanoo, the powerful soul fire quickly melting its body, while Susanoo's lightsaber pierced fiercely into the spirit of fire. As the dust and smoke gradually dissipated, Madara stood upon Susanoo's head, enveloped by its chakra. Yuichi was positioned similarly within the spirit of fire. Their eyes met. Madara's sharp, eagle-like gaze locked onto Yuichi's, sparks almost visibly flying between them as their intense focus collided. The crowd watched with blank faces. The battle had paused, but the destruction surrounding them was stark evidence of their power. Continuing at this rate, Eni's lobby itself would soon be ruins. Everyone watched nervously. If no one was willing to show weakness, the island, and their lives, might truly be lost. Whether it was the spirit of fire or Susanoo, their massive bodies alone were lethal. A random blow could kill anyone without sufficient strength. Just as everyone worried, Madara spoke. You are the opponent I am most satisfied with besides Hashirama. It's great. I didn't expect there to be such a strong person in this world. Hearing this, Yuichi felt a little flattered. Is this approval from Madara? Yuichi couldn't help but imagine Uchiha Madara shouting proudly, I, Uchiha Madara, declare you the strongest in the pirate world. The thought was exciting. Ending his fantasy, Yuichi looked at Madara with concentration. You are also a rare opponent. Seeing that Yuichi seemed to share his sentiment, Madara was even happier. At this moment, he felt a sense of camaraderie with Yuichi. It was a pity they were from different worlds and destined to be enemies. If given the chance, Madara wouldn't mind sitting down with Yuichi for a chat. In his eyes, Yuichi was a worthy individual, not just an enemy. This battle has allowed me to find a feeling I haven't had for a long time. Thank you, Yuichi. You have awakened my blood and set my whole body burning. Madara was in high spirits. Although fighting Yuichi's spirit of fire had consumed quite a bit of ocular power, it didn't bother him. Ocular power could be restored, what he wanted was a hearty fight. Lowering his eyes, Madara glanced at the spirit of fire and sensed the state of his Susanoo. If they continued like this, it would be difficult to determine a winner. Although this kind of battle was interesting, Madara didn't want to keep stalling. Since Susanoo couldn't decide the outcome quickly, Madara raised his head. It will take a long time to win if this continues. Shall we change the way we fight? Change the way we fight? Yuichi hadn't answered yet, but the surrounding spectators and those watching via the broadcast were speechless. Were these two speaking a human language? Did they treat this war as a mere game? The people of the pirate world were also speechless, while the people of the ninja world were angry, especially the Five Kages. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others felt that Madara had completely forgotten this was a matter of life and death for both worlds. He was prioritizing his own amusement. Okay. Yuichi agreed. This response choked Sarutobi and the others, who were about to scold Madara. Madara is one thing, but why does the guy from the other world not care about his world's survival either? Yuichi had been fighting to win for his world, but now he seemed like a different person. Regardless of what others thought, Yuichi also wanted a good fight. He temporarily dismissed all other issues. The moment Yuichi agreed, Madara's Susanoo dissipated, and Madara fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yuichi withdrew the spirit of fires over Soul and also descended from the sky. The two stood facing each other, relaxing their hands. We have competed in taijutsu. Madara began. Your haki is very strong, and I am no match for it in raw power. However, my combat skills are superior, though your swordsmanship is amazing. Comprehensively speaking, we are roughly equal in physical arts. Yuichi didn't refute Madara. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't used the full power of his Zanpakuto or recovered his Ryatsu, fighting with Ryatsu would have been even more terrifying. Even if Madara's Sharingan could see him, his body couldn't keep up with Yuichi's Shuinpa speed. Madara continued, as for the contest just now, that was my special ability. That huge monster is called Susanoo, and it is the power of my bloodline limit, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone looked into Madara's eyes. Many had noticed his mysterious eyes before, but they were surprised to learn that the massive monster came solely from ocular power. That spirit of fire of yours? Is it from a devil fruit? Regarding Madara's guess, Yuichi looked at him with a half-smile, giving no clear answer. Madara didn't pry, questions about abilities were sensitive. No matter what your abilities are, we are evenly matched in terms of special abilities. If we continue, we might decide a winner, but it would take hours. Yuichi nodded. That's right. My powers can probably last a few hours in that state. Me too. Madara twisted his neck, his bones cracking. Taijutsu, special abilities, we are on par. So, we should try something else next. Yuichi narrowed his eyes. Ninjutsu. Madara was surprised Yuichi knew the term. However, given the previous world wars, it wasn't shocking that information had spread. That's right. Although Chakra's strength enhancement is not as good as Haki in melee combat, Chakra can release powerful ninjutsu. In the next battle, I want to have a ninjutsu contest with you. But I don't know if your world has similar skills. If not. Hearing this, Whitebeard and the others sighed softly. As Madara said, Haki offered a stronger physical boost than Chakra, but Chakra allowed for ninjutsu. Haki was powerful but limited in application, mainly coding and emission. It was geared toward close combat, lacking the variety of ninjutsu. So, Madara proposed a ninjutsu contest, but Yuichi couldn't possibly. We can. Whitebeard and the others suddenly looked at Yuichi in confusion. What is this guy talking about? He said yes. Compete with ninjutsu. Does he mean using Haki attacks from a distance? This was crazy. Long-distance Haki release was difficult. Although Yuichi was a top swordsman, relying on flying slashes against various ninjutsu was like using one's weakest point against the enemy's strongest. Are you looking for death? Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 210, Chapter 213, The Collision of Kido and Ninjutsu, the Perfect Opponent. Chapter 213, The Collision of Kido and Ninjutsu, the Perfect Opponent. He agreed. A marine soldier looked at Yuichi with complicated eyes and turned to his friend. Did I hear that wrong? His friend shook his head. No. He did agree. Why agree to such a fighting method? Using Haki against a ninja's ninjutsu, isn't this asking for trouble? Who knows? Maybe he thinks Haki can block all the enemy's ninjutsu attacks. Although Haki was strong, veterans of the previous war knew that while Haki might win in pure destructive or defensive power, it struggled against high-level ninjutsu. Marine vice admirals had tested this. Haki alone could not easily block chakra transformed into fire, lightning, or wind. Once chakra changed nature, its destructive power underwent a qualitative change. Madara heard the muttering. He squinted at Yuichi. If your world doesn't have a power system like ninjutsu, you don't have to agree. We can find another way. No. Just because these people can't do it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Yuichi smiled. He raised his fingertip and aimed instantly at Madara. Heido number 1. Show, thrust. In an instant, a small shock wave burst from Yuichi's fingertip and rushed toward Madara. Madara's pupils shrank slightly, and he tilted his head. The wave swept past his face like a breeze. Madara was surprised. Can he launch this kind of attack just by pointing a finger? Not bad. This trick seems more convenient than ninjutsu. Wow. I didn't expect there to be a power like ninjutsu here. Very good, let's see who is stronger. Madara became serious and raised his hands to form seals. The spectators were dumbfounded. Even Whitebeard was surprised. What kind of trick was that? There was no Haki surge, yet a shock wave burst forth. Can Haki really change into various powers like chakra? The four emperors had never heard of Haki being used this way. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation, Goka Mekyaku. Boom boom boom. The flames spewing from Madara's mouth instantly spread, turning into a terrifying sea of fire that attacked Yuichi madly. For the people of the pirate world, this ninjutsu felt incredibly strong. For the ninjas, seeing Madara turn a B-rank technique into something comparable to an S-rank jutsu was terrifying. However, before they could recover from the shock, Yuichi's voice sounded. Ye Lord. Mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of men. Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams unleash but slightly the wrath of your claws. Heido number 31. Shikaho, Red Fire Cannon. Yuichi chanted loudly. Just as the flames were about to reach him, he pointed his right palm at Madara. A crimson flame erupted instantly, and a 2-meter-wide fireball was launched. Although Yuichi's attack range was far smaller than Madara's sea of fire, the power of the Red Fire Cannon instantly blasted a path through the center of the flames, heading straight for Madara. Madara's face became even more excited. That chanting. Is that the prerequisite for releasing this blow? Interesting. Ninjutsu requires seals, and this world's tricks require chanting. Although the methods differ, the principle is likely the same, guiding the energy in the body to change form. Madara didn't delay. Earth style, mud wall. A wall of earth appeared in front of Madara. The Red Fire Cannon bombarded it, blasting a huge hole but not completely breaking through. After blocking the attack, the earth wall disappeared. Yuichi's voice sounded again. Ye Lord. Mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of men. Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams unleash but slightly the wrath of your claws. Heido number 73. Soren Sokatsui, Twin Lotus Blue Fire, crashed down. Thunderous sound erupted from Yuichi's right palm. This time, blue flames flickered like lightning in the air, flying toward Madara like silver snakes. Madara felt strange. This attack, it's not quite fire style, nor lightning style. It's like a bloodline limit. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. A mass of mud appeared beneath Madara's feet, and earthen dragons burst out, hitting Yuichi's blue flames. A roar erupted as the attacks cancelled each other out. Madara looked at Yuichi in amazement. To be able to compete with me in ninjutsu, no one in my world can do this. Even Hashirama can only use with style against me. You are a perfect opponent. Yuichi replied, you are also very good. I chanted Heido with all my strength, yet I couldn't do anything to you. Madara frowned. Is the ability you used just now called Heido? To be precise, it is called Kido. Kido is divided into Heido, way of destruction, Bakudo, way of binding, and Kaido, way of healing. Madara laughed. It's similar to ninjutsu, which is divided into ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. As they discussed, Whitebeard looked at Yuichi as if he were seeing a ghost. Kaido and the others wore similar expressions. Marco broke out in a cold sweat. Pops. Yuichi's trick. Could it be? Shanks helped him finish the thought. This guy developed his own ninjutsu for our world. If a powerful person is worthy of fear, then a person who can create a new power system is worthy of awe. Big Mom added, he is far better than I imagined, to use Haki like this. Although the power doesn't seem overwhelming yet, such long-distance combat ability may turn the tide of battle. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 211, Chapter 214 plus 215, Reaching the Limit, The Miraculous Effect of Kido. Chapter 214, Reaching the Limit, The Miraculous Effect of Kido. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. A roaring fireball crashed toward Yuichi. Bakudo number 39. And Kozen, Arc Shield. Yuichi waved his hand. Without chanting, a circular shield of condensed energy appeared, blocking the fireball. Come again. Madara shouted, seemingly enjoying himself. Fire Style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Fire Style, Dragon Flame Release Song Technique. Madara unleashed several fire-style attacks in succession without stopping, his expression becoming increasingly manic. Flames burst out one after another, the intense heat scorching the air. Yuichi didn't stop either, releasing Kido to counter. Heido number 31. Shikaho. Heido number 54. Heian, Abolishing Flames. He used both defensive and offensive Kido. The collision of ninjutsu and Kido erupted with fierce roars. The two traded blows back and forth, the contest entering a heated stage. People from both worlds stared wide-eyed. From physical combat to giant avatars, and now a long-range energy duel, these two were stubborn. The ninjas marveled at Madara's machine gun-like release of ninjutsu. Does this guy have infinite chakra? The people of Pirate World were even more shocked by Yuichi. This strange attack must be a trick developed by Yuichi himself using Haki. Haki can evolve into such varied methods. This was an unprecedented discovery for the Pirate World. The variety of Kido could not be explained by a devil fruit, it had to be a Haki application. On the Marine side, Commander-in-Chief Kong, who was checking on Garp, sighed. He created a unique way of using Haki alone. Kido. This is a force no less than a devil fruit. If Yuichi hadn't left the Marines, Kido could have been taught to the Vice Admirals, greatly increasing the world government's strength. 5 elders, this is probably the worst decision you've ever made. Kong thought. Yuichi released Kido madly, colliding head-on with Madara. However, as time passed, Madara noticed something. It seems you have reached your limit. Madara sneered. From the start until now, the level of this trick called Kido you've used hasn't exceeded number 55. You can't use the later tricks, can you? Whitebeard and the others realized Madara was right. The highest number Yuichi had called out was 54. It was impressive that he had developed over 50 kinds, but now he seemed out of options while Madara still had plenty of ninjutsu. Yuichi didn't answer immediately. His attention was on his system panel. Host, Yuichi. Template character, Byakuya Kuchiki. Current awakening progress, 69.78%. He was barely below 70%. Crossing the threshold would unlock the second scene of Senbon Sakura and higher level Kido. Kido, high, freely use all Kido below number 55. Currently, he could only use Kido up to number 54. This was enough to stall, but not to counter Madara's barrage indefinitely. Yuichi looked up. Would you like to see more Kido? Don't worry. I will use it when I need it. Heido number 11. Tsuzuri Raiden, Bound Lightning. Crackling. Lightning erupted from Yuichi's hand, heading straight for Madara. Madara blocked it with lightning style. That's right. But if you don't use stronger moves soon, I will win this duel. Yuichi watched his progress bar. Current awakening progress, 69.80%, plus 0.02%. Yuichi smiled. Fighting with Kido increased his awakening progress much faster than meditation. Byakuya Kuchiki excelled not just in swordsmanship, but also in Kido. Yuichi's eyes lit up. Heido number 4. Byakurai. Chapter 215, Awakening Progress 70%, Opening Advanced Kido. Heido number 32. Okasen, Yellow Fire Flash. A golden light burst from Yuichi's palm. Current Awakening Progress, plus 0.03%. Bakudo number 8. Seiki, Repulse. Ding. 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 While attacking with Heido, Yuichi deflected the kunai Madara through with the back of his hand using the repulsion shield. Current Awakening Progress, plus 0.03%. Seeing Yuichi easily bounce off the hidden weapons, Madara found it even more interesting. Let's see how much you can block. Madara pulled a series of shuriken from his pouch and threw them. Yuichi flicked his fingertips. Heido number 1. Show. Continuous bursts of thrust knocked down all the weapons in midair. Current Awakening Progress, plus 0.01%. Current Awakening Progress, plus 0.01%. As Yuichi stared at the increasing numbers, Madara clapped his hands abruptly. Don't you have a stronger attack? Then I won't wait any longer. You already know the power of ninjutsu, so let me show you another power. Wood style. Madara smiled. A reminder, with your current strength, you probably can't stop this. If you don't use stronger moves, you will be overwhelmed. Congratulations, host. Character template Byakuya Kuchiki Awakening Progress reached 70%. Unlocked, Zanpakuto Senbon Bankai. Yuichi looked at the Kido display bar. Kido, top, freely use all Kido below number 60. Only up to number 60. Yuichi was slightly disappointed. The chakra surging on Madara's body became turbulent. I'm going to do it, Yuichi. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Boom. The ground shook. The ninjas watched in shock. Wood style. He can use wood style too. Aside from the first Hokage, this implies there's a second person who can use it. Boom boom boom. Huge vines burst from the ground around Madara, scrolling toward Yuichi like a torrent. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding ruins were turned into a virgin forest. Yuichi was instantly surrounded. The vines attacked, trying to entangle him. Whitebeard and the others backed away. Don't hold back, brat. Even if you lose the magic duel, it's not a big deal. You created Kido, an art belonging to this world. Madara nodded. Indeed. A guy who can develop a power system is worthy of admiration. Even I, Uchiha Madara, admire you. But, this guy definitely won't bow his head. Madara was right. Yuichi wouldn't retreat. But wood style contained astonishing power, standard Kido couldn't destroy it easily. Yuichi grasped the handle of his Zanpakuto. Congratulations, host. All 3 scenes of Senbon Kageyoshi unlocked. Template Awakening increased to 85%. Due to the full opening of Senbon Sakura, the path is open to number 90. Kido, top, freely use all Kido below number 90. 90. Yuichi laughed aloud. This was fantastic. He looked at the wood-style vines raging toward him. The sound of wind breaking was approaching fast. Whitebeard grabbed his Bisento, Murakumajiri. Don't wait. If this kid continues, he will be trapped. He prepared to use the tremor fruit to intervene. However, a voice sounded from within the vines. Ye Lord. Mask of flesh and bone. Everyone's expressions changed. This is it. Flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Carve the twin lotus on the wall of blue fire, and await the great fire of the distant heavens. Yuichi's voice carried a terrifying sense of destruction. Heido number 73. Madara stared at Yuichi through the gaps in the vines. Soren Sokatsui, twin lotus blue fire, crashed down. Boom. Blue flames burst out, covering Yuichi's entire body. The scorching hot wind spread, instantly igniting the attacking wood-style vines. Yuichi slowly raised his right hand, opening his fist. The blue flame exploded into a huge wave, rushing fiercely at the wood-style forest. A deafening roar erupted. The blue flames and the wood collided, but the power of the fire was stronger. The forest was being eaten away. Madara smiled. Sure enough, there are stronger tricks. Madara. I'll pay you back next time, be careful. There are 2 ways to release Kido, with incantation and without. The former unleashes perfect power, while the latter only exerts a fraction. A black light burst from Yuichi's eyes. Next is my strongest Kido. Watch closely. Yuichi held up his hands. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji, Black Coffin. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Chapter 212, Chapter 216, Who Wins and Who Loses, Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji, Black Coffin. Chapter 216, Who Wins and Who Loses, Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji, Black Coffin. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Yuichi's voice filled the entire Eni's lobby. For some reason, when everyone heard this voice, their minds began to tremble slightly. It felt as if something terrifying was descending. Yuichi continued, boil, negate, and numb. Blink and disrupt the eternal sleep. The crawling princess of iron. The self-mutilating doll of clay. Unite, repulse, fill the earth, and know your own powerlessness. The moment he spat out the final chants, Yuichi's eyes seemed to burst with black flashes. A biting cold air swept across Madara's body in an instant. Madara stared hard at Yuichi. In the next second, a cold sound came from Yuichi's throat. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji, Black Coffin. Boom. In an instant, Madara's eyes suddenly dilated. He saw energy erupting from Yuichi's body like a volcanic explosion, creating astonishing ripples in the air. And in the next second, a black substance emerged in front of him, gradually forming a massive cuboid cage that trapped Madara inside. The huge black coffin slowly materialized. Madara's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. However, this did not mark the end. Countless shadow blades appeared, madly strangling Madara within the black coffin. Sizzle. In an instant, a bloody gash appeared on Madara's arm. Then came wounds on his chest, stomach, neck, and cheeks. Even Madara himself was uncertain how many attacks had hit him in that instant. Through a gap where the black coffin had not yet completely closed, Madara stared out at Yuichi. Amazing. What a terrifying technique. Although the Kido Yuichi released before was impressive, its power hadn't shocked Madara to this extent. But this time was different. The power of Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji, Black Coffin, completely convinced Madara. In this world, there were powers that did not belong to ninjutsu at all. Even in terms of pure attack power, there were likely few ninjutsu in the entire ninja world that could match this move. What made Madara even more admiring was that this ability was developed by Yuichi himself. In this way, the opponent seemed to be an existence comparable to the Sage of Six Paths. Right now, Yuichi hadn't reached the heights of the Sage of Six Paths. However, Madara believed that as long as Yuichi did not die, he would definitely become the Sage of Six Paths of this world in the future. It was a pity that, in Madara's heart, Yuichi would have no time to grow up. I lost the ninjutsu duel. Madara smiled and spoke regretfully before the black coffin's last gap completely closed. He didn't know if Yuichi could hear his words. The black coffin sealed shut in the blink of an eye. When the black coffin was fully formed, the shadow blades erupting inside became even more terrifying. But what happened inside was invisible to outsiders. Even Yuichi himself couldn't see it. He could only stare at the black coffin and wait quietly. In the end, whether Madara died inside or survived was unknown. Time passed by minute, second by second. Everyone held their breath silently as Yuichi released this Heido. It scared a lot of people. Just when they thought Yuichi was at the end of his rope, a more advanced Kido suddenly broke out. While this surprised Whitebeard and the others, they also formed a bolder guess. Could it be that Yuichi temporarily developed a more powerful Kido at a critical moment because he was facing danger? If that was the case, then Yuichi was even more terrifying. At such a critical juncture, to suddenly come up with such a powerful move. Moreover, the burst of movement just now was extremely astonishing. This move was definitely not small. Madara would likely be skinned alive if not killed outright. The black coffin remained motionless. At this moment, Marco and the lieutenants of the four emperors couldn't help but get nervous. They didn't know if they were worried that this blow would kill Madara, or if they were worried that this blow wouldn't be able to kill Madara. They may have hoped that this blow would end Madara, a formidable foe. But perhaps they didn't want this blow to end him. The reason for hoping it would take down Madara was Yuichi, and the Kido used by him. It had given them too much shock from start to finish. Such tricks belong to the pirate world. It was a technique developed by Yuichi. This was not a devil fruit ability. In their view, this ability was a technique released by Haki. The stronger the Kido's power, the stronger they would be if they could learn how to use it in the future. The reason why they didn't want this trick to defeat Madara was also very simple. If a Kido was just one hit away from killing an enemy that the four emperors couldn't kill in a short time, then Yuichi, as the one who created the Kido, with a Kido in one hand and a powerful sword in the other, plus his Haki, this person would have jumped to the very top of the pirate world. He was obviously just a newly promoted Emperor of the Sea, so was he supposed to be above the other 4 emperors? This was not the result they wanted to see. This tangled emotion rose in the hearts of these people. Not only Marco and the lieutenants, but even Whitebeard and the others felt such anxiety. The time of more than 10 seconds seemed very slow at this moment. It felt like 10 minutes had passed. Click. A crack appeared in the black coffin. When the first crack appeared, a shattering sound rang out. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but sink. Then, like a flash flood, the cracks spread. In a deafening roar, the black coffin exploded completely. Susanu's huge body emerged. The moment Susanoo appeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little disappointed at the same time. In the end, it still failed to kill Madara Uchiha. They couldn't say they were happy, but they were also a little disappointed. Human nature is so complicated. But Yuichi was probably the only one smiling. Because Madara used Susanoo to block the blow. Which meant, the duel was won by Yuichi. Physical combat was a tie. The battle between Susanoo and the Oversoul, Spirit of Fire also ended in an interruption because it took too long to decide the winner. Only in the final contest between Kido and Ninjutsu did Yuichi and Madara determine a winner and loser. Yuichi didn't retreat a single step, but Madara had no choice but to use Susanoo's defense. At the same time, Madara's body was full of scars now. Although none of these could kill Madara, they could be regarded as severe wounds. If Madara had used Susanoo to defend against Yuichi's Heido in the first place, he wouldn't have taken such damage. It was a pity that Madara probably still wanted to struggle at that time, and he also underestimated the power of Heido number 90. Although Madara was covered in blood, with the blessing of Hashirama cells, Madara's self-healing speed was not slow, but it wasn't instant either. He didn't have the first Hokage's massive chakra reserves now. The wood style lacked the support of Sage chakra, so the self-healing ability was not that monstrous. Madara was pale, looking down at Yuichi with lowered eyes. At this time, everyone in the ninja world looked at Madara, who was in an extremely weak state, and their hearts trembled slightly. In the next second, Madara said slowly, "This time, I lost." He admitted it. Madara admitted it himself. He actually conceded defeat. All the ninjas watched with their mouths open. This was a legendary ninja from the same era as the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. He lost. A smile appeared on Madara's pale face. But, this time was a duel. Next time, we will be in a battle of life and death. This time I lost, but if we meet next time, there will be no rules between us. I will use my strongest force to directly take your life. Hearing this, Yuichi felt a little sympathetic towards Madara. I look forward to the next fight. Madara. After getting Yuichi's answer, Madara laughed. Susanoo spread its wings and rushed to the clouds in an instant, disappearing from Ini's lobby. Yuichi didn't pursue. Instead, he took 2 steps back silently, suddenly sat down on the ground, and panted softly. Support this fanfic by leaving a review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters.